The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, ancient trees bearing witness to another conflict in their endless cycle of growth and death. The abyssal agent hadn't expected his opponents to launch themselves directly at him. Most enemies would try to flee first, especially when facing someone with a clearly superior mana signature in rank and power. But this suited him. He had already spent considerable energy navigating the forest's treacherous terrain, and a prolonged chase through the hole-filled ground would have only further exhausted his reserves. Did they know they were slower and had decided that escape was futile? Or was this some type of desperate strategy born of cornered desperation? It didn't matter. The result would be the same. He stood tall, planting his feet while his transformation began. The chitinous plates of the abyssal scorpion emerged first, covering him in black segments that gleamed with purple veins. The organic armor rippled as it formed, creating a living carapace that pulsed with dark energy. But of course, that wasn't everything, the advantage of not being square-minded like the boring inhabitants of Yano. Over these, his rock spirit's plates manifested, adding layers of metallic gray stone that didn't just overlap but integrated perfectly with the biological armor. It wasn't one ability over another, it was an enhanced body that received both advantages. The fusion created something beyond the sum of its parts, a harmonious merger of organic flexibility and mineral durability. And Yano's classic transformation went beyond simple protection. His body began changing shape, growing in mass and height. His frame expanded from that of an average man to something approaching a living siege engine. His arms extended disproportionately, gaining almost 50% extra reach that would give him significant advantage in close combat. The joints readjusted to accommodate the new configuration, while his hands transformed into enormous hybrid pincers of stone and chitin. By the time the transformation finished, he had gone from being an average man to a war machine 2.5 meters tall, with arms that extended as far as his legs. Evolution accelerated and directed toward a single purpose: destruction. Ren and Lin separated, attacking from opposite flanks. It was a basic but effective tactic against individual opponents, designed to split attention and create exploitable openings. The agent chose Lin as his primary target. She was clearly the greater threat. He needed to ask the child some questions, and his experience dictated eliminating the most dangerous enemies first whenever possible. The boy's strange energy signature made him an unknown quantity, but the woman radiated the confidence of a seasoned fighter. Ignoring her was no doubt a bad idea. He lunged forward with surprising speed for someone of his transformed size, his right arm extending toward Lin in a devastating blow with his stone pincer. The reach of his extended arms would allow him to connect long before she could respond, or so he calculated. But Lin had been observing his transformation with a critical eye. At the last second before impact, she dropped into a crouched position, allowing the blow to pass over her head by millimeters. Simultaneously, she switched the manifestation of her panther lizard on her legs to that of her crane, suddenly extending her lower reach just enough to create an unexpected angle of attack. The maneuver was perfect. The agent had calculated his safe distance based on the slightly shorter legs he'd observed when the panther lizard wrapped around them. He didn't expect them to suddenly extend, much less that she was a double. Her mana signature read as at most a silver 3. A new double from Yano here, guarding that kid alone, when one or both of her beasts were still bronze level. Lin's kick connected directly with his lateral knee, a point that even in his transformed state remained a relatively vulnerable joint. The force of impact, with 240% enhancement and perfect technique, was considerable. But it wasn't enough to hurt him. The agent's thick dual armor absorbed the impact as if it were a child's blow. The defensive multipliers from his dual transformation created protection that bordered on the absolute against this level of attack. Still, the agent staggered from the force of the blow, since he had yet to recover his balance, but he would recover instantly since there was no way they could generate real damage. Clever, he growled, his voice distorted by the transformation into something barely recognizable as human, but insufficient. At that precise moment, Ren attacked silently from behind the abyssal agent. Isaac's dagger gleamed in his hand, the weapon that had cost 3 times the silver 1 price to elevate it to silver 3. In theory, it should be sufficient to pierce any armor of its rank and even a bit higher thanks to the huge multiplicative hardness of concentrated mana. Without hesitating, Ren drove the blade in the thinner plates of the agent's lower back, seeking the point where the chitinous armor overlapped with the stone plates. The weapon moved with the precision of someone who now understands the corrupted anatomy, targeting the vulnerable seams in the hybrid protection. It penetrated, but not as much as expected. The blade was stopped by multiple layers of reinforced material. The defensive increases put him practically at gold rank, Ren thought with growing concern. He had considered upgrading the dagger to gold. Isaac had quoted the work at 10 times the silver one price, but the blacksmith had been honest about his limitations. He didn't have the strength, skills, or materials necessary for such a project. So instead, Ren had chosen to give Isaac the 1000-day cultivation method and wait. No one had yet shown unequivocal results with the method, but many had great faith it would work. Isaac's enthusiasm had been genuine too, his gratitude heartfelt. But that was a long-term investment rather than an immediate solution. He had to solve this differently. The agent roared with a fury difficult to control in abyssal transformation, spinning violently to face his attacker. Ren pushed himself backward just in time, the dagger sliding out of the wound easily thanks to his strength increases slightly better than Lin's. "Insolent brat," bellowed the agent, but his still badly supported right swing failed as his attention divided dangerously between his two opponents. Lin took advantage of the distraction immediately. With her crane still manifested, she leaped upward, using the trunk of a nearby tree as a platform to gain additional height. Her panther lizard manifested again in mid-air, providing her with its new tail against a branch for the additional impulse she needed. The agent, accustomed to being sent only to combat terrestrial opponents, had no time to react to the attack from above. Three-dimensional combat was a bit outside his area of expertise. Lin used her weight, amplified by falling speed and her beast's increases, the impact behind her hammer kick was considerable. The physics of her attack were perfect, combining mass, velocity, and enhanced strength into a devastating package. The agent was left slightly dazed behind his chitin-rock helmet and tried to catch Lin with his pincers above his head. His movements were powerful but predictable. He was slow. Using the agent's arms as leverage, Lin catapulted herself forward, spinning in the air while switching again to her crane to extend her wings and reach in the air. Her foot connected directly with the underside of the agent's jaw, the impact transmitted through his entire skull. The combined impact of her previous blow to his skull and the second precise strike to his already weakened neck was sufficient to make the agent completely lose his balance. His transformed mass, normally an advantage, now worked against him as he staggered forward. "Now, run!" shouted Lin as she flapped once backward to avoid the falling agent's desperate claws, landing lightly on the ground like a feather. Her movements were poetry in motion, each gesture efficient and graceful. The agent's struggling to recover his balance, trying not to fall face first. In this position, the previous crack in his armor was exposed, a vulnerability that beckoned like an open door. It was exactly the opportunity Ren had been waiting for. He didn't waste the chance. With the agent struggling to rise from his face-down position, Ren lunged forward, directing the dagger toward the same crack he had opened moments before. The timing was perfect. The agent's awkward position gave Ren enough time to deliver 3 quick strikes. The first stab sank deeper than before, the already weakened armor yielding under concentrated pressure. The second widened the fissure, rock and chitin parting like flesh under a scalpel. The third finally completely pierced the first defense, the dagger's tip finding the armor belonging to the abyssal beast beneath. The agent roared again, but now from frustration, more from the indignity of being on the ground than from real damage. His beasts responded to his fury, channeling their elemental energy toward the earth beneath him. An explosion of earth and rocks erupted from the ground, creating a base that not only propelled him upward to a vertical position but also launched Ren several meters backward. The young man landed rolling, absorbing the impact with the grace of someone accustomed to being thrown in his training by an opponent faster than him. "Now you'll see," bellowed the agent, quickly assessing his condition. His armor had a significant crack. By the most conservative calculations, he had lost at least half his defensive protection in that area. But that shouldn't matter. Even with partially compromised armor, his defensive increases remained enormous. The crack was nothing his abyssal regeneration couldn't handle relatively soon. So why did it hurt so much? It wasn't physical pain, he had suffered thousands of injuries in routine training. It was something more, something that radiated from each point where the dagger had penetrated. As if something were eating him from within, corroding not just his flesh but his very connection to abyssal energy. A light laugh interrupted his thoughts. Lynn covered her mouth with one hand, clearly struggling to contain her amusement at watching the agent writhe as he tried to reach his back with his enormous scorpion arms. The transformed limbs, designed for crushing and tearing, proved utterly inadequate for the simple task of reaching behind himself. "What's so funny?" he snarled, spinning to include Ren in his threatening glare. His voice carried the distortion of his dual transformation, but beneath the mechanical rasp lay something new, uncertainty. The confident predator was beginning to crack. Ren was also smiling, an expression that seemed disturbingly innocent on his young face. He raised both hands slowly, deliberately, showing his palms to the agent. His hands were completely covered in a golden, viscous substance that clung to his skin like liquid metal. The material pulsed with its own bioluminescence. The sight alone made the agent's stomach twist with instinctive revulsion. But it was the smell that truly disturbed him. Sweet. Cloying. Wrong. Like flowers blooming over an abyssal's corpse. This is a creature that, according to my new knowledge. Ren paused, tilting his head as if listening to an internal voice, seems to hate the abyssal energy you use. His tone was conversational, almost educational. Took it from the consumed bodies of your comrades who chased us into the tunnel. Very useful for, making you feel. The agent took an involuntary step backward. Every cell in his body screamed warnings. The substance coating Ren's hands emitted an energy signature that was fundamentally repulsive to everything abyssal within him. The air around the child had become toxic, charged with an energy that made his transformed flesh crawl. "We only had to get through your common beast's lair," Ren continued, casually smearing more of the golden mold onto his dagger's blade. "I deposited a bit in the crack before you threw me." The agent's eyes widened with horrified understanding. The wound in his back wasn't just hurting, it was burning. A slow, creeping fire that ate at his connection to abyssal energy. He could feel his armor weakening, the chitinous plates softening as whatever Ren had introduced fought against his very essence. Ren kept talking while the agent remained frozen in indecision, as his armor dissolved across a good portion of his torso and back. The small mushrooms in the boy's hair pulsed with greater intensity. "You're lucky it can't become a parasite in your body and consume it completely, since the energies seem to cancel each other out." Ren's neutral tone made it somehow worse. "But you'll have to pay with a good portion of your corrupt energy." The agent manipulated his transformation slightly, contorting his elongated arms to be slender again and reached the wounds on his back and neck. His fingers found them, feeling the pain that radiated from each contact point through his system. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. Physical pain he understood. But this was different. This ate at the very foundation of his power, corroding not just flesh but the new connections that made him whole. "Filthy brats," he roared, but even his voice sounded weaker. The words emerged as more of a rasp than the commanding bellow he'd intended. "Using that repulsive trash is cowardice." "It's not trash," Lynn corrected, finally lowering her hand from her mouth. Her smile was sharp as a blade, the expression of someone who had found exactly the weakness she'd been searching for. "It's more like soap for cleaning your repulsive trash." Ren nodded solemnly, as if they were discussing the properties of different ash-based household cleaners or the ones from skills of some plants rather than an organism that was systematically dismantling their enemy's power from within. Very effective. Especially against filthy, abyssals. Here was a child, barely past his true 11th birthday, treating the agent's power, his connection to forces that had required years of sacrifice and pain to obtain, as nothing more than dirt to be scrubbed away. The agent felt the first real wave of panic. He could feel his connection to his scorpion fluctuating, the normally reliable bond stuttering like a candle in a hurricane. The creature wasn't dying, but it was completely occupied with the reaction, too distracted to obey any coherent commands. "Enough talk," he bellowed, planting both feet firmly. The ground trembled under his weight. Cracks spider-webbed outward from where he stood, small stones dancing with the vibration of his power. If he was losing his abyssal strength, he still had his rock spirit. He still had options. "I'll show you the true advantages of having more than one beast in our Yino." The earth beneath his feet responded immediately. But not gently. The ground undulated like water, sending waves of power that expanded in all directions with huge force. Trees swayed like grass in a storm. Leaves fell like rain, torn free by the supernatural vibration that shook the very foundations of the forest. The air itself seemed to vibrate with elemental force. Lin moved immediately, her crane manifesting to give her the height needed to be above the first wave of power. But the agent had learned from his earlier mistakes. This time, he would attack even high in the air. While Lin hung suspended above the chaos, the agent raised both massive arms and struck the ground with devastating force. The impact created an explosion of rocks and earth that rose like a directed fountain toward her. Lin barely managed to dodge with a burst of her limited wind control, the small technique Ren had taught her during their training sessions that she didn't know she had. It wasn't much, but ended up giving her just enough momentum to twist away from the stone barrage. Barely was still enough. Ren took advantage of the fact that the agent wasn't attacking him, moving to approach the exposed back ready to drive his dagger home. His balance was poor in the earth control madness, yet he managed to push forward. But Ren stopped abruptly. He had caught sight of the enemy's mana control pattern just in time to save himself from the trap. The entire ground in front of Ren's feet collapsed, creating a 5-meter crater that would have sent him falling toward a pit filled with rock spikes that sprouted from below. He threw himself backward, his hugely enhanced reflexes the only thing between him and impalement. The agent, with movements of his transformed arms like a conductor directing an orchestra, guided the stone projectiles in a second wave of attacks at Lin in the air. "Dance all you want," he shouted, his voice loaded with malicious satisfaction. "In the end, you can't escape the ground, my ground." The boast carried weight. He was right, in a sense. No matter how agile they were, gravity would eventually bring them down. And when it did, he would be waiting with a terrain that obeyed his every command. But Lin had been observing, analyzing, waiting for exactly this type of brute power demonstration. It was impressive, yes, but also somewhat predictable. Most elemental control users always made the same mistake. They assumed that launching powers over larger areas equaled better strategy. They confused spectacle with effectiveness. While she dodged the second wave of rocks with movements that seemed more like dancing than combat, she smiled. Lin let herself fall toward the ground deliberately. But the agent no longer limited himself to throwing rocks like some desperate novice. Instead, 2 walls of earth rose like waves, creating a sphere that closed around her from all directions. There was no horizontal or vertical escape, it was a 3-dimensional trap. The agent was learning. The stone moved fast, rising from the earth like a living creature. The agent's control was remarkable, each wall perfectly positioned to cut off her retreat, deadly spikes inside and all while maintaining structural integrity. Lin activated her crane to the maximum instantly, feathers manifesting not just as light ornaments on her body but wrapping around her arms and giving her almost true wings. A single wing beat could pull her out of the bad trajectory. But the agent had already anticipated the movement. His extended dome, accelerated with the enormous amount of mana he'd spent, would make it impossible for her to retreat at this distance. Not to mention that stopping now would cost her much more effort due to her rapid descent. The physics were against her. Lin didn't try to retreat. Suicidal, he growled in his mind. She flapped and propelled herself forward with her slight wind control too in a fast maneuver. The movement was so unexpected, so contrary to all logic of survival, that it seemed like madness. The agent hesitated for a fraction of a second. That fraction was all Lin needed. She changed beasts again as she avoided the trap. Her right hand, now bearing powerful black claws, extended not in a fist but with fingers spread like a spear. The strike connected directly with the agent's exposed torso, the exact point where the armor plates had been corroded by the golden mold. The agent doubled forward involuntarily, but fury and adrenaline made him endure it to try to give Lin a deadly embrace. His massive arms swung inward, pincers spread wide to crush her against his chest. Lin was about to be crushed. However, the agent received several light cuts on his lower back, shallow wounds that, while not causing deep injuries, were sufficiently unexpected to make him straighten and allow Lin to spin and recover. Ren had struck from afar while the agent was focused on Lin, his light phantom claws finding meat. Each cut purified a small amount of abyssal energy, making for a weak but painful effect. The crane manifested again only in Lin's legs, extending her reach just enough for her feet to connect with the agent's shoulders while her hands found his wrists. She used his own momentum and strength to create a perfect fulcrum, launching herself over him in an impossible arc while dragging him forward by the imbalance. The agent staggered, but instead of falling, he roared and sank his legs into the earth. The ground collapsed beneath him while he took advantage to launch a rain of stone projectiles in all directions, hoping to hit both Lin and Ren. The attack was desperate, unfocused, the wild thrashing of a wounded beast. But Lin was already running along the wall of the enormous stone bowl he himself had created with the last attack, her panther paws finding purchase on the nearly vertical surfaces. Each projectile created handholds that she used to change direction unpredictably. Her movements were so fluid and supernatural, they seemed as if gravity itself bent to her will. Ren had covered himself with his armor and hadn't taken significant damage either, but had been left outside the pit. From his position, he could see the battle's ebb and flow, looking for opportunities to contribute while trying to approach. "Stop running around everywhere," the agent roared, frustration leaking through his transformed voice. "Running?" Lin smiled, reaching the upper edge of the cylinder. "I'm barely jogging." She launched herself downward, the crane manifesting completely this time. But instead of flying in a straight line, she began tracing tight circles around the agent, striking his torso on multiple occasions. Each orbit was tighter than the last, a descending spiral that built momentum with every revolution. Her wings created air currents that lifted dust and leaves, obscuring vision and adding chaos to an already complex battlefield. The agent tried to cover himself and follow her movement, but she was too fast. Each time he turned to aim at her, she had already changed position. His earth attacks began to become erratic, desperate. Stone spikes erupted randomly from the ground and the careful control he'd displayed earlier devolved into wild thrashing. Lin waited for the exact moment when he launched his broadest attack again, an explosion of rocks in all directions that would even damage himself. The desperation in the move was obvious, the last resort of someone who had lost control. She changed to panther immediately, allowing herself to be hit by some stones. The impacts hurt, but her enhanced durability let her push through the pain. More importantly, they provided cover for her real approach. The agent raised his arms to block, but Lin wasn't attacking where he expected. She twisted on the ground, her panther claws finding the exposed side that the golden mold had left vulnerable. This time it wasn't a martial arts strike. It was pure animal force. Claws that sank into exposed flesh and dragged downward, opening bleeding furrows that painted the ground crimson. The sound was wet, terrible, the rending of meat and the scrape of claw against bone. The agent howled, a sound that was barely human. But Lin was no longer there. She had used the same momentum to launch herself upward again, changing to crane to gain altitude. Her movements flowed like water, each transition between forms so smooth it seemed like a single, continuous motion. "I'm going to kill you," he bellowed, ignoring the pain. Both fists sank into the ground, and the entire area became a bigger chaos. The terrain rose and fell like a stormy ocean, rains of rock pursuing Lin as she glided between the trees. Ren was pushed backward again, forced to retreat. But Lin had been observing his patterns. Each time he used his earth control massively, there was a moment, barely a fraction of a second, where he had to concentrate completely on maintaining his armor's integrity. Massive earth manipulation demanded total focus. There it was. The tell she'd been waiting for, a slight tightening around his eyes, a momentary stillness in his breathing, the small pause that preceded his largest attacks. Lin dove, changing to panther just before impact. But she didn't attack his head or torso, she attacked his arms buried in the earth, the extensions he was using to channel his power. Her claws found the exact points where his armor had been weakened, cutting tendons and muscles that controlled his transformed hands. The agent lost control of his massive attack. The wave of rock collapsed on him, partially burying him in the pit while Lin rose as a crane again. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, silence reclaimed the forest. "Your problem," Lin said, her voice barely raised but perfectly audible in the sudden quiet, "is that you think like a beast. Brute force, intimidation, massive destruction." She continued rising until she was directly above him, a dark silhouette against the canopy. "But I think like a true predator. A human." She dropped once more with all her strength. The impact was like a hammer blow. It connected with the head armor, yes, but the golden mold had done more damage than either of them had realized. Her previous attacks, and his own, had systematically weakened the structure. The agent's defense shattered. It finally gave way under the accumulated damage. His form diminished gradually until returning to something relatively more human, though covered in wounds and breathing laboriously. Lin landed with grace, observing him with the cold evaluation of a predator that has defeated its prey. There was no satisfaction in her expression, only professional assessment. The hunt was over, but the real work was just beginning. The agent spat blood, his eyes still burning with hatred despite his weakened condition. His vision was clouded, swimming in and out of focus as shock began to set in. He needed his scorpion to heal him, but there were still moments before it could stabilize after the internal attack from the golden mold. The golden corruption was still eating at his connection, interfering with the regeneration that should have already begun. Lin raised her leg, poised and ready to extract the answers Ren needed to know. The interrogation would be thorough, efficient, and ultimately successful. But just when it seemed everything was over, the sound of wings beating came from above. A shadow fell over them. Some time earlier, the small bird Wei had released beat its wings as fast as it could, carrying the encrypted message through the sky. Its feathers blended with the overcast heavens, but not enough to fool the trained eyes watching the border. "Interception," shouted a guard from a watchtower, pointing toward the sky with urgency. "Messenger bird, Sector 7. A four-winged silver eagle rose immediately. Its talons caught the small messenger with perfect accuracy, the predator's enhanced senses making escape impossible. The captured bird struggled just for a moment before resigning itself to its fate, its small black eyes gleaming with an intelligence that seemed disturbingly human. The eagle's tamer smiled grimly as he guided his beast back toward the communication post. Another intercepted message, another small victory in the information war that raged parallel to the political tensions. At the border communications post, the sergeant unrolled the tiny parchment with expert hands. His eyes, enhanced by fusion with his beast, could read and decipher the smallest symbols without effort. Years of experience had taught him to recognize different coding systems, different handwritings, different levels of urgency. This message had all the hallmarks of something important. "Encrypted," he murmured, passing the message to his subordinate for confirmation. "But it's one of ours." His assistant, a nervous young man who still jumped at sudden sounds, leaned in to see better. The border duty was wearing on everyone, too much tension, too many sleepless nights watching for threats both real and imagined. "Goldcrest?" he asked, though something about the cipher structure seemed off. "No. The sergeant frowned at the guy, a calculating smile spreading across his weathered features. This is Yino's work. I have some idea of their language codes. The assistant stepped back instinctively. Everyone now knew about Yino's support for the Goldcrest cause, but nobody trusted it. Their agents were everywhere, their motives always suspect. Should I report it? Not so fast. Karzan gave them freedom to operate. The sergeant leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers thoughtfully against the wooden surface. If we're intercepting communications between our Yino allies' spies, we could use this to our advantage. Let the message reach its destination. He held the parchment up to the lamplight, as if the paper itself might reveal additional secrets hidden between the lines. Are you sure? If Command finds out we let information pass. Command asked us to help Yino's support, the sergeant smiled, releasing the small messenger through the window. The bird immediately took flight, disappearing into the sky with renewed urgency. Especially if that little bird can lead us straight to the nest. The assistant watched nervously as the intelligence flew away, but said nothing. The sergeant's experience had kept them alive long, questioning his judgment now seemed unwise. At the academy, Han was in his room, staring out at the distant city spires with hollow eyes. There was no way he could return to his false family in Yano now. The weight of his double life pressed down on him like a physical burden. The familiar that Yino had given him tapped against his window, alerting him to his messenger's return. His hands trembled slightly as he unrolled Wei's message, eyes moving rapidly over the encoded words. Situation compromised. Need distraction at border. The patenters are in danger. The boy needs support to divide forces soon. He threatened that his parents must escape unharmed or we lose his contributions, and with them, any opportunity to study the purification ability or other cultivation methods. I need you to notify S.W. Han closed his eyes. He had been reporting to Yino about Academy movements, yes, but always carefully filtered information. Small betrayals to maintain his cover and protect the larger truth. Now he had a new employer who helped him obtain that seemingly useful information. He was understanding the new dynamic well and was already handling most operations independently. But this was different. This required direct action from his employer. He moved to his desk and quickly drafted a response, but not for Wei. This message was directed toward someone with the power to actually change the game rather than simply observe it. Plan B. They need urgent help. The valuable asset is in danger in Goldcrest territory. It appears their being well hidden was a facade. Requires immediate intervention at the border. In the Ashenway mansion. Selfra was reviewing financial reports, comparing them closely with growth statistics on the effectiveness of the new cultivation methods. The figures were, as always, encouraging. Each week, children from lower class or working families reached ranks they never would have had access to before, bringing new hope to the people. A huge advantage, an arrest from the endless stream of numbers that tracked the economic warfare she'd been waging. The transformation was systematic, measurable, and exactly what she had hoped for in Ren's potential. Each successful cultivation was a vote against Goldcrest authority, and a small revolution in the lives of ordinary citizens. But her good mood evaporated when the message arrived. Her eyebrows rose upon recognizing Han's personal code, the double agent she had taken under her wing shortly after the ring incident. The boy had proven remarkably adaptable. I see, she murmured, folding the paper with deliberate care. She moved to her window, observing the city that stretched before her like an elaborate chessboard. The last few months had seen dramatic changes in the balance of power. Ren's cultivation methods were transforming society from the bottom up, giving her faction an advantage that Karzan hadn't anticipated. But if the Goldcrests could find and capture Ren's parents. I shouldn't have given the boys so many freedoms. Selfra began to regret allowing Ren the decision not to move his parents, trusting in the supposed tranquility of their remote location and how sparsely populated it was. The letters hadn't helped either. I should have anticipated this. Besides, the boy adores them, it would have been easy to scare him into compliance. Though after the incident with his inner god beast, I didn't want to disrespect him again. Yes, the boy's loyalty was absolute when it came to his family. But threatening them would either make him completely compliant or completely hostile, and given his recent growth in power, the latter option was becoming increasingly dangerous for everyone. She called for an assistant. I need you to discreetly contact Julius, Sirius, and Victor. Tell them we have a delicate situation at the border. An elderly man nodded immediately. What's the priority level, madam? Maximum. The Goldcrests may be escalating faster than we anticipated. We need to show presence at the border, but... Selphora paused, considering her words with the care of someone whose decisions affected thousands of lives, without provoking a response that none of us are ready to handle. A demonstration of defensive strength? Exactly. Enough to remind them they can't act with impunity, but not so much that they feel we want to cross to their side. Her fingers drummed against the windowsill as she calculated possibilities. We walk the razor's edge between deterrence and provocation. In Goldcrest territory, Karzan received the report about increased troop movements on the opposite border while dealing with furious representatives of the Stralfang clan. The timing couldn't have been worse, internal pressure from his allies coinciding with external pressure from his enemies. We demand immediate vengeance, bellowed Patriarch Stralfang, his tiger markings pulsing with purple-enhanced fury. My eldest son has been murdered by that damned old usurper's lackeys. The Patriarch's transformation was incomplete but visible, emotional stress triggering partial manifestation. His fingernails had sharpened into claws that scraped against the stone table, leaving deep gouges in the marble surface. And I deeply regret that, Karzan responded with forced patience, though his own beast stirred restlessly beneath his skin. But you insisted on sending him, and perhaps it was an accident. Understand that we must consider the timing. That same old Ashenway woman you're complaining about is already mobilizing forces at the border. This is exactly what she wants. And what does that matter? All of Yaino are our allies. Temporary and indirect allies still, Karzan corrected, his voice carrying the strain of someone explaining the same concept repeatedly. With their own interests. If they interpret our actions as the beginning of hostilities without consulting them. But they want us to attack too. In the first place, that old woman shouldn't be governing from the shadows. Stralfang's voice rose with each word, corruption-enhanced emotions making his arguments seem more compelling than they actually were. She takes advantage of the king's absence. We need to stop her. Even if we lose some stability at first, the people of the new Yano will understand when they receive this power. Karzan paused, considering the implications of what he was hearing. The rhetoric, originally crafted by himself and fed to his allies, sounded convincing when delivered with the emotional amplification that abyssal corruption provided. But beneath the passionate words lay the same fundamental problem that had plagued their cause from the beginning. Yet this idiot doesn't understand anything. We need at least 45% support and for Yaino to initiate hostilities to have a firm platform in the post-war period. A war now, initiated from their side, with only 25% assured popular support, would be their future suicide. Political suicide, military suicide, economic suicide. But completely ignoring the death of Stralfang's son could fracture his coalition, another desperate situation with no clear resolution. The political mathematics were unforgiving. Without popular support, victory would be Pyrrhic at best, devastating at worst. But without the support of big allies like the Stralfang clan, there would be no war to fight in the first place. We need a more subtle approach, he finally murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of impossible choices. Something that satisfies your family's honor but without provoking complete escalation. He turned to his assistants, decision crystallizing despite its risks. Call for Yaino's messengers. The order carried implications that everyone in the room understood. They were about to step into territory where miscalculation could cost them everything. On Selphora's side. How many troops have they mobilized? Julius asked when he met with Selphira, Sirius and Victor in private. The war room was deliberately austere, designed to focus minds on strategy rather than comfort. Maps covered every wall, marked with colored pins that tracked troop movements, supply lines, and political allegiances across the divided territory. Enough to be noticed, not enough to be considered an immediate threat, Selphira responded, her fingers tracing patterns on the largest map. But the question is, are they responding to our movements, or are they preparing something independent? Victor frowned. If they're planning something big, we should consider attacking first and recovering. No. Selphira's voice cut through the suggestion. That is exactly the mistake Karzan expects us to make. He wants us to initiate hostilities because he knows we don't yet have sufficient support to win. The perfect situation for Yino to benefit from our mutual destruction. Then what's the plan? We increase pressure near the rift but don't cross the line. Each month that passes, more families benefit from Ren's cultivation methods. Each month the war is delayed, our popular support grows. Julius nodded slowly, understanding beginning to dawn in his expression. Show a thicker defense on the side that Yino can easily observe. Exactly. Also take more of their troops far from the boy. But that doesn't mean we'll attack, though we also won't allow them to intimidate us or innocent families at the border without consequences. The strategy was elegant in its restraint, appear strong enough to deter aggression, but not so aggressive as to justify preemptive strikes. Walk the razor's edge between weakness and provocation. Back at Chen's house. Wei paced nervously through the storehouse, consulting his timepiece every few minutes. The waiting was agony, not knowing if their message had gotten through, not knowing if help was coming. Yang watched him from his position near the entrance, his stone expression revealing little of his thoughts. Troops are moving on both sides, Yang reported, his earth-enhanced senses picking up distant vibrations. I can feel the tremors faintly through the ground. Many people and a lot of equipment. Is that good or bad? Reed asked, adjusting the new backpack on his shoulders and the new clothes that Ren had brought him. Complicated, Wei responded. It means our message very likely got through and Selphira is responding. But it also means the Goldcrests are going to be more agitated. Fern, who had been silently consoling Chen's children when they couldn't find Ren to play with, approached the group. What does that mean for us? What do we do to help Ren then? Wei exchanged a meaningful look with Yang before stepping out of the pit to look toward the window where distant movement of troops could be seen in beast lights and far-off lanterns. It means we'll have a very narrow window, Wei explained, his mind calculating possibilities and probabilities. We act as far away as possible from the first conflict while both sides are positioning themselves and sending provocations. Old Chen coughed, drawing their attention. I've spoken with the neighbors. Many want to move, but they're scared. The troops, the rumors of war. Tell them it's precisely because of that we need to move now. Wei turned toward the door, decision crystallizing in his mind. Besides, neither side is ready for war, or it would have already erupted. So while both sides are being careful not to provoke escalation, that's when they have the least attention for small groups of refugees. And if you're wrong? Then Yang and I create our own distraction. As academy professors, we have certain recognition. The Goldcrests shouldn't be able to simply make us disappear without political consequences. Although, Yang added dryly, his voice carrying the dark humor of someone who had faced death before, those consequences might come after we're dead. Always so optimistic, Wei sighed, but there was affection in his exasperation. But you're right. It's a risk. Old Chen cleared his throat again. I've also been doing what you said. Counting the neighbors who want to cross. And there are more than I expected. Chen smiled bitterly, the expression of someone who had lived too long under oppression to be surprised by its effects. Turns out when you live under someone's boot, the first real opportunity to escape becomes very attractive. The underground network of discontent had been growing for months, fed by economic hardship and political repression. Chen's modest home had become an unofficial coordination point for the neighbors. Wei nodded, his mind already recalculating logistics. How many? 20 families, practically all of them, the few from our empty but big surrounding area. Chen paused, letting the number sink in. Including 28 children. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Moving almost 100 refugees across a militarized border wasn't a minor operation, it was a full-scale evacuation requiring coordination, timing, and resources they weren't sure they had. That changes things, Yang murmured, his mind already working through more complications. You and I will need more than a simple distraction. We'll need a real commotion. Maybe those unexpectedly large numbers aren't so bad. Wei smiled for the first time in hours, a plan beginning to form. Chen, how quickly can your neighbors be ready? They're already packing. Most only have what they can carry anyway. The old man's voice carried both sadness for what they were leaving behind and hope for what lay ahead. If they'll be given a temporary place to sleep on the other side, while this disgrace that won't let them work to eat ends. That's all they need. The desperation in his voice was telling. These weren't political refugees fleeing ideology, they were families fleeing starvation, oppression, the simple inability to live decent lives under the current system. Perfect. Wei headed toward the entrance, purpose finally replacing anxiety. Yang, stay with the boys' parents for now. I'm going to make some preparations for a better plan. As Wei headed out of the storehouse pit, Reed called after him. Professor, are you sure Ren and Lin will be safe when they come out from their new hiding place toward the plane? Wei stopped at the threshold, his back still turned. Your son has survived worse things. And Lin, well, she certainly won't let anyone else tire him out. But we should help with the distraction too. No, Wei turned around, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll personally handle initiating the distraction. I owe him that much. Wei hid among the thick vegetation a few kilometers from Chen's house, having moved relatively easily in the darkness now that troops seemed more dispersed in the vicinity. The repositioning of forces had created gaps in patrol coverage, exactly the kind of opportunity he'd been hoping for. With a fluid gesture, his Silver II Manticore, which fortunately at this level already had wings, materialized before him in all its glory. The beast was impressive, 3 meters in length, with the muscular body of a lion, bat wings that extended 6 meters, and a tail ending in a venomous stinger that dripped toxins. The creature's presence filled the small clearing with power, its eyes glowing with intelligence. Old friend, Wei murmured, placing a hand on the creature's flank, I need your eyes. The connection established immediately, decades of partnership making the fusion seamless. Wei closed his own eyes and began seeing through his manticores as the beast rose into flight. The ascent was vertiginous, the ground falling away with breathtaking speed. At altitude, Wei could see the border as a slightly irregular line of approximately 150 kilometers extending to the Great Rift. After a general reconnaissance, he descended to around 300 meters, where details became sufficiently clear for his beast's enhanced vision, patrols moving like ants, fortifications that looked like children's toys from this height. Perfect, he murmured, mentally directing his manticore toward the border. The first interceptor beasts appeared almost immediately. 2 silver eagles rose from watchtowers, their cries cutting through the air as they rapidly gained altitude. But Wei had expected correctly. His Silver II Manticore was more powerful than the individual standard patrol beasts, which were mostly Silver I. The eagles followed him, yes, but didn't dare attack directly while he wasn't attempting to cross without permission. Of course, sending the message with his beast would have been a bad idea, they would have known that the Yino-like code Han had taught him was a facade. There were few winged manticores in the city. The battle would also be slightly against Wei's beast, and reinforcements would arrive, but fighting wasn't his intention. Not yet. Instead, Wei directed his manticore deeper into Goldcrest territory, away from the border. To observers' eyes, it appeared to be a retreat, an appropriate submission before the border's show of force. The eagles ceased their pursuit once the threat moved sufficiently away from the sensitive zone. Wei smiled from his hiding place. Exactly as he had expected. While his manticore flew over Goldcrest territory, Wei scanned the landscape looking for what his memory told him should be there. 13 years had passed, but there it was. A temporary camp, tents scattered around smoking campfires. But it wasn't a normal military camp. The markings on the tents, the banners fluttering in the wind, the entire disposition of soldiers and equipment indicated aggression and urgency. Clan Strawfang. Of course, Wei murmured. His memory had been perfect. The young patroller Ren had ended wasn't just any soldier. He was the eldest son of Patriarch Strawfang, heir to the clan who had been, like hundreds of important children, his student once. And now the entire clan was here, in border territory, demanding vengeance for their lost heir. Wei directed his manticore in wide circles, observing the camp from multiple angles. He could see the tension even from this height, groups of men gesticulating angrily, meetings that looked more like arguments than strategic planning. The clan was agitated, volatile, exactly the kind of fuel barrel he needed for his purposes. Wei smiled, an expression that had nothing academic about it. It was time to light the fuse. Back in the forest. The sound of wind intensified, and Kirin descended like a comet through the forest canopy. His vulture fox had manifested completely, transforming him into an amalgamation of aerial predator and terrestrial hunter. His arms had extended into membranous brown-black wings, while his legs displayed enormous claws on his feet. His face had elongated into a muzzle full of sharp teeth, and his eyes glowed with the intense red of a hungry scavenger. He wasn't a double yet, they had rewarded him only recently. But the third corruption adaptation potion was giving him an increase in his transformation's intensity, pushing his beast beyond its normal limits. Kirin launched directly at Lin, his claws extended in a diving attack that cut through the air with precision. It wasn't a particularly elegant assault, but his aerial diving speed was considerable. The fastest attacks always came from aerial hunters, and he intended to end this quickly. But Lin instinctively stepped back, barely avoiding the claws aimed at her neck, and evaluated this new threat. The Yino agent still lay partially buried among rock debris, but now he had time to regenerate and regroup. The situation had just become a bit more complex. Kirin descended after his failed attack, diving directly toward where the Yino agent lay buried up to his neck, with only his head and one shoulder visible among the rock debris. The man breathed laboriously, his eyes glassy with the pain of regeneration, but at least conscious despite the golden mold still corroding his abyssal connection. Lin rose to meet Kirin, her crane manifesting partially even in her arms. But the moment her wings touched the air currents controlled by Kirin, she realized she was at a severe disadvantage. Her flying beast was much less developed than Kirin's. The elemental control was vastly superior in the Silver 3 beast. 240% against Lin's modest 40% from her mature kicker crane specialized in close combat. The air itself seemed to work against her, each movement she attempted becoming clumsy, as if swimming against an invisible current that grew stronger with every wing beat. Kirin maintained position directly above his fallen comrade, his wings extended creating a whirlwind of turbulent wind. While he used mana inefficiently, Lin realized what was really happening. He wasn't trying to attack them. He was buying time. Ren had already figured it out too. He watched how the air currents formed almost visible patterns around Kirin, creating velocity tunnels when he attacked and walls of resistance when Lin tried to maneuver closer. The precision was impressive, but the wide area and waste, telling. The Yino agent grunted as his connection to the abyssal scorpion slowly strengthened. His body transformed even more than before into the disgusting black-purple arachnid form that had been lurking beneath his human facade. The ground around him undulated, the rocks and earth that had buried him began to move with increasing coordination. His earth control had returned, at least from one of his beasts. Accelerated regeneration, the agent growled without taking his eyes off Lin and Ren. His voice carried a wet, chittering undertone that spoke of fundamental changes in his anatomy. Give me 30 seconds. We can't give them time, keep him busy. Ren shouted, moving his dagger so the golden mold still covering it glowed visibly in the forest light. I just need to get close from the other side. But Kieran had seen the contaminated weapon, recognizing the threat it posed to his corrupted ally. Oh no, brat. You're not getting near my partner with that filth that even mutates beasts. A gust of wind struck Ren, sending him staggering backwards several meters. It wasn't strong enough to injure him, but sufficient to keep him away from the recovering agent. Lin changed tactics immediately. If she couldn't fly effectively against Kieran, she would use the terrain to her advantage. She dropped to the ground, switching to her panther while running toward the nearest tree for leverage. Kieran was playing absolutely defensively, using his aerial control to create an exclusion zone around the injured agent. Ren realized he couldn't get close completely, so he sheathed his contaminated dagger. There was no point risking the weapon on an uncertain throw when he had other options available to him. He turned sideways to reduce wind resistance and extended his right hand, concentrating. The crystalline patterns in his arm pulsed with growing intensity, channeling energy toward his palm in familiar rhythms. The light ray formed slowly, a concentrated beam of purifying energy he had used before against corrupted humans and creatures. The distance was considerable, but the effect on the injured agent would be significant if he could charge everything he had. Kieran saw him preparing and intensified the wind currents around Ren's position, creating a localized storm designed to disrupt his concentration. The buried agent grunted, his scorpion patterns pulsing weakly under his skin. The regeneration process had begun, but it was slow. Too slow for comfort, with purifying energy being prepared to hit him again. Lin immediately understood what she needed to do. She had already leaped to the trunk, using her feline claws to climb vertically with superhuman grace. Kieran attacked the tree trying to impact her, but Lin switched to crane and used her more aerodynamic form to resist the impact while the tree bent under her legs and the wind pressure. Exactly what she wanted. Kieran's attack ceased for a moment when he inhaled, and the tree returned to its place almost like a spring, momentum that Lin exploited to jump and increase even more with her powerful, elongated legs. Kieran realized his mistake too late and tried to stop her with a desperate short burst, but her aerodynamic form and total velocity were too much. He had to create a second and even a third wind barrier to stop her barely 2 meters away, which left a momentary gap in his primary defense. Ren was already finishing preparing his shot, energy crackling between his fingers. Damn brat! Kieran roared, realizing how he'd been outmaneuvered. But just when he was about to fire, a small yet noisy voice spoke directly in his mind, Eureka! The interruption was so sudden and unexpected that Ren hesitated. His concentration shattered, the ray dissipating partially before firing slightly off target. The beam grazed the exposed shoulder of the buried agent. The effect was immediate and devastating. The man howled as purifying energy spread through his arm, brutally interrupting his regeneration process. The scorpion plates on his adjacent skin vanished temporarily, as if the corruption had physically recoiled from contact with pure energy. Kieran realized the problematic effect on his ally despite the low power of the attack. What the hell are you doing, little moron? Ren screamed mentally while Kieran took advantage of the pause to reposition defensively. I've been analyzing their corrupt energies with our new capability, the mushroom responded urgently, its mental voice practically vibrating with excitement. The buried one has a beast with complete abyssal core, but the flyer. The agent had used the interruption and fear of pain in his arm to accelerate his regeneration in other parts of his body, channeling all his remaining energy desperately toward the process. The rocks imprisoning him began to crack as his strength returned with compound interest. This isn't the time for those analyses or interruptions, idiot. Ren dodged a cutting wind gust from Kieran. Yes it is. The mushroom practically screamed in his mind. The flyer is mid-corruption process. His transformation isn't complete, but I can see how it advances little by little. The rocks and earth finally yielded to his control, his more serious wounds closing with visible speed. The Yino agent emerged completely from the ground, but his appearance had changed dramatically. Except for the purified and badly charred arm that was slowly becoming contaminated again. His body was almost completely covered by the black-purple exoskeleton of the abyssal scorpion. His arms had developed articulated pincers, and a segmented tail arched over his back with menace. The transformation was almost total, alien. There were no longer traces of humanity in his form. Remember how we experimented with the 2 corrupt cores in our academy room, but they barely reacted and seemed to contaminate the mana, the mushroom continued, its voice carrying the weight of breakthrough understanding. With my new extended perception, I finally understand how they work. Abyssal corruption isn't a mana infection. It's a transformation that combines it with that infrared energy. A fusion with the red particles. What exactly do you mean? Ren managed to ask while dodging another attack. Lin had returned to the ground, facing Kieran, who could now attack her more aggressively without having to protect his companion. The dynamic of the battle had shifted completely. But Lin didn't launch herself at him again due to the elemental control disadvantage. Instead, she used trees as cover, appearing and disappearing at different angles, forcing Kieran to follow her without being able to control her with wind through the dense forest canopy. Really? You're going to play hide and seek? Kieran laughed, but he had lost speed having spent so much mana so abruptly. The sustained wind control was taking its toll on his reserves. Lin didn't respond. Instead, when she reached the highest branches, she jumped toward the next tree. Kieran followed her, but now he had to navigate between branches and leaves, obstacles that limited his wind control significantly. The air tunnels he could create became shorter, more erratic, fighting against the natural windbreaks of the forest. There. Lin stopped abruptly on a thick branch, switched to her crane, and launched not forward but backward, directly toward Kieran, who was pursuing her at full speed. The reversal was perfect, using his momentum against him. Corruption follows specific patterns when joining. The mushroom pulsed intensely, its excitement almost overwhelming Ren's concentration. It's not random. And I think I can emulate it with my new energy. I want to test it. The fully transformed agent launched toward Ren with superhuman speed. He was no longer a man using a beast's power, he was a man being used by the beast, a puppet of abyssal will made manifest. Let's test it, the mushroom continued desperately. But wait, I'm not compatible with the Hydra, we're different things. Ren rolled to avoid the pincers that crashed where he had been a second before, the impact leaving deep gouges in the earth. Why are you talking about this right now if it doesn't help us? Can't you see the situation, you tiny brain? There was a pause while the mushroom processed the response, analyzing energy patterns that only it could perceive with its expanded consciousness. The sadistic teacher, it said finally, its small voice loaded with terrifying revelation. Take me to your sadistic teacher. I'm not tiny, I'm super big. Lin stopped abruptly on a thick branch, switched to her crane, and launched not forward but backward, directly toward Kieran, who was pursuing her at full speed. The maneuver was so unexpected that Kieran had no time to change direction. His momentum carried him forward like a missile while Lin passed beneath him, using her reverse impulse to grab his transformed legs as she went by. The additional weight and sudden trajectory change caused Kieran to lose control of his flight completely. It was exactly what Lin had been waiting for. She, now in her crane form, rose to kick Kieran in midair, and for the first time in the battle managed to connect a solid hit. Her foot, wrapped in bestial energy, impacted against the flyer's ribs with devastating force, sending him crashing toward the ground in an uncontrolled spiral. Lin followed from above, but Kieran managed to recover with a powerful gust at the last moment, his survival instincts overriding the pain. The impact still jarred him, leaves and debris swirling in the chaotic winds his panic had created. Do you realize we don't have time? Ren asked while creating distance from the scorpion, his crystalline armor gleaming as he moved. The transformed creature pursued him with primal intensity, each step leaving deep impressions in the forest floor. Its pincers snapped at the air where Ren had been moments before, the sound like massive rock scissors cutting through nothing. But this time, the mushroom didn't respond immediately. Ren could feel the small creature processing massive amounts of information, connecting patterns that encompassed much more than this individual battle. The mental connection between them hummed with unprecedented activity. "I just need to touch her for 10 seconds," the mushroom finally admitted, its mental voice carrying reluctant necessity. "I don't like asking you to do this again, but if you've done it before, it should be an option." "Throw me." Ren understood immediately. If the mushroom could work with Lin, then he could face the scorpion alone while the small creature did whatever it was planning to do. He fired 3 quick light rays toward the scorpion, not to cause significant damage but to create the necessary distance. The explosions of purifying energy and resulting pain blinded the creature momentarily, giving Ren the seconds he needed to execute his plan. "Teacher," he shouted, while the mushroom materialized completely in his palm, its tiny form pulsing with determination. "Catch this." 10 seconds of contact. Lin, who had been maneuvering around an increasingly wounded Kirin among the trees, looked toward Ren just in time to see the small mushroom flying toward her in a perfect arc. The tiny creature seemed to glow against the forest's dappled shadows. She was already gaining advantage in her aerial duel, and perhaps maintaining the status quo was the better idea, but trusting Ren had never seemed like a bad decision before. She switched to her crane, extending her transformed arms to create a wider landing surface. The mushroom glided toward her like a small golden light in the forest's twilight, its tiny arms spread like a miniature glider. But Kirin had seen the exchange, recognizing the significance even if he didn't understand the details. A gust of wind struck the small mushroom mid-flight, deflecting it several meters to the left. The tiny creature fought against the air current, its little arms flailing furiously against the invisible force that sought to deny its mission. "Damn flying bully!" Lin snarled, changing direction immediately. The mushroom hit the ground but didn't give up, using its small legs to run toward where Lin was positioned. Its determination was almost comical, a tiny being refusing to accept defeat despite the overwhelming forces arrayed against it. But Kirin wasn't going to make things easy. Another wind gust launched the mushroom farther away, the small creature tumbling through the air like a leaf in a storm. Lin leaped, switching to Panther for momentum from a branch, then back to Crane to achieve greater gliding distance. Her fingers brushed the small mushroom, almost closing around it, but Kirin was already launching a third wind attack that struck her and separated them again. The precision of his interference was maddening. Lin growled with frustration, her usually composed demeanor cracking under the pressure. This bastard was playing specifically to keep them separated, as if he understood that something critically important was happening. She changed tactics completely. Instead of directly pursuing the mushroom, she began using trees as shields against Kirin's wind gusts. She moved in a zigzag pattern, forcing the flyer to guess from which direction she would attack next. The mushroom, meanwhile, had gotten back up regardless of the failed attempts, driven by single-minded purpose. It had an objective and intended to fulfill it, no matter how many times it was knocked down. Meanwhile, Ren faced the transformed scorpion without his mushroom's assistance. Without the small creature in his system, he couldn't generate the big purifying light rays that had been so effective before. He only had his enhancements, especially his brute strength, and his crystalline claws. But he needed nothing else against this brute, the abomination had been a harder foe. Ren shot forward. The scorpion launched itself toward him too with pincers extended, each one the size of Ren's head and gleaming with chitinous menace. Its power was brutal, 240% strength multiplying every movement into something potentially lethal. Ren dodged to the left, his own 250% strength giving him the speed necessary to avoid the pincers by mere centimeters. But the scorpion was larger, more massive, its reach considerably longer than his. In a direct power fight, the mathematics weren't in his favor. Especially considering he was an 11-year-old child against what had been a fully grown, completely transformed adult. But Ren had advantages that raw power couldn't account for. When the scorpion attacked again, Ren didn't try to block or completely dodge. Instead, He used his limited elemental controls and his learned mana perception to predict the enemy's attacks. The creature was operating on reduced intelligence, making its patterns readable. He used his crystalline claws to redirect the attack, applying force at the correct angle to deflect the pincers toward a nearby tree. The pincers buried themselves deeply in the wood, becoming momentarily stuck as the scorpion's momentum worked against it. Ren took immediate advantage, his claws finding the joints in the scorpion's exoskeleton. He couldn't completely penetrate the creature's natural armor, but he could find the weak points where sections connected, exploiting the gaps that even abyssal transformation couldn't eliminate. Moreover, although Ren couldn't use purifying light without the mushroom's direct guidance, he could at least simulate what he remembered, making his attack slightly more effective than normal against the abyssal beast. The scorpion roared from pain, freeing its pincers from the tree with brute force at last. Wood splintered and flew as the creature tore itself free, but Ren had already leaped backward, maintaining distance. The transformed creature wasn't fighting intelligently. Its attacks were powerful but predictable. Ren could read its movements, anticipate attack patterns with growing confidence. A strike toward the right. Ren dodged, counterattacked with his claws toward the articulated elbow. A thrust with both pincers. Ren rolled underneath, slashing toward the exposed tendons in the rear legs. The scorpion's tail curved over its head, the stinger dripping venom that hissed when it hit the ground. Ren continued forward, inside the arc of attack, too close for the tail to reach him effectively. It was a deadly dance of precision against brute power. Ren couldn't allow any attack to connect completely, because any one of them could seriously injure him. But he also couldn't cause massive damage to the scorpion with each exchange. It was a war of attrition, and Ren hoped Lin and his mushroom would finish their experiment before he exhausted himself completely. "This better work," Ren muttered while dodging another combination of attacks. "Because I'm not likely going to be able to do this forever." Ren, the mushroom's voice suddenly sounded tense in his mind through their connection at a distance, for the first time, which would be a joyful situation since when outside it generally didn't speak to him and excluded him from the connection to do whatever it wanted. This time was different, but the reason. "I perceive multiple mana signatures approaching. Reinforcements." Ren's heart sank while he deflected another scorpion thrust. The patrols had perhaps noticed their comrades were taking too long, or maybe they had sensed the combat energy from a distance. Either way, time was running out. Kieran seemed to realize it a moment later, his expression changing from frustration to something resembling relief. "Ah, it seems my colleagues finally decided to investigate what's taking us so long." A cruel smile spread across his face, revealing teeth that had grown sharper during his partial corruption. "I hope you finished your little games, because this is about to get interesting." Lin caught the implicit threat while continuing her semi-aerial dance. Reinforcements meant they had minutes, maybe less, before being completely overwhelmed by superior numbers. But they also knew they couldn't simply flee. Not yet. Kieran knew that too, so he returned to the extreme defensive that would ensure he could hold out until reinforcements arrived. His wind control shifted from aggressive pursuit to protective barriers. But Lin saw the opportunity in his repositioning. Kieran was concentrating on creating a new wind barrier to stop her frontal approach. But that meant he couldn't control all the minor currents she had been using. She launched directly toward him again, knowing Kieran would expect to repel her. Instead, at the last moment, she switched to Panther and dropped into a diving fall toward the ground, using gravity as her ally. The mushroom, following the minor currents that Kieran couldn't spare attention to control, arrived just as Lin extended her hand. Her fingers closed around the small creature with desperate strength. 10 seconds, the mushroom immediately shouted, the mental connection establishing with shocking ease. "Don't let go of me no matter what happens." The sensation was unlike anything Lin had ever experienced. Suddenly, she could perceive mana flows, energy patterns, the very fabric of power that wove through the forest around them. The mushroom's enhanced consciousness merged temporarily with hers, opening perceptions she never knew existed. Lin casually dodged another wind gust from Kieran, who now seemed more concerned with maintaining a defensive position than attacking aggressively. The approaching reinforcements gave him confidence, but also made him more cautious. Survival until backup arrived had become his primary objective. While maneuvering between aerial attacks, Lin glanced toward where Ren continued his battle with the transformed scorpion. She wasn't particularly worried about him. She trained him almost daily and knew his capabilities perfectly. Although Ren wasn't yet a master of pure technique, his reflexes were extraordinary and his adaptability. Well, there were increasingly moments when he made her get completely serious, though she would never admit it aloud. The scorpion guy was powerful, yes, but he had also lost all his human intelligence in the transformation. He was predictable, brutal, instinctive. Ren could withstand him, possibly even defeat him if he had enough time and managed to use one of his more powerful light rays effectively. Yet time was exactly what they didn't have. The reinforcements would be here soon. Lin calculated quickly. She needed to take down both Kiran and the scorpion fast enough that they could escape before being numerically overwhelmed. But the mathematics were simple and discouraging. She didn't have sufficient power to win so quickly. Unless she fought against everyone for a while and ran. Forget about that, the mushroom's small voice interrupted her grim thoughts. It won't be necessary for you to stay behind. You mean there's another option? Lin asked mentally, still dodging Kiran's aerial attacks. I'm going to give your beasts the possibility of combining, the mushroom responded with something that sounded suspiciously like pride. A true fusion. Lin frowned, confused. The concept seemed impossible, beasts simply didn't work that way. I don't understand. This isn't a new ability, the mushroom explained patiently as the 10 seconds finished. With the second ring, which unfortunately they didn't let me obtain, it can be done naturally to a single person. But now I believe I've learned to do it by myself, with my own magical cells, to as many as I want. The explanation didn't clarify much for Lin, who continued without fully understanding while looking at the small mushroom who had an expression that suggested it wanted praise. The beasts must be of similar level, the mushroom continued, its mental voice carrying the tone of a lecturer warming to a favorite subject, and both receive a temporary semi-evolution. Your power should increase by around 50% in total thanks to that. And the best part is that 2 copies of the fusion are generated, since both beasts end up combined in the same new species. 2 copies. One manifests in your body, convenient for you to resist the overdrive load. The other is the fusion summoned outside of you. But the mushroom made a significant pause, its mental voice becoming more serious. You must keep in mind that it's something that will leave you exhausted soon. Maybe you have about 5 minutes before collapsing. Lin still didn't completely understand the mechanics of what the mushroom described. The theory sounded impressive, but practically. Was it talking about something like Selfra's supposed trump card? That weird story she had heard Leora murmur about in her conversations with Luna and Larissa. That improbable narrative that seemed more like a myth Selfra made up just to mess with them. Why aren't you using it already? Look, the mushroom sighed with the patience of someone explaining something obvious to a child. For this once, I'll do it for you. Get ready. Before Lin could ask what she was supposed to prepare for, she felt as if liquid fire ran through her veins. It wasn't exactly pain, but rather a deeper transformation than anything she had experienced before. Her body began to glow with a light that was neither the red power of her panther lizard nor the pure white of her crane. It was something completely new, a denser radiance that seemed to absorb both powers and forge them into something greater. The feathers that sprouted from her arms weren't the familiar white plumes of her crane. They were black as midnight, but with a metallic sheen that made them appear forged from liquid obsidian. The bone structure of her legs lengthened slightly and strengthened simultaneously, increasing flight lightness while enhancing terrestrial combat power. Her legs developed the powerful musculature of the panther, but maintained the extended structure that allowed her crane to reach and maneuver. Yet most impressive was what appeared beside her. A second figure materialized nearby, a combination between bird and panther, a creature with long feathers, with only 2 legs but capable of moving and gliding so fast it seemed able to fly. The copy stood beside her, moving with perfect synchronization but capable of acting autonomously. It was like her shadow had gained independent life. Kieran stopped completely, his eyes fixed on the transformation with something that looked like recognition and horror. "Impossible," he murmured, instinctively backing away. His voice carried the tremor of someone witnessing something that shouldn't exist. "It's what happened to the creature that ate the mantis." His mind returned involuntarily to his reconnaissance flight, to the aberration he had seen devouring the infected mirror mantis. The same fusion of species that shouldn't be able to combine without the medium of a body adapted to corruption. How? He began to ask, but Lynn was no longer interested in explanations. She had only 5 minutes. The new form gave her sensations she had never experienced. She could feel the air not just around her, but as part of her. Every current, every breeze, every atmospheric disturbance was as clear as if she could see it with her eyes. At the same time, the strength flowing through her transformed muscles was intoxicating. It wasn't just the sum of her 2 beasts, it was something multiplicative, synergistic. Reinforcements are coming, she reminded herself, though part of her wondered if she could eliminate even them in this state. Kieran launched a desperate wind gust, the type of attack he had been using to maintain distance effectively throughout the battle. It was his strongest technique, compressed air that had proven capable of stopping her previous approaches. Lynn and her copy moved. They didn't dodge the attack, they cut it. Their black feathers sliced through the compressed air like blades, dividing the gust into harmless currents that dispersed ineffectively at their sides. The display of casual power was as beautiful as it was terrifying. "My turn," Lynn said, her voice now carrying a dual resonance that seemed to come from both her throat and the air itself. Kieran tried to retreat, create distance, regroup his scattered thoughts. Lynn and her beast launched toward him from opposite angles, moving with a speed that made her previous efforts seem sluggish in comparison. Kieran threw all his remaining wind power, creating a storm of compressed air that should have sent both Lynn and her fused beast flying backward. It was everything he had left, his final desperate gambit. But the air blades disintegrated again upon contact with Lynn's black feathers and those of her beast. The intensity of the barrier didn't seem to matter, the feathers cut through his power as if it were mist. Kieran barely had time to ascend as a last resort, desperately trying to escape toward where he could hear reinforcements approaching. Height had always been his domain, his advantage. Lynn leaped between trees, following his ascending trajectory with multiplied agility. She launched after him, and Kieran finally managed to push her with a wind gust in the air. It seemed that the heights were indeed still the Tamer's domain. Lynn could keep the earth and its immediate vicinity. For a moment, it seemed he would manage to escape. Then Lynn's fused beast arrived from below her, its powerful legs carrying it to meet back-to-back with Lynn and giving her the extra boost she needed. Lynn rose at great speed, physics and bestial power combining into something unstoppable. Her claws closed around Kieran's ankle, and she hurled him toward the forest floor with even more devastating force than before. Kieran tried to stop himself, launching desperate gusts that didn't work entirely this time. The impact was brutal. His partially corrupted body absorbed some of the damage, but not enough. When Lynn landed, Kieran barely managed to rise unsteadily to attack, the abyssal potions giving him more and more beast traits that allowed him to squeeze every last gram of energy from his creature while roaring with feral desperation. But Lynn effortlessly dodged each of his attacks while moving around him and delivering cuts and blows that opened bleeding furrows in his increasingly transformed form. When Lynn's beast also landed behind Kieran. "Wait!" Kieran gasped, blood running down his transformed face. "I know things. Valuable information about." "You're right," Lynn responded, her now red eyes fixed on him with the cold evaluation of a professional. "You know a lot." Her beast moved like lightning, its talon finding Kieran's neck with precision. The crack was final and definitive. A few moments earlier, the small mushroom had returned to Ren's system, materializing back into his body with a flash of golden light. Time to go, it announced immediately, its mental voice carrying satisfaction and urgency in equal measure. I already saw that I can do what I wanted. Great, Ren grunted while dodging another scorpion thrust. Though you seem a bit upset. The sadistic one didn't thank me, the mushroom responded with a hurt tone that would have been comical under different circumstances. She's busy, Ren blocked an attack with his crystalline claws, the impact sending vibrations up his arms. I'm sure she'll thank you later. But right now, help me deal with this. The small creature grudgingly accepted the logic of the situation. The light lines began pulsing through Ren's body with renewed intensity. His light attacks became more concentrated, more powerful. He was finally managing to hurt the scorpion significantly, each ray leaving visible damage that didn't immediately regenerate. But then the reinforcements arrived. Two figures emerged between the trees. Ren analyzed them quickly, a normal tracker with a terrestrial beast, and another abyssal, this one with a silver 1 core and one silver 2 corrupt core specialized in speed. He immediately found himself surrounded, 3 enemies attacking him from different directions. Run! Lin's voice cut through the air as she and her beast arrived like a storm of black feathers and claws to dominate the new battlefield. The normal tracker was the first to fall. Lin's beast reached him from behind with devastating efficiency. He didn't have a chance to even manifest his defensive abilities. The speedy abyssal was more difficult. Lin cut him repeatedly, but he regenerated each time, his abyssal core repairing the damage. The scorpion was in the same situation, its regeneration keeping it in the fight with Ren despite accumulated damage that should have been fatal. Lin remembered her time limit, the 5-minute countdown ticking in her consciousness. She hurried, her figure with 360% speed increase making her a blur that the speed abyssal couldn't match despite his specialization. She began cutting him systematically, dismembering him faster than he could regenerate. At the same time, her beast kept the scorpion occupied, giving Ren space to maneuver and plan his final attack. The spores are slower, Ren thought, an idea forming as he watched the two abyssals resist more than they should have. Maybe now I can use the ray to finish this. If you get them together, I can cancel their regeneration with a concentrated attack. Lin understood immediately. She and her beast began pushing both abyssals toward the same point, destroying them with blows and cuts while positioning them for Ren's finishing move. Ren channeled almost all his energy into a single attack. The light lines in his body blazed like stars while a massive ray formed in his chest, drawing power from every enhanced cell in his body. Now. The ray impacted both creatures simultaneously. The purifying energy spread through their abyssal systems, destroying the combination and regeneration processes permanently. The corruption that had sustained them simply ended. The screams cut off abruptly. Where the two had been, only smoldering ashes remained, the purifying light having reduced them to their fundamental components. The next reinforcements arrived, but only found scattered ashes and some bodies almost completely consumed by golden spores. There was no sign that the fugitives were anywhere nearby. Lin ran across the plains, her fused beast moving alongside her while Ren rode on its back. They had already crossed the border, but continued moving quickly to put distance between them and any possible persistent pursuer. The open terrain favored speed over stealth now. Another to the left, Ren indicated, seeing through his mana eyes and his mushroom's knowledge. His enhanced perception painted the landscape with invisible information. There's also a group of hypnotic frogs ahead. Lin and her beast veered, easily avoiding the minor creatures. When an unavoidable zone blocked their path, Lin's new wind blades cleared them without reducing speed. We left them far behind, Ren observed, looking toward the magical forest fading in the distance. I think we're safe. Good, Lin panted, stopping along with her beast, her breathing becoming labored. The transformation's demands were finally catching up with her. Because I'm out of time. The transformation unraveled suddenly. Her fused beast vanished, returning to her interior, and Lin collapsed as the extreme energy that had sustained her simply evaporated. Ren managed to slide off the beast's back before it fell completely, catching Lin as she fainted from exhaustion. Her body felt surprisingly fragile after witnessing her display of overwhelming power. "Thank you," he murmured, lifting her onto his back. Despite his young age, his enhanced strength made the burden manageable. "Now it's my turn to carry." The small mushroom pulsed in his hair. "Where to now?" Ren looked toward the plain, where the city began in the distance. "It's time to ask for more support," he said with determination. "We have to get my parents and the neighbors who wanted out of Goldcrest territory." With Lin unconscious on his back, Ren headed toward the city, toward the support they would need for the next phase of their mission. In the joint Goldcrest Yino camp, the abyssal soldier clearly remembered what had happened during transport. The flyer who had been carrying the wounded tracker alongside him had developed small golden marks on his neck and arms, spores spreading slowly from the points of contact like a creeping infection. "That's when I realized," he explained to the Yino officer taking his report. "My arm had completely recovered after the first contact with the infected. The abyssal energy had burned away the spores, but shortly after it had recovered, I suppose thanks to the abyssal mana core being in the center of our torso." The officer, a middle-aged man, took notes meticulously. "So you decided to use more energy from your beast once your arm healed to help your companion?" "Exactly. I touched the infected areas with the recovered abyssal energy in my hands, and the golden marks vanished." The soldier demonstrated the motion, though his hands remained clean now. "Like washing away dirt." "Pain?" "For me, yes. Significant burning sensation. For him, barely discomfort. But it worked." The soldier's voice carried the matter-of-fact tone of someone reporting successful field medicine. "The first sick soldier looked worse, so I decided to channel from both arms this time, and the infection retreated considerably too." The officer observed the original tracker, now stabilized but still unconscious on a nearby cot. His body showed the effects of the spore's energy absorption, pale skin that looked almost translucent, labored breathing that rattled slightly in his chest and general weakness that left him looking decades older than his years. "And is there any analysis of these creatures?" A beast specialist, sent specifically from Yino's central city, approached with a collection of carefully contained samples. Each vial glowed faintly with golden light. "They're completely unknown," he reported, setting down his collection with care. "They don't appear in any of our species catalogs. Their behavior is aggressively parasitic, so far they only seem negatively affected when confronted with our abyssal energy specifically." His tone carried the mood of a scholar encountering something that challenged fundamental assumptions about the natural order. "Origin? Impossible to determine without more information. We could be seeing a new species that evolved naturally, or something." He paused, considering his words carefully. "Ancient." The specialist showed one of the samples under a mana crystal amplifier. Under some magnification, the golden substance revealed a bit of what seemed like complex internal structures. "Their life cycle appears simple. They feed on almost any energy source, reproduce rapidly in the presence of infected bodies or crystals, and apparently can form larger, organized structures. Recommendations: avoid direct contact unless you have access to abundant abyssal energy for neutralization. And report any sightings of these golden structures immediately." The specialist's voice carried the weight of someone who understood what this biological threat could accomplish. "We're dealing with something that could potentially spread beyond our ability to contain." The officer closed his notes with a decisive snap. "I'll prepare the report for transmission to our capital. Priority classification, urgent." In Cashin's room, Cashin read the complete report about the incident with the golden spores that Karzan had provided him regarding the possible cause of what he had witnessed at the academy. His eyes stopped at the description of the boy with mushroom-type beast they had been pursuing during the discovery. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly as he recalled his own observation of the boy at the academy. The purifying light ray he had witnessed, the way it had cleansed Klein's abyssal corruption with an ease that had seemed impossible at the time. The memory was crystal clear, the flash of light, Klein surprised as the purple energy faded, the boy's casual dismissal of what should have been a miraculous feat. "I see," he murmured to himself. At that moment, he had thought he was witnessing something unique, a special ability that could change the balance of power against them. Something that required possibly even desperate measures. But now, reading about these anti-abyssal spores and the fact that the boy had a mushroom-type beast. Maybe it wasn't so mystical after all. The connection seemed obvious in retrospect. A boy with a mushroom beast that happened to be naturally resistant or even effective against abyssal energy. But not a special ability developed by the boy himself, only simple biological compatibility with a creature from his home region. How many times do we see what we want to see instead of what's really there, he asked himself. He had been so desperate to find a bigger threat that he had elevated a lucky child to the category of mystical prodigy. The human mind's tendency to create patterns, to assign significance where none existed, had led him astray. Even going so far as to think of attributing the revolutionary cultivation methods for the poor masses to him, methods that Selphra and the royal family had surely been keeping secret for a long time. The reality was probably much more mundane. The boy had a beast that, by coincidence, had gained a weird light skill, effective against low-level abyssal corruption. Useful, certainly, but not the secret weapon he had imagined. The cultivation methods, a supposed genius. Cashin shook his head, feeling the weight of his own misperceptions. Propaganda. Exaggeration to create a mythical figure. He stored the report in a drawer, his priority level for the matter considerably reduced. There were more important threats to pursue than fantasies about child prodigies. Though, he thought as he closed the drawer, perhaps it would be worth keeping an eye on the development of these new mushroom species. If someone else learned to use them differently, that would be a real threat worth preventing. Fortunately, they were in his territory. But the boy himself, probably just a pawn in a much larger game. The purple threads in Cashin's hands moved rapidly again, weaving patterns of influence and manipulation. Flying low over a patch of trees. Wei knew quite well the noble alliances of most of his students, as he had always been someone concerned with his image, perhaps too much, which had led to his stumble with Ren. For years he had memorized every detail of the noble alliances surrounding his students. Academic politics required such knowledge, who could be offended, who could be leveraged, who held power behind seemingly innocent facades. And who didn't. But today it would serve him. His relentless absorption of official records, which in the past had seemed like the highest priority as a teacher, now didn't seem so important, but at least he could extract utility from it. He knew not just alliances, but also enmities. And if he could fly to the Blackwood camp, he would find the Strawfang's rival. The rivalry for being the Goldcrest's right hand was only a few decades old, but it was quite intense. Two proud families, both believing they deserved primacy, both willing to go to considerable lengths to undermine the other. Wei landed his manticore in a wooded hollow 2 kilometers from the Blackwood camp. It was already morning, and a huge silver 2 manticore would be impossible to hide in daylight, so he would have to continue on foot. What he needed was to create evidence that the Blackwoods were celebrating the death of the Strawfang heir. The plan was crude but effective: plant evidence of celebration, let it be discovered, and watch the rival families tear each other apart while Ren's parents escaped in the chaos. Wei moved through the forest with surprising stealth. He approached the area where it seemed the morning patrols would attend to their solitary needs. He didn't have to wait long. A Blackwood guard moved away from the camp perimeter, clearly heading toward a cluster of bushes to attend to natural necessities. He was a robust young man, probably a new recruit based on his nervous glances around the area. Wei waited until the man was in the most vulnerable position, then moved silently from behind. The guard never saw what hit him. Wei worked quickly. He removed his travel clothes and dressed in the guard's uniform, which fit reasonably well. The fabric was coarser than he was accustomed to, but it would serve its purpose. He took the man's identification documents and the patrol papers he carried. Now he had identity and reason to be in the camp. Wei tied and gagged the unconscious guard. He hid him behind the bushes where he wouldn't be found easily, arranging fallen branches to provide additional concealment. With the uniform on and some random papers in hand, Wei headed toward the camp. The guards at the entrance greeted him casually, just another patroller returning from his rounds. Once inside, Wei headed directly toward the administrative tent. His story was simple: he needed to deliver official documents. In his experience, people rarely questioned bureaucratic procedures when they seemed routine. Now comes the dangerous part. The main scribe's tent was deeper inside, identifiable by the constant flow of messengers entering and leaving. Wei knew he would find what he really needed there: official documents, writing materials, and most importantly, the Blackwood family seal. Wei blended with a group of messengers carrying morning dispatches, following them to the entrance of the administrative tent. When they dispersed to their various tasks, he simply continued walking inside as if he belonged there. The tent was a hive of activity. Scribes copying orders, officers dictating reports, messengers waiting for instructions. Wei moved toward a side table where he had spotted writing materials and seals stored in a wooden box. He barely had 2 minutes. "Can I help you?" A voice stopped him. Wei stopped and naturally approached the senior scribe, a middle-aged man whose ink-stained fingers spoke of administrative service. "Documents for processing," Wei said, extending the parchment he had taken from the guard. "Special dispatch," Wei murmured, adopting the bored tone of someone handling routine paperwork. "I need the official seal to authenticate." The scribe frowned, his bureaucratic instinct sensing something irregular. On whose behalf? Wei had a fraction of a second to decide. "Commander Blackwood. Urgent matter concerning matrimonial arrangements." The mention of matrimonial affairs made the scribe hesitate. Those topics were notoriously delicate and complex among the nobility, the kind of sensitive political maneuvering that could make or break careers. "I should verify with." Of course, Wei nodded, beginning to step back with calculated reluctance. "I'll tell the commander that his urgent family matters require additional verification." The implicit tone of reproach made the scribe blink nervously. In the noble world, delaying high command affairs was a serious offense. "No, it's fine," the scribe quickly opened the box and extracted the seal. "What document needs authentication?" Wei had prepared for this moment. He produced a sheet of paper with text already written, the kind of document that passed through administrative channels dozens of times per day. The scribe reviewed it routinely, his eyes scanning the formal language without truly absorbing the content. Confirmation of matrimonial arrangements between Lady Isabella Blackwood and Lord Marco Goldcrest, third son of the fourth wife. The agreed terms include the Eastern Valley territories and commercial passage rights. We expect this union to strengthen our family's position as Lord Curzon's principal advisors, a position that some minor clans seem to believe belongs to them by birthright, despite their evident inexperience in matters of true importance. The scribe read quickly through only the beginning, too busy and preoccupied to notice the subtle insult embedded in the formal language. He applied the seal automatically, the red wax marking the document as officially sanctioned. "Done," he said, returning the seal to its box with practiced efficiency. "Thank you." Wei took the document and headed toward the exit with a calm but determined pace. Once outside the tent, Wei found a discreet corner and carefully added in handwriting remarkably similar to the original script, "We expect this union to clearly demonstrate which families have true value to House Goldcrest, unlike those whose only recent contribution has been the clumsy loss of heirs through basic incompetence and foolishness in pushing for achievements beyond their station." The ink was slightly different, but in the chaos that would follow, no one would stop to analyze technical details. Now he needed a Blackwood banner and the perfect opportunity to plant both pieces of evidence. Wei headed toward the ceremonial supplies tent. This time he used the same direct tactic. He simply entered as if he had authority to be there, took a small Blackwood banner, and left with confidence. The key to successful infiltration was acting like you belonged wherever you went. With both elements in his possession, Wei headed outside, his mind already calculating the next phase of his plan. He needed to find the perfect opportunity to plant the evidence. Walking directly to the Strawfang camp would be too obvious, but if he could make it seem like a Blackwood had been careless. He found his opportunity near the camp perimeter, a Blackwood soldier, clearly drunk from the previous night, sleeping under a tree. The man's disheveled appearance and the empty bottle beside him painted a perfect picture of excess and poor judgment. Wei studied the situation carefully. Perfect. He worked methodically, tying the document to the drunk officer's belt and wrapping the banner around his arm like a celebratory band. The positioning had to look natural, as if the man had done this himself in a moment of drunken triumph. Then, using his enhanced strength, he carefully lifted the man and carried him with his manticore toward Strawfang territory. The most difficult part was climbing a tree near the camp with the extra weight, since the manticore was too conspicuous to approach the Strawfangs directly. He positioned the officer on a low but visible branch, arranging everything to make it appear that the man had climbed there in his drunken state to make a deliberate demonstration. Wei descended from the tree and retreated to a safe distance, then picked up a stone and threw it against the trunk directly below where he had placed the officer. The noise and vibration were sufficient. The drunk officer stirred, lost his balance, and fell from the tree with a cry and crash that alerted everyone in the area. Wei observed from the bushes while a Strawfang patrol came running upon hearing the commotion. What they found was a clearly drunk Blackwood officer, wearing a ceremonial banner as a celebratory band, with an insulting official document tied to his belt. The confused and stammering explanations of the drunk man only made the situation worse. The more he tried to explain that he didn't remember how he had gotten there, the more guilty he sounded. Wei began to withdraw when he saw the Strawfang patrol leader take the document and read it. The man's expression went from confusion to absolute fury in seconds, his face darkening with the kind of rage that preceded violence. He reached the point where he could summon his manticore safely. As he rose into the air, Wei could see groups of Strawfangs mobilizing aggressively toward an internal border, voices raised in angry discussion. The distraction had worked perfectly. Now he had to get back before his plan lost its impact. Yang was already in motion. The large number of people wanting to cross would be very conspicuous, so first he had to give the border guard something else to do. He had got them to agree to give him about 30 minutes to generate a problem at the border post adjacent to the one he wanted to empty, that is, a few kilometers away from the gate the procession would use. Yang arrived at the border post 3 kilometers from where Chen and the refugees would attempt to cross. What he found surprised him, a line of workers much longer than usual, dozens of people sitting on the dusty ground under the sun. The sight was more desperate than he had anticipated. "What's happening?" he asked a middle-aged man who was wiping sweat with a threadbare shirt. "The guards won't let us pass today," the man responded, pointing toward the magically reinforced rock gate. "They say there are security situations but won't explain what. We've been here since before dawn." Yang observed the crowd, approximately 50 workers, most with basic iron beasts. Common plants, some minor insects, nothing that could represent a real threat. But they all looked desperate, hungry, needing work on the other side to feed their families. People who had walked hours in the pre-dawn darkness only to be told their livelihood was indefinitely suspended. Perfect. Yang approached several groups discreetly, planting the same suggestion in a low voice. "I heard from a merchant that they're going to open the gate in a few minutes. Something about orders that arrived from the capital." The lie spread rapidly among the anxious crowd like wildfire through dry grass. People began to stand up, gathering their belongings, approaching the closed gate again with renewed hope gleaming in their tired eyes. Yang positioned himself strategically near the front of the group, but not completely at the head. He wanted it to appear spontaneous. Through the gate's bars he could see the 2 guards, an older man with mole fur covering his muscular arms, and a younger one with the bluish skin characteristic of aquatic toad users. Both Silver 1 rank, formidable against common workers, but below Yang's level. The older guard's experience showed in his posture, alert but not panicked, ready for trouble but hoping to avoid it. The younger one fidgeted nervously, clearly uncomfortable with the growing crowd. "Please," a woman cried from the crowd, her voice cracking with desperation. "My children haven't eaten since yesterday." "We have the right to work," added another man. The guards exchanged nervous glances. The crowd was growing more agitated by the minute, pressing closer to the gate like a tide that couldn't be held back indefinitely. Young waited until the tension reached the breaking point, reading the crowd's mood. "Back off," he roared, his rock behemoth manifesting instantly in all its massive glory. The massive beast materialized with a roar that shook the earth beneath everyone's feet. Without ceremony, Ong directed all his behemoth's force against the reinforced gate. The rock disintegrated like sand before its overwhelming power. The arch supporting the entrance cracked and collapsed, taking with it an entire section of the wall. Rocks and debris flew as a breach several meters wide opened where the wall had stood moments before. The destruction was spectacular and immediate, the magical reinforcement reduced to rubble in seconds. The guards reacted with high-level speed to get out of the way just in time. The older man immediately summoned his deep menace, a giant mole nearly 4 meters tall with claws that gleamed with metallic energy. The younger one called forth his armored toad, a blue creature of similar size with plated armor covering its massive back. Young climbed onto his beast's shoulders and smiled with grim satisfaction. Without wood element beasts among his opponents, he had a decisive advantage in this terrain. The armored toad was the first to attack, launching a torrent of pressurized water that could have knocked down any bronze or iron beast. The attack came with surprising force, the water compressed into a cutting stream. But Yang's behemoth simply raised a wall of rock from the ground, splitting the attack and letting the water drain harmlessly to the sides. The defense was casual, almost contemptuous in its ease. Yang counterattacked immediately. His behemoth charged directly toward the toad, using its superior mass and elemental control to create a rock ramp that catapulted it straight toward its opponent. The impact was devastating. The armored toad was crushed and buried several meters downward, its armor plating cracking under the force of the blow. But the deep menace Tamer was more experienced and problematic. The beast had submerged underground at the moment of the initial attack, using its natural excavation abilities to attack from below where his behemoth's advantages were neutralized. Yang felt the ground trembling under his feet just before the mole emerged directly beneath his behemoth, its metallic claws cutting through rock like butter. The battle intensified rapidly. Yang used his beast's elemental control to recover the damage and create favorable terrain, raising pillars and creating pits to limit the mole's mobility and try to crush it. But the deep menace was persistent, appearing and disappearing underground, attacking from unpredictable angles with the patience of a practiced guerrilla fighter. The armored toad had recovered slightly and now attacked in coordination with the mole, targeting Yang directly to distract him while creating puddles of water that turned solid ground into slippery mud. It was an even battle until something unexpected happened. The workers, seeing the breach opened in the wall and desperate after weeks of lost work, began moving toward the border with determination born of desperation. "It's our chance," someone shouted. "Now or never." The crowd surged forward like a dam bursting, but many didn't limit themselves to simply running. Several workers with plant beasts began attacking the deep menace, recognizing an opportunity to help their impromptu liberator. Individually, their iron plants were useless against a silver one beast. But when more than 10 workers coordinated their attacks, using vines to limit the mole's movements and roots to block its escape tunnels, the situation changed dramatically. The deep menace, trapped on the surface for the first time since the battle had begun, became an easy target for Yang's behemoth. Without its underground mobility, the mole's advantages evaporated. The final blow was simple but effective. Yang directed his beast in a massive downward strike that crushed the mole against the ground with sufficient force to create an enormous crater. The older guard screamed as his connection to the beast was abruptly severed, the shock of his companion's destruction sending him to his knees. Soon the workers did the same with the toad, their combined plant attacks overwhelming its defenses through sheer coordinated persistence. The younger guard, seeing his fallen companion and his own armored toad gravely wounded and trapped, raised his hands in surrender. "Enough. I surrender." But Yang knew this was only the beginning. In the distance, he could see dust rising from multiple directions, clouds that spoke of rapid movement and significant numbers. Reinforcements were arriving, probably alerted by the noise of battle. "Cross now," he shouted to the workers. "Everyone who can." The crowd needed no further incentive. Dozens of people ran through the breach. Yang maintained his position, his behemoth position defensively to cover the civilians' retreat. He had achieved his objective. With luck, Wei would have completed his part of the plan, and Chen would already be moving the refugees toward their designated crossing point while attention was focused here. Yang calculated that he had perhaps 5 minutes before being completely outnumbered. "Keep moving," he roared, keeping his behemoth ready to repel any attempt by reinforcements to stop the flow. Chen observed the border gate 3 kilometers from where Yang was creating his distraction. More than 100 people marched behind him, including the 20 families from the neighborhood, and they were about to add to the group of local workers who had been waiting to cross since before dawn. The 2 guards at this post looked nervous, their eyes darting between the approaching crowd and the distant sounds of conflict. They weren't accustomed to seeing processions this large, especially not after recent tensions at the border. "What's all this?" asked the senior guard, a corpulent man with bare fur covering his massive arms. "We are workers," Chen responded calmly, his voice carrying the patience of someone who had dealt with stronger people for decades. "Many families don't have jobs on the Goldcrest side. You know we must seek opportunities on the other side." The second guard, younger and with the reddish, scaly skin characteristic of infernal salamander users, frowned. "This is irregular. We should call for reinforcements. I don't like seeing so many people here." Chen watched the young man make a signal with his hand, expelling a fireball upward, probably trying to contact other patrols. But the signal seemed to receive no response. Yang and Wei's distractions must be working. Chen noticed that most of the original workers who had been waiting began approaching his group. Desperation and hope were contagious emotions that spread through crowds like wildfire. Chen nodded approvingly. There is some strength in numbers. A crowd that made the 2 guards look increasingly nervous. Their body language shifted from casual authority to genuine concern as they realized they were severely outnumbered. Chen waited until he felt the moment was perfect, reading the crowd's energy and the guards' growing uncertainty. He discreetly raised his hand. "Now," he shouted. The entire crowd launched itself toward the border gate simultaneously. But the guards reacted immediately with trained efficiency. The older man summoned his silver one earth bear, a massive beast that immediately began reinforcing the border wall, creating additional rock barriers and using its seismic senses to detect anyone trying to climb or dig. Vines began advancing toward him. The elemental disadvantage was obvious to the workers, who were overwhelmingly plant tamers. Their green appendages snaked across the ground with purpose. But it was the second guard who created the real problem. His infernal salamander materialized in a burst of heat and flames, immediately creating a wall of fire that extended across the entire entrance and shielded the bear tamer. The fire wall was impressive, rising several meters high and radiating heat that completely stopped the crowd's plants from advancing. Most had plant beasts that were especially vulnerable to fire, the weakness exploited perfectly. "The frogs!" Chen shouted. "Use the water." 4 people in the crowd had frog-type beasts, but none were water specialists. Their aquatic attacks were weak, barely sufficient to create steam when they contacted the flames, but not powerful enough to extinguish the wall. Even with the help of 2 more new water users on Fern and Reed, the 200% extra elemental fire control on an adult infernal salamander was too strong. Some earth insects also tried to help, hurling rocks and sand to smother the flames, but it wasn't enough either. The guard with the salamander had too good elemental control, and his silver one beast was of vastly superior quality to most beasts here. The situation seemed desperate. The firewall intensified, and the earth bear had completed its fortifications, making it impossible to flank the position. Then Wei descended from the sky like an avenging comet. His silver two manticore dove directly toward the salamander guard, completely ignoring the firewall that automatically extinguished when its creator was struck from above. The aerial attack was perfectly timed and executed. The impact sent the guard rolling across the ground, his concentration broken. The coordinated defensive position collapsed in seconds. The bear guard reacted immediately, directing his massive beast against Wei. But Wei had already anticipated this, his manticore intercepting the bear with claws and stinger, using its aerial speed advantage to avoid getting trapped in ground combat that favored the bear. The salamander guard recovered quickly, preparing to attack the newcomer with concentrated flames. But before he could do so, Reed leaped from the crowd. The increases from his new obsidian turtle gave him sufficient strength for his blow to have small but real impact. His fist connected with the guard's jaw, sending him staggering backward. Fern followed immediately, her vines enhanced by the turtle's water reaching the stunned guard, wrapping around him before he could recover his balance. The coordination was flawless. The rest of the crowd followed their example. Dozens of vines and roots from plant beasts extended, trapping the salamander guard in a green tangle that tightened increasingly. The bear won too, someone shouted. The second guard, seeing his companion being overwhelmed by the crowd, tried to retreat. But it was already too late. The spontaneous coordination of 100 people with plant beasts, even if weak iron ones, created an inescapable net. Both guards disappeared under waves of aggressive vegetation and the feet of desperate refugees running toward freedom. Cross! Cross now! Chen shouted, directing the flow of people through the breach Wei had created. Families ran, carrying children and belongings, crossing into free territory. The sight was both beautiful and heartbreaking, hope made manifest in human movement, but tinged with the desperation that had driven them to this point. But when Chen looked back, he could see dust rising in multiple directions. Some enemy reinforcements had finally noticed the signs of trouble and were heading toward their position. Wei! Chen shouted. Reinforcements! Wei looked toward where Chen was pointing, his mind immediately assessing the approaching threats. Keep crossing. Wei responded, positioning his manticore defensively. I'll cover you. Karzan struck his desk with such force that the rock cracked. The report spread before him like a litany of failures, 6 border gates compromised, hundreds of workers crossing into Selfra's territory, and worst of all, his own allies fighting among themselves instead of helping control the situation. Those damned Blackwoods and Strawfangs, he roared, his golden lion pulsing with fury beneath his skin. They're killing each other while our territory bleeds. His assistant, a nervous man, maintained prudent distance. The air around Karzan crackled with power, making approach dangerous for anyone without sufficient protection. Sir, the commanders report that the situation began with small isolated insurrections, but it spread like fire because my allies are more interested in their family feuds than maintaining order. Karzan rose, pacing like a caged lion. What happened so suddenly? The first crossing seemed to have inspired others, sir. When people saw it was possible. People saw weakness, Karzan corrected bitterly. They saw we were divided and took advantage. The assistant nodded nervously. There are also reports that Selfra's forces have advanced to the maximum permitted limit of the border wall. Once workers reach that point, it becomes impossible to follow them without provoking a major incident, Karzan finished the sentence. Of course. The old witch knew exactly what she was doing. Karzan moved toward the window, observing his territory stretching to the horizon. To his eyes, each family crossing represented not just loss of labor, but loss of political power. His already precarious 25% popular support was eroding day by day. At this rate, he murmured, I'll have to risk convincing Yino with a direct offensive before I have the numbers I need. It was exactly the situation he had wanted to avoid. A war with only a quarter of the population on his side would be nearly suicidal, but allowing the situation to continue deteriorating would also be fatal to his power position. A knock at the door interrupted his grim thoughts. Come in. A messenger entered, carrying a scroll sealed with Yino's distinctive white seal. Karzan opened it immediately, expecting more bad news or demands for explanations. What he read completely changed his expression. "Interesting," he murmured, rereading the message. "Very interesting." His assistant approached cautiously. "Good news, sir. Yino wants to accelerate our timeline." Karzan smiled for the first time in days. Significantly. The message was concise but revealing. The discovery of the anti-abyssal parasitic species in border territory represents an enormous future threat and requires immediate action. We have decided to secure the Goldcrest position before the situation expands. Yino will provide complete military support for immediate operations. The Abyss Bridge will be invaded in 48 hours. Support for our Yanos ally authorized. Invasion imminent. Karzan folded the message carefully. It seems our allies are more concerned about those strange fungi than I expected. Sir. Think about it. Karzan headed toward his regional map. Yino has been playing cautiously for months, waiting for us to initiate hostilities so they could act as defensive allies. Now suddenly they want immediate action. Karzan traced lines on the map with his finger. Those specimens they brought from the forest must have genuinely frightened someone very high in their hierarchy. Is that good for us with such low support? It's perfect for us, Karzan smiled, but the expression held no warmth. It means if we play our cards right, we can obtain that majority popular support now. Yino is going to provide us with the military force we need to change many minds quickly. He headed to his desk and began drafting orders. Send messages to all regional commanders. Complete mobilization in 36 hours. I'm going personally to separate the Blackwoods and Strawfangs before their private war completely ruins our preparations. And the border situation? It no longer matters. Karzan sealed the first order forcefully. In 2 days, there won't be borders to defend. The old woman will have to move almost all her soldiers to the bridge. The assistant blinked. Are we really doing this? Yino is going to cross the Abyss Bridge. Karzan headed toward his personal wardrobe, where his ceremonial armor waited. Don't you understand yet? The invasion of Yino has officially begun. As he prepared, Karzan couldn't help an ironic smile. He had spent months worrying about popular support, about having the right numbers, about the perfect moment. In the end, it had all come down to finding some mysterious fungi and Yino's fear of something they didn't completely understand. Sometimes, he murmured while adjusting his armor straps, the gods decide to make things easier for their favorite children. But at least this time, unexpected circumstances were working in his favor. The war had begun, and with Yino's complete backing, he had a real chance of winning. He only hoped to see on time what kind of surprises Selphra would have waiting. Selphra observed Ren sleeping in the guest room bed, Lin unconscious in the adjacent bed. The workers who had found them reported that the boy had been carrying the woman before finally collapsing from exhaustion. Ren had advanced far enough out of the forest to call for assistance and send a message via Pegasus before fainting. How long have they been sleeping? Asked Leora, who had insisted on staying close since learning of Ren's arrival. 6 hours, the assistant responded, consulting his notes. The doctor says it's extreme exhaustion, not serious injuries. They need rest more than treatment. Selphra reread the message Ren had managed to send before collapsing. Parents need safe crossing. Border situation bad. Neighbors need shelter. Urgent intervention. Will pay with information. Although Ren and Selphra weren't that close and interacted more through Lin and Leora. Selphra wouldn't have asked for payment for the intervention. However, there was still a certain uncomfortable space between them where they couldn't act in a very familiar manner. I need to get closer to avoid another mistake like this. Not bringing his parents to the city by force was truly short-sighted on my part. The border situation. All this had been sufficient to activate Selphra's most aggressive possible response. Troops had been moved to the maximum permitted border limit, risking tensions but ensuring that any workers and Ren's family who managed to cross would be under immediate protection. It was risky, Selphra murmured. moving so many forces so close to the line. Leora kept staring at Ren with a strange expression. The last few months had brought changes that she herself didn't completely understand. "Grandmother," she said finally, without taking her eyes off Ren's sleeping figure. "Why didn't you bring Ren's parents to the city before?" Selphira stopped in the middle of sealing another order, the direct question about her own oversight making her much more uncomfortable. "It's a valid question," she admitted after a moment. "And the answer is, complicated." "Complicated how? Isn't it easy for you to do it?" Selphira sighed, a rare expression from a woman known for her absolute tranquility. "I'm a bit afraid of Ren. A fear which is relatively unfounded, but not as much as I'd like to admit." Leora looked at her with surprise. "Afraid? But we're just children." Selphira smiled bitterly. "That child has demonstrated capabilities I don't completely understand. And every time we think we know him, he surprises us in new ways." She approached her. "It was a mistake to keep his parents in a vulnerable position. A mistake based on excessive caution." "Caution? I don't understand." "You should know that." "Yes. Some people tend to think leaders are some kind of perfect, logical machines." Selphira turned to look at her granddaughter. "But in reality, we're just humans like everyone else. We make mistakes, have irrational fears and sometimes make stupid decisions." Leora looked thoughtful, processing this admission of vulnerability from someone who had always seemed invincible. "I've seen enough idiotic leaders during my life," Selphira continued. "There are even some who become dictators but call themselves allies of the people and generate all kinds of ridiculous norms. The difference between a good leader and a terrible one isn't the absence of mistakes, but the ability to recognize and correct them." Selphira approached Leora, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You're right, you're still young. Maturing is also realizing that we're not perfect and depend on others. When young, sometimes we're hyper-focused and think a problem has an obvious solution or is easy because we see it there, so clearly. And it's not like that. When you grow up more, you'll understand that nothing is easy or simple. And that you're going to make mistakes too, probably many times." Selphira smiled with genuine warmth. "But that's why you must always develop your relationships well. The people you trust are the ones who will help fix things when you make mistakes, and you'll do the same for them." Leora looked toward Ren, who continued sleeping peacefully. "I think he understands a bit of that." Selphira followed her granddaughter's gaze. "And I think he has an important mission ahead. Your most important mission might be to develop that relationship well, maybe support or even guide him, if you still wish to do so when you mature." Leora blushed slightly but nodded. Selphira smiled. "My mistake led me to take a big risk that could have altered our enemies. But it worked." Leora smiled, taking Ren's unconscious hand. "Reports indicate that dozens of families managed to cross." The assistant cleared his throat. "Which brings us to the next problem. The refugee flow is larger than we anticipated." It was true. For months, only a few families had crossed each day. But the situation had deteriorated dramatically in recent weeks. The small properties that families had possessed for generations no longer seemed worth the risk of staying. Julius and Arturo were already working on a solution since the beginning of the relocations. Selphira headed toward the window, where she could see groups of workers establishing temporary camps. "We need more crystals than ever, and the underground mana seems to be increasing lately." "The mines?" asked Leora. "Ren taught you a safer and more efficient method for extracting crystals." Selphira smiled slightly. "So it's a good time to invest in mining expansion. The refugees will have work, we'll have the resources we need. Julius has already identified 3 potential sites for creating new operation towns. If young Patender's method is as effective as you explained and we use the new living tunnels." A soft knock at the door interrupted the conversation. The assistant approached to open it upon receiving Selphira's permission, revealing a messenger with a grave expression. "Lady Ashenway," the messenger bowed. Young Patender's parents have arrived safely. They're being escorted here now. Excellent, Selphora felt a wave of relief. Any problems during the group's crossing? None, madam. Professors Wei and Yang were supported by our soldiers, Julius's people, and even some school assets. The altercation with patrols stopped upon crossing. It seems they don't have permission to cross their own border either. Although. The messenger hesitated. What? I also bring an urgent message from our observers at the deep border. Selphora extended her hand, but the messenger shook his head. It's a verbal message, madam. Extremely sensitive and urgent. The messenger looked around, seeing the sleeping guests, the assistant and Leora. Selphora's expression hardened. They can hear it. Speak. Yino is preparing to cross the Abyss Bridge, the messenger spoke in a low but clear voice. Our observers and spies report troops moving toward Central Territory. The invasion of Yano appears to have officially begun. The silence that followed was dense. Leora rose from the chair beside Ren's bed, her face pale. How much time do we have? Depends on how fast they move, the assistant was already calculating. With Yino forces reinforcing Karzan, they could launch an offensive from both sides in 1 or 2 days. Selphora headed toward her desk, her mind already working on multiple contingencies simultaneously. Connect me immediately with Julius, Victor, Arturo, Sirius, and, my son. I want an immediate and complete mobilization of our troops. Leora looked toward Ren, who continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the chaos developing around him. Should we wake him? He might have important information about. Let him sleep, Selphora said firmly. When he wakes up, he might have to deal with a lost war and will need energy to hide with you. The messenger cleared his throat. Is there any response for our observers? Selphora sealed the first of her orders forcefully. Tell them to maintain constant vigilance. I want to know the exact moment the first Yino troops cross into our territory. Selphora headed toward her personal wardrobe, where her own combat armor waited. We'll discover if all these years of enemy preparation have been worthwhile. As the messenger left to deliver the orders, Selphora looked once more toward the bed where Ren slept. War had arrived, ready or not. In the damaged Starweaver mansion. Sirius crumpled Selphora's message in his hands. The situation was worse than he had imagined. With Yino crossing the Abyss Bridge, his already stretched forces would have to cover fronts they simply couldn't handle. The mathematical impossibility of their position was starkly clear. Too few soldiers, too much territory, too many threats. His remaining soldiers, those who had stayed loyal after the disastrous last wave of abyssal creatures, were already overloaded maintaining order in his territory. How are we going to protect Luna with so few men? He murmured, looking toward the window where his daughter practiced with her shadow wolf in the garden. At 11 years old, she already showed abilities that rivaled some adult tamers, but that wouldn't save her in a total war. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his grim calculations. Multiple sets, moving with the casual arrogance of those who believed themselves entitled to his attention regardless of circumstances. He recognized that Cadence, his brother Orion, undoubtedly accompanied by his eternally ambitious cousins. The door opened without ceremony, revealing exactly what he had expected. Orion entered with the confidence of someone who believed he held all the cards, flanked by Magnus and Dorian, the twins who had been waiting for years for an opportunity to claim the family inheritance. All three wore expressions that attempted diplomacy but failed to hide their opportunistic intentions. Their timing was no coincidence, they had come like vultures, sensing the most weakness in the family's desperate situation. Brother. The voice carried false cheer that immediately set Sirius's teeth on edge. We heard about the mobilization. Thought we should come discuss family arrangements. And Sirius didn't bother hiding his irritation. I'm surprised to see you here. Usually you only visit when you want something. Orion had the grace to look slightly embarrassed, but pressed forward anyway. These are difficult times, Sirius. The family needs to stick together, make practical decisions. It's time to be realistic, Magnus intervened, his celestial tiger's black stripes glowing slightly with nervous energy. This war is going to be brutal. The numbers are against us. And the king, Dorian added with false sadness, hasn't shown signs of life in years. It's time to accept reality. Sirius felt his temperature rise dangerously, his own beast stirring in response to the implied betrayal. What reality? Orion stepped closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. The reality that changing sides might be our only chance of survival. Karzan with Yano's backing. It's too much power to resist. Dorian stepped forward, his soft merchant's hands gesturing expansively. Look around, cousin. Your forces are depleted, the enemy has superior numbers, and frankly. He paused, attempting to sound regretful. The family is in a bad situation. We have to face reality, you see. So, reality again. Sirius's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than a shout. We could negotiate favorable positions, Magnus added quickly. Keep our lands, protect our families, protect Luna. Enough. Sirius's voice shook the windows, his tiger manifesting partially in claws and fangs that extended threateningly. Do you think I don't see what you're doing? The three men stepped back instinctively before the manifestation of power, suddenly remembering why Sirius commanded respect even with so few remaining soldiers. We're only thinking about the family's future, Orion tried to maintain his calm tone. You're thinking about gaining something by handing over the ring, Sirius rose, his presence filling the room. You think that if you don't convince me to change sides, or if something happens to me during the war. The silence that followed was answer enough. Listen to me well, Sirius approached until he was face to face with his brother. Don't even dream that the ring will go to Yano. If you want to change sides, you're free to do so. Sirius, we're just trying to. If you don't want to face the consequences of your side change in front of me, the threat in Sirius's voice was unmistakable, I suggest you get out. Now. And understand this, if I catch any of you spreading defeatist poison among my people or trying to undermine our defenses, I'll personally demonstrate what changing sides looks like when you're buried 6 feet under. Orion held his brother's gaze for another moment, then sighed. It was for your own good, brother. Get out. Sirius's voice was conversational, almost casual. Cousin. Brother, please. Dorian began. Get out. The roar shook dust from the rafters. Sirius rose to his full height, his beast's influence making his frame seem to expand with barely contained violence. And if any of you pathetic cowards think for 1 second that you'll see so much as an iron crystal as benefit from this family's ring after suggesting we betray our king, you're more deluded than I thought. The three men stepped back involuntarily, suddenly remembering why Sirius had been chosen to lead the family's military affairs while they had been relegated to managing trade routes and accounting in the family's other half. Orion raised his hands placatingly. We were just trying to look out for family interests. Family interests. Sirius laughed, a sound with no humor in it. You mean your own skins. You've never cared about family honor, family duty, or anything beyond your own comfort. Don't start pretending now. This was for your own good, brother. For Luna's future. But if this is how you want to play. This is how. Luna's future will be decided by honor, not cowardice, Sirius replied coldly. Something you'd understand if you had any. The three men withdrew, but Sirius knew he wasn't finished with them. The external war was only part of the problem, the internal war for family power would be equally dangerous. After they left, Sirius slumped back into his chair, suddenly feeling every one of his years. Luna was still at risk. The enemy was coming. But he would hold. He had to. In the castle. Larissa peeked around the corner of the hallway, making sure no servants saw her before slipping toward what had been her father's private office. Her curiosity about political affairs had grown exponentially in recent days, fed by fragments of conversations she overheard and her own ability to connect dots that adults believed were hidden. "Are we going to sneak through the back tunnel again?" Maria sighed, following her mistress with an exasperated expression. "Larissa, you should let the adults handle the situation. It's becoming dangerous." "I can't," Larissa murmured, searching through the intelligence papers Julius kept in the desk. "I couldn't live with the doubt. I need to know what's really happening." Since Zhao had departed at Julius's request on his mission to search for her father 6 months ago, external news had been scarce. A bad omen. But not everything was bad news. Internally, the changes in the poorest population had been impossible to ignore. The cultivation methods Ren had developed were literally transforming society from below. The base, which were basic iron beasts, now reached bronze with relative ease, and it was the new standard. Larissa blushed slightly thinking about it. Ren really had a much greater impact than he himself realized. His methods weren't just changing individuals, they were changing the structure of their society. "Did you find anything?" Maria asked nervously, standing guard with her ear pressed to the door. "Reports about troop movements," Larissa read quickly. "And something about Yino crossing the bridge?" The documents confirmed her worst fears. War wasn't a distant possibility, it was arriving at their doorstep. At military headquarters. Julius rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the headache that had been his constant companion for the past weeks and had only strengthened enormously in the last hours. Reports accumulated on his desk like a mountain of bad news, each requiring decisions that could determine the fate of thousands of people. Red markers indicated enemy positions, blue showed their own forces, and the mathematical reality was stark: they were outnumbered nearly 2-1. Trying to fill his father's enormous shoes was a task that felt impossible. Every decision carried the weight of comparison with what the king would have achieved simply by charging to the front, and Julius found himself constantly doubting himself. "The soldiers are arriving, but not fast enough," one of his assistants reported. "And the problem with border refugees has complicated logistics." "How delayed?" Julius asked, though he feared the answer. "We need at least 2 more days to reorganize both fronts and be completely prepared. With Yino already moving." Victor burst into the tent, his aggressive energy immediately filling the space. "Julius. We need to change our approach. What do you suggest?" "That we stop acting like we're at a disadvantage," Victor struck the table forcefully. "We have good tamers, we have competent strategists, we have Dravenholm blood. If we fight better, if we take the initiative." Arturo entered right behind Victor, clearly opposed. "Victor, we don't have the resources to win. The numbers speak for themselves." "Numbers aren't everything." Victor turned toward Arturo, his frustration evident. "There's something called tactics, strategy, surprising the enemy. There's also something called reality," Arturo responded calmly. "They have double our forces, plus Karzan's position, plus resources, plus. Victor mimicked Arturo's tone. "You know what they don't have more of? They don't have the motivation we have. They're not fighting for their loved home." Julius observed the exchange, feeling the weight of having to mediate between 2 men whose opinions he respected but who clearly couldn't agree. "Victor," Julius said finally, "I understand your point. But Arturo also has a point about resources. So what do you suggest?" Victor crossed his arms, his frustration evident in every line of his posture. "That we surrender. I suggest we find a third option." Julius stood, moving toward the strategic map that dominated the room. "One that uses our strengths without ignoring our weaknesses." The silence that followed was tense, but at least there was no more shouting. The weight of impossible decisions hung heavy in the air, pressing down on all 3 brothers as they contemplated their limited options. Julius remained silent for several minutes, his eyes fixed on the strategic map that dominated the central table. His fingers traced supply lines and troop positions, calculating possibilities and probabilities with the methodical mind his father had never possessed. Finally, he straightened, and when he spoke, his voice had a new quality that made both Victor and Arturo stop to listen. "You're right, Victor," he said, surprising both men. "We have our own power, we can't surrender. We've been living in our father's shadow for too long." Arturo frowned, concern creeping into his voice. "Julius, I'm not suggesting we don't take action, just that we be realistic about. I've placed too much hope in Zhao's journey to find father and in my secret weapon for convincing him to return," Julius interrupted, something he rarely did. The admission carried the weight of accumulated disappointment. "Unfortunately, it's been in vain. Years without seeing him. The last 6 months of greater hope, no news, no signs, nothing. My last attempt has failed." He moved toward the window, observing the military activity in the courtyard below. Soldiers drilled with skills they might need to use within days, their movements carrying the sharp efficiency of those preparing for real war. "Enough of relegating myself to the shadow of that irresponsible man who left everything in our hands without warning several years ago." The bitterness in his voice was palpable, an emotion he had been suppressing for too long. The perfect king of legends had abandoned them at their most crucial hour, leaving juniors to fight seniors' wars. But years of responsibility had transformed the fledglings into full-grown dragons. "It's time to live in the present and take charge of what I have in front of me." Julius turned toward his brothers, his posture firmer than it had been in months. "And Victor has a valid point. We have to make a stand." Victor nodded vigorously, energy returning to his voice. "Exactly. We can't keep acting in reaction to their movements. The best time is now," Julius continued, pointing to the map where a blue line marked the Abyss Bridge. "Sending our best troops to the bridge is probably our maximum priority. While Yaino doesn't completely cross, we can use the bottleneck to our advantage." Arturo approached the map, studying the marked positions with the eye of someone who understood logistics and supply chains. "Are you sure about this? Once we commit our elite forces there. If we're correct and our Yano has better quality in its high-level troops," Julius traced lines with his finger across the map, "it's necessary to put them at the bridge to prevent Yano from using their numerical superiority as too big an advantage." Victor smiled, the first genuinely positive expression he had shown in days. "A bottleneck negates numerical advantages. Forces smaller-scale combats, where individual quality matters more than quantity." "Exactly. On the other hand, you," Julius pointed directly at Arturo, "need to focus on logistics. Specifically on keeping the city functioning and people not panicking." Arturo nodded slowly, understanding the logic. His role would be less glamorous but equally crucial, maintaining the foundation that made their military efforts possible. "The new methods have been working. We're very close to bringing many more people to the next level. Bronze 2 might not be of great utility in direct battle," Julius admitted, "but it is useful for resources, morale, internal stability." He moved toward his desk, where a collection of intelligence reports awaited review. Each document represented another piece of a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex by the hour. "I'll handle preventing more side changers, as much as possible through diplomacy. Losing more internal support would be our last mistake, particularly now that Karzan will have a greater possibility of bringing people to his side through fear." "Diplomacy when war already started?" Victor raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. "Yes, but for it to work we need a preemptive strike," Julius explained, unfolding a more detailed map of regional alliances. "Something that demonstrates our strength before Karzan can consolidate more support." "What do you have in mind?" Julius pointed to 2 specific territories on the map. "Someone owes a promise that involves a spear to Karzan. Selphara and Sirius would probably agree to a demonstration. Something that sends a clear message to our would-be traitors." Victor studied the map, his expression becoming thoughtful as tactical possibilities unfolded in his mind. "A limited but advantageous offensive. To show that we're winning even while being attacked." "Exactly. While you hold the bridge, we can finish off the Goldcrest front and unify our territory. Arturo, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke. If we do nothing, we'll definitely fail. He nodded firmly. I suppose our more brutish brother is right this time. At least this way we have a chance to change the momentum. Julius turned toward Victor, his expression serious but determined. Prepare to defend the bridge. Take our best units, our most experienced tamers of the highest rank and level. How long do you think you can hold? Asked Arturo. What are you talking about? I'm going to win. Brother, forget your delusions, this is serious. Arturo's voice carried the patience of someone explaining reality to an overconfident sibling. Julius mediated. If Yino has infinite troops and it doesn't matter how many you bring down, more continue advancing, how long would you last? Victor considered the question, mentally calculating forces, supplies, and tactical variables. With the right troops and good defensive organization. A month fighting non-stop, maybe 2 if we're lucky. And in the worst case? If Yino brings the best of the best to the front of the bridge? 2 weeks, Victor admitted, his voice carrying the weight of realistic assessment. But 2 weeks where every soldier we lose will cost them double. Julius nodded approvingly. 2 weeks might be enough if we use the time correctly. He moved toward the door, but stopped at the threshold. Victor, I want you to understand something. I don't want you to go there to die heroically. I'm sending you to buy time while the rest of us prepare the next phase. As our older brother, you must be ready to succeed our father. Understood. And Arturo, Julius turned toward his most cautious brother and advisor, I need you to keep the city functioning no matter what they hear. People are going to be afraid, they'll want to flee or do stupid things. Keep them focused on work, on continuous improvement. And you? Julius smiled, an expression that combined determination with something that looked dangerously like the recklessness that had characterized their father. I'm going to make some calls. If we're going to make a stand, we're going to do it all together. As he left the room, Julius felt something he hadn't experienced in months, certainty. Not certainty that they would win, but certainty that they were making the right decisions with the information they had. For the first time since his father had disappeared, he felt like a leader instead of a temporary substitute. At the Imperial Academy, Han observed Klein from across the dining hall, taking mental notes about his target's behavior. During the second semester, Klein, practically abandoned by his family, had tried to excel again, pushing himself harder than ever in his training and studies. The results had been mixed. From Han's perspective, Klein's progress was frustrating to observe. The boy clearly had potential, and his academic scores were consistently high. The problem was that he had ended up in the same generation as overly outstanding classmates. Ren continued dominating practically every category with the casual efficiency that made his superiority seem effortless. Luna and Larissa maintained their fierce battle for second position, followed by Leora. Even Min and Taro had shown dramatic improvements that placed them ahead of Klein in practical rankings. But what surprised Han most was what Klein had not manifested. Despite all the pressure, all the frustration, all the repeated humiliation, Klein had shown no signs of abyssal power since the original incident. Han had been monitoring carefully, looking for any sign of renewed corruption, but Ren's purification seemed to have been complete and permanent. The psychological implications were fascinating. Most subjects exposed to abyssal corruption showed some form of residual effect, some vulnerability to reinfection. Klein appeared to be completely clean, as if the corruption had never existed. Are you okay? Asked Umi, sitting next to Han with her food tray. The Coral Tamer guard had stayed along with the other 5 for supplementary studies to recover time lost at work, since being so young, they had much to learn. And as an excuse to monitor Klein. Just observing, Han responded casually, maintaining his cover as an interested classmate rather than a professional intelligence operative. Klein. Umi followed Han's gaze. He's been more intense lately. Yesterday I saw him training past midnight. It was true. Klein's fixation with surpassing Ren was pushing him to extremes that bordered on obsession. Each failure only intensified his determination, creating a cycle that Han found both fascinating and concerning from a psychological standpoint. The pattern was textbook: an individual of genuine ability consistently outperformed by someone of exceptional talent, leading to increasingly desperate attempts to close an unbridgeable gap. Do you think he'll ever succeed? Omi asked innocently. Han considered the question with the analytical detachment of someone trained to assess human potential. Klein had the raw capability, that was undeniable. His beast was of exceptional quality, and his dedication was absolute. But there was something in Ren that went beyond simple power or technique. He was too special. I don't think so, Han responded finally. Not in the way he expects. What would be the right way? Han observed as Klein rose from his table, presumably heading toward another evening training session. I think his problems might end after the conflict that's approaching. Omi looked at him confused, but Han had already lost interest in explaining. He had reports to write that seemed tedious and unimportant. Information about Klein probably wouldn't be particularly valuable considering the times ahead. Han finished his meal and rose to leave, already mentally composing his report. The intelligence apparatus had to continue functioning even as the world prepared to tear itself apart. Hagen observed his left arm, where the long extremity of the abyssal acrocinus gorilla had fused perfectly with his original body. The purple-black flesh pulsed with its own rhythm, different but complementary to his human heartbeat. 3 beasts ran through his system: the abyssal scorpion that had been his first corrupt addition, the golden griffin he had possessed before the corruption, and now the gorilla whose limbs had replaced those he had lost in the battles in Yano. It wasn't as spectacular as the new sextuples that had emerged among the high ranks. Despite being one of the first test subjects, he hadn't been a double from the beginning. Those monsters had been gold-rank double tamers before abyssal energy, which allowed them to add 3 or 4 additional beasts, 2 silver ones for each gold they had originally possessed. But Hagen had learned that specialization mattered more than brute quantity. Or he liked to deceive himself into thinking that was true. His maps of the abyssal depths were finally complete, every tunnel and cavern documented down to the level they now called Deep Gold. The depth just below Gold, the zone they incorrectly called the Abyss because they compared it to ocean depths where creatures seemed to have no logic, but which was actually not the bottom of the rift. But upon returning to complete the map, he wasn't greeted by the usual sight. What he had found there still disturbed him. The species seemed to be homogenizing in certain areas, as if something was directing their evolution toward a specific purpose. A new generation of abyssals, he had wondered while observing creatures that combined characteristics of others in more complex and libertine combinations than before. The evolutionary patterns were unlike anything documented in previous expeditions. He had planned to investigate further, but his mission to obtain more scorpions and map new routes had been interrupted by direct orders from the capital. Fortunately, he had managed to fulfill most of that objective before returning, especially with dozens of scorpion cores. Luckily returning had been easy. The abyssal bridge he had helped construct in the Abyss Rift was finally solidified. It was a crystallized structure so black it absorbed light, and so deep that Yano surely wouldn't find it soon. Although even with the bridge, crossing the depth of the gold ring without adequate characteristics remained lethal for anyone with weak beasts or without stealth or camouflage abilities. A harsh sound pulled him from his thoughts. His king had begun speaking again. The king of Yano, Kolioran Hexenmane, stood in the center of the circular room, his Nien manifesting partially in golden and purple patterns that covered his massive arms. He was a man who had completely embraced abyssal transformation, for corrupt beasts complementing his original Nien and Pishio. The situation has changed drastically, his voice resonated with the authority of decades of leadership, but there was an urgency that Hagen had rarely heard before. The 3 family heads sat in a semicircle before him, Lord Venmont, Lord Bloodwyn, and Lord Ravenspire. Each carried the weight of generations of noble tamers combined with the enhancement of abyssal corruption. Beside the king, his 2 heirs completed the circle of power. His son, Prince Rhys Hexenmane, at 22 years old, displayed the same combination of Nien and Pishio with two abyssal beasts that complemented his royal heritage. His presence radiated the confidence of someone born to lead. But it was his daughter who drew most of Hagen's attention. Princess Celthea Hexenmane, at 11 years old, possessed something unique, a hydra that had been corrupted through a different contract method. The creature counted and didn't count as abyssal simultaneously, an achievement that abyssal energy specialists still didn't completely understand. The implications were staggering, a hybrid corruption that might represent the next evolutionary step in their development, or a dangerous anomaly that could destabilize the child. The world dragon's light has appeared, Colioran continued, and the silence that followed was absolute. Lord Venmont leaned forward. Is it confirmed? Multiple manifestations have been identified in enemy territory. The energy is unmistakable. Lord Bloodwind frowned. But that's impossible. According to all calculations, its appearance should have been much later. Another decade, at least. For some reason it was accelerated, the king nodded grimly. And that means we'll have to act now despite not being sure of our advantage or as prepared as we'd like. The precision of their invasion timeline had been calculated around the world dragon's light remaining dormant. Its early manifestation through decades of planning into chaos. Prince Rhys spoke for the first time, his young voice carrying inherited authority. What's the current threat level? Low, fortunately, Colioran moved toward a map showing concentric rings of power. Most importantly, we must eliminate the light before it reaches the gold ring, if possible. And if it's not possible, asked Celthea, her precocious intelligence evident in the directness of her question. It has to be. The king's voice carried the weight of absolute necessity. Letting it reach gold would greatly complicate our situation. And if it reaches the platinum ring, his voice became ominous, we're finished. Abyssal energy is still developing. It cannot lose this evolutionary race. The concept was simple but terrifying, two forms of power evolution competing for dominance, with the losing side facing extinction. The world dragon's light represented a force that could theoretically neutralize abyssal corruption permanently. Lord Venmont rose. What do we know about enemy forces? Will the gold crests really serve as we expected? Despite the possibility that Yano may already have access to its 3 rings, Colioran admitted, despite the fact that the gold crests may not serve as much as expected, the most important thing will be to manage to send sufficient assets to the light's birthplace. The king turned directly toward Hagen, who had remained silent in his position against the wall. Hagen. My king. Your knowledge of the depths and your experience with energy manifestations make you the obvious choice to lead this mission. Hagen nodded, already calculating the requirements for such an operation. What are the parameters? You'll go to the manifestation zone with a group that has sufficient power to eliminate the entire stain. Colioran approached, his multiple abyssal beasts creating an aura of power that made the air feel denser. No trace can remain. Not a cell, not a spore, not a fragment of residual energy. Hagen felt the weight of all eyes in the room as he processed the implications of the king's order. How large will the group I lead be, my king? He asked, his voice remaining steady despite the magnitude of what was being asked of him. 30 of our best, Colioran responded without hesitation. Elite soldiers, each with multiple abyssal contracts. This isn't a mission for numbers, Hagen. This is a mission for our elite. Lord Bloodwind leaned forward. Why so many to sweep a manifestation zone? I understand it's important but... Reports suggest the affected area is relatively small. Shouldn't we prioritize our strength at the bridge? The king exchanged a glance with Lord Ravenspire before responding, and Hagen noticed the tension that passed between them. Because, Colioran said slowly, no matter how costly it is, we cannot give the enemy a weapon like that. Even if everything fails, the attack, the war itself. We'll win in the end as long as we destroy this problem now, while it's young. Hagen waited, knowing more information would come. Resources are available without limit. If you need anything you can carry, everything is authorized. Hagen considered the implications. A maximum priority mission with unlimited resources meant the threat was genuinely existential, the kind of danger that made normal considerations irrelevant. Their 3 seeds were effectively opened, the king continued, his voice taking on a more grave tone. All of them. The gate was released, and with it, surely the information. A dense silence fell over the room. Hagen felt his abyssal beasts stirring restlessly beneath his skin, as if they had heard something that caused instinctive unease. "Is the information that powerful?" asked Lord Venmont, his voice barely a whisper. "We have the crystal's chosen ones and the ancient information hasn't been so easy to use on our side. Information should not be underestimated, much less when we don't know its scope upon being released. This could explain how Yano developed those revolutionary cultivation methods so quickly, the ones Karzan complains about so much. They likely didn't invent them, they surely received them from the gate along with who knows what else." Hagen processed this revelation, connecting pieces of intelligence that had seemed unrelated. "That's why the supposed new methods work so well," he murmured. "They're not new techniques. They're ancient techniques from the lost era." "That's what we think," the king confirmed. "And that's why we believe Yano has been hiding from us that they already know the information. They're trying to cultivate the world dragon's light in secret, preparing with a power we don't completely understand. Although we don't want to fight yet," added Lord Bloodwyn, "we find ourselves forced to. Each day that passes with that knowledge in their hands, their advantage could grow exponentially." Hagen nodded, understanding now the true urgency behind the mission. This wasn't about conquest anymore, it was about preventing their own obsolescence. "Do we know the best way to eliminate this problematic light?" The king looked at him, his abyssal presence intensifying until the air itself seemed to thicken. "You must open an attraction crystal in the zone where these light parasites are being born exactly. The creatures of the abyss will respond to the call as always. That's what the crystals were really designed for in the first place, not to attack Yano randomly." "An attraction crystal?" Hagen frowned. "Isn't that a small temporary skirmish? The beasts I summon would be weaker than my 30-strong group and once you connect the abyssal flow and they realize where it is, they'll emerge without rest until they stop the light's advance," Colioran interrupted firmly. The great crystal told Celthea. "It's the best way to contain the expansion before it becomes uncontrollable. Your group must ensure it works and support the creatures in case Yano is aware and tries to stop them." Lord Ravenspire stood up, walking toward a map showing the border region. "The mission is critical, but fortunately it's located in Goldcrest territory, so you should be able to arrive easily while we pressure the front. We must prevent the enemy from becoming familiar with forces that counter ours. But also, the frontal battle is also important," the king continued. "I'll give you soldiers powerful enough to ensure the mission, but they're the maximum possible without affecting the front line of the bridge attack. Will we attack any specific target after completing the mission?" Hagen asked, reading between the lines. A fierce smile crossed the king's face. "If you can complete the first phase quickly and attack the city from behind when you finish the mission, better." Hagen mentally calculated travel times, necessary resources, tactical variables. It was ambitious, dangerous, but feasible if everything went according to plan. "How soon do we leave?" "Immediately, all soldiers will be ready in a maximum of 3 hours, Colioran responded. "The main attack begins tomorrow. You need to be on your way as soon as possible to make maximum use of the frontal pressure. You should be able to reach the location in 2 or 3 days from Deep Gold." "And my group's final objective when attacking Yano from behind?" The king exchanged another significant look with the lords before responding. "I don't expect you to achieve it alone, it will probably require the joint effort of all 3 fronts. We're going to take control of the castle. Take control of Yano's main vein and open the gates completely. With the 2 rings we have and taking away the one Sirius possesses, or finding where they hide the third, we'll have the keys to get the complete information on that side. For that," added Lord Ravenspire, "we must reach beneath the castle. But if for some reason you arrive before the main group, you have to enter from above because underground is covered by the largest crystal wall you've ever seen. Practically indestructible for us, much thicker even than the other seeds. So we must conquer the castle from above to conquer the territory's main mana vein, Hagen concluded. Exactly. A small but clear voice interrupted. Papa, the Great Crystal said you need to hear me before Uncle Hagen leaves. Everyone turned to see Princess Celthia, her large eyes shining with that unnatural light that indicated she had been listening to the crystal even from this enormous distance. The king sighed, recognizing that the entity had been monitoring the conversation through its strong connection with his daughter. What does the crystal say, little star? Celthia stood up and walked around the room with small but determined steps. It says Mr. Hagen is going to do something more dangerous than he thinks, and he needs to know something important so he doesn't get hurt. She looked directly at Hagen with the seriousness that only children can show when they're genuinely worried. The crystal says you shouldn't get too close yourself. You must send your beasts to the front, let them eat all the ugly light until their tummies hurt. The warning, coming from an 11-year-old girl, should have sounded absurd. But the way the abyssal beasts of everyone present reacted, withdrawing deeper into their hosts, as if they had heard something that terrified them, gave it ominous weight. What happens if I get too close? Hagen asked. Celthia looked at him with those eyes that sometimes seem to contain much more wisdom than any child should possess. You'll be left empty inside, we won't be able to give you new arms or support ever again. The description in the childish voice made several adults shudder involuntarily, imagining what it would mean to permanently lose their abyssal connections. How close is too close? Hagen asked, taking the warning seriously despite its source. The crystal said you shouldn't let many particles touch you, Celthia responded, pointing vaguely at her body. It says when you arrive, you'll understand because the enhanced beasts can feel it. The king approached Hagen. Celthia is the one who best listens to the crystal. Even better than those most enhanced by energy like me. If she says keep your distance, do it. Understood, Your Majesty. The exact location. The crystal can't feel the bad place from here, Celthia continued. But when crossing the rift. It says when you get there, your enhanced beasts will start feeling it long before you can see it. The king approached his daughter, placing a protective hand on her small shoulder. Anything else we should know? Celthia nodded vigorously. The crystal says its hungry children will come running when the stone sings for them, because they remember when the light hurt them before and made them hide in the super deep places. But now they're braver warriors. She turned toward Hagen once more. Hagen felt a chill run down his spine. Understood, Princess, he said finally. I'll keep my distance and use summoned beasts as vanguard. Well, you don't need to send the griffin, Celthia smiled, her expression suddenly returning to that of a normal child. The crystal says you're smart and you'll be fine if you listen. She yawned, the effort of communicating the crystal's messages clearly exhausting her. Can I go to sleep now, Papa? The crystal is very noisy today and it's giving me a headache. The king lifted his hand, his expression softening momentarily. Of course. You've helped a lot. Colioran approached Hagen, placing a hand on his shoulder. The contact made both their abyssal beasts resonate briefly. Hagen, you've served loyally for years. You've explored depths that would kill most. You've mapped territories we thought impossible to understand. My king. This mission is different. It's not about exploration or conquest. It's about survival. If you fail. I won't fail, Hagen interrupted, a rare show of assertiveness that surprised even himself. Colioran smiled, an expression that didn't reach his corrupted eyes. That's why you're the right choice. As he headed toward the door with Celthia and left the prince in charge of final touches, he stopped and looked back at Hagen one last time. 3 hours, Hagen. And remember, this mission could determine the outcome of the entire war. When they left, Hagen remained alone with Lord Venmont and Lord Bloodwyn. The weight of responsibility settled on him like a physical burden. 30 soldiers, he murmured to himself. Against something that can consume abyssal energy directly. Do you doubt? Asked Lord Bloodwyn. Hagen unconsciously touched his new arm, feeling the abyssal energy running through his transformed veins. I don't doubt the mission. I doubt whether 30 will be enough. As Hagen left the council chamber to begin his preparations, he couldn't help wondering if they really understood what they were facing. The World Dragon's Light was more than a tactical threat, it was a fundamental force that could change the rules of the game completely. But those were philosophical concerns. His job was to eliminate the threat, not understand it. And if Princess Celthia's warnings proved accurate, getting too close to understanding might be the last mistake he ever made. The abyssal bridge stretched before them like a wound in reality itself, its crystalline structure absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Hagen stood at its edge, watching the last of his selected forces cross into enemy territory. 30 abyssal tamers, each carefully chosen for specific capabilities, not only raw power. He needed stealth to survive the gold-ranked deep creatures, precision to not make mistakes, and above all, mental strength for what lay ahead. The main invasion could afford to lose fodder, his mission could not afford to fail. The bridge beneath his feet hummed with familiar energy, the same corrupted mana that flowed through his veins. Behind them, Prince Risa's voice carried across the assembled forces with the confidence of inherited authority. Remember, this journey is merely the opening move. Your true objective lies deeper in their territory. A sharp, intense voice pierced the veil of Ren's sleep like a needle through silk. No matter how deeply he had been sleeping, that conversation was impossible to ignore. Ren blinked slowly, his eyes adjusting to the soft light filtering through curtains that definitely didn't belong to his dormitory in the Grey Wing or the old room in his former home. The room surrounding him was luxurious. Much more luxurious than any place he had been before. The sheets he had been sleeping on were so soft they felt like clouds against his skin. The furniture was elegant, intricate carvings that spoke of masterful craftsmanship. Even the walls seemed to shimmer with a subtle elegance that suggested this was a place where important people stayed. Definitely not at the academy, he thought, turning his head to orient himself better. In a nearby bed, Lynn slept deeply, her breathing steady but labored. Even in dreams, her face showed signs of exhaustion. It made sense, the overload that Ren's mushroom had placed on her by fusing her beasts had been an enormous energy expenditure. Ren smiled slightly, remembering the power Lin had experienced during the fusion. It was an incredible trump card. Not only did it combine beasts to leave the user with 150% of their initial power, but it also doubled that power by granting the ability to summon the fusion outside the body. Practically 300%, 3 times more powerful than normal. Too bad it lasted so little. His mind began to wander toward future possibilities. How could he use that ability with his next beast once he reached silver rank? The combinations were fascinating to consider. Maybe with the elemental Wolverine egg he could make an interesting combination if he used the darkness route, and a particularly penetrating fragment of the noisy conversation pulled him from his musings. But it's not that. Mr. and Mrs. Patender, our future would be. It was Leora's voice, coming from the slightly open door of the room. She sounded strangely tense, as if she were struggling to maintain composure. "Oh, little one," came his mother's warm voice, "we understand perfectly. And we thank you so much for taking care of our son. Yes, your future looks promising." "No, no, that's not it." Leora's voice rose an octave, clearly frustrated. "What I mean is that, well, when we talk about grandchildren and the future is more." Ren frowned, confused. Grandchildren? What exactly were they talking about? "Oh, dear," his father's voice sounded amused, "we understand that you're a very special girl for our Ren from what the elegant lady told us." "That's not what." Leora seemed to be completely losing the battle against logical articulation. "I mean, yes, I take care of him, but not, well, maybe a little, but he also does for me, but that doesn't mean." Ren managed to sit up enough to see through a crack in the door. He could only make out half of Leora's face, but it was enough to see that she was completely red. Her ears seemed about to melt from the heat they were radiating. What the hell are they talking about, he wondered, genuinely perplexed. What we mean, little one, his mother continued with that patient voice she used when explaining complicated recipes to Ren, is that we very much appreciate that such a talented young lady from such an important family takes the trouble and is interested in. It's not about that. Leora practically screamed in the highest possible tone, and then immediately lowered her voice, clearly mortified by her outburst. I mean, what I'm trying to explain is that I didn't want to yell and Ren has taken care of me too, so takes the trouble. Ren sat up more, now genuinely curious. Were they talking only about me? Following this conversation from this point is kinda difficult. Ah, said his father, and Ren could hear the smile in his voice. I understand perfectly. Really? Leora's voice sounded hopeful. Of course. You're worried that he won't listen to you or understand you, that he'll get distracted thinking about other things like going outdoors or beasts. The silence that followed was so dense that Ren could have cut it with the dagger Isaac had made for him. No. Leora's response was so quick that even she didn't have time to think it through. It's exactly the opposite. You're too kind. Ren is too kind and attentive. And I'm just. Her voice faded into what sounded dangerously close to a sob. Ren's bed creaked treacherously when he straightened on the edge to try to see and listen better. Immediately, his mother's head peeked through the door. Ren. You're awake. In seconds, 3 figures rushed toward him, his father, his mother, and Leora, who immediately stayed back a bit with her hands behind her back, clearly embarrassed but visibly relieved that he had awakened. My boy, his mother sat on the edge of the bed, immediately feeling his forehead to check for fever. Her hands were warm and familiar, carrying that faint scent of herbs and home cooking that immediately made him feel safe. How do you feel? Does anything hurt? Are you hungry? I'm fine, Mom, Ren smiled, though he noticed he was indeed hungry. The battle and firing the ray at nearly maximum power seemed to have drained more energy than he had calculated. Just a little tired. His father approached from the other side, his eyes carefully examining his son for wounds or signs of problems. The worry lines around his eyes had deepened since Ren had last seen him, and there was a tension in his posture that spoke of sleepless nights and constant concern. Son, what exactly happened? Lady Selphra told us a bit, but... He paused, clearly struggling between paternal worry and pride. Did you fight against many enemy soldiers in the forest too? Ren looked toward Leora, who still stood at a prudent distance, her cheeks still pink but her eyes shining with a weird mix of relief and concern. There was something in her expression that suggested she knew more about the situation than his parents did. Well, he began carefully, it was more complicated than I expected, but Master Lin and I handled the situation. Handled the situation? His father raised an eyebrow. Ren, you, again. Ah, look, we just went out to obtain these materials and... Ren quickly summarized, avoiding some dangerous details. The important thing is that I got what I needed from the forest and managed to get out without too many problems. His mother exchanged a meaningful look with his father. After years of marriage, their silent communications were as efficient as words. The look conveyed volumes about their shared worry, their pride in their son's growing capabilities, and their fear of the dangers he was increasingly facing. And what exactly will we do now with our homeless neighbors? Asked his father, his tone suggesting concern about imposing on other people here. Ren smiled, feeling a bubble of excitement in his chest despite the fatigue. I think I know what we can offer most of them, plus I have what I need to improve significantly. In just a few months I'll have reached the next level. Silver rank. The pride that shone in his parents' eyes was immediate and intense. His mother practically radiated satisfaction, while his father straightened with that posture he adopted when something filled him with joy but he tried not to show it too much. Silver, his mother murmured, gently touching the mushrooms that glowed in Ren's hair. The tiny creatures pulsed with their own light, responding to her touch with what seemed like contentment. "My boy is going to reach silver." "We knew you were special," added his father, his voice thick with emotion. "Silver, that's..." The implications of reaching silver rank at such a young age and in this family were staggering. Most tamers from good families didn't achieve that level until their early 20s, if ever. For an 11-year-old to be on the verge of such advancement was practically unprecedented. "That's great, Ren," Leora finally spoke, taking a step forward. Her voice had lost some of the previous tension, replaced by genuine warmth and something that might have been admiration. But then her expression darkened, and the cheerful atmosphere in the room changed subtly, like clouds passing over the sun. "Although," she added, her voice taking on a more grave tone, "maybe we don't have those months you need." Ren felt a chill run down his spine at the change in tone. The way Leora's posture shifted, the sudden gravity in her voice, the way his parents' expressions became more serious, all of it suggested something significant had happened while he slept. "What do you mean?" Leora exchanged a worried look with his parents before responding, her face now completely losing the blush of embarrassment from earlier. Her transformation from flustered teenager to serious young woman was unsettling. "Ren," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of someone delivering news they wished they didn't have to share, "the war has begun. Grandmother has..." The streets of Yaino's capital bustled with their usual superficial warmth. Smiling merchants hawked their wares with honeyed voices, nobles exchanged courteous greetings while mentally calculating how to take advantage of each other, and children played in the squares under the watchful eyes of parents who smiled while secretly planning the next move in their family's social ladder climbing. Hedda walked through the commercial district with measured steps, her jumping spider extending subtle sensory hairs across the skin of her arms. At her recently turned 18 years, she had learned to navigate this social dance with the same precision she used for her most dangerous missions. "Good morning, young Hedda," a fruit vendor greeted her with a smile as bright as it was false. "Does our beloved princess need something special today?" "Just the usual, Mrs. Vera," Hedda responded with equal artificial sweetness, knowing perfectly well that the woman had already calculated the inflated price she would try to charge. "Fresh fruit for Her Highness's lunch." While inspecting the fruit, Hedda noticed how the small flying rat that monitored her perched discreetly on the roof of a nearby building. It was a constant reminder of her true position, not a common servant, but an asset under perpetual surveillance. The transaction was completed with the expected smiles and courtesies, each party feigning satisfaction while mentally declaring victory over the other. It was Yaino's daily ballet. This kingdom, in stark opposition to Yano, champions the black as its core belief, white on the outside, black on the inside. Everyone lies, be cunning to maintain your white facade, while remaining cold, calculating, and intelligent within. It was the philosophy they had instilled in her since childhood, so different from what she had heard about Yano's inferior view or wrong priorities during her years of training. Yano's philosophy was, conversely, black on the outside, white on the inside. Show your opponent a tough exterior, but maintain a calm and balanced mind within. To Hedda's eyes, both philosophies of the rival kingdoms are two sides of the same deceptive coin, merely flipped. Yaino's kingdom, however, truly embodies its tradition. Its society projects a warm and smiling demeanor, yet beneath the surface, individuals are constantly plotting their next aggressive move. This breeds a perpetually, if subtly, uncomfortable and unsettling atmosphere. Being also ordered, watched constantly and knowing that Yaino's king was controlling his people quite directly unlike Yano's. If Hedda knew the term, she would describe it as almost dystopian. Unlike her brother Han, who was receiving a complete education at the enemy academy, Hedda had had to make do with special training until she was 17. Only the last year of her life had she received something, relatively, of the same educational quality Han enjoyed, and that only because she served as support for the care and monitoring of Princess Celthia. She wasn't like the special guards, children of other nobles, in Yano who could be students with priority when possible. Hedda was more like the princess's errand girl, constantly moving through the city, learning to obtain unconventional goods and services. At least Han's latest letters arrived on time, she thought bitterly while paying for the fruit. Though she didn't know they were reviewed and reformulated, often made almost from scratch because the originals carried some implications about their real work. The censors eliminated any reference to their true situations, presenting each sibling as a hostage of the other side to maintain their loyalty. But how could they notice any strangeness or difference? Since, from the beginning, from her childhood, their communications had been like this. The last errand of the day took her to the more flexible sector of the commercial district. Here, the smiles remained bright, but the merchandise was considerably less conventional. Master Vex's shop nestled between an herbalist of questionable reputation and a jeweler who didn't ask too many questions about the origin of gems. The simple sign read, "Specialized articles," but regular customers knew that Vex could obtain practically anything if the price was right. The bell chimed when Hedda entered, and the familiar voice greeted her from behind the counter. "Ah, my favorite client," Master Vex emerged from the shadows with that fox smile he had perfected over decades. He was an older man, impeccably styled silver hair, dressed with the discreet elegance of someone who could afford the best but preferred not to flaunt it. "What caprice of Her Highness brings me the pleasure of your company today?" "Nothing too exotic," Hedda responded, automatically adopting the slightly haughty tone she had learned to use. "I just need some higher quality pure crystals. It seems the usual ones don't maintain the brightness the princess requires." Vex clicked his tongue with theatrical disapproval. These young nobles and their impossible standards. In my time, a good-sized crystal was more than enough. Now everything must be perfect. His eyes glittered with genuine amusement. "Of course, for a young lady as resourceful as you, I think I can find something exceptional." He disappeared toward the back room, and Hedda heard the sound of boxes being moved and locks being opened. When he returned, he carried a small black velvet box. "Crystals of the purest quality for dyeing them with that questionable but popular purple resonance," he announced with genuine pride, "carved to be exactly the usual size. Absolute clarity, extended absorption, and..." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, "completely impossible to produce by conventional methods." Hedda examined the crystals, immediately noticing their superior quality. She also noticed the price they probably carried. "And I suppose this exceptional quality comes with an equally exceptional cost?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "For any other client, absolutely," Vex smiled, beginning the haggling ritual. "But for someone with your appreciation for fine craftsmanship, I'm sure we can reach a mutually beneficial arrangement." "Mutually beneficial," Hedda repeated, her own smile becoming sharper. "An interesting phrase coming from someone who once tried to sell me common crystal dust as diamond hydra powder. Vex placed a hand to his chest with feigned horror. "You wound me deeply. That was a labeling misunderstanding. Completely accidental." "Of course it was," Hedda laughed, "but not without affection. Just like it was accidental that you charged me gold rank price for those enchanted silver plates." "They were enchanted," Vex protested. "With an enchantment of enhanced durability." "Master Vex," Hedda leaned forward, her voice taking on a more intimate tone, "we both know those plates had as much enchantment as my left sock." "Your left sock could be enchanted with a dangerous power," Vex replied without missing a beat. "I haven't had the opportunity to examine it properly. But I can smell it from here." The joke drew a genuine laugh from Hedda, momentarily breaking the masks they both wore. In that instant, they weren't merchant and client, but two people who had come to appreciate each other's company through years of verbal fencing. It was one of the few authentic relationships Hedda had managed to cultivate in a world where everything else was performance and calculation. "In any case," Vex continued, his tone becoming more serious, "these crystals are genuinely exceptional. And for you." He made a calculated pause. "Friend's price." "Friend's price?" Hedda feigned shock. Master Vex letting genuine and white feelings show. "Should I call a doctor?" "Ha, ha, very funny," Vex waved a hand dismissively. I simply recognize a valuable client when I see one. Someone who appreciates quality and... His eyes narrowed slightly, someone who always delivers. Even if it seems like their end is approaching. Hedda felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Vex had noticed something in her behavior, some tension she thought she had hidden better. Master Vex, she said carefully, are you insinuating that something has changed in my usual demeanor? The old merchant studied her for a moment, his decades of experience reading people flashing in his calculating eyes. The silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of unspoken understanding. Dear child, he said finally, his voice carrying a gravity that hadn't been there before, I've been in this business since before you were born. I recognize farewell behavior when I see it. Hedda's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her neutral expression. Farewell? I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't, Vex smiled, but there was something different about that smile. Softer, less calculated. It was the kind of expression that broke through years of careful merchant training, revealing the human being underneath the professional facade. Simply an old fool who sees patterns where none exist. He put the crystals back in their box and slid it toward her across the wooden counter. Take them. Same amount as the last transaction and the box at no cost. Buy good armor with the remaining money. Our cute princess lets you have it if you haggle well, right? Master Vex, these are better quality and... Hedda began, genuinely surprised by the unexpected generosity. In Yaino's culture, such gifts always came with hidden costs or expectations. I said, buy armor and forget about it, he repeated firmly. Consider this, an investment in future transactions. Hedda looked at the box, then at Vex, seeing for the first time beyond the mask of the cunning merchant. There was something resembling genuine concern in his eyes, carefully hidden but present nonetheless. The weight of that concern was almost overwhelming. In her world where every interaction was a performance, where every relationship served a calculated purpose, this moment of authentic care felt almost forbidden. This will probably be the last time you see me for a while, she finally admitted, her voice softer than it had been all day. I'm being reassigned. Vex nodded as if he had been expecting that confirmation. I see. And I suppose this reassignment doesn't involve more errands for spoiled princesses. Not exactly. It's a more frontline position. Vex disappeared again toward the back room. This time, when he returned, he carried something wrapped in black silk. His movements were deliberate, almost ceremonial, as if he were handling something of great importance. Then you'll want this too, he said, carefully unwrapping a small pendant. It was simple but elegant, a black stone set in silver that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, the kind of work that spoke of master artisans and considerable expense. Mana Concealment Talisman. Very useful for situations where one prefers not to be noticed when their rank doesn't exceed silver. Master Vex, I can't accept. You can and you will, he interrupted, with a firmness that brooked no argument. His merchant's facade had dropped completely, replaced by something that looked almost paternal. Call it a bonus for a loyal customer. He took Hedda's hand and closed her fingers around the pendant. Besides, he added, his voice regaining some of its usual mocking tone, if you survive whatever awaits you, come back here. I always enjoy working for someone with difficult and interesting orders. Hedda felt something strange in her throat. When was the last time someone had shown genuine concern for her? Not concern for her usefulness, or her mission, or her value as an asset, but simple human worry for her well-being. The sensation was so unfamiliar it was almost disorienting. Thank you, she said simply, and for once, there was no performance in her voice. Vex smiled, and this time the smile reached his eyes. Now go, before I get too sentimental and ruin my reputation as a ruthless merchant. As Hedda headed toward the door, Vex called her one last time. Hedda. Yes. Do me the favor of staying as far back as possible on that bridge. Keep your head down, but your eyes open. And remember, On the battlefield, sometimes retreat is the smartest victory. Hedda nodded, understanding the message. The old merchant had read the situation with frightening accuracy. As the door closed behind her, she heard Vex murmur something that sounded suspiciously like a prayer. Outside, the small flying beast that monitored her descended to perch on her shoulder, a reminder that her brief moment of genuine humanity had ended. It was time to return to being the asset, the tool, the piece on someone else's board. But as she walked back to the castle, Hedda touched the pendant hidden under her blouse and allowed herself to imagine, just for a moment, a world where not all gestures of kindness were calculated transactions. 3 hours later, Hedda found herself in the castle's yard, surrounded by the sound of armor being adjusted and claws being sharpened. The deployment order had arrived with the characteristic speed of military operations in Yino, immediate and without possibility of questioning. The transformation from peaceful capital to military staging ground had been remarkably swift. Soldiers moved with efficiency, their movements speaking of long training and ingrained discipline. "Formation by platoons," shouted Captain Morse, a veteran whose scars spoke of decades of loyal service. "Equipment inspection in 5 minutes." Hedda checked her own new armor, chosen with mobility in mind rather than protection. Her hunter spider stirred restlessly under her skin, responding to the tension in the air. Unlike Hans Weaver's spider, hers was specialized in direct attacks and powerful jumps. Around her, hundreds of soldiers prepared for the march. It wasn't a massive army, but each one was a silver rank soldier with at least 2 contractual beasts, one of them abyssal. All those who had reached silver rank like her carried abyssal beasts, gifts from the kingdom to its most loyal servants. The corruption was visible in various forms. Some soldiers bore scaled patches on their arms, others had eyes that glowed with unnatural colors, and many displayed the telltale purple veins that marked deep abyssal integration. "Attention!" The expedition commander's voice cut through the noise. Lord Maximilian Van Thorn, leader of a family directly subordinate to Lord Ravenspire, stood on an improvised platform. He was an imposing man, bearing the characteristic energy signature of a multiple abyssal tamer, patterns of white scales on his arms, black feathers in his hair from his spectral crow, and the purple lines that indicated abyssal corruption. "Soldiers of Yino," he began, his voice amplified by his beast's mana. "Today we march to reclaim what belongs to us by right. The Abyss Bridge will be completely ours." The soldiers cheered enthusiastically, but Hedda frowned. Something didn't add up. Maximilian Van Thorn was powerful, without doubt. A noble family leader directly subordinate to one of the best families with 2 conventional beasts and 3 abyssal ones, making him a formidable quintuple tamer. His lesser basilisk was gold 1 rank, his spectral crow silver 2, and there were rumors that his abyssal beasts were impressive. But why isn't Lord Ravenspire himself directing this? Hedda wondered while listening to the speech. Or Lord Venmont, or Lord Bloodwyn. She had been close enough to Princess Celthia to know the true power levels of Yino's nobility. Lord Ravenspire had been a double from the beginning, with a gold 1 beast and a gold 2 beast, quite strong even before corruption. Now he was a 6-beast tamer in total, with power that rivaled the king himself. The same applied to Lord Venmont and Lord Bloodwyn. All were original doubles with gold beasts aided by 4 abyssal beasts of the highest level each. If this bridge mission is as important as they say, Hedda reflected while the speech continued, then why isn't one of the real lords directing it? Doesn't the king want to ensure a triumph here as quickly as possible for the sake of winning the war? The numbers didn't add up. Yino had considerably more power than what it was deploying here. It was like sending a sharp knife to do a sword's work. The disparity was troubling. If the bridge truly represented a critical strategic objective, the deployment of such relatively modest forces suggested either supreme confidence or deliberate sacrifice. The glory of Yino will shine over the battlefield. Maximilian concluded, raising his ceremonial sword. We march. As the soldiers advanced, Hedda continued thinking. Her training as an intelligence asset and guard had taught her to read between the lines, to look for patterns others overlooked. This isn't the main mission, she finally concluded. It's a distraction. Hedda looked toward the sky and wondered where the real battle would actually be taking place. And if they had already decided the value of the distraction and the dynamics of the soldiers lives in this distraction, and her own. Tarzan observed the encrypted message for the umpteenth time. He still couldn't believe the moment had finally arrived, with so little opposition and without too much support from his side. The words of the message were etching themselves into his memory, after being read so many times, with the permanence of irrevocable decisions. The seal of House Hexenmain gleamed faintly under the torchlight, authentic as far as he could determine. But he still couldn't believe it. Operation initiated. Yino forces crossing the Abyss Bridge. Coordinated attack required to divide enemy forces. Urgent confirmation. The paper crinkled between his fingers when he finally lowered it. For months he had been waiting for this signal, planning every movement, every contingency. But now that the moment had arrived. Was he having doubts? Is this really happening, or is it a trap by Yano to force my hand? He moved toward the window of his study, observing the territory that stretched before him. If he could use the momentum to dominate a greater popular support. His abyssal beast stirred restlessly under his skin, their multiple consciousnesses reflecting his own uncertainty. The sensation was like having a council of advisors embedded in his very flesh, each whispering contradictory counsel. General Valdris, he called without taking his eyes from the window. The veteran military officer entered immediately, as if he had been waiting for the summons. He was a man weathered by decades of service, with scars that spoke of real battles and a red pyroclast shell-bear beast that had evolved to Gold 1 rank. My lord. I need independent confirmation. Tarzan turned, extending the message. This says Yino has initiated their attack on the bridge. Before committing our forces, I must know if it's true without any doubt. Valdris examined the message, noting details that would escape less trained observers. His years of experience with intelligence reports had taught him to look for the subtle signs of authenticity, paper quality, ink composition, seal impression depth, etc. The seal appears authentic, he murmured, but a seal can be forged with sufficient skill. Exactly my thoughts. Send our best scouts. I want eyes on the bridge within 6 hours, and I want real-time information about Yino troop movements. How close should they be to the bridge before we initiate our attack? Tarzan considered the question. Too close and they risked being considered null support. Too far and they could be attacked first instead, losing the Yino initiative they desperately needed. Close enough to confirm the responsive attack from Yano, far enough that our Yino allies don't think we won't help them. If Yino is really attacking, there should be unmistakable signs. Valdris nodded and headed toward the door, but stopped at the threshold. My lord, if the information indeed suggests an imminent attack, where do we initiate our own advance? At the new frontier, of course. We won't advance inward yet, Tarzan responded. If Yino is dividing their forces attacking the bridge, then it's our opportunity to strike from the safety of our territory without losing too much while they're committed on 2 fronts. Perfect for not compromising our future with too many losses. After Valdris left, Tarzan remained alone with his thoughts. The reality of the situation settled on him. After months of tug-of-war to obtain the greatest possible support, war had finally arrived. A few hours later, the first report arrived through a swift messenger beast with urgency on Tarzan's desk. My lord, we confirm significant troop movement heading toward the bridge. We estimate several hundred Yino soldiers, possibly sending more soon as they appear to be waiting for the blocked space to be cleared. Tarzan gripped his chin thoughtfully. Are they advancing directly to the bridge, actively without waiting for my confirmation of support? The implications were troubling. If Yino was moving without coordination, it suggested either supreme confidence or desperation, neither boded well for a subordinate ally. The second report arrived 30 minutes later, from Scout Kazek. Additional Yino troops moving toward advanced positions. Their main camps show preparation activity throughout the entire territory. This is real war, my lord. The systematic nature of the mobilization was convincing. This level of coordination couldn't be easily faked, and the resource expenditure suggested genuine commitment rather than elaborate deception. The third report sealed the decision. My lord, we intercepted underground activity in the deep secret bridge. Yino has initiated an underground operation. Confirmed active attack on multiple fronts. Karzan straightened, feeling uncertainty transform into iron determination. No more doubts, no more time for hesitation. The die had been cast, whether by his choice or circumstances beyond his control. Valdris, he called, and the general's messenger bird appeared almost instantaneously. He had been waiting. When General Valdris arrived. It's time. Yino has begun the war, and we will join the winning team. He moved toward the strategic map that dominated an entire wall of his study. With one finger he traced the lines he had been maintaining for months. Complete mobilization. I want our main forces pushing the frontier wall of Goldcrest territory. Let's steal more ground from the safety of our rampart. Move the entire new wall, my lord. Exactly. We want to maintain the defensive position even if we're going on the attack, because it's more advantageous. Also, I want the wall closest to the abyssal rift frontier to reach the bridge if possible. Valdris studied the map, his military experience automatically evaluating the proposal. The logistics were complex. Moving earthwork fortifications while conducting offensive operations required good coordination. It's a bold move, my lord. If we use more earth elementals to move the wall in that zone, we'll have direct access to the bridge to help our allies too, Karzan completed. And from there, we can pressure toward our Yano's castle together from the bridge. What forces do we deploy? Karzan had been considering this decision for weeks. Would he seek a delicate balance? Enough troops to ensure success, but not so many that he left his own defenses vulnerable. No, it was time to go all in. All of them. We need to move the defenses quickly. Valdris raised an eyebrow at the audacity of the proposal. Committing their entire military force was either brilliant strategy or catastrophic overreach. And if we encounter stronger resistance than expected on our side when moving so many? Then I'll go to the front myself to recover momentum. But according to the reports, most of Yano's elite forces are concentrated in the capital and defending the bridge. Our frontier wall should be defended mainly by regular troops. Valdris nodded, but Karzan could see concern in his experienced eyes. Speak freely, General. My lord, Valdris chose his words carefully. We're betting heavily on the assumption that Yino is really determined to gain control at the bridge. If it's a trap, if they're using the attack as bait to lure us into a battle we can't win, then we'll have lost the war before it really begins as simple cannon fodder, Karzan finished the sentence. But if we don't act now, while they have their forces divided, we might lose our only real opportunity to finally obtain what belongs to us. He stepped away from the map, his expression hardening with resolve. Valdris, I've spent months watching my popular support erode. Every day that passes, more families defect to Yano, attracted by those new cheap cultivation methods for miserable bronzes. Pathetic, but they work. If we don't strike now, if we don't demonstrate that we can win this war to our already reduced numbers. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Both understood the implications. A prolonged wait would inevitably favor Yano, whose population seemed increasingly unified behind the populist maneuvers of their leaders. Send the orders, Karzan concluded. Immediate mobilization. I want our troops pushing and marching within an hour. Selphira adjusted her finest battle armor, feeling the familiar weight of the crystal plates against her skin. The patterns of her beasts created white and black lines that extended from her heart to her fingertips, pulsing with power she had perfected the control of over centuries of life. 400 years. She had lived so many years, watching entire generations of her family be born and die. She had guided her descendants, protected them, been the immutable rock upon which her entire lineage had been built. And now, as she prepared to fulfill a promise of violence and blood, she couldn't help but think about the price she had paid for that longevity. Longevity was undoubtedly costly. The combination of the black turtle and white serpent was the pinnacle of vitality enhancements, and Selphra had managed by luck to bring both to ranks never before achieved. Enormous luck. Unfortunately, in a chaotic youth. She hadn't catalogued her chaotic and unorthodox numerous, small changes to the family cultivation methods. Her first children had lived long and full lives, dying of old age in their beds surrounded by their own grandchildren. A family with long histories, most showing complications in health or mind only after 200 years. It had been painful, but eventually she managed to accept it as natural. Time heals everything. She seemed to have too much of it. But it was something she understood and could accept. But then her grandchildren had died, and her great-grandchildren, each generation adding new branches to the family tree until she had become not just matriarch, but an almost mythical figure for the younger generations. Already 300 years and her health and mentality seemed perfect. Even her relatives with silver rank turtles couldn't come close. Even with 300% extra vitality at silver 3, it didn't seem to translate to much more than 250 years of life. Their minds simply couldn't bear the enormous history of their lives. Mental fatigue, increased sleep, those gradually claimed them in the end. The quiet death. But after 500%, something strange seemed to happen. A wall seemed to fall. Selphra had a vitality enhancement of 860% upon completely finishing her cultivation. For 3 centuries she had been too busy to adopt more children for the future. The family had grown so much that it required her constant attention, mediating disputes, guiding important decisions, ensuring the legacy remained intact. There was no successor. But gradually, as the large family took on more responsibilities, she had found herself with free time she hadn't had in dozens of decades. And then had come the last abyssal wave, 30 years ago. The sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor interrupted her reflections. She knew those steps, urgent, determined, with a touch of arrogance that made her sigh internally. Mother. Lionel's voice echoed through the hallway before he appeared in the doorway. Where are you going? Selphra turned slowly, studying her adoptive son's face. At 35 years old, Lionel had grown into an imposing man. His beasts were the same turtle and serpent, having both simultaneously was rare even in the family, very difficult to obtain and cultivate. Yet they had evolved magnificently to silver 2 and 3 ranks. The markings in his hair and arms spoke of genuine power. One of the few in the family who had surpassed the 500% wall. He was, objectively, an exceptional tamer. But the eyes were still those of that 4-year-old boy she had found crying among the rubble of his hometown, destroyed by the worst abyssal wave. Lionel, she said softly, I thought you were supervising the eastern sector defenses. The internal defenses have been quiet for a long time, they can wait, he replied, entering the room completely. I asked you where you're going. And don't tell me it's a routine inspection again, nobody puts on their best armor to check walls from afar. Selphra felt a familiar pang of guilt. It was that expression, demanding, needy, with a hint of hidden desperation, that had led her down this problematic path from the beginning. She vividly remembered the day she had brought Lionel and Laura home. 2 traumatized children, clinging to her, lost in a world that had suddenly become dangerous and unpredictable. Both with that desperate fierceness that only children who have lost everything can show. Laura had been the younger, barely 3 years old, with large eyes that seemed to see too much for her age. They were so similar to my first children, she thought, remembering how the first fruits and seeds of her family tree had come into her life centuries ago. That same mix of vulnerability and attachment. It had been inevitable that she would give them her heart completely. Lionel, she began, choosing her words carefully, there are things I must do. Responsibilities that. Responsibilities? He interrupted her, and for a moment Selphra saw a flash of the temperament that had been growing in him for years. And what about your responsibilities to me? To our family promise? Our family promise. The words carried the weight of decades of misunderstandings and unfulfilled expectations. The problem had begun shortly after she adopted the children. The main family, her great, etc. grandchildren from various generations, had viewed with suspicion how Selphira gave the newcomers not just love, but legitimate position within the lineage. It hadn't been malice, simply the natural concern of preserving succession lines that had been involuntarily guarded in her shadow for centuries. But Selphira had had too much maternal love to give, and Lionel and Laura reminded her so much of her first children that she couldn't help treating them as legitimate heirs. "The war has begun," she said finally, deciding on partial truth. "There is a promise I made. A debt that must be paid." Lionel's eyes lit up with a light that Selphira had learned to fear. "Exactly. The war." He moved closer, his lesser white serpent manifesting partially in his features, sharpening his face. "This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Take me with you." "Lionel." "No." His voice rose, and for a moment he was again the desperate child demanding she not abandon him. "Listen to me for once. These old foxes in the family don't listen to me, don't respect me. They think that because I was adopted, because I don't carry the original blood, I have no right to lead. That blood doesn't matter. You promised that too." Selphira closed her eyes, feeling the weight of every wrong decision she had made during the last decades. She had lost Laura just 8 years ago. Her adoptive daughter, her beloved daughter. The girl who had grown into an intrepid explorer had died along with her husband on one of their adventure trips. Laura had been born with the strongest will to see the world and had inherited Selphira's love for, living to the fullest, the philosophy the long-lived woman had developed after seeing so many people regret, at the end of their lives, not having pursued their dreams. That philosophy, along with that innate love for exploration and adventure, had been what had finally cost Laura her life. Selphira had been left in charge of Leora, the small 3-year-old granddaughter, and Lionel had become her absolute priority. But unlike Laura, who had thirsted for adventures, Lionel thirsted for power. And Selphira knew it. She had known it for years. She constantly found herself in a dilemma that ate at her from within. Give him what he wanted like Laura, respecting his autonomy and desires. Or learn from Laura's loss and deny him what could lead him to ruin, even though that also meant denying him the opportunity to fully experience his life. "Help me climb the last rungs," Lionel continued, his voice taking on a more pleading tone. "Make me the new family leader. Take me to war to earn indisputable merit. When we return victorious, no one will be able to question my position." He's already an adult, Selphira reminded herself, but not really. She had spoiled him, perhaps too much. Perhaps he had lacked a father figure, someone to set firm limits when she couldn't do it. Perhaps he had lacked having less authority and more experience of suffering under it, of understanding what it truly meant to earn others' respect instead of receiving it by grace of being the son of such an imposing figure. But it was too late for him. Lionel had already grown up, had already been formed under her influence, and the patterns were too established. Selphira could see it clearly, the subtle arrogance in his posture, the expectation that the world would bend to his desires, the inability to understand why the bold foxes of the family didn't automatically recognize him as leader and why his selfish desires couldn't be the priority every time. And she blamed herself for it. In the end, she was responsible for this outcome. "Lionel," she said finally, her voice loaded with the weight of centuries of experience, "leadership isn't taken by force. It's earned through time." He interrupted bitterly. "Patience? I've had patience for too many years, Mother. I've worked, I've demonstrated my power, I've shown my loyalty. But while you're here, while you're the undisputed matriarch, no one else can truly shine." The words hit Selphira like a physical punch. There was truth in them, a truth she had been avoiding facing. Her longevity, her power, her dominant presence had effectively created a shadow under which her descendants struggled to define themselves, and failed. Each generation had to live with the knowledge that they would never be truly independent while she was alive. "It's not your time," she said softly, though the words hurt even her. When will it be my time? The desperation in his voice was palpable now. When I'm 40. 50. When you've lived so long that even your current great-grandchildren are elderly? It's what happened with Lothar, Selphira thought, remembering her first son. He lived 240 years under my shadow, always Selphira's son, never really his own man. Lionel moved closer, and for the first time in years, Selphira saw genuine vulnerability behind his mask of confidence. Laura had fun, he murmured. She found her place. She didn't need to be in the center of attention. But I. He placed a hand on his chest. I need to know that my life has meaning beyond being the immortal matriarch's adoptive son. Selphira felt tears she hadn't shed in decades threatening to fall. How had she reached this point? How had she failed so completely in understanding the needs of someone she loved so much? War isn't a game, Lionel, she said finally. It's not an opportunity to win glory. It's blood, pain, loss. I know. He shouted, and his beasts manifested partially in him. Do you think I don't know? I lost my first family in the last wave. I saw what violence really means. His voice broke slightly. But I also know what it means to live in a golden cage. I know what it means to have power but not authority, respect but not genuine recognition. I'd rather die fighting for something real than live my whole life as an extension of someone else's shadow. Even if it's yours. Selphira remained silent for a long moment, feeling the weight of every year she had lived, every decision she had made, every life she had touched and possibly ruined with the best intentions. Laura had died pursuing her dreams. Lionel was willing to die pursuing his. When had protection stopped being protection and become prison? The promise I'm going to fulfill, she said slowly, is personal. It's between Karzan and me. It won't be a battle where you can win easy glory. Then let me make my own promise, Lionel replied immediately. Let me find my own battle. But don't leave me here, waiting once again for someone else to decide when I'm ready to live my life. Selphira looked at her son, because that's what he was, regardless of blood or family politics, and saw so much of herself reflected in him. The determination, the fierceness, the inability to accept limits imposed by others. Maybe, she thought, the real cruelty isn't letting him suffer. Maybe the real cruelty is continuing to keep him in a cage I've built with love, but that's still a cage. If you come with me, she said finally, her voice barely a whisper, I can't promise you'll return. I can't promise you glory or recognition. I can only promise you that you'll have the chance to prove who you really are amid violence and pain, without my shadow protecting you. Lionel's eyes lit up with a mixture of triumph and terror. It's all I've ever wanted, he said simply. Selphira nodded slowly, feeling as if she were signing a death sentence, his, hers, or maybe both. Then prepare yourself. We leave in an hour. As Lionel ran off to prepare, Selphira remained alone with her thoughts and the overwhelming weight of a decision she knew she might regret for the rest of her very, very long life. If there is a rest of life to regret, she thought grimly. Victor soared above the air currents that his giant golden eagle generated effortlessly, his eyes scanning the battlefield with the advantage only an elite aerial tamer like him could obtain. Beneath his feet, the impressive kilometer-and-a-half-long abyss bridge stretched, the last connection between the two parts of the human world, supporting itself from both sides to traverse the impossible depth of the void. Its twin lanes were divided by a small low wall that separated directions, designed to precisely control the flow of goods between the kingdoms. But now, instead of merchants and caravans coming and going, Yaino troops marched in standard formation across both lanes, transforming the massive structure's round-trip flow into a unidirectional tide of war. Cunning bastards, Victor thought while evaluating the enemy force. They didn't wait even a second for us to be ready to stop them. From his elevated position, he could clearly see how the Yaino troops that had been stationed on their half of the bridge had been forced to retreat before the enormous numerical difference. Surely upon seeing the numbers against the scarce dozens of soldiers dedicated more to bureaucracy than battle, they decided it wasn't even worth trying to stop them. Although Victor wasn't thrilled with the little resistance they put up. It was an intelligent tactical retreat. There was no sense in sacrificing valuable soldiers essential for economic functioning in what could have been a symbolic resistance. Shit, I'm becoming a decrepit old man. I should have chosen a vitality beast as a second one. I'm already thinking like Arturo and I'm barely in my 40s. Although impulsive and perhaps overly optimistic, Victor was quite a good commander due to his giant golden eagle. His panoramic view of the field normally gave him many advantages. And having a high-level beast at Gold 2 also implied almost undisputed dominion over airspace. Unfortunately, much of what could be done tactically on the bridge didn't depend too much on that general overview of all surrounding places, because things were happening in one single location, the bridge. However, it still had its merits. His eagle banked in an updraft, giving him a complete view of the advancing enemy formation. It was textbook perfect, wood and earth elementals at the front, the most resistant and defensive, creating a mobile wall of protection. Behind them, they positioned the best fire and wind attackers, with some water supports and healers covered by the majority. The rarer elements, light, darkness, and neutrals, were scattered throughout the formation like wild cards, hidden and ready to be deployed when their distinct abilities would be most relevant. A solid formation, Victor admitted mentally, but predictable. The bridge's structure not only negated his usefulness with aerial vision, it also made any complex maneuvering impossible. It was, almost literally, a bottleneck, a narrow corridor. There were no flanks to protect, no high ground to take. Just brute force against brute force from soldiers at the front of their formations in the lanes. The only option was to prevent them from finishing their crossing normally. Victor had briefly considered the option of destroying the bridge, but dismissed the idea almost instantly. The enormous structure had been created with the highest level powers available in both kingdoms, extremely resistant and massive. Too much even for his Gold 3 Qilin. While the usable part at the top wasn't so wide or large, the support seemed practically like a natural event. The roots anchored on both sides extended several hundred meters down into the abyss. If not broken completely, the Earth soldiers would just build the road on top of it again and he would waste strength in a meager result. Our morale could go down if I don't make a good dent. Besides, he reminded himself, the bridge material isn't just any rock. A small communication beast perched on his shoulder, carrying Julius's question from Central Command. Initial assessment. Victor studied the enemy movements, noting details in their march that only his privileged position allowed him to see. Good, but not exceptional. Most seemed to be mid-silver. He paused, calculating the implications. Numbers are definitely in their favor. 2 to 1, maybe more. Proceeding with the initial plan. Victor finished writing and smiled, feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline that preceded real combat. The anticipation was intoxicating. Finally, action instead of endless strategic meetings. Initiate measuring attack, he announced to the beasts surrounding him, small creatures from his communicators, a kind of unidirectional tactical communication that connected with ground units. From his elevated position on his side of the bridge, he could see how Yano's forces that had just arrived at the attacking range were organizing. Director Ignatius was clearly visible in the fire squadron even from that distance, his different attire standing out among the other high-level tamers that composed the attack group. Fire and wind units. Victor shouted, his voice amplified by his Qilin's mana. Coordinated attack in 3, 2, 1. Now. What followed was a spectacle that would have been beautiful if it weren't so lethal. Multiple high-level fire tamers synchronized their powers, their individual flames fusing into a mass of thermal energy that made the air itself tremble. The wind elementals didn't lag behind, feeding the flames with concentrated air while simultaneously containing and compressing the attack into a directed flow. The result was a torrent of compressed fire that traveled directly toward the frontal enemy units already at the end of the bridge like a river of pure destruction. Victor observed with satisfaction how the attack developed. It was a generic initial move, designed more to measure the enemy's brute force than to cause decisive damage. But the power displayed was impressive even by his standards. Let's see how they respond to this, he thought. The response wasn't long in coming. The enemy earth elementals, supported by water ones, formed fire-resistant elemental barriers. Walls of moist earth rose from the bridge's surface, reinforced by water currents that evaporated on contact but cooled enough to maintain structural integrity. But the hot, powerful flow of concentrated fire seemed unable to be completely contained. Victor could see how some lower silver Yino soldiers began taking damage, their defenses insufficient against the coordinated attack. A fierce smile crossed his face. I was right. Our Yano indeed had tamers of much better individual level. Applying damage to the front line so soon, with a generic initial attack and against elements disadvantageous to fire, meant they had at least 2 or 3 small rank advantages, the equivalent of a complete major rank above Yino in this battle. Basically golds against silvers. But his smile faded when he noticed changes on the opposite side of the bridge. A figure cut through the air, riding what was clearly a silver 2 spectral crow. Even from the distance, Victor could feel the energy emanating from the rider. Maximilian Van Thorn, he recognized. Looks like he's the commander of this enemy operation. Van Thorn covered himself in a purple glow that resonated at several points on the bridge, and the signal was immediately repeated for everyone on the battlefield. What followed made Victor feel a chill running down his spine. Practically all enemy soldiers began pulsing with a purple energy that seemed to emanate from their own cores. The earth walls that had been defending against the fire attack took on a sickly purple tone. Before Victor's eyes, crystallized formations emerged, jagged and disordered but clearly more resistant than natural earth. The water that had been cooling the defenses acquired a dark purple tone and began evaporating much less easily under the continuous fire assault. Abyssal corruption in all their soldiers, Victor realized with growing alarm. Not only do they have superior numbers, they already have the way to completely distribute that corrupt power. Almost as if it were the answer to the method they had obtained from Ren, Yino seemed to have standardized their population with a generalized power increase too. The fire attack that had been causing constant damage suddenly found itself contained by defenses that strengthened instead of weakening. Enemy soldiers who had been suffering under the elemental assault now stood firm, their own beasts pulsing with that unnatural purple energy. Victor immediately took another small communication bird. Julius, we might have a bigger problem than expected. Confirming abyssal corruption in all enemy forces. After sending the message, Victor felt how his eagle responded to his growing tension, the air currents becoming more aggressive under its wings. The true measure of the powers at play was just beginning, and it had already become clear that this wouldn't be the quick and clean victory of quality and superior power he had hoped for. Almost 2 to 1 in numbers, he thought grimly, an abyssal power to match our rank advantage. This is going to depend more on my skill than I thought. But as he watched Yano's forces reorganize to launch their own attack, Victor felt a familiar determination ignite in his chest. They had come here to stop Yano, and he wasn't going to back down no matter what dirty tricks they had in store. The mathematical reality was sobering, but mathematics didn't account for determination, skill, or the righteous fury of defending one's homeland. Let them try, he thought fiercely. We're going to show them what the true pure power of this world can do. People trembled around Hedda as another wave of magical projectiles impacted the improvised defenses. Around her, Yino soldiers crouched behind walls of water or crystallized earth, the purple material glowing with each impact. The sound was deafening, a constant cacophony of destruction that made conversation nearly impossible. Stay together, shouted Sergeant Corrin from somewhere to her left, his voice barely audible over the constant roar of combat. Once we cross completely, we can disperse. Hedda nodded, though she knew the sergeant couldn't see her through the chaos of bodies and magical barriers. She found herself near the center of the bridge and formation, technically protecting one of the army's healers. It was the perfect excuse to avoid being at the front. Her duty along with several others was to keep support specialists safe. The positioning wasn't accidental. Master Vex's warnings echoed in her mind, stay as far back as possible, keep your head down but your eyes open. The irony wasn't lost on her. The girl beside her, Rihanna, had once served in the healing squad serving Princess Selthia but got replaced by better healers. She was barely 2 years older than Hedda, with brown hair pulled back in a braid and eyes that had seen too much for someone her age. Those eyes that carried the particular haunted quality that came from watching people die despite your best efforts to save them. "Are you okay?" Rihanna asked, noticing how Hedda constantly scanned the surroundings with the tension of someone trained to detect threats constantly. Her voice carried genuine concern, a rarity in Yino's culture but predictable in the face of death. "Perfectly," Hedda responded, though she was actually calculating escape possibilities and evaluating the defensive capabilities of nearby soldiers. "And you? How are you handling our first real battle?" "It's my second, actually," Rihanna smiled nervously, her hands already glowing faintly with healing energy in preparation for the wounded that would inevitably come. But well, never in something so big. The scale was indeed overwhelming. This wasn't a skirmish or border raid, this was full-scale warfare between kingdoms. Hundreds of Tamers on each side would die here. Another explosion shook everyone, this time close enough that fragments of purple crystal rained down on their positions. The water and wind mages on their side intensified their efforts, creating translucent barriers that deflected most projectiles, but some got through, whistling dangerously close. 500 meters more, someone shouted from the front. 500 meters to step on enemy territory. Hedda felt some apprehension. Once they completely crossed the bridge, the battle would become truly three-dimensional and more individual. Soldiers who could fly for short periods could finally land safely, they had had to wait to be grouped so Victor's giant golden eagle couldn't pick them off one by one in the air. Underground, new possibilities would also open up. The bridge material, made with the skill of very powerful beasts and concentrated mana, was much harder than normal rock, which had made any excavation almost impossible during the crossing. The bridge itself was a marvel of magical engineering, but also a tactical nightmare. The ancient structure forced both armies into a narrow corridor where superior numbers meant little and every meter had to be fought for directly. But once away from the space that served as anchor on Yano's side of the bridge, they could generate tunnels, create chaos in the city, attack from unexpected directions. The real battle would begin when they could spread out and use their full range of capabilities. Battles between Tamers had few limitations regarding three-dimensional space. Once we arrive, abyssal abilities can also be used more freely and creatively, Hedda reflected while observing how some of her companions began using their abyssal's capabilities to resist the incoming fire. But the defending side also has specialists ready. Those defending Yano territory were no novices. Hedda had been attentive enough to realize that Yano had answered the attack with their best men. A fire projectile passed dangerously close, hot enough to make her jumping hunter spider stir restlessly under her skin. The heat was intense enough that she could feel her eyebrows singeing, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with thermal distortion. Instinct made her want to activate her second beast, the one that could really help her in this situation. But she held back, it wasn't necessary yet. The corrupt burnt-wing bee queen they had given her as part of abyssal beast experiments was problematic for multiple reasons. As an experimental and unique beast, unlike the more common scorpions other agents used, it tended to generate adverse reactions like jealousy among her companions. And the distorted buzzing of the corrupt creature made even veteran soldiers nervous. Additionally, being a fire beast, it wouldn't serve much to reduce damage for others. Though for her personally, the heat resistance it provided would be invaluable amid this rain of fire projectiles. Hedda. Rihanna grabbed her arm, pointing forward. Look! The front ranks of Yino soldiers had finally reached enemy territory beyond the bridge. Immediately, the formation began to change. Soldiers with excavation beasts disappeared underground, while those with flight capabilities rose into the air, dispersing to avoid becoming easy targets. The sound of combat changed too, becoming more complex and chaotic. It was no longer simply the direct exchange of projectiles across the bridge. "Healers, stay in the center," ordered Captain Morse. "Once we cross, we'll establish defensive perimeter until assault units secure advanced positions." Hedda helped Rihanna brace against the jostling in the bridge flow as they advanced the last few hundred meters, while the battle evolved in real time. From above, Victor and his Golden Eagle launched precise attacks against Yino soldiers trying to disperse in the air, but he had to deal with multiple aerial opponents simultaneously, so some survived. But the cost was visible. Bodies fell from the sky regularly, some Yino soldiers who had been caught isolated, others Yino defenders who had been overwhelmed by multiple flying attackers. On the ground, Yino soldiers with earth beasts quickly created improvised fortifications, while Yano's underground specialists intercepted excavators before they could establish effective tunnels. It was a three-dimensional dance of death, each combatant trying to gain advantage. The complexity was overwhelming, tracking threats from above, below, and all sides simultaneously while maintaining formation and protecting the healers. Impact, someone near them shouted. The air trembled when an explosion shook the area. We have wounded on this side. Response teams, proceed, came the immediate reply. Hedda observed how soldiers with beasts specialized in underground combat disappeared beneath the surface, pursuing enemy excavators. Combat now developed on three distinct levels: the air, where flyers from both sides engaged in high-speed duels; the surface, where most main forces clashed; and underground, where specialists waged silent but equally lethal battles. It's like being inside a storm, Rihanna murmured, her eyes following some of the multiple simultaneous battles. A storm mostly of fire, Hedda corrected, noting how the majority of attacks seemed to favor flame and heat. The air shimmered constantly with thermal distortion, and the smell of burning meat filled her nostrils. A wounded soldier was pushed toward their position, blood dripping from a shoulder wound where crystal fragments had breached his armor. Healer, the damage exceeded his abyssal beast's plates too, the heat is making regeneration difficult, shouted the soldier carrying him. Rihanna immediately sprang into action, her hands glowing with healing energy while assessing the damage. Hedda positioned herself protectively nearby. But while observing the combat developing ahead, she couldn't help wondering if she would see her brother Han after all this. Was he safe if this war extended too long or was lost? An aerial roar pulled her from her thoughts when Victor flew directly overhead, pursuing their commander's spectral crow. The combat had evolved completely, and now every meter of space, above, below, and at ground level, was disputed territory. Three-dimensional warfare had begun in earnest, and Hedda had the growing feeling that this was only the beginning of something much larger and more dangerous than she had anticipated. The group Ignatius belonged to finally managed to direct a powerful attack at the center of the procession as the front had finally fallen into individual battles and the main defenses faltered. A massive fireball descended from above, directly toward them. Hedda grabbed Rihanna and Dove, pulling the healer away from her patient just as the world erupted in fire and chaos around. The military camp in Goldcrest territory transformed into a hive of organized activity. Soldiers emerged from tents, armor was adjusted, and tamers with their beasts prepared for combat. Karzan observed from a nearby hill while his forces organized into marching formations. Each soldier represented years of training and significant resource investment. "The company is ready to advance, my lord," reported General Valdris, his weathered face showing the strain of rapid mobilization. "Equipment checks complete, supply lines established, communication beasts distributed. How goes Yino's attack and our frontier wall advancement?" "It seems Yino maintains pressure on the bridge, my lord. And our new frontier line moves slowly but surely. It appears Yano wants to save forces and is letting the wall gain ground for the moment rather than contest every meter." Karzan calculated mentally. It had taken him 3 hours instead of the one he had demanded to stop the stupid conflict between the Blackwoods and Stralfangs, but that had also given his army more time to organize properly. At least he would fulfill his promise to lead and march with his army personally alongside Valdris to the letter. "We advance the pace. I want to reach the section that will meet with the bridge as soon as possible. If we encounter both fronts, we'll gain a crushing numerical advantage." As the first units began to move, Karzan felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. For years he had been planning this moment, but now that it had arrived, the weight of responsibility overwhelmed him. Everything depends on the next few hours, he thought while observing his soldiers march toward the unknown. The next report from the front, however, would change his focus of attention later. "My lord," the messenger's voice came tense, "conflict has initiated with enemy defenses at the new frontier wall. Light resistance so far across most of the extension, but..." "But what, Kazek?" "It seems a point in the wall disappeared along with the gate, my lord. We received no warning or notice, it was from one moment to the next and the patrol disappeared." Karzan felt a chill of apprehension, but kept it out of his voice. "Continue the advance. I want to know who crossed at that point. Send several aerial patrols and ground trackers to check the area if necessary." "Understood, my lord." Karzan remained looking toward Goldcrest territory, where smoke was already beginning to rise in the morning air. The war had officially begun on his side too. And only time would tell if he had made the correct decision. Victor observed with the slightest and most minimal frustration how the poorly organized defensive lines of the bridge were beginning to let some flying soldiers and diggers pass through. Some of his soldiers were still arriving, marching from behind in unorganized and hasty formations that spoke of poor professional military training. The delay in their positioning had been unfortunate, but not catastrophic. He had a plan. The Yano soldiers had managed to establish what already seemed like a solid foothold in Yano territory, and their numerical superiority would start showing tangible results if they allowed many more soldiers to cross. Containment within the bridge would have been easier, but that plan has failed thanks to our slow reaction, he admitted mentally while his Golden Eagle executed an evasive maneuver to avoid a spear of purple energy that crackled through the air where they had been moments before. "I'll have to retrain the soldiers to react twice as fast when this is over." From his privileged aerial position, he could see exactly how the situation was developing. About 100 Yano ground soldiers had crossed, sufficient numbers to establish their own defensive formations, and now they were pressing toward the city. The sight was troubling. These weren't desperate raiders or undisciplined militia. These were trained soldiers executing a coordinated assault with the kind of precision that came from extensive planning and practice. "If this continues like this, I won't be able to hold the bridge for all the time I promised." But not everything was lost. In fact, this was just the beginning. Victor saw how the last troops from the rear guard arrived to close the half-moon formation. When he realized that most of the soldiers from the Earth Elemental Squadron had already gone underground, he gave the order, his voice cutting through the chaos of combat with the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed in life-or-death situations. "Sector commanders. Implement Earth Containment Silver Platter Protocol, now." The response was immediate and coordinated. There was a reason why Victor had maintained calm. He had his Gold 3 Chelan, the strongest besides his father's, to control the ground, but he ended up just containing the flying Tamers with his elite squadron, and the reason was about to manifest. The Yano soldiers had managed to create a perimeter just outside the bridge support. It was a solid defensive position that allowed them to control the flow of enemy combatants, preventing the few who arrived from being able to completely cross into the territory. But what the enemy didn't know was that this position had been deliberately allowed. Victor had been drawing them into exactly the position he wanted them to occupy. "Underground units, proceed with visible excavation." Victor ordered, observing how specialists in underground combat emerged from hidden positions beneath the earth. No, they weren't emerging. The earth was sinking. What followed was a demonstration of military-grade elemental control from Yano that would have been pleasant to witness if it hadn't been taking place in the middle of a deadly battle. The Tamers with beasts specialized in earth elemental control began generating an enormous hole just after the bridge support anchor. The weirdly geometrically perfect white support seemed to surface just like Yano soldiers. It wasn't a random excavation, it was a perfectly circular crater on a massive scale. The pit began to expand, gradually becoming a bowl with edges that grew upward. What had been flat terrain minutes before now transformed into a defensive amphitheater, with enormous walls rising around the entrance to the city from the bridge. The only part that hadn't sunk was the one belonging to the bridge anchor, which was so rooted hundreds of meters below that this was barely a small notch in its support. But what that small difference generated was the amphitheater scenario, where the Yino soldiers would dance for those of Yano. Victor smiled with fierce satisfaction while observing how the very topography of the battlefield changed under his direction. This was why he had waited, why he had allowed the enemy to cross in significant numbers, to trap them in a killing ground of his own making. Earth and water units, reinforce the perimeter walls, he shouted, his voice carrying clearly across the battlefield. Wood units, stabilize the foundations. The Yino attackers, who had been advancing with constant momentum, suddenly found themselves in a completely different tactical situation. What had been a direct advance toward the city had now become a fairly deep jump from the bridge support to the bottom of the bowl and then an uphill advance against improvised but formidable fortifications for all those who couldn't fly. Chaos spread through Yino's frontal formations as they realized what was happening, and soldiers behind pushed them into the hole without stopping the advance. The physics of the situation were brutally simple. Soldiers compressed into a smaller space became easier targets for concentrated attacks from above. The soldiers who had been pressing forward now had to reorganize to defend against attacks from 180 degrees instead of 120 degrees. We all must release the defense at the same time to support the excavators. It's the only way to advance, someone shouted from the enemy front lines, but it was already too late to stop the enemy tactic. The few Yino excavators who had jumped first to escape into the city and create chaos before being intercepted had realized that the underground formation was already closed. Yano had arrived a bit late, but their Earth soldiers had formed a very wide circle and closed it little by little. By the time Yino's infiltrators managed to dig enough, they had already been intercepted and outnumbered. Victor smiled, thinking it had been a good idea to close containment from behind and below before reaching position with most of the Earth soldiers from the beginning. That way they ensured that Yino wouldn't be too defensive and would instead try to advance faster. Since creating a wall from behind had almost no utility. He didn't plan to defend but to attack, and his wall was his high-quality soldiers, whether underground, above it, or in the sky. They wouldn't let these bastards pass to infect their home. With Yino stopped, Yano's attackers redoubled their efforts. An especially large fireball impacted the middle of the bridge, sending crystallized fragments flying in all directions. Perfect, he thought with satisfaction. They're starting to take damage again in panic. It had been somewhat frustrating to allow Yino to advance so much with the surprise factor. They had arrived a bit late to the initial defensive positions, and that had made the attackers think they could maintain constant advance, that they were gaining momentum. But now Victor would show them that just that dirty abyssal energy wouldn't be enough to match the quality of gold beasts against silver ones, especially when the terrain favored the defenders. Commander Victor. Captain Torres came flying to his side, his own aerial mount showing signs of the intensive combat they'd been waging. The perimeter walls are at 80%. They'll need about 30 more seconds to complete formation. We just need to contain the aerial attacks. I'll give them much more than 30 seconds. Victor responded, directing his eagle toward a new enemy formation. I'll break the front, you maintain constant pressure on the flanks. From the air, he could see how the situation in the artificial bowl was developing exactly as he had planned. The few Yino soldiers who had managed to advance first now found themselves trapped at the bottom of the hole, outnumbered and outclassed by Yino defenders who now had positional advantage and more support. The front soldiers of Yino desperately tried to destroy the circular wall that now separated the bridge from the city to recover the platform and be able to add more foot soldiers to the front. But their efforts were constantly frustrated by the superior control of Yano's hundreds of Earth soldiers. Every time they managed to make a breach, defenders immediately sealed it with new reinforced rock. Trying to fill the hole by raising earth had the same result. Constant fire attacks from Yano and from the heights made any counter-construction work extremely dangerous and slow. The trapped soldiers were caught in a tactical nightmare. They couldn't retreat because of the soldiers behind them still pushing forward, they couldn't advance because of the overwhelming offensive fire, the flying beasts' attacks from above, and the limited space to the fall which would take them directly to the bottom of the bowl. If you want to take advantage of numerical superiority, you'll have to advance more. Victor shouted toward the enemy lines, knowing they couldn't hear him but enjoying the moment. You can send me all your almost 300,000 combatants, and no matter what you do with this formation, you won't overcome the bridge. It was the beauty of a well-executed containment tactic in a bottleneck. The Yino Earth soldiers found themselves in a dilemma. Continuing to push and advance meant falling into the hole and being crushed one by the rock and wood squadron in the center of the bowl, but staying immobile meant allowing defenders to consolidate their positions in front of the bridge even more until they became impregnable. Victor observed with satisfaction while launching into attack how enemy forces divided between those trying to maintain the assault and those forced to protect their own defensive positions. The coordination they had shown during the swift bridge crossing was beginning to fragment under the pressure of complex tactical decisions. Having effectively contained the advance, Victor evaluated mentally, it's time for the next phase. His eagle sensed the change in his intention and automatically accelerated its flight. Victor had identified his next objective, the commander of the abyssal forces. Maximilian Van Thorn continued directing the advance from the air, his Silver II spectral crow keeping him in constant movement while coordinating his troops' responses to the changing battlefield conditions. His spectral beast had unique capabilities that made it extremely difficult to predict or track. The creature seemed to phase in and out of visibility, using ethereal abilities that conventional aerial combat tactics couldn't easily counter. But Victor had experience dealing with tricky spectral cousins, and his golden eagle had a speed advantage that the enemy probably hadn't fully considered. Time to cut off the serpent's head, he decided. Victor's eagle brutally eliminated a pair of Silver I flyers that Yino had in abundance between its talons. The leading squadron saw the massacre and instantly dispersed, but Victor didn't follow them. Instead, he directed his eagle on an ascending trajectory, gaining altitude while preparing for direct confrontation. Maximilian quickly noticed the direction of Victor's swift descent and began retreating with his spectral crow, but never turned his back on Victor. It was an intelligent maneuver. The spectral crow had the unique ability to fly at the same speed in any direction, which gave it significant defensive and positioning advantages. It could retreat as fast as it could advance, maintain constant visual contact with its pursuer, and execute evasive maneuvers without the directional limitations that affected most flying beasts. But even with those advantages, Victor knew he had a winning card. His giant golden eagle was Gold 2, a complete rank above the enemy spectral crow. And in direct aerial combat, especially over long distances, the rank difference became exponentially important. The chase began in earnest. Maximilian maneuvered brilliantly, using air currents and some of his soldiers as obstacles to maintain distance while retreating. His spectral crow executed impossible turns, sudden direction changes, and even brief dives in semi-ethereal mode that made it difficult to track. The enemy commander was clearly an experienced aerial fighter. His crow's spectral abilities allowed it to briefly phase through solid objects, making conventional interception tactics useless. The creature could become semi-transparent, slip through attacks that should have connected, and materialize behind pursuers in ways that defied normal physics. But even at maximum speed, Victor would reach him eventually. It was simple mathematics. The Golden Eagle had a much greater maximum speed, greater endurance, greater power, and greater sustained maneuverability. The poor Silver I soldiers and their beasts were barely a minor nuisance to the eagle's talons. Each passing second, the distance between them reduced incrementally. 15 seconds, Victor calculated, observing how his eagle gradually gained ground. Maybe 10 if I can ignore the minor attacks and don't waste time on defensive maneuvers. Maximilian had clearly reached the same conclusion. His spectral crow began glowing with purple energy, and Victor could feel how the enemy prepared something. Some type of special technique or desperate attack. The purple energy wasn't just visual, Victor could feel it affecting the air around them, making it thicker, more resistant. The abyssal corruption was trying to level the playing field by changing the very medium through which they fought. Let him try, Victor thought with fierce determination. Let's see if his abyssal corruption can compensate for the rank difference when the talons find you. The distance continued closing. 10 seconds. 8. 5. Maximilian's crow suddenly blazed with purple fire, its spectral form becoming more solid as abyssal energy poured through it. The creature's size seemed to increase. But Victor's eagle was already diving, golden feathers gleaming like metal as it descended with the inevitability of gravity itself. 3 seconds. 2. 1. The clash between gold and purple energies lit up the sky, visible even from the ground where soldiers paused in their fighting to witness the aerial duel that could determine the battle's outcome. Hagen observed his group as they descended through the natural tunnel that marked the fastest mapped entrance to the abyss depths. 30 of Yino's best soldiers accompanied him on this critical mission, almost all gold rank, a force that represented nearly 25% of the highest-ranking power in the entire kingdom. It was a massive investment of human resources for Yino, which only had a little over 100 tamers of gold rank or higher compared to Yano's 500. But the mission's importance completely justified it. Each elite soldier was an invaluable asset that couldn't be wasted. Each of these soldiers represented years of training, enormous resource investment, and families who would mourn if they didn't return. The responsibility was staggering. But they were strong people, really hard to kill. Who would think they'd leave me in charge of 24 gold rank soldiers and 6 silver 3? Though now, if I think of them as people impossible to be hurt by bronze ranks, the numerical difference in high ranks compared to Yano is brutal, Hagen reflected while adjusting his equipment straps. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer on that side, eh? Yano has around 10,000 high-level tamers, silver 3 or higher, against our 5,000 silver 3 or higher. And in gold ranks it gets worse, they're 5 to 1 against us. Our city is much more fair, eh? Ha ha ha. Even Hagen couldn't accept that the more balanced distribution was fairer when the reasons behind it were what they were. Yino's only real advantage lay in the middle ranks, approximately 250,000 silver 1 soldiers, almost 5 times more than Yano. A silver could already do some damage to a gold of the same micro-rank, which was why Yino aimed for numbers and military flexibility. Plus those numbers were worth double with abyssal energy. Without abyssal energy we'd be throwing our mid-rank people to the slaughterhouse by the dozens. Those 200 gold 2 or higher rank from Yano are monsters. Yino only had 30-something of those. That's why the mission to eliminate that enemy of abyssal energy was so important and required so many important nobles and high-level soldiers. And for a mission requiring deep infiltration and combat against gold-level threats, the numerous mid-rank soldiers of Yino would only be food for the beasts. The irony wasn't lost on him that they were descending into the abyss to protect the very corruption that had made this descent until that dangerous deep necessary in the first place. Sergeant Dax, Hagen called to the veteran marching beside him, depth report. Dax consulted the measurement crystal he carried on his belt, a device that glowed with soft blue light as it registered the increasing pressure and energy density of their descent. We just passed the silver 1 mark, Leader Hagen. Silver depth established. The sergeant gave an exaggerated salute and chuckled. Hagen nodded, laughing to himself as well. With soldiers and nobles of his same level and some even superior, Hagen was more of a guide than a military leader for the squadron. The dynamic was unusual but necessary. These weren't subordinates in the traditional sense, they were peers and in some cases superiors who happened to need his expertise for this particular mission. For soldiers of their ranks, passing silver depth had been trivial. The abyssal creatures in those upper layers presented no real threat to gold tamers, and most of his group hadn't even needed to activate their beasts to eliminate the beasts that had crossed their path. Creatures from the depths don't vary much between bronze and silver depth, he explained to the few group members who lacked experience in abyssal expeditions. They're just evolutions of the same creatures from above. The real dangers begin at gold. As if to demonstrate his point, a group of major deep assassins emerged from a nearby crevice, their segmented shells gleaming with embedded core incrustations collected from previous victims. The creatures were impressive specimens, each the size of a carriage, with chitinous armor that gleamed with an oily iridescence and multiple sensory appendages that twitched as they analyzed the approaching group. The soldiers didn't even bother to summon their beasts. The creatures sniffed them briefly from a distance with their multiple sensitive hairs, recognized the high-level energy that all carried, and retreated peacefully. Very quickly. It's when we reach gold that species have problematic evolutions and variations, Hagen continued while guiding the group toward a tunnel that descended more steeply. Evolutions that could slow our procession or even make it dangerous. The descent toward Gold 1 confirmed his words. The tunnel walls began showing more complex crystalline formations, the yellow veins of living mineral became orange, and the energy in the air thickened noticeably. The change was dramatic enough that even the less experienced members of the group could feel it, a pressure in their chests, a heaviness in the air that made each breath slightly more laborious. But for their elite group, it remained quite manageable. Minor contact at 2 o'clock, reported Lieutenant Kor, pointing toward a side chamber where something large moved in the shadows. Hagen studied the creature briefly, a Gold 1 mana devourer, approximately the size of a house, with jaws that could crush the group's best shields and scales. The creature's bulk was impressive, its hide scarred from countless battles with other deep dwellers. Dangerous in frontal confrontations, but slow, not a real threat to his group. Ignore it, he ordered. Maintain close formation and continue. The devourer crawled toward them slowly and watched them pass with calculating intelligence, but didn't use its abilities, had no urgency to crawl faster, nor made any aggressive movements. Deep beasts were opportunistic predators, not suicidal. They recognized when they were outnumbered and outpowered. The creature's behavior was actually reassuring for many of them. It demonstrated that the ecosystem down here followed logical patterns of risk assessment, even if those patterns operated on scales of power that surface dwellers rarely encountered. Gold 2 presented the first real problems. Halt, Hagen ordered when they reached a wider chamber, his senses alerting him to something incorrectly familiar. Defensive exploration. There's something here I don't like. The group deployed in semicircular formation, beasts partially manifested in their bodies and ready for combat. Hagen's experience in the depths had saved countless lives over the years. When he sensed something wrong, it usually was. The attack came from above. A Gold 2 shadow mimic materialized directly over Soldier Rex, one of the few Silver 3 in the group. Its spectral claws extended toward the soldier's throat with speed that defied perception. The creature was horrifying, a writhing mass of darkness that seemed to absorb light, with appendages that shifted between solid and liquid at will. Its very presence made the air colder and the shadows deeper. "REX," shouted Sergeant Thorne, but it was too late for direct intervention. Instinct and training saved Rex's life. He threw himself aside at the last second, the spectral claws barely scratching his shoulder instead of decapitating him. But the shadow mimic was persistent, immediately reorienting for a second attack. The creature's adaptability was what made it so dangerous. It could learn from failed attacks and adjust its strategy within seconds. "These are persistent, let's kill it together." Hagen roared, his abyssal scorpion manifesting as defensive armor. "Surround it now." What followed was a demonstration of why 30 elite soldiers were worth more than hundreds of lower ranks. A Gold 2 noble launched chains of abyssal energy from his mineral vine, temporarily immobilizing the creature. The energy constructs wrapped around the shadow mimic like glowing purple rope, each chain pulsing with corrupted power. Another Gold 1 noble took advantage of the opening for a direct attack with his spectral saber, the ethereal claws finding weak points in the creature's constantly shifting form. But it was Hagen who provided the decisive blow. His long gorilla arm, combined with his griffin's claws, the abyssal energy concentrated the fusion in an even more flexible combination technique, pierced through the mimic's carapace with brutal force, destroying the vital internal organs. The combination of 3 different abyssal energies created a resonance effect that the creature couldn't adapt to quickly enough. The creature collapsed, its limbs moving in spasms as life abandoned it. "Idiot!" Hagen turned toward Rex, his voice loaded with genuine fury. "I told you defensive exploration, not to stay behind the group enjoying the view. What part of that didn't you understand?" Rex, still trembling from adrenaline from his near-death encounter, stammered an apology. "Sir, I thought I had identified all threats in the area. You thought. Hagen interrupted him. In the abyssal depths, thinking gets you killed. You know and act, or you die. There's no middle ground. The harshness of his words was necessary. In this environment, a single moment of overconfidence or complacency could doom the entire expedition. Sergeant Dax approached, his expression grim. Leader, the soldier is young. First deep expedition. Exactly why he should have followed orders to the letter. Hagen breathed deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Rex, listen to me well. On the surface, individual initiative is valuable. Down here, it kills you and kills everyone with you. Next time you ignore a safety protocol, I leave you here. Understood? Understood, leader. Good. Collect useful materials from the mimic and continue. And Rex, you stay near the center of formation until we reach our destination. The descent toward Gold 3 was more cautious, each group member now fully aware that even elite soldiers could die if they lowered their guard. The energy is changing, observed Captain Thorne as they descended through a spiral tunnel that seemed to have been carved by something massive. It feels more suffocating. Hagen nodded. Gold 3 marked the point where the depths transition from simply dangerous to genuinely hostile. The creatures here had been exposed to enormous energy concentrations and long lives with intense battles to achieve evolution that had transformed them in very efficient ways. At this level, all creatures would be of higher rank than any soldier in the group. The tunnel itself told a story, the walls bore marks of claws and acids, scars from battles between creatures so powerful they could reshape the environment with their conflicts. Maximum priority to stealth, he ordered in a low voice. From here on, we assume everything we encounter can kill us. Hagen had taught them how to advance in sync with the rhythm of the walls, to reduce their mana signature, and to cover themselves with substances that would hide their presence. They advanced with extreme caution, each step calculated to minimize noise. The crystalline formations on the walls had grown to become complex structures that pulsed with their own orange-golden light, creating patterns of shadows and lights that made visibility difficult. The formations were beautiful in their own way, like abstract art, but their beauty was as dangerous as it was mesmerizing. It was Lieutenant Kor who saved them from disaster. His spectral saber, with senses that transcended the physical, detected the massive presence below before any other group member. Halt, Kor whispered, his voice barely audible. Massive presence. Something, very large. Hagen pushed his enhanced senses further, extending his perception forward. What he found made him break out in cold sweat. A presence radiating Gold 3 power, possibly superior. Something so massive that its mere existence distorted the abyssal energy in the area. And it was directly in their planned route. A deep leviathan worm, he identified with growing alarm. Or something worse. Karzan advanced at the center of his military column, surrounded by the rhythmic thunder of 10,000 soldiers marching toward their destiny. The mass of armed bodies extending both ahead and behind his position provided a sensation of security that had been absent during the last months. Finally, he thought while observing the organized ranks. Finally, I have the power to decide the course of this war. But frustration continued gnawing at the edges of his confidence like a persistent wound. General Valdris, he called to the commander advancing at his side. Any new reports about the situation at the destroyed section of the wall? Negative, my lord, Valdris responded, his voice carrying the weight of unwelcome news. The wall has been rebuilt, but the intruders continue without being stopped. Patrols report signs of continuous advance toward your castle in our rear guard, but they haven't managed to establish direct contact. Karzan's knuckles whitened. It was maddening to know his territory was being violated by someone while he marched toward a battle that would determine the future of both kingdoms. The taste of bile rose in his throat as he imagined unknown enemies moving freely through lands his family had controlled for generations. But the situation was on his side. That had to be enough. He had committed to this strategy after weeks of careful analysis, weighing every variable, every possible outcome. Sleep had become a luxury he couldn't afford as he pored over maps and troop reports deep into the night. Of his just over 20,000 total troops, he had stationed half, approximately 10,000 soldiers, along the 150-kilometer frontier separating his territory from Old Janos. With that distribution, he had groups of 6 to 7 silver-rank soldiers every 100 meters. The spacing was tight enough that any intense disturbance in one part of the wall should provoke instant reaction from 3 squadrons, 20 people in total. Within minutes, between 70 and 100 soldiers should be able to respond easily to any intense attack in any zone. So how had someone managed to pass through by eliminating just a single squadron? The question clawed at his mind like a persistent itch. Was an elite group trying to assassinate him? In theory, they shouldn't have that type of soldier available with the bridge situation, he corrected himself mentally. But theories have the annoying tendency to collapse when faced with reality. The scrolls and tactical manuals gathering dust in his study had never accounted for the chaos of real warfare. The other half of his forces, the 10,000 soldiers now accompanying him, hadn't been destined to strengthen the new frontier divisions. Instead, he had made the bold decision to gather all that force to push toward the bridge and support the operations developing there. The risk was enormous. If his gamble failed, he would have committed half his entire mobile reserve to a single decisive action. "My lord," a soldier interrupted, approaching with urgent steps and a message clutched in his hand. Karzan extended his hand to receive it, noting how the messenger's fingers trembled slightly. Battle nerves were contagious. "According to our aerial scouts," the soldier continued, his voice steady despite his obvious anxiety, "on the other side of our new frontier, Janos still hasn't significantly strengthened their troops. They only have 5,000 soldiers extended in passive defense, retreating before the advance of ours who are double their number. Meanwhile, the vast majority, approximately 12,000, have headed to the bridge and are fighting to stop the advance right now." The numbers were encouraging, but Karzan knew they only told part of the story. "And the estimates of Janos' total forces?" he asked, leaning forward in his saddle. A squad leader from the logistics team consulted his notes, pages rustling in the wind as he searched for the relevant information. "We believe Jano must have a total of approximately 80,000 combat troops of Silver 1 rank and above, excluding our 20,000, my lord." The logistics leader paused, his expression growing more complex. "But there are complicating factors that won't allow them to deploy more than 25,000, at least not soon." Karzan's eyebrows rose. That was a significant limitation, one that could work decisively in his favor if he acted quickly enough. "Explain." "I thought they would mobilize more troops sooner. The Abyss frontier, first of all, already occupies almost 40,000 troops stationed at all times along the enormous expanse, ensuring we're not invaded by abyssal creatures," the logistics leader explained, his voice taking on the tone of someone reciting carefully verified intelligence. "According to our sources, those still haven't moved." Karzan nodded grimly. It was a strategic reality both kingdoms shared. A significant portion of any army had to be permanently dedicated to defending against abyssal beast incursions. The Abyss frontier was like a wound that never healed, constantly requiring fresh blood to keep the infection from spreading. "And why haven't the remaining 40,000? "That's where it becomes pleasant, my lord." A satisfied smile crossed the logistics leader's weathered features. "The largest portion of the lower silver ranks corresponds to the Star Weavers, but to the family branch that Sirius has lost control of. It seems they received your positive suggestion and are waiting to see what happens." Karzan straightened, every nerve suddenly alert. This was the kind of information that could shift the entire strategic landscape. Political fractures within enemy ranks were worth more than a dozen military victories. When families turned against each other, kingdoms fell. Of the 20,000 soldiers the Star Weavers had years ago, the logistics leader continued, his voice gaining confidence as he delivered increasingly favorable news, only 5,000 are currently on the Abyss frontier. Of the other 15,000, they had lost 2,000 in the last abyssal attack, which broke Sirius's chain of command and made him lose credibility, so now. The pieces of the political puzzle were falling into place beautifully. Karzan had spent years cultivating relationships within the Starweaver family, planting seeds of doubt about Sirius's leadership capabilities. What's the current situation of loyalties? Has the mute idiot recovered? Almost 12,000 soldiers are under the control of Sirius's brothers and cousins, the logistics leader reported with satisfaction. He has only recovered about 1,000 under his direct command. A fierce smile crossed Karzan's face, transforming his features into something predatory. And his cousins then? Did their faction respond to us? They don't seem ready to support war efforts, my lord. The logistics leader's tone suggested careful intelligence gathering rather than speculation. But they've entrenched themselves in their own territory to secure their fat hides. Or that's what Sirius and his allies must think, which serves us perfectly. Karzan reviewed the numbers mentally, each calculation building his confidence like stones in a fortress wall. Of Yano's 80,000 total troops under Sirius, Selphara, and the princes, only 25,000 were readily available. Worse for them, not all had been collected yet. The surprise of the swift total attack had been difficult to counter logistically. We estimate they're missing about 8,000 troops from the 25,000 total they should be able to mobilize soon, the logistics leader concluded. Most are opportunists, my lord. Karzan felt a surge of genuine optimism coursing through his veins. The numbers worked in his favor, but only if he acted quickly. Every hour of delay gave Yano more time to consolidate their forces, to call in troops from distant garrisons, to shore up their political fractures. If I don't apply pressure, my numerical advantage won't last forever, he murmured to himself, the words carried away by the wind and the tramping of 10,000 feet. Once they absorb troops from the abyss frontiers, I'll be lost. The strategy crystallized in his mind with perfect clarity. The only way to secure his advantage was by opening the bridge and pushing the new frontier simultaneously. If he pushed successfully, the remaining opportunistic nobles on his side of the new frontier would have to accept conscription. Seeing his side winning while their allies were occupied at the bridge would create a cascade effect. Success bred success, just as defeat bred more defeat. With luck, Karzan's side would return to 25% support, which would increase his numbers to about 25,000 total. The political mathematics were as important as the military ones. In civil wars, perception often mattered more than reality. We don't have a single soldier on our territory's abyss frontier right now, he reflected with satisfaction. Thanks to Yano, we don't need to worry about our abyssal defenses. Valdris, he called, turning toward his most trusted general. What about Yano activity in our section of the abyss? Valdris exchanged a significant glance with the logistics leader, the kind of look that passed between men who shared dangerous secrets. It seems Yano is taking advantage of our kind blindness on that side to prepare new crossings, my lord. Karzan nodded, unsurprised. He had expected as much. The alliance with Yano required certain accommodations. Allowing them to use his territory's abyss access was a calculated risk, one that could pay enormous dividends if the joint campaign succeeded. Time estimate for them to complete crossing structures. It would take considerable time, my lord. Valdris's voice carried the authority of someone who had overseen similar engineering projects. Creating structures capable of supporting such a long bridge takes time, and remember that the enormous rope crossing they had managed to build once was destroyed by Victor more than half a year ago. The memory of that setback still stung. Victor's aerial superiority had cost them years of work and enormous resources. At least they could install smaller temporary ones and cross more aggressively to my side, Karzan thought pragmatically. I'll communicate with them to give them open permission. It's time to accumulate achievements in this joint campaign to secure my place after the war. Political survival required thinking beyond the immediate conflict. When the dust settled, he needed to be positioned as a valuable ally. For the moment, he only needed to take the bridge, and everything else would become insignificant. Once he had control of the bridge, when Yano sent their sea of low-ranking, Silver 1 summoners, it would be about 325,000 against Yano's 75,000. Even with the quality difference favoring Yano, if they had free crossing and could form properly, the castle should be easy to conquer with those numbers. The mathematical certainty was intoxicating. No amount of individual skill could overcome such overwhelming numerical superiority, especially when backed by Yino's abyssal corruption. "My lord," interrupted a messenger who had flown from the vanguard, his aerial mount settling beside the column in a cloud of dust and beating wings. "We reach assault positions in 30 minutes. Karzan's pulse quickened. After months of planning and political maneuvering, the moment of truth was finally approaching. "Excellent. Colonel Valdris, prepare the assault units." His voice carried across the marching ranks with the authority of absolute command. "Communications leader Voss, maintain constant communication with our frontier forces. I want perfect coordination of our second phase when the attack begins. We'll absorb 5,000 soldiers from our new frontier for the bridge attack." The orders rippled through the command structure like waves, each officer passing instructions down the chain. The great machine of war was finally grinding into motion. As his column approached the point where the war would be decided, Karzan allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The numbers were on his side. The strategy was solid. He had real power to implement his plans. The weight of his decisions pressed down on his shoulders, but it was a good weight, the weight for a man who held destiny in his hands. "Let's see if their Yano can handle a war on 3 fronts, he thought with fierce determination. "Let's see if Selphira and Sirius's famous elite tamers can compensate when they're outnumbered 4-1. The weight of Leora's words settled over Ren like a stone slab. The war had begun. His parents, neighbors, and teachers, who had seemed safe after the rescue, were in danger again. "How do you know?" Ren asked, wanting to deny it even though he could see the truth in Leora's mana patterns. "Grandmother Selphira told me not to leave the castle under any circumstances," Leora responded, her voice losing some of its earlier tension but gaining a gravity that made her sound older than her 11 years. "She took some of the best soldiers who are always stationed here. And Larissa has been sending me messages." Leora knew. If Selphira was mobilizing her elite forces, the situation was far more serious than a border skirmish. Ren's parents exchanged one of those wordless looks that only couples who had weathered decades together could share. His mother moved closer to him automatically, that protective instinct activating without conscious thought. "Son," his father began carefully, his weathered hands clasping together, "if there's a war. We'll be safe here," Ren interrupted quickly, but it was a lie that fooled no one in the room. His mind was already racing through other possibilities. His parents were secure for the moment, but what if the situation deteriorated? What if they needed to flee? It was then that the mushroom in his hair pulsed gently, and a single word whispered in his mind like a barely audible breeze: fusion. Ren's eyes widened as understanding flooded through him. Of course. The ability he had used with Lin could be extended to other people. First, he could give them that trump card which might mean the difference between life and death if they found themselves in real danger. "Listen," Ren said suddenly, causing everyone to turn toward him. I think this could help us." "Help us how, my child?" his mother asked, moving closer with that expression she adopted when preparing to protect him from whatever dangerous idea he might be harboring. Though it seemed it would be very difficult to stop him now. He had grown too much, too fast. "My mushrooms," Ren gently touched the small creatures glowing in his hair, their bioluminescence pulsing in response to his excitement, "can do something special. It can temporarily fuse beasts, making them much more powerful and allowing them to be used both inside the body and manifested outside simultaneously." Leora straightened immediately, her eyes sparkling with genuine interest. But Ren's parents seemed confused, uncertainty clouding their features as they tried to understand what their son was proposing. When Ren was about to manifest his small mushroom for them to touch. "We don't need them to hold me for several seconds one by one like the time with the sadistic woman," his mushroom communicated directly into his thoughts. "If you yourself can make physical contact with them." "I see," Ren nodded. "But they're going to end up very tired, right? I can deactivate it immediately, but first they must receive the capability and feel the activation so they can trigger it themselves when needed. Understanding flooded through Ren. It was like installing an emergency system, and they needed to experience it once to know how to access it later. He approached his parents, extending his arms with a smile that carried both affection and determination. "Could you give me a hug?" The request was unexpected, but so apparently innocent that his parents didn't hesitate. His mother arrived first, enveloping Ren in one of those embraces that made him feel completely secure, her familiar scent of herbs and warmth surrounding him. His father joined a moment later, creating that familiar circle of warmth and protection that Ren had known his entire life. But this time, while embracing them, Ren communicated mentally with his mushroom. "Do it." The small mushroom extended its influence, creating strong connections between his parents' beasts. The black turtle and the plant, both iron-rank creatures with relatively similar power levels, thanks to the plants being mature, responded immediately to the mushroom's expert manipulation. Ren felt the exact moment the fusion activated. His parents tensed slightly in his arms, their breathing becoming deeper as renewed energy flowed through their bodies. It was like watching two separate streams merge into a rushing river, the combined power greater than the sum of its parts. "What did," his father began, but his voice was lost in wonder as he felt the combined power of both beasts flowing through him. His mother straightened slightly, her eyes shining with amazement. The sensation was clearly overwhelming, decades of living with modest iron rank abilities suddenly replaced by their strength approaching mid-silver level power. "Ren, it's incredible. I can feel so much power." "It only lasts 5 minutes, Ren explained quickly, and it will tire you out a lot, so my mushroom is going to deactivate it now." Immediately, the mushroom severed the fusion connections. His parents blinked as the additional power faded, but the memory of the sensation remained clearly etched in their expressions. "My son," his father took him by the shoulders, his eyes shining with pride and amazement, "how did you discover something like this? This ability, it's extraordinary." "Your little mushroom," added his mother, gently touching the luminous creatures in his hair, "is much more special than I ever imagined." The tiny organisms pulsed brighter under her touch, as if pleased by the recognition. Ren blushed under the attention, shuffling his feet uncomfortably. "It was just luck, really. I discovered I could do it by accident on the last trip, and—" "Luck nothing," his father interrupted forcefully. "Exploration in the wilds for this kind of discovery requires deep understanding and tremendous effort." "It's true," his mother nodded, embracing him again. "We're so proud of you." The warmth in their voices made Ren's chest tight with emotion, but also acutely aware of the attention focused on him. "You can stop hugging me now," Ren muttered, now genuinely embarrassed by all the attention. But his parents seemed reluctant to let him go, as if the demonstration had reminded them of how precious and remarkable their son truly was. "Not a chance," his mother said firmly. "You just gave us an incredible gift. A few extra hugs is the least we can do." Ren looked toward Leora for help, but she had developed a blush that rivaled his own and was staring determinedly to one side, as if the window curtains were the most fascinating thing in the world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only a couple more minutes, Ren managed to free himself from his parents' grateful embrace. "I need you to bring the teachers," he said, trying to recover some dignity while straightening his rumpled clothes. "I want them to communicate with the castle and activate all the doubles I can before things get worse." His parents exchanged another of those silent marital communications. "Of course," his father nodded with newfound respect in his voice. "We'll go find them immediately." As his parents headed toward the door, Ren turned toward Leora, who still seemed to find the curtains extraordinarily interesting. "Leora," he began, his voice taking on a businesslike tone, "are there more people with double beasts in your faction too? The more people who have access to this?" "Yes, of course, but only 4 besides grandmother," she responded quickly, also heading toward the door with what seemed like nervous hastiness. "I'll go immediately too." "Wait," Ren stopped her with a gentle but firm voice. "Before you go, I want to activate your fusion too." Leora froze mid-step, her body going rigid. The memory of Ren embracing his parents seemed to replay in her mind with uncomfortable clarity. Your bash and your will-o-wisp will be very synergistic, Ren explained, approaching casually, completely oblivious to her distress. It will increase their compatibility even more. The fusion should be especially effective in your case. The technical explanation should have been reassuring, but Leora's face only grew redder. Her will-o-wisp began to manifest unconsciously, tiny lights dancing across her skin like anxious energy made visible. Ah, Leora said, her voice sounding strangely high-pitched. That sounds very useful. Exactly. So come here and I'll activate it for you. But when Ren took a step closer, Leora took a step back, her movements sharp and defensive. Actually, she said, retreating slowly with the uneasiness of someone avoiding a predator, maybe we could do this later. Ren frowned, confusion evident in his features. Why later? It's better to do it now while we're here. It's just. Leora continued backing away, her words tumbling over each other, I'm not completely ready for. Ready for what? Ren moved closer, genuinely perplexed by her strange behavior. In all their months of friendship, he had never seen her act so skittish. It's just making contact with your beast's mana to activate the fusion. Leora's blush intensified to an alarming degree, and Ren could see how her eyes flickered toward his arms and then quickly darted away, as if she had seen something that made her panic. No, she said suddenly, her will-o-wisp manifesting more strongly with small dancing lights that betrayed her agitated emotional state. I mean, it's not necessary that. Leora, stay still, Ren said, now completely bewildered by her erratic behavior. He took another step forward, extending a hand with the patience of someone trying to approach a spooked animal. I just need to. No. In a flash of azure light, Leora used her will-o-wisp to perform a luminous jump, appearing on the other side of the room near the window. Her hair had become slightly disheveled and her breathing was accelerated. What's wrong with you? Ren turned toward her, now more confused than ever. The familiar bold girl he had known for months seemed to have been replaced by someone completely different. And why did you run away? I didn't run away, Leora protested, though her defensive position by the window suggested otherwise. I just need a moment to. It's for your own good, Ren insisted, beginning to walk toward her again, though now faster and with more determination. The fusion will make you much more powerful. I know. Leora shook her head vigorously, her hair catching the light from her will-o-wisp. But that doesn't mean it has to be now. Why not now? Another flash of blue light, and Leora appeared next to the door. Ren stopped, finally beginning to realize that catching her would be more complicated than he had initially thought. The girl who had fearlessly explored dangerous caves with him was now fleeing from a simple magical procedure. What's wrong with her? I have no idea. You're not mana creatures, so many of your behaviors confuse me. Good luck with that, responded the small mushroom with what might have been amusement. Leora, Ren said slowly, his voice taking on the careful tone of someone trying to solve a delicate puzzle, is there any specific reason why you don't want me to activate it for you? Leora's blush intensified to the point where Ren was genuinely worried she might faint. The red in her cheek seemed to merge with the blue of her fire in an anxious purple, it was so bright it almost seemed to glow with its own light. It's not that I don't want you to. I mean, it's not bad, it's just that. Arg. She brought her hands to her face, covering her eyes as if she could hide from the entire situation. Can't you just do it from a distance? It doesn't work that way, Ren explained patiently. It needs physical contact. What kind of physical contact? The question was asked with such intensity that Ren blinked in surprise. There was something almost desperate in her voice, as if the answer would determine something of vital importance. What kind? Ren thought for only a second and said the first thing that came to mind, what he had just done moments before. Well, just contact. Like when I hugged my parents. Leora made a sound that might have been a muffled groan of despair. Another luminous jump. This time Leora appeared behind the large bed that had Lynn peacefully sleeping in one side of the room, using it as a barrier between them. Ren felt his desperation to help mounting, so he jumped over the unsuspecting teacher with the determination of a kid trying to catch a particularly elusive but cute small creature. Yet when he reached the table's edge, Leora had already jumped again, appearing with another flash of light near a bookshelf. Actually, she said from her new position, her voice slightly breathless, maybe we should wait until I return with the elders and leaders of my faction, and you activate them first. Leora, Ren sighed, now beginning to feel genuinely exasperated by the entire situation. What is happening? 5 minutes ago you were perfectly normal. I'm being perfectly normal. Leora protested, though her jumping behavior around the room suggested otherwise. No, you're not. You're bouncing around the room like what? Like you don't want me to touch you, Ren finished, finally verbalizing what had been bothering him. It was very strange. Leora pushed or grabbed him during training and often hit his shoulder to make avoiding detection harder and funnier when they explored the caves together. Although in recent weeks, he realized, those casual touches had become less and less frequent. The silence that followed was so dense Ren could have cut it with Isaac's dagger. It's not that I don't want. Leora murmured finally, her voice barely audible, it's that. It's that what? It's that I'm not ready, she exploded suddenly. Okay. I'm not ready for you two, for my. She stopped abruptly, bringing both hands to her mouth as if she had been about to say something she absolutely shouldn't. Ren looked at her for a long moment, his mind trying to make sense of what he had just heard. You're what? He asked gently, his voice softening instinctively. Nothing, came the muffled response through her hands. I didn't say anything. Leora. Nothing. Another jump, this time toward the door. But Ren had anticipated the maneuver this time. Oh, no, he said, also running toward the door with renewed determination. You're not getting away like that. I'm not escaping. Yes, you are. What followed was a chase that would have been hilarious if Ren had been observing from outside instead of participating in it. Leora used her will-o-wisp to jump around the room, appearing in unexpected corners while Ren tried to anticipate where she would reappear next. The room became a battlefield of misunderstanding, furniture serving as obstacles and cover while blue light flashed intermittently like lightning in a storm. At least let me put a finger on your hand or shoulder. Ren shouted, chasing her around the table in what was becoming an increasingly absurd situation. No. My what? Leora asked, stopping suddenly in surprise and nearly causing Ren to crash into a chair. Did you say just a finger? Ren stopped, breathing slightly heavily from the exertion. I don't understand what the problem is. It's just physical contact. Leora looked at him with an expression that mixed exasperation, embarrassment, and something else that Ren couldn't completely identify. The problem, she said finally, her voice carrying a frustration that sounded almost like longing, is that you don't understand that there's a difference between touching your parents and touching your. She stopped again, biting her lip in a gesture that made her seem suddenly much older than 11. Touching what? Nothing. Leora jumped again, this time landing near the window with practiced grace. Just forget it. I'll take the fusion later. But Ren wasn't willing to give up so easily. No, he said with determination, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for serious work, we're going to resolve this now. And the chase continued, with an increasingly less flustered and more genuinely amused Leora using her will-o-wisp to stay out of reach of an increasingly determined Ren who simply wanted to understand why his friend was behaving so strangely about something that should be simple. Neither realized that their shouts and the sound of running footsteps had attracted the attention of several castle servants, who now listened from the hallway with expressions ranging from amusement to concern about what exactly was happening in that room. Though due to what Selphra had asked and suggested with one of those mischievous but dangerous smiles, they wouldn't interfere with that valuable friendship if they didn't want to be severely scolded. The castle had seen many strange things over its long history, but the chase between the young prodigy and the Ashenway heir would definitely be added, albeit a bit exaggerated, to the stories that would be told for years to come. Outside the room, one elderly servant nudged another and whispered with poorly concealed amusement, "Young love is always so complicated, and energetic." The other servant smiled knowingly. "Lady Selphira will be pleased when she returns." The other, more well-informed servant lost the playful smile and thought, "If she returns." Luna had barely finished the first half of her morning training routine when hurried footsteps in the corridor shattered her concentration. Her light devourer wolf stirred restlessly beneath her skin, responding to the tension that suddenly filled the air of their damaged family home. The beast's unease was a warning system she had learned to trust. It meant trouble was approaching. Her father's closest guards had come for her, escorting her with rushed steps to his office. Their faces bore the neutral expressions of men delivering unwelcome news. "Luna." Her father's voice cut through the silence. There was no visible emotion in his tone, there never was, but after 11 years of life, Luna had learned to read the subtleties that others overlooked. She had become an expert in the micro-expressions and tiny tells that betrayed what Sirius Starweaver truly felt behind his mask of control. Sirius approached her with his characteristic silent grace, but Luna immediately noticed the almost imperceptible rigidity in his shoulders, the way his eyes scanned the soldiers before dismissing them a fraction of a second longer than usual. His celestial tiger created more pronounced patterns than normal on his skin, a subtle but clear indicator of his alertness and internal agitation. He was upset. More than upset, he was genuinely disturbed, though his perpetually neutral expression showed not a trace of that internal turmoil. "Father?" Luna returned her wolf to her shadow, where it had been manifested before the training interruption. Once in shadow form, it reduced partially in response to Sirius's emotional state, becoming smaller and more defensive. "Is something wrong?" "Change of plans," was all he said initially, but Luna saw how his eyes drifted toward the window, where a swift bird waited on the sill, what had been a message tied to its leg now crumpled in her father's hands. In recent years, especially after the problems with the rebellious family branch, Sirius hadn't had a single second of real rest. Even visiting the school during the battles had been a political affair, which meant he had interacted with her very little. His responsibilities as one of Yano's primary military leaders, combined with the constant extra political pressure from his own family members, had created a distance that Luna felt daily but never mentioned. She understood. Or so she wanted to believe. That's why, in the few moments when he wasn't busy or when he was with her, Luna always paid him the greatest possible attention, even at superhuman levels of perception. She had learned to read every micro-expression, every subtle change in his posture, every variation in the tone of his voice. And now, as Sirius approached the bird to respond to the message, Luna could see something that alarmed her, not just annoyance, but genuine concern. His fingers moved quickly as he rolled the small parchment. Luna watched how his eyes moved from left to right, writing words that clearly displeased him. The tension in his jaw was almost invisible, but she caught it. When he finished, he glanced at her sideways, a gesture so brief that anyone else would have missed it. But Luna saw it. And in that moment, she knew that whatever was in that message concerned her directly. Without saying a word, Luna discreetly touched the letter in her pocket, the new letter she had received weeks ago from the same person who stood before her. She had no choice but to believe in it if she wanted to stay strong, as her mother had always taught her. Whatever was happening, she would face the situation with the composure expected of a Star Weaver. "We're leaving," Sirius announced, burning the first message with a small flame that consumed the parchment in seconds. "Now." Luna held on to her father as they jumped from shadow to shadow, the world passing in blurred streaks of light and darkness. During the journey, Luna tried to process what little she knew. The message had arrived by a very swift bird, which implied high-level official communication. The urgency was obvious. Whatever had motivated this sudden trip was serious enough to justify using unconventional travel techniques normally reserved for the biggest emergencies. She could now also appreciate the speed of her father's shadow serpent now that her wolf had leveled up. Luna had started the cultivation that her family had obtained from the soldier who managed to bring his wolf to Gold 1 a bit early. But Ren, his advice had saved her 45 useless days according to him, with a more aggressive absorption method. Yet Luna had been grateful because it allowed her to reach Bronze 2 in her first year. Her wolf had progressed from Shadow Wolf to Dark Wolf at Bronze 1 and then Ren had had much to say again. If you do that and transform it into a greater Dark Wolf, you'll get more abilities and be able to absorb elemental control from the environment, but you'll damage its potential and won't be able to pass Gold 1. What you want is a Light Devourer. Ren had explained at length how the Light Devourer still wouldn't have elemental control, could only synergize better with light, but could evolve into a lesser elemental devourer when it reached silver instead of a natural shadow. Luna had understood almost everything, though not where Ren got those names, as if he were reading some taxonomic book. In the end, the Light Devourer wasn't a very impressive change in the wolf, not in size or abilities, but Luna had chosen to trust. According to Ren, the lesser elemental devourer would have the same elemental control as the greater Dark Wolf, which might be little for a beast a rank above and already being at silver 1, but the control will come with greater freedom and then would improve faster and with greater potential. Still, the main increases of 150% from a Tier 3 beast were noticeable. Luna's speed and perception 150% and 90% in all her other capabilities were undoubtedly great. Her cat had also reached Bronze 1, another Tier 3 beast now with increases of 100% and 60%. In the cat case, Ren hadn't had problems with materials or evolutionary route, he had just optimized cultivation time again. 100 days, they're all 100 days, he liked to insist. But she could notice that her father, as a double contractor, was on another level entirely. His ranks multiplied his increases a total of 17 times, unlike Luna's 5 times. His mature Silver 3 serpent gave him 7 multipliers, and although many called it an unfortunate Tier 2 beast from a black egg for a double contractor like Sirius, the synergy with the Celestial Tiger was excellent. And his greater Celestial Tiger at Gold 3 rank gave him another 10 multipliers. Luna could only dream of one day reaching this speed. After some minutes of travel that felt simultaneously eternal and instantaneous, they finally emerged from the shadows in front of a familiar but imposing structure. The journey was unusually fast, even by her father's standards. Ashenway Castle rose before them like a mountain of stone and power, its towers reaching toward the sky with the authority that only centuries of unquestioned dominion could grant. Luna had been here before, but always under more ceremonious circumstances. Never in what was clearly an emergency situation. "Stay here," Sirius ordered, his voice loaded with an authority that admitted no questioning. "Some of Selphar's most trusted guards will watch over you while I—" He stopped abruptly, as if he were about to reveal more information than he considered appropriate. "While Father what?" Luna asked, but she already knew she wouldn't get a direct answer. "While I attend to some matters," Sirius finished evasively. "It's important that you remain here." A group of guards approached from the castle gates. An older man with the upright posture of a military veteran and the characteristic patterns of a black serpent manifesting subtly in his skin stepped forward. Luna immediately recognized the mark of Selphar's personal guards, elite soldiers whose loyalty had been proven through decades of service. Lord Starweaver, the head guard, bowed his head respectfully. "Lady Ashenway is—" "The situation is urgent." Sirius nodded, then turned toward Luna one last time. "Behave yourself," he said simply, but there was something in his eyes, something that told Luna this was much more serious than she had initially imagined. "Father." But it was already too late. Sirius disappeared into the shadows along with the guard, leaving Luna standing in the castle courtyard with the remaining guards to escort her and with more questions than answers. "Please follow me, young miss," said another of Selphar's most trusted guards. He was slightly younger than the previous one, with the bearing of someone accustomed to protecting important people. "I'll escort you to the guest quarters." As they walked through Ashenway Castle's elegant hallways, Luna couldn't help but admire the discreet opulence surrounding her. The walls were adorned with tapestries that told the story of generations of Ashenway leaders, and mana crystals provided soft illumination that made everything seem bathed in clear blue light. Very similar to what her home had once been, before the disastrous wave, the family fractures and the political pressures had taken their toll. But her mind was elsewhere. The sudden arrival, her father's urgency, the way she had been deposited here without explanation. But if anyone knew something, it was the star spy of the trio, Leora. "Excuse me," Luna said to the guard as they climbed a marble staircase, "do you know if Leora is available?" The guard stopped, considering the question with the careful deliberation of someone accustomed to managing delicate social situations. "Young Miss Leora should be in her studies at this hour, but I can inquire." "I'd like to see her, if possible," Luna interrupted. Selfra's granddaughter had access to information that most people didn't even know existed, and more importantly, she liked sharing it with her. "Of course, young miss. Let me find out where she is." The guard approached a servant passing through the corridor, an older man carrying a tea tray. The conversation was brief, but Luna saw how the servant smiled, not a polite smile, but something genuinely amused. According to the staff, the guard reported upon returning, "Young Miss Leora is in one of the guest rooms in the East Wing. Apparently she's entertaining an important visitor." Luna nodded, though something in the guard's tone seemed strange to her. There was an amused quality in his voice that didn't quite fit the situation. The journey toward the East Wing took them through corridors Luna hadn't seen before. As they approached their destination, Luna noticed there was more activity than usual, the kind of bustle that indicated something significant was happening. But it was when they arrived near the guest quarters that Luna really noticed something strange. There was a group of servants gathered in the corridor, obviously whispering among themselves with the type of suppressed energy that suggested they had been witnessing something entertaining. When they saw Luna and her escort approaching, they dispersed immediately, but not before Luna caught some knowing glances and poorly contained smiles. "What was that?" Luna asked, genuinely confused by the servant's behavior. "I'm not sure, young miss," the guard responded, though his own expression suggested he had at least some idea. They stopped in front of an elegant door. The guard raised his hand to knock, but Luna stopped him. "Wait," she said, genuine curiosity overcoming any consideration of protocol. The guard failed to contain his smile when Luna pressed her ear to the door. From the other side, she could hear something. Voices, definitely. Strange sounds. What seemed to be someone panting. Two people. Luna immediately turned the handle and pushed the door inward. The scene that greeted her left her completely bewildered. Ren and Leora were sprawled on the room's floor, obviously exhausted and disheveled. Their clothes were wrinkled, their hair messed up, and both had a layer of sweat that suggested intense physical activity. But what really caught Luna's attention was their position. They were on top of each other, their bodies forming an X, their breathing clearly labored as if they had been involved in some kind of prolonged physical struggle. The door bursting open made both of them turn to look at her instantly. The silence that followed was absolute. Luna blinked. Once. Twice. Her brain struggled to process exactly what she was seeing and how it fit with any reasonable context. The guard behind her made a sound that might have been a muffled cough. Ren's brain was the first to react. His eyes opened completely when he realized the position he was in beneath Leora, and his face went through a variety of expressions, from surprise to something that resembled panic. "Luna?" His voice came out as a croak. What are you doing here?" Leora, who had been face down with her eyes closed and clearly trying to catch her breath, straightened suddenly upon hearing Luna's name. Her fear of touching Ren seemed to have returned with vengeance. The movement caused both of them to untangle from their compromising position, which, paradoxically, only made the situation seem more suspicious. We. Leora began, her face developing a blush that rivaled the color of ripe tomatoes. "This isn't what it looks like." Luna looked between them alternately, her mind still processing. During the last half hour, she had been worrying about political crises, military emergencies, and the reasons why her father had shown such urgency and concern. "What exactly were you doing?" she asked finally, her voice carefully neutral. Ren and Leora exchanged a look that spoke volumes about mutual panic. "It's complicated," Ren murmured finally. "Very complicated," Leora added quickly, nodding so vigorously her disheveled hair bounced. Luna raised an eyebrow, an expression she had perfected after years of observing her father handle delicate political situations. It was a look that conveyed skepticism, patience, and the promise that she would eventually get the truth. "I have time," she said simply, crossing her arms in a gesture that made her seem much older than her 11 years. "If not for the involuntary eye twitch." But a small troublemaker, who didn't care about the mood or the place, whispered something to Ren, who snapped his fingers as if remembering something more important. He straightened and looked at Luna fixedly, his expression suddenly becoming intensely focused. "Forget this, the most important thing." He approached her with renewed purpose, completely oblivious to how his words might sound in context. "Come here, let me touch you." The silence that followed was so complete that Luna was certain she could hear her own heartbeat echoing in the room. Behind her, the guard made what sounded suspiciously like a choking sound. Luna's eyebrow climbed even higher, reaching what might have been a record altitude for a human being. The tension in the room had diminished considerably, but the air still carried traces of the previous awkwardness. Ren sat on the edge of the bed with his legs dangling like a scolded child, while Luna and Leora remained standing with their arms crossed. "That's actually a very accurate summary," Ren admitted, looking slightly sheepish for the first time. "It's not that simple," Leora mumbled. Luna shook her head. "You two are absolutely hopeless." The guard behind Luna was now making sounds that definitely indicated suppressed laughter. "To summarize," Luna said, "personal space is important for noble maidens." "But it didn't seem like it." Ren protested, gesticulating toward Leora with the confusion of someone whose worldview had just been turned upside down. "Not for you or for Larissa. You've always been normal. How was I supposed to know it's bad?" Leora turned red again, averting her gaze toward the window as if the curtains had once again revealed their fascinating properties. She carefully avoided making eye contact with Luna, who was observing the interaction with a look that clearly said, "This is your fault too." Luna turned to look at Ren and was about to reproach him for his insinuation that they weren't normal, but she restrained herself. If she wanted to teach him about noble maturity and such things, she had to lead by example with her education. "Ren," Luna said with a sigh that carried the weight of someone far older than her 11 years, "we're not children anymore." Ren raised an eyebrow mimicking her, genuinely confused by the statement. "What do you mean? We're 11 years old. That's literally being children, isn't it?" "Unlike how you were educated," Luna explained, adopting the patient tone she had perfected during years of protocol tutoring and observing her father closely, "we weren't initiated into learning at school. We started much earlier, from 4 or 5 years old." Leora nodded, though still keeping her gaze fixed on the window, continuing to avoid direct eye contact with either of them. "So we know many things about high society that might not be logical to you," Luna continued, "but that could affect us. Things like, too much physical contact between boys and girls is frowned upon in certain political contexts important for our future." Ren frowned, processing this information with the intensity of someone trying to solve a complex puzzle. Of course his parents had educated him too. Although he paused for a moment, perhaps it wasn't the same. His mother had always taught him to consider others' feelings, to put himself in people's shoes to understand their perspectives. She had instilled in him a natural empathy that made him genuinely care about others' comfort. Was he spoiling her teachings? Ren had a child's mind, but a quite perceptive one when he paid real attention. Perhaps he had been so focused on practical utility that he had completely overlooked things like social implications. The realization was uncomfortable. He prided himself on being considerate, yet he had clearly missed something important. "I'm sorry," he said finally, addressing both of them with genuine remorse in his voice. I didn't put myself in your shoes. I didn't realize I might make you feel uncomfortable. I should have asked or explained in detail first. It doesn't matter, Luna sighed, though there was a note of amusement creeping into her voice. In the end, you touched us anyway. Then, under her breath but loud enough for Ren to hear, she murmured. Besides, you always tend to use phrases that are easy to misinterpret, as if you don't worry about those things. She stopped abruptly, as if she had just realized something significant too. He definitely doesn't worry about those things, she thought, observing Ren's genuinely perplexed expression. Closely like when she looked at her father, she could notice he was trying hard to understand why it was wrong, to understand them. It was obvious that social implications and behavioral protocols simply weren't on his mental radar. And thinking about it, his family probably knew almost nothing about those things. It wasn't malice or inconsideration. The realization was both enlightening and slightly endearing. Here was someone who operated purely on logic and good intentions, completely unaware of the complex social dance and occasional backstabbing that dominated noble society. She pretended to cough to cover her moment of realization. Maybe, she said, adopting a more conciliatory tone, I haven't put myself in your shoes either. Tell me, would you be willing to make a deal? What kind of deal? I'll explain if you ask beforehand about protocols and social expectations, as long as you don't rush into action before clarifying your intentions. Does that seem fair? Ren smiled, though he still looked slightly uncomfortable with the whole situation. The idea of navigating social protocols felt foreign to him, but the logic of mutual understanding appealed to him. That seems fine to me. Luna nodded with satisfaction and extended her hand with the formality of someone sealing an important business contract. There was something amusing about her business-like way of handling the situation, especially when Ren could see through her facade using his ability to read mana. Beneath all the professional composure, he could detect the same discomfort he felt. Though he didn't dislike the Luna who pretended to be an adult. There was something charming about it. But then the urgency of the real situation came crashing back like a cold wave. The war, he exclaimed suddenly, jumping up from the bed so quickly that both Luna and Leora instinctively took a step back, their minds still slightly on edge from the earlier chase. You need to help me send messages. Ren continued, moving toward where he had left his belongings with renewed purpose. If there really is a war starting, I can. The door opened at that moment, interrupting his explanation. Wei and Yang entered, followed closely by Ren's parents. But Wei already had in his hand what appeared to be a message, the kind delivered by the fastest messenger beasts. Professor Wei, Ren asked immediately when Wei finished speaking, his voice carrying a note of disappointment that he tried to hide, so I won't be able to meet with any of the stronger doubles. Wei exchanged a meaningful glance with Yang before responding, the kind of look that passed between colleagues who had to deliver unwelcome news. According to the message I received, that's correct. Unfortunately, Julius, Selphora, Sirius, and Victor have already moved, he said without preamble. Military operations are underway on multiple fronts and they need to guide the troops. What will we do now? Asked Ren's mother, moving protectively closer to her son. We can only wait for orders, Yang responded with his characteristic frankness. It's a bit late for anything else. The commanders are already committed. And the other doubles? Ren pressed, unwilling to give up completely. Did they take all the leaders? Arturo is relatively available, Wei admitted, but he doesn't have as much direct contact with me. And his role is more logistical. Ren felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been planning to offer his fusion abilities to the main commanders, but if they were already in active combat, the window of opportunity had closed. I wanted to activate everyone I could, the Tamers under the royal family, as well as those under Leora and Luna's families. He opened his backpack, rummaging through his belongings until he found what he was looking for. Besides, he said, carefully removing a small sealed container and his dagger, I have something that could be useful. Everyone in the room leaned forward with curiosity when Ren lifted the container, revealing what appeared to be golden mold and spores that glowed. The substance seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, like a tiny heartbeat made of light. "What are those?" Luna asked, her study in magical material identification failing her again as it always did when faced with anything around Ren. "Golden spores I found in the forest," Ren explained, his voice taking on the careful tone of someone handling dangerous materials. "They're dangerous if not handled correctly, so you shouldn't touch them, but..." He paused, organizing his thoughts to make it easy to understand. "I think they could be used offensively against enemy forces. Especially if they can be dispersed in large quantities." Wei moved closer, his academic mind taking precedence over any other consideration. The prospect of studying something new overrode his usual caution. "Have you identified their specific properties?" "They feed on vital energy and mana," Ren responded. "They also cancel each other out with anything with abyssal power, so Yaino's abyssals would be particularly vulnerable to them. And they reproduce quickly when they find the right conditions." Karzan observed the wall rising before him, a line of stone and wood that marked the new frontier his army had established during the past weeks. It was modest by the standards of earth and wood elemental tamers, barely 5 meters high, but it represented something much more significant, the line of a new and better territory being born from Yaino's land. The advance of the other half of his elite army toward the city hadn't yet approached the abyss, though that might seem like a direct way to reach the bridge. Instead, he had chosen the hypotenuse, a diagonal that pointed straight toward the bridge from his wall, initially staying about 20 kilometers below the frontier with the abyss wall. "My lord," General Valdris approached, pointing toward the horizon with the satisfaction of someone delivering good news, "the upper part of Yaino's abyss wall can already be seen." Karzan followed the direction of the gesture and could distinguish in the distance the imposing structure that had been the object of competition between both kingdoms for decades. The wall was enormous, his own was humiliated in comparison, a barrier that rose toward the sky, designed not only to contain abyssal incursions but also to provide a strategic observation point. "What's the current height?" Karzan asked, though he already knew the approximate answer. "Latest reports indicate they've exceeded 100 meters in their highest sections," Valdris responded with admiration and envy that was common among military men comparing defenses. "Our wall is just getting started." It was an unnecessary comparison, but it seemed that men tended to compare sizes subconsciously. However, there was a truly absurd yet inevitable competition not only with the new wall but between Yaino and Yano. Both cities constantly competed to have the highest wall, using their earth and would control tamers in construction projects that had become symbols of national pride. The height not only provided relative defensive advantages against some beasts, it also served to prevent the cities from being able to observe each other directly from ground level. Which meant that most intelligence came from flying tamers who responded directly to the governments. It was an advantage he could exploit. Aerial scouts were limited and valuable resources, they couldn't be everywhere at the same time. And if Victor and his squadron were busy at the bridge. "General, what's your assessment of the Abyss troops?" Valdris consulted the maps he carried, tracing lines with his finger in the casual way of someone who had spent years studying troop movements. "According to our intelligence, it will take them a long time to recover the 40,000 soldiers along the wall. The distribution across 1,000 kilometers is problematic for them." "I assumed so. The city's diameter would be almost 500 kilometers if they counted everything lightly inhabited, due to the relatively oval and elongated shape of the territory. But the Abyss counter-army extended for 1,000 kilometers, providing space for advance posts that warned about incursions. The Abyssals usually came from much farther than simply the immediate edge of the territory, so defenses had to extend correspondingly. And despite the fact that large hordes happened in specific years, there were some very small skirmishes or wandering monsters from time to time, and even in the year when it was expected, the date wasn't exact. To prevent monsters from reaching the city, Goldcrest and Starweaver had controlled large armies 200 kilometers from the city where they intercepted the waves. Starweaver had even put his main home in the line of fire as a commitment to the people. Karzan smiled thinking about the lapdog who had lost so much by worrying too much about his image before the people. Second-class people at that, and an irresponsible useless king, no less. Time was a strategic necessity for moving troops which were mostly located so far away. They have 20,000 soldiers in one of the posts 200 kilometers from the city reinforcing the Starweaver front. That leaves only between 30 and 20 soldiers per kilometer, Valdris continued with growing enthusiasm. With our jurisdiction of the other third of the bridge empty but looked, they've been filling it to control us since Victor's attack, but that only makes the defense more spread out. That new complex command network with various families meddling in wall control, makes their bureaucracy very slow. Slow enough to give us a significant temporary advantage, Valdris smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had found the weakness in an enemy's armor. Karzan studied the terrain stretching before them. If he could push and stretch his new frontier without stopping with the support of his entire army, he surely wouldn't have significant problems. And the bridge entrance had a 2-kilometer section without a protective wall, only the military post that had surely already been mobilized to support current containment operations. Clear path if we march quickly, he murmured to himself, the pieces of the strategic puzzle falling into place. My lord? Nothing, General. Just confirming that our timing is correct. Karzan observed as his army began preparing for the assault on their wall. The troops organized themselves into loose formations of small groups, giving each other space. These were formations that reflected the strategy of complete elemental coverage, but also something more fundamental about the nature of warfare in their world. In the world of Tamers, wars were never the same. Everything depended on the level of the highest-ranked fighters, beast choices, and the culture of the era. And this was a particular era in many aspects. The Tamers used in war were primarily those of the highest level, at least Silver 1. Not because a Bronze 2 Tamer couldn't hurt a Silver 1, but for more complex cultural reasons that ran deeper in their minds than simple mathematics. Probably 2 or 3 Bronze 2 Tamers could bring down a Silver 1, more or less depending on individual skill and elemental types. The gap wasn't insurmountable if numbers were properly coordinated. So why didn't they use more lower-ranked troops when Karzan alone had about 50,000 possible Bronze 2 combatants? Their elitist culture. They would only use those working resources in extremely necessary cases. It was certainly a situation that could only occur when individual power could be so disparate and one's self-perception could scale so high, both in the mind and body of the warrior who accepted the beast. For most, the psychological transformation that came with power was as significant as the physical one. To the absurd level that those who felt strong preferred to risk their own necks rather than let the weak steal the glory of battle. Using weapons instead of one's own power was then considered even more shameful. But there were practical reasons too. Most conventional weapons, iron, steel, even some special alloys, simply didn't last when faced with the hardened bodies and natural armor of high-level Tamers. Although they could forge weapons easily with their elemental fire and earth abilities, the fact that mainly the strongest fought meant that weapons broke quickly when impacting such resistant soldiers. The economics of warfare had adapted to this reality and focused on food and healing materials instead. Monster materials sometimes gave decent results for weapons, but even those paled in comparison to the practicality of directly using beast abilities to create claws, earth spears, or magical wood weapons. It was more practical, more synergistic, and definitely more impressive to use your own ability as a weapon, even better to launch a classic fireball or wind blade. At least that was the general consensus. Using conventional weapons was perceived as a weakness in general, something only a war of iron or bronze ranks would require. Therefore, it wasn't studied or invested in with much time or crystals. The soldiers prepared as if they had been waiting for this moment for months. Claws sprouted from their fists while others hardened their skin like natural armor or created artificial versions. Mountable beasts emerged in a symphony of roars, howls, and neighing in their majority. The air thickened with temporary ambient mana as thousands of Tamers simultaneously invoked their powers. Some created fire projectiles that floated above their palms, others manifested crystallized water shields that gleamed like sapphires, and those of higher ranks did things worthy of envy like combining elements into complex weapons that pulsed with lethal energy. Some tamers near Karzan summoned earth and wood spears too, the sharpened tips emerging from the ground with quick sounds that cut through the morning air. It was a common tactic for defensive elemental specialists. The spears provided reach and could be added to the defensive wall or thrown at the enemy. But the sight of those points directed upward made Karzan feel an involuntary chill running up his spine, imagining something unpleasant at the tip of one of them. No, he reassured himself mentally, she can't fulfill her promise because it would be a tactical error. Initiating the war by trying to eliminate him first when he was surrounded by 10,000 loyal soldiers would be pure suicide for the old woman. In fact, it would suit Karzan enormously if she tried, killing Selfra Ashenway in combat, even if his entire army helped around him, would give him instant legitimacy and eliminate one of his most dangerous opponents. It had been just a bluff in the moment, an empty threat designed to maintain face and group morale. Advance! Karzan roared, and 10,000 voices responded with a war cry that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. The wall rose before them. His forces deployed in the era's generic formation, earth and wood elementals at the front, creating an unstoppable wave that transformed the wall itself into their shield and weapon. The earth tamers began molding existing structures, absorbing the wall into new formations that advanced like a giant monster toward Yano territory. It wasn't invasion, it was transformation, and a strategy that allowed them to gain ground while maintaining defensive coverage. Houses on the outskirts of the central city disappeared behind the enormous earth monster that enveloped and incorporated them into the Goldcrest side without bothering to ask permission. The few civilians who had remained in their homes and hadn't fled toward the interior would now be forced to support the wall's advanced logistics. For several minutes, everything marched perfectly. His soldiers advanced quite quickly, creating a wide corridor of walls that extended ever deeper into enemy territory. Reports arrived constantly from the air, minimal resistance, secured objectives, continuous advance. It was too easy. The sensation nagged at Karzan like an itch he couldn't scratch. In his reading experience, when military operations proceeded without obstacles, it usually meant the real challenge was waiting ahead. "My lord," a messenger approached riding a red eagle, his expression troubled in a way that immediately caught Karzan's attention. "Aerial reports from the front. Resistance?" "That's what's strange, my lord. There's no resistance. The other side simply ran away." Karzan frowned, his instincts immediately alert. He expected some opposition, at least containment forces to slow his advance while Yeno organized an appropriate response. And the troops Selfra had advanced to the wall. "That's even stranger, my lord." The messenger's voice carried the confusion of someone reporting something that didn't make much sense. "Scouts report that the other side of the wall is almost deserted. Only the minimal patrols Yano had stationed initially, and they're retreating at safe distance without engaging." "How much civilian activity?" "Some scattered houses with families who haven't moved, just like the 4 we've already absorbed, but nothing more. It's as if they had abandoned the entire upper section across almost 50 kilometers from the abyss." Karzan felt something cold settling in his stomach. In his readings on tactics, when a competent enemy abandoned territory without fighting, it usually meant they had something better planned. He looked around, noticing for the first time how the new walls his troops were building as they advanced had become higher, closer to each other. What had begun as a wide corridor now felt narrower, more confined. Like a prison. "They're just basic defensive tactics for my army that can't contain me," he reminded himself, trying to maintain confidence. "For my power, they're more like a smoke screen." But his instinct told him something different. The territory he was claiming as his own to advance toward the bridge might not be as much his as he thought. Yet the pressure to advance, the momentum of 10,000 soldiers, the political necessity of showing strength. And now, in the unnatural silence surrounding his advance, the earth walls flanking his army seemed to be listening to every word, every plan, watching every movement. Waiting. The constant rhythm of the march had managed to calm Karzan's nerves slightly. His forces advanced without problem even while being so close to the inner city. Perhaps his paranoia had been unfounded after all. The mathematical certainty of his situation was reassuring. He was in the center of 12,000 soldiers, now that he had absorbed additional forces from his frontier positions, represented overwhelming power by any conventional measure. No individual, no matter how skilled, could stand against such numbers. "My lord," a messenger landed beside him. Increased activity at the Abyss frontier wall. Karzan frowned but didn't alarm himself. Activity was expected. Yano would naturally be mobilizing whatever forces they could gather. What type of activity? Troop movements, my lord. They appear to be reorganizing, but entering and exiting from within the wall makes it difficult to determine their exact numbers. Karzan considered the information. They were still quite far from the main wall. Any response Yano was organizing would arrive too late to affect his current advance. He had already made the decision to gather all his soldiers at the bridge once they completed this phase of advance. His new frontier line wasn't as important as the attack he was about to make, so he was absorbing those forces. The first 10,000 had become 12,000 and increasing. He had to make an effort to give Yano the opportunity to see his great contribution to the joint effort of this war. Political survival required demonstrating value to powerful allies. Maintain observation, but continue the advance, he ordered with the confidence of someone whose plans were proceeding smoothly. The army entered the inner city, where the character of the terrain changed dramatically. Buildings became more numerous and denser, structures that reflected centuries of urban growth and constant replanning. In Tamer cities, initially there had been no real urban planning. Constructions had sprouted organically around centers of power and resources, creating a chaotic maze of streets and districts that followed no logical pattern. But over time this had been corrected, one of the many unique advantages of having Earth Tamers capable of rearranging terrain and displacing entire buildings when necessary. Now they navigated mainly through a main avenue that had been ironically designed specifically to allow rapid military movement against Yano in the bridge, but Karzan couldn't shake his concern about the buildings flanking their route. The architecture was distinctly upper-class, multi-story mansions with reinforced foundations, wide windows that could serve as attacking positions, and rooftops that provided commanding views of the street below. "General Valdris," he called to his most experienced commander, "what's your opinion on possible counterattacks from the houses and mansions on the sides of the road?" Valdris studied the question. "It's a valid concern, my lord. Many windows, many blind angles. But our front line still has most of our Earth Tamers who should feel any underground movement and be able to stop any attack smaller than our numbers with the walls. And if it's a major attack? With respect, my lord, if they had sufficient forces for a major attack, they wouldn't have abandoned the territory so easily." It made sense, but something continued bothering Karzan. It was too quiet for a city that should be full of civilian activity. Another messenger approached, this one with an urgency in his posture that immediately captured Karzan's attention. "My lord," the soldier practically dove toward him, "there's a single person directly ahead, approximately 1 kilometer away." A single person? The simplicity of the report was somehow more alarming than if the messenger had announced an entire enemy army. One person standing alone against 12,000 soldiers suggested either madness or a trap of unprecedented audacity. "Yes, my lord. It appears he just emerged from one of the houses ahead and stopped in the middle of the road. Alone." Karzan felt his stomach tighten with a cold knot of apprehension. This was exactly the kind of unexpected development that could unravel carefully laid plans. Description: adult male, military bearing, beast partially manifested. Dark hair, high-level energy signature. The patrol suggests it's serious. He can't be alone, Karzan thought, his mind racing through possibilities. No commander of Sirius's experience would position himself so vulnerably without some hidden advantage. Is it really Sirius Starweaver? We believe so, my lord. Have you seen Selfra Ashenway? No, my lord. He appears to be completely alone. Tarzan couldn't understand it. What did Sirius hope to accomplish by standing alone against 12,000 soldiers? Was it a distraction? A symbolic sacrifice? Or was there something more he wasn't seeing? The tactical implications raced through his mind. Sirius was undoubtedly powerful. His reputation as one of Yano's premier military leaders wasn't based on political maneuvering alone. But power had limits, and those limits fell far short of what would be needed to face an entire army. But after a moment of consideration, he decided it didn't matter. "We'll attack him," he declared, cutting through uncertainty with decisive action. One man, no matter how powerful, cannot stop an entire army. "Do we send the aerial squadron first?" the messenger asked, clearly expecting specific orders. "No," Tarzan responded immediately. "They're valuable and important for subsequent operations. Surely Sirius would eliminate more than one if we send flyers. That could be exactly what he wants." He paused, calculating the most efficient tactic. Have him attacked conventionally, with earth spears and magical projectiles as soon as they reach range of the foot soldiers. Concentrated fire, multiple angles. Even Sirius Starweaver has limits. The messenger nodded and prepared to transmit the orders, but Tarzan stopped him with a raised hand. "And tell the front line to maintain formation. I don't want them dispersing chasing a single target." This could be exactly the distraction he's looking for. As the messenger flew away at full speed, Tarzan observed the wall advancing before him. Somewhere up ahead, Sirius Starweaver waited alone in the middle of the road, as if one man could stop the tide of history approaching. "Let's see if your pride is worth more than your life," Tarzan thought, though he couldn't completely shake the feeling that there was something fundamental he wasn't understanding about the situation. Hagen and his group of 30 elite soldiers maintained absolute silence, stalked by the massive presence extending beneath their feet. The air itself vibrated with the energy of something so powerful it made their abyssal beasts retreat instinctively deeper into their consciousnesses. Hagen had initially thought it might be a leviathan worm, but something didn't add up. The behavior patterns were all wrong for that classification. Those colossi are always in constant movement, feeding on crystal formations as soon as they form, traversing enormous territories in search of sustenance. This one is too still, too concentrated. But they could all clearly feel the creature's energy signature pulsing beneath the rock. And what was most disturbing was that this energy was superior to the place itself, a creature scaling toward platinum right now. Although it wasn't there yet, or at least the energy was still somewhat far from completing the transformation. The raw power radiating from below suggested something in the final stages of evolution, a metamorphosis that would elevate it to a level of power that could never be touched by the corrupted. When a creature reached the 5th of the 10 development phases, it underwent a transformation greater than any previous rank. Platinum rank was the first where creatures truly prepared for their ascension, the metamorphosis to become a dragon, the pupa after the egg. And this came with significant power increases that redefined the rules of combat. The very air around a platinum-ranked creature became saturated with mana so dense it was visible to the naked eye. Hagen and his team could deal with a gold 3 if necessary, working together, although they would prefer to avoid it for the sake of a faster mission. The logistics of such a battle would be complex, requiring perfect coordination and likely some casualties if not extremely careful. But a platinum beast was almost unknown territory for most. Although Hagen had some experience in fleeing from them, he was hardly an expert in fighting them. The gap between gold and platinum wasn't just numerical. It was qualitative. Maybe we could wait. Once a creature ascended to platinum at this depth, it would immediately try to go deeper. That would make it inevitably fall into the zone they now called deep gold, the territory where mana had been corrupted and become incompatible with common creatures. There, the corruption influence network of the great living crystal extended like deep and pulsating roots that day by day made that enormous purple crystal grow in Yano's territory. The crystal was a living entity of sorts, feeding on the corruption it spread and growing stronger with each passing moment. Deep gold was a completely distorted ecosystem where abyssal creatures thrived in incredible quantities, almost pressed against each other in the highest population density of all depths. It was a writhing mass of corrupted life that existed in numbers that defied comprehension. But a platinum creature couldn't be harmed by them. Being more than a full rank above, the energy was simply too dense for abyssal creatures, who could only reach Silver 3, to affect it. The sheer power differential created an impenetrable barrier, like trying to harm a mountain with raindrops. The numbers of abyssals were incredible, but for a platinum they were completely irrelevant. The platinum also wouldn't stay to eliminate them for much time. The absence of compatible mana would push it to leave the place soon, digging deeper until reaching platinum density mana that would be its new natural home. A Gold 3 creature, on the other hand, couldn't do the same. Although the individual damage that Silver 3 creatures could do to it was little, the amount of abyssal monsters was absurd, and in the end it would be death by 1,000 cuts, exactly what kept the ecosystem separated by rank. The reason there were so many abyssal creatures was the ridiculous quantity of monster cubs that climbed to their correct mana ranks pushed toward the surface by survival instinct. It was these young beasts that became corrupted by spending enough time in the corrupt zone, if they weren't devoured first or managed to crawl among the thousands of monsters until finding an exit. The process was brutal, most died, but those who survived populated the upper zones. The resulting population density from the transformation or absorption of the majority was ridiculously larger here than in almost any other place in the depths. But the small offspring were also numerous in the lower levels, and in numbers there was relative safety. When a Gold 3 ascended to platinum and crossed toward the greater depths, the disaster it left in its wake in the deep gold zone allowed a good quantity of young beasts to cross without being corrupted, maintaining the constant flow between levels. It was a cycle that had been functioning for decades, maintaining the balance between power zones. Nature, even in the abyss, found its own terrible equilibrium. Hagen observed his team as they breathed carefully above the massive presence. The creature below continued its transformation toward platinum, oblivious to the 30 humans moving like ghosts above its lair. But waiting until it finished transforming wasn't an option, Hagen finally decided. Each minute the creature got closer to platinum, the more dangerous it would become. And they didn't know exactly how long it would take to finish. Hours? Days? Weeks? They had two options: move slowly and trust in not being detected, or generate a distraction so the beast would ignore them while they passed. This time they carried several abyssal summoning crystals, and a corrupt flow from so close would attract numerous beasts. Although they would be much weaker than the creature and would need greater effort to do real damage, they could cause enough annoyance to distract it. But that would imply spending some of the crystals they would need to eliminate the World Dragon's Light. Hagen didn't know if it was a good idea, especially without really knowing if they would have enough upon reaching their final destination. The mission parameters had been clear about the importance of reaching the target, but they had also emphasized the need to arrive with sufficient resources to complete the objective. He was trying to decide when movement began below. The ground trembled slightly, and everyone felt how the massive presence stirred. It seemed he wouldn't have another choice. The creature was waking up, and they would have to act quickly regardless of which plan they chose. But what happened was the least expected. Among all the most perceptive of the group, including Hagen, they seemed to feel the same energy signature emanating from the creature. It felt like a tentacle emerging from the beast. But that didn't make any sense. The closest thing to a tentacled beast in this zone were the back legs of greater deep terrors, evolutions of deep assassins, but they didn't use their tentacles for digging. Only for collecting the cores of their prey after the slaughter. Leviathan worms also didn't have tentacles, nor did any other beast from this zone or depth. Another tentacle began to emerge from the deep, and then another. The signatures were also weird. "What the hell," muttered Sergeant Dax when something emerged from the ground a few meters away. But when Hagen managed to see the first one more clearly, he realized his error. It looked like a tentacle, but it didn't move like one. It was too rigid, too vegetal. "It's not a tentacle," he whispered, his voice loaded with incredulity. "It's a root. Wood. The element that should be receiving energy from the sun, that shouldn't be found in abyssal depths, much less in a beast so close to platinum. Impossible, murmured Lieutenant Core, but more roots were emerging throughout the area, each the thickness of an adult trunk and pulsing with power that made the air itself vibrate. The energy emanating from them was wrong on every level. The enormous beast began to emerge completely from the ground, and what they saw defied everything they knew about deep ecosystems. It was completely made of wood, not just influenced by the element, but literally constituted by it. The bark was black as midnight, shot through with veins of condensed mana that pulsed like a heartbeat. They didn't have time to wonder why such an anomaly existed. The roots moved with speed that belied their apparently rigid nature, launching toward the group like giant spears. Hagen shouted a dispersal order just as the ground where they had been standing exploded in splinters of rock and wood. Victor didn't want to simply stop the advance as Julius had asked him. His proactive aggressive mentality and ego demanded more than a defensive victory. He wanted to win in a way that would make Yino regret forever having tried to take the bridge to invade them. The very thought of being relegated to a supporting role grated against every instinct that had made him one of the kingdom's strongest, if not the strongest, aerial fighters. Defensive victories were for lesser men. Victor Dravenholm was meant to dominate the sky and crush his enemies so thoroughly they would never dare challenge him again. That's why he had launched himself directly against the enemy leader, confident in easily dominating Maximilian with the superior power of his Gold 2 Golden Eagle. The rank difference should have been decisive, especially in aerial combat where his beast had every conceivable advantage. Just as he was above Maximilian and his spectral crow, preparing for the blow that would end the battle before it truly began, something changed in his opponent's eyes. The petrifying gaze of the basilisk hit him like an invisible wave. Victor felt his muscles hardening, his eagle momentarily losing control of its flight movements. The sensation was like having ice water poured through his veins while his body betrayed him at the worst possible moment. The basilisk was Gold 1, and its ability was sufficient to affect the Gold 2 Eagle at just under 50% of its normal effectiveness. But since Victor was a double tamer, his beast's enhancements fed back on each other, reducing the paralysis to less than 10%. Or that would have been the case if Maximilian didn't have 5 beasts in total, increasing the effect with their combined enhancements to 25%. Even so, it should have been manageable since almost all the beasts were silver rank, 1 full rank below his own. But those few seconds of vulnerability were enough for Maximilian to reveal why he was the commander of this operation. Total release. Maximilian roared, and his body transformed into a nightmare of abyssal power. His fire-policed wasp emerged with a buzzing that made the air vibrate, its wings leaving trails of purple flames that contrasted sinisterly with the blue of the sky. His abyssal scorpion manifested in plates and pincers that ran along his arms like living armor, the chitinous segments clicking together as they formed a protective covering that gleamed with dark power. Meanwhile, his greater vampiric man-o-war, a corrupt evolution of some stolen shadow stalkers, created semi-ethereal tentacles that extended to absorb Victor's energy. 5 beasts. Maximilian was a quintuple tamer. The revelation hit Victor. Quintuple tamers were supposed to be legends, were supposed to be cool. The dumb cheaters from Yino shouldn't be able to have so many, even if weak tainted ones. Disgusting trash beasts, Victor muttered, but he could already feel the effects despite the relatively low level of the enemy beasts. Had Yino advanced so quickly with abyssal energy research that they already had tamers with 5 and 6 beasts so abundantly? First Karzan, now this bastard. Victor could believe Yino having dozens of tamers like those already, when just 1 year ago they had never used them. But if that were the case, they should have attacked sooner. And if it was a recent increase? What had changed? What did the crystal or Yino do? The paralysis allowed both stingers, from the scorpion and the wasp, to strike his beast. The venom traveled through the eagle's body like lightning, sending shockwaves of corrupted energy through its system. The toxic power of the wasp and scorpion began affecting the eagle, creating a debilitating effect that made his bird struggle to maintain altitude. Worse still, that wasn't all. The vitality absorption of the man-o-war created a constant drain that slowed his reflexes and maneuvering capacity, like trying to fly through thick syrup that grew denser with each passing second. The initial paralysis of the basilisk had been just the beginning. Now Victor found himself fighting an enemy who had turned his mobility beast into his cage. And then, as if they had been waiting for the perfect signal, Yino's flying squadrons, which had seemed to flee, appeared from multiple directions. They had circled around before Victor realized what was happening, using the distraction of single combat to position themselves for a devastating trap. Within those formations weren't just silver ranks, there were also significant reinforcements, 2 other triple tamers who had been kept in reserve near the commander for exactly this situation. Victor recognized them immediately, the same ones who had attacked the academy several months ago. Both rode alongside other silver-rank tamers to avoid drawing attention, but quickly summoned their own gold 2 beasts that deployed the characteristic power signature among the chaos of weaker marks. As triples, they also carried 2 abyssal creatures each, scorpions and greater vampiric man-o-wars that pulsed with corrupt energy like malignant hearts beating in sync. Prince Victor, came the mocking voice of one of them through the wind, carrying easily across the distance with the clarity that only mana strengthening allowed. What a pleasure to meet you again. 3 elite tamers against 1, Victor calculated while dodging a direct attack from Maximilian's wasp. The numerical reality was stark. Even with his superior individual power, the numbers were heavily stacked against him. Did I get ahead of myself and the odds aren't exactly in my favor? But even while thinking this, a fierce smile spread across his face as he felt familiar excitement coursing through his veins. This was what he lived for, the moment when everything was on the line and only skill and power would determine the outcome. He had been waiting for an opportunity to truly test his beast's new capabilities against worthy opponents. Total attack! Maximilian shouted, and the air filled with enemy flying beasts converging toward Victor from every angle. The sky became a true 3-dimensional battlefield as dozens of creatures moved towards him. Each enemy had been positioned to eliminate escape routes, creating a sphere of death with Victor at its center. Victor felt how the net was closing around him. 6 elite tamers, dozens of lesser beasts, and he was alone in the center of it all. Any sensible commander would have attempted an immediate retreat, calling for reinforcements. But Victor Dravenholm wasn't exactly known for his right-mindedness or balance in combat. Strategic retreat was for commanders who doubted their own power. Victor had never faced an enemy he couldn't eventually overcome through sheer dominance and superior skill. At least not any human, that was reserved only for his father, yet he may as well not be human, nor was he here. This time, Victor murmured, his voice carrying the promise of violence, there are no children to protect. No academy to defend. When they were all above him in a coordinated attack that would have shredded any other tamer, Victor summoned his other beast. The restrictions that had held him back during the academy battle, the need to minimize collateral damage, to protect students, to avoid destroying the very institution he was defending, those limitations no longer existed. Qilin, he roared, and the air itself seemed to purify instantly. The creature that manifested was magnificent, a being of pure earth power with scales that gleamed like liquid gold and horns that seemed to have been forged from pure light. Its presence commanded respect. But there was something different about its energy, something more refined and powerful than it had been before. Its energy was purer and purer each day since Ren had made contact with him. The memory of that strange encounter still puzzled Victor. The boy's mushroom had done something to his beast, not enhanced it, but purified them in a way that went beyond simple power increases. The effect was immediate and devastating for his attackers. All the effects that the abyssal beasts had placed on his eagle, the poison, the vitality absorption, the paralysis residue, vanished like mist before the sun. The purification wasn't gradual, it was instant and absolute, as if the very concept of corruption couldn't exist in the Qilin's presence. Impossible, screamed one of the triple tamers, watching as his man-o-war writhed in agony at the proximity of such pure energy. The creature's tentacles, which had been draining Victor's strength moments before, now recoiled as if burned by invisible fire. The corruption that gave it power became a liability in the face of energy so fundamentally opposed to its nature. But Victor hadn't finished. His eagle, now free from all corruption and negative influence, spread its wings with renewed vigor. The Cheelant's energy extended toward it as well, making its golden feathers shine with intensity that eclipsed the sunlight itself. The transformation was breathtaking. What had been a powerful beast became something approaching the divine, its every movement creating ripples of pure energy that made the air shimmer like heated metal. The tables had turned in an instant. Victor's laughter rang out across the sky, wild and fierce, the sound of a predator who had his prey just at arm's reach. King Colioran observed his daughter. Celthia remained seated cross-legged before the massive grand crystal, her small hands resting on her knees while her closed eyes moved rapidly beneath her eyelids. The sight never failed to unsettle him, his little girl communing with something ancient and alien, serving as a bridge between human understanding and cosmic intelligence. King Colioran watched his daughter with paternal pride but also growing anxiety. At 11 years old, Celthia seemed impossibly small next to the abyssal energy emanating from the pulsating core of their power, but her hydra moved happily beneath her skin. The creature's agitation was a constant reminder that his daughter's body was fine. Bringing her here, to the outskirts of the city where the grand crystal pulsed with ancestral power, was always stressful for him. Not because of physical dangers, the iron and bronze ring monsters were nothing against his power, and most in the vicinity of the massive crystal were now corrupted in a way that made them docile in his presence. There were also many strong guards with them, just outside the cave. There shouldn't be any safety concerns. But the girl was too valuable. She was irreplaceable. It wasn't that he cared for her now that he had discovered her value as an interpreter of the crystal. He already loved her, and deeply, his only daughter, his spoiled princess, the light of his darkest days. But since her translations became more frequent and accurate, since he had discovered what she could truly accomplish. No, since she discovered the method to create sextuplets. The crystal had told them through Celthia, piece by piece during weeks of careful sessions. The process was somewhat complicated, more tedious than difficult, but the promise was extraordinary. If they had a double tamer with gold beasts, then they could easily create a sextuple now. It was a marvel that could soon give them definitive victory in this war. Tamers with 6 beasts, power that would rival ancient legends, forces that could reshape the very balance of the world. But they were missing something. The incomplete knowledge gnawed at him like a persistent ache. So close to ultimate power, yet still lacking the final piece that would make it all possible. "What else does it tell you about the mission, little star?" the king asked, his voice loaded with the urgency that had dominated his recent weeks. Celthia frowned, her childish face wrinkling with the effort of translating voices that existed in frequencies human minds weren't designed to comprehend. There was still a small instability that Celthia had mentioned. She had warned that the method needed a small adjustment she didn't yet fully understand. But they had proceeded anyway. War wouldn't wait for perfection, and the pressure from multiple fronts demanded immediate action rather than cautious preparation. "Daddy," Celthia's soft voice pulled the king from his thoughts. Her eyes remained closed, but there was a line of concentration between her eyebrows that indicated intense mental effort. "What is it, little star?" "I'm not sure if I heard correctly because the word is strange," Celthia murmured, her head tilting slightly as if she were trying to hear something very distant. "It's a different name from the usual words for beasts or their parts." The king moved closer, his heart accelerating. Any new information from the crystal could be crucial. Each revelation brought them closer to the power that would end this war and reunite his family. "What did you understand?" "Anything you can tell me helps rather than having nothing." Celthia frowned, clearly struggling with concepts that existed beyond normal language. "It says they need accustomed centers, not born centers," she finally reported. "But I don't know what that means." The king considered the words, trying to find sense in what might be an imperfect translation of arcane concepts. "Accustomed centers," he murmured. "Maybe, experienced cores. Mature cores." Celthia shook her head, her connection with the crystal allowing her to test the suggestions directly, like consulting an ancient library that responded to thought rather than speech. No, those aren't the right words. The first part is indeed cores, though. Cultivated cores? Developed cores? No. The king continued suggesting synonyms, each word being bounced through Celthea toward the crystal as if he were playing a strange guessing game with an entity that spoke a barely comprehensible language. The frustration of near understanding was maddening. Trained cores. Refined cores. Cores that are human. Celthea interrupted suddenly, her eyes snapping open wide. Human cores. That's the word in our language the crystal was looking for. The king felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of ice. The simple word carried implications that made his blood run cold. Human cores weren't materials you gathered, they were parts of living people. Human cores? He asked slowly, desperately hoping he was misunderstanding. Celthea nodded, though she seemed confused by her own translation, as if the concept didn't quite fit together in her mind. Human cores. Centers accustomed to mana, not born with it. It's the same thing to the crystal. The king remained silent for a long moment, the implications of what his daughter was saying settling into his mind. The distinction the crystal was making suddenly became clear and horrifying. Born with mana meant natural magical creatures, but accustomed to mana meant humans who had learned to channel it through their beasts. Tamers. Celthea, he said carefully, his voice controlled despite the turmoil in his chest, are these tamer cores for the potion? The human mana vessel, and the mana veins? Not any beast's cores. His daughter closed her eyes again, diving deeper into communication with the crystal. The conversation that followed was mostly silent, mental communication that the king couldn't directly intercept. But he could see the exact moment when Celthea fully understood what the crystal was asking for. They must be from silver rank soldiers, she finally whispered, her voice barely audible. If we want to advance to the next level. If we want to stabilize and improve the fusion, it must be at least silver rank. King Colioran stood staring at his daughter, feeling as if the world had stopped around him. Silver soldiers. His own men. Lives he had sworn to protect as part of his duty as king. How many? He asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. The crystal says it depends on the base tamer's power, Celthea responded, her voice taking on the mechanical quality she used when directly translating. For someone like Lord Venmont, maybe 5 or 6. 5 or 6 lives to create a sextuple tamer, the king thought. 5 or 6 soldiers who trusted me, who swore loyalty, many with families waiting for their return. The doubt gnawed at him like acid. Was he really considering this? Had he come so far that he would sacrifice his own men for this power? The weight of kingship had never felt heavier. Every decision carried consequences, but this went beyond tactical losses in battle, this was deliberate sacrifice of loyal soldiers for personal gain. But then Celthea looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw something that broke his heart. Pure sadness. Daddy, she asked with the small voice she used when she had nightmares, won't I be able to see Mommy again then? The question hit him like a physical blow. All his political calculations, all his strategic planning, suddenly seemed trivial compared to the simple pain in his daughter's voice. The king knelt beside his daughter, taking her small hands in his own. In that moment, he wasn't the leader of a kingdom or the commander of abyssal forces. He was simply a father who saw genuine pain in his daughter's eyes. The war, the conquest, even the survival of his kingdom, everything paled before the reality that his little girl was suffering the absence of a vital part of her family. He sighed deeply, feeling the weight of every decision he had made to reach this moment. The path of corruption, the alliance with abyssal forces, the gradual sacrifice of his principles, all of it for the promise of reuniting his family. Of course you will, little one, he said softly, his voice loaded with determination he hadn't felt in years. We'll do whatever is necessary. After all, what was a king if he couldn't provide for those he loved most? As he held his daughter's hands, King Colioran crossed the final line between reluctant leader and willing monster. The transformation was complete, sealed by a father's love. The grand crystal pulsed with approval, as if it could sense his resolution. Soon, very soon, they would have the power to reshape the world according to their will. And his little star would see her mother again, no matter the cost. Victor fused with his Qilin, and his transformation was spectacular. Yellow scale armor covered his body like a second skin, while golden horns sprouted from his forehead, pulsing with power that made the air around him distort with pure energy. The contrast with his corrupt opponents was so marked that for a moment, everyone on the bridge stopped simply to observe. The transformation wasn't just visual. Where abyssal corruption twisted and devoured, Victor's fusion radiated purification and harmony. It was like watching the sun rise in the middle of a storm. That day, Victor said, his voice now amplified by the combined power of his beasts, "You caught me by surprise." His gaze fixed specifically on the two triple tamers who had caused so much chaos at the academy. The memory of that battle still burned in his mind. Too many innocents, too many hostages, too many children in the vicinity, he continued, his tone growing colder with each word. I held back to protect them. Maximilian, floating at a prudent distance on his spectral crow, felt a chill that had nothing to do with altitude. There was something in Victor's voice, a promise of violence unconstrained by mercy or hesitation. But this time, Victor smiled, and the expression was more terrifying than any battle roar. I have no intention of holding back. He raised both hands, power concentrating visibly as his eagle and his Qilin synchronized their energies. Mineralization storm. What followed redefined what everyone believed possible in aerial combat. Victor expelled a barrage of mineral stakes that materialized directly by enlarging concentrated dust from the air. These weren't normal projectiles, they were pure crystalline formations, each one imbued with enough power to pierce through abyssal armor and corrupt flesh alike. The attack was both beautiful and terrifying, like watching deadly diamonds rain from every direction. The first salvo hit 10 of the lesser attackers simultaneously. Their beasts disintegrated on contact with the purified minerals, and the tamers fell from the sky screaming as pure energy burned the corruption directly from their bodies. The first triple tamer managed to dodge, but Victor had anticipated the difference in agility and repeated the attack instantly. This time the enemy couldn't escape unscathed. A stake caught him in the shoulder, and the man howled as his abyssal scorpion's claw simply vanished, unable to exist in proximity to such purity. For the other lower-level abyssal flying squadrons, things were again much worse. Scatter! Maximilian shouted, but it was already too late. Victor had transformed into a storm of destruction moving through the air behind them. His eagle executed maneuvers that defied physics while his Qilin provided a seemingly infinite supply of purified energy stakes. Each attack was devastating. Every movement calculated to maximize damage against opponents who depended on abyssal corruption. Victor moved through the enemy formation like a natural disaster, leaving trails of golden light and falling enemies in his wake. The second triple tamer tried to flee with a desperate attack, launching his scorpion directly toward Victor in a suicidal attempt to cause at least some damage or buy time. But Victor caught it. With a hand transformed by fusion with the Qilin, he simply grabbed the 3-meter-long creature as if it were a normal insect and instantly purified it. The abyssal creature disintegrated in his hands, becoming golden dust that dispersed in the wind. Is that all? Victor asked, his voice carrying across the silent aerial battlefield. The survivors, Maximilian, the triple tamers with one wounded, and a handful of lesser soldiers, floated at a short distance, the faces of the weaker ones showing terror and disbelief. In less than 5 minutes, Victor had completely dismantled an ambush that would have been certain death for anyone else. Next time, Victor said, addressing specifically Maximilian, bring more soldiers. These weren't enough for a proper warm-up. The dominance was absolute. Even the troops on the bridge had yet to keep advancing, too fascinated by the aerial spectacle to continue their own battles. Victor Dravenholm had established, by unequivocally decimating the ambush that should have meant his death, that mastery of the air over the Abyss Bridge belonged to him completely. But he had made a fundamental tactical error. In his fervor to leverage his superior power and pursue and eliminate Maximilian, he had pushed too far to the other side of the bridge. What had begun as a proactive aggressive pursuit had now become a dangerously exposed position. However, he still wasn't ready to throw in the towel. Victor intended to finish what he started. He launched himself with everything against Maximilian. Maximilian, despite having lost the direct aerial battle, demonstrated why he had been chosen to command this operation. Instead of fleeing in panic or attempting another direct confrontation, did something Victor hadn't anticipated. He used his numerous troops as a shield. Defensive coverage. Maximilian roared, directing his spectral crow in a tactical retreat that kept him just outside Victor's immediate reach, but within support range of his main forces. Dozens of Yino soldiers responded immediately, reorganizing into formations that maximized aerial coverage. And then, Maximilian finally had Victor where he wanted. It didn't matter that Victor was vastly superior in individual combat, now he was within range of wind and fire elementals who could attack him simultaneously. Coward bastard! Victor shouted, but even as he spoke the words, he recognized the tactical soundness of the suicidal maneuver. They had stopped him from getting their leader just enough to get him here. The first attacks came like a coordinated storm. Wind blades and fire spears converged from multiple angles, creating a net of destruction that would have been impossible for any normal flyer to escape. But they were going to hit his own allies, not just Victor. However, the enemy commander did something that completely changed the suicidal dynamics of combat. Total release. Maximilian roared, and all 5 of his beasts pulsed with concentrated abyssal power, transforming him into an abomination. The spectral crow, the golden basilisk, the fire-policed wasp, the abyssal scorpion, and the greater vampiric man-o-war manifested simultaneously, creating an aura of corruption so dense that the air itself darkened around them. Victor immediately felt the difference. The combined abyssal energy of 5 beasts leveled the battlefield, creating a power resonance that rivaled his own purified Qilin. Impressive, Victor murmured, but still not enough to match the quality of. But Maximilian didn't use it to attack directly. Instead, he extended his spectral crow's aura toward his surrounding troops, and for a moment that defied all of Victor's expectations, made them intangible. The fire and wind projectiles that had been approaching passed directly through the soldiers as if they were ghosts, converging on Victor from angles that had previously been blocked by their physical bodies. The coordination required was staggering. One mistimed moment would have killed dozens of his own soldiers, but Maximilian's control was precise enough to maintain the intangibility effect for exactly the right duration. Hundreds of fire and wind projectiles arrived, creating a field of death that would have been impossible to avoid for any lesser tamer. But Victor wasn't any tamer. His eagle executed evasive maneuvers that defied the laws of aerodynamics, while his Qilin provided constant purification that neutralized the corrupt effects of the attacks. For a moment, it seemed he might avoid all damage, but in the end even he couldn't evade every projectile. Victor found himself suddenly in the center of a hurricane of elemental attacks. He had no choice but to accept retreat. Damn it! Victor shouted, recognizing that the situation had become untenable. As he withdrew from the death zone Maximilian had created, Victor couldn't help but feel a mixture of respect and frustration toward his opponent. While he disagreed with throwing soldiers into suicidal attacks to fall back safe himself, he had to accept that it had worked to get him where they wanted. Cowardly strategy, he thought bitterly, but effective. Victor's combat philosophy had always been straightforward: the strong should fight at the front, facing their equals in honorable combat. Using weaker soldiers as defense against superior opponents seemed fundamentally dishonorable. But in the end, it was true that the tactic had prevented him from winning. Maximilian had recognized his inferiority in direct combat and found a way to neutralize that disadvantage using resources Victor wasn't willing to use the same way. "Commander Victor," a voice came from the sides through the wind. "The squadrons have gained position. Victor quickly looked to the sides and saw that his flying squadrons had completed their flanking maneuver, positioning themselves for a coordinated attack. "Squadrons, retreat," he shouted, his voice amplified by beast techniques. An uncommon decision for him. But his forces responded immediately, dispersing information. They weren't just numbers, they were his people. They're willing to sacrifice soldiers to protect those of greater value at all costs, Victor realized while regrouping with his squadron. And the soldiers are disciplined enough to execute maneuvers that require absolute trust in their commander. It was, he had to admit, a demonstration of unity and discipline that spoke well of Yino's training and leadership in this battle. But his squadron would have followed his orders even if they were similarly unjust. That's what he wanted to believe. "Commander," one of his lieutenants approached riding a silver hawk, "orders." Victor observed the bridge stretching below, where Yino forces continued their advance toward Yano territory. Maximilian had managed to maintain momentum while stopping the most serious aerial threat, himself. But then Victor remembered Julius's words before the battle, "Your main mission is to buy time." It wasn't about achieving glorious victory or demonstrating personal superiority. It was about keeping enemy forces occupied long enough for other elements of Yano's strategy to develop. A smile replaced his expression of frustration. "Harassment formation," he ordered. "Fall back, we'll make coordinated attacks against the bridge's front line. Keep them busy and slow their advance." It was a mindset change he didn't like. He preferred decisive victories to wars of attrition, but it was what the situation required. He had to adapt and grow if he wanted to be Yano's true leader someday. The realization was humbling. True leadership sometimes meant accepting tactical defeats in service of larger victories. It meant putting the mission above personal glory. As he led his squadron back toward Yino's front line, Victor promised himself that the next time he faced Maximilian, he would be prepared. Next time, there would be no retreat. Karzan kept his attention fixed ahead as if he could see through the wall. There, ahead, a solitary figure surely still stood disrespecting his army on the road forward. According to reports, Sirius Starweaver seemed to be slowly retreating, keeping himself just outside the range of foot soldiers, as if he were carefully measuring the distance. He didn't seem to be doing anything threatening. He was just there, observing the advance with the patience of someone who perhaps expected something specific to happen. Karzan didn't understand what kind of purpose or utility such behavior had. Was it really a distraction? Or simply the arrogance of a man who refused to accept the reality of being outnumbered and outpowered? The numbers should have been overwhelming for anyone. 20,000 soldiers against one man, no matter how skilled, should be an inevitable victory. Yet something in Sirius's calm demeanor suggested he knew something Karzan didn't. "Maintain formation," Karzan murmured to General Valdris, who advanced at his side. "No matter what he's planning. Our troops will continue gathering until the complete march is unstoppable and flanks those blocking the bridge. A single man cannot ever stop us." "Understood, my lord," Valdris responded, though his tone suggested he too felt something was strange about the situation. The troops continued their inexorable march. They already had about 13,000 soldiers and soon the complete forces would join. 20,000 soldiers would be an unstoppable mass. The numbers were on their side, the strategy was solid, and victory seemed inevitable. Sirius continued retreating, step by step, maintaining that precise distance as if he were executing some type of ritual. Then there was a small tremor. Barely perceptible at first, a vibration that might have been caused by so many soldiers marching in formation. But there was something different about the sensation, something that didn't fit with the natural rhythm of the military march. The tremor intensified slightly, and Karzan felt a strange sudden weakness in his legs. Without warning, he fell to his knees. It wasn't fatigue, it wasn't a wound, it was as if something fundamental had been altered in his own body. The sensation was disorienting, like having his very essence disconnected from his physical form. "My lord." Valdris immediately approached, genuine concern in his voice. "What's happening?" Karzan tried to respond, but the words didn't come. His mind felt strangely clouded, as if he were seeing the world through thick fog. "My lord." A messenger approached flying from the rear, his urgency cutting through the air. "Report from the wall." But Karzan didn't react. His eyes remained fixed on Valdris, but his expression was empty, distant. Valdris automatically took charge. "Report," he ordered the messenger. "The abyss wall no longer has soldiers, General," the messenger reported quickly. "It appears they'll try to intercept us with between 2,000 and 4,000 soldiers from the wall just before reaching the bridge." Valdris frowned. It was a significant force, but manageable given their big numerical superiority. "Anything else?" Before the first messenger could respond, another approached from a different direction. "General Valdris," the second messenger shouted. "Massive attack reported in the center of Goldcrest territory. We don't have casualty information yet." Valdris felt a chill of alarm. Simultaneous attacks on multiple fronts weren't coincidence. "My lord," he tried to get Karzan's attention again, but the leader remained motionless, as if in a trance. A third messenger arrived, this one practically jumping from his beast. "General. Sirius is glowing. It looks like he's charging some kind of attack. We request permission to attack with flying patrols." Valdris looked ahead and could see it was true. An intense light was beginning to be visible from the highest part of the wall, surely Sirius's work, and it continued growing in intensity with each passing second. "My lord," he tried once more to wake Karzan. "We need orders." But Karzan remained completely motionless, his eyes fixed but empty, as if something had disconnected his consciousness from the surrounding world. In the heart of Goldcrest territory, Cashin found himself somewhat battered in front of a crystal wall that hadn't existed moments before. His room had been split in half, furniture scattered like broken toys, and his surprise, which had been enormous, could be seen on his face, very probably looking the same as most others in this Goldcrest castle right now. He didn't know how his mother, sisters, or other relatives were doing after what had just happened. The crystal wall before him wasn't simply that. In fact, it was the tiniest visible part of an enormous ice crystal that extended throughout the building. Its emergence had been what created such chaos, splitting walls, destroying structures, converting entire sections of the castle into a frozen nightmare. Only one person was capable of such a display of power. The voice of the mentioned person in Cashin's mind emerged from the crystal, a voice colder than the icy environment her power had generated. "A promise must be fulfilled," Selphra murmured, her tone carrying the inevitability of winter itself. She emerged from the crystal as if she had been part of it, her form materializing from the ice with a grace that belied the violence of her arrival. Her silver hair shone with frost, and her eyes contained the coldness of murderous determination. Cashin gritted his teeth, feeling how between his eyes and temples the purple marks of his abyssal corruption began to glow. His beast stirred beneath his skin, ready for combat. But Selphra laughed. "Better not even try," she told him with the patience of someone explaining something obvious to a child. "At least not right now. Your time hasn't come yet." She moved closer, and Cashin could feel how the temperature dropped with each step she took. "The first head on my ice spear will be your father's." Cashin gritted his teeth with pure annoyance, but didn't launch into aggression. Despite the rage boiling in his chest, he knew he was at a disadvantage. Selphra Ashenway was a living legend, a tamer whose control over huge power had grown for centuries. Facing her directly in his current state would be suicide. With this, Selphra continued, gesturing toward the destruction she had caused, "Surely messengers will warn your father. And perhaps then he'll be a man and show his face." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Otherwise I'll have to extract him from the heart of that march of thousands of easily deceived idiots and there will be more casualties than necessary." She turned to leave, but stopped at the threshold she had created in the crystal wall. "You do well to respect your house arrest," she told him over her shoulder. "But better not get comfortable. Because you and the other parasites who revel in this place's feasts are the second part of my promise." A frozen smile crossed her face. Scream or call for help to speed things up and give Curzon a reason to get angry, be a good puppy and cry. Bring him to me. And with that, she melted back into the ice, disappearing as if she had never been there. Selphira appeared at the base of the enormous ice block she had generated to destroy the emptiest part of the castle. The massive structure rose like an artificial mountain, having crushed or frozen everything in its path. Lionel waited for her there, his eyes shining with some admiration and a bit of concern. Was it necessary to hold back, he asked, observing the controlled destruction she had caused. I need Curzon to have a reason to stop, Selphira responded, adjusting the gloves covering her hands. If I simply massacre everyone, he won't have motivation to come personally. Don't you think they'll escape? Selphira shrugged with indifference. I don't care about them. Once outside the territory they'll be irrelevant to me. Her eyes hardened. But if they stay, I'll have to hunt them. And perhaps some are less guilty than others. She looked toward the horizon in the direction of the bridge, where Curzon should be receiving the message at this moment. Don't you want to stay here to monitor communications with some of the black serpents? She asked Lionel. We could ensure that no suicidal message like, keep going, father leaves without our knowledge. Lionel thought for a moment, calculating the political and personal implications of the suggestion. Wouldn't it be more glorious to follow her to the front? It would be the achievement of obtaining the core of the Goldcrest territory, Selphira continued, sweetening the proposal. If you keep it dominated, it's yours as a political card. The offer was tempting, real territory, genuine political power, the opportunity to establish himself as something more than the adoptive son of an immortal matriarch. In the end, Lionel nodded. Fine. I'll do it. Excellent, Selphira smiled. Keep the survivors controlled but alive. We'll need them to negotiate with Curzon if he's still alive when I catch him. We must stop Yino's entry through his territory, and I'm sure he knows exactly where they might be entering through. She turned around. Are you leaving already? Lionel asked. The battlefield doesn't wait, of course, Selphira responded. I can't stay to wait and see if Curzon comes to me voluntarily, I have to go find him. Her eyes shone with icy anticipation. After all, a promise is a promise. Sirius hadn't received the message about the battles beginning from Selphira, but from Julius. She was always like that with him, ignoring him when he tried to be serious, treating him like a child despite everything. Even despite the fact that she needed the ring he carried to demonstrate her maximum power, it seemed she was always reluctant to give him major responsibilities. This time had been no exception. The pattern was frustratingly familiar. Selphira would make grand pronouncements, issue dramatic threats, and then proceed as if everyone else was merely a supporting character in her personal drama. But at least Julius had people paying attention to warn him the moment Selphira moved. Both knew that any promise Selphira made wouldn't be in vain. When she said she would have someone's head, that someone ended up unable to stop that prophecy. Curzon was dead. The certainty was cold and absolute in Sirius's mind. Not because he had seen it happen, but because he understood Selphira's nature. Although Sirius had no idea exactly what Selphira would do to initiate her attack, at least Julius had a plan. A plan that depended on Sirius fulfilling his part to reduce the march's speed. Winning against 10,000, even 1,000 silver ranks would be impossible. But he didn't need to win, if it was just about scaring the front line. He only had to give Julius time to gather all possible soldiers at the wall and help him connect a tunnel with shadows, so Curzon's earth elementals couldn't sense them approaching so easily. They would notice at the end due to the mana signature, but if he could disorient them a bit, it might be enough to prevent them from discovering the route before initiating battle. Sirius was waiting for one of two things, for Julius to finish his preparations, or for Selphira to appear. And without planning it, both showed signs of life at the same time. When he felt in the distance the sudden increase of his master's power, he knew something had begun in Curzon's rear guard. It was quite far, but hitting Curzon's castle wasn't a bad beginning. Sirius was certain. The energy was unmistakable, the type of power only Selphra Ashenway could deploy when she truly took off the gloves. Even at this distance, the raw magnitude of her unleashed power was enough to be felt. Julius must be almost ready too, he calculated mentally upon seeing the agreed signal at the wall. Selphra is far, but someone like her will take only minutes to arrive. It was time to do his part. The plan was audacious but feasible. If he could stop the main advance, maybe they could divide the army before Curzon gathered it completely and allow Selphra to separate about 5,000 troops from the main cluster. Meanwhile, Julius would help him delay the advance to the bridge as much as possible until Curzon received the announcement that they were attacking his home. If Selphra can fight directly against him and I activate the ring for her, she'll surely win. Sirius jumped from his own shadow, the movement carrying him several hundred meters backward in an instant. It was time to show why he had been chosen for this apparently suicidal mission. He began charging power with his celestial tiger, but first sent his black serpent to merge with his shadow and expand it. The creature obeyed instantly, preparing to amplify what was about to come. Then he completely fused with his gold 3 celestial tiger. The transformation was always spectacular for any observer. Golden light patterns ran across his skin like circuits of pure power, while his eyes acquired the fierce glow of a predator whose very presence commanded respect and fear. But there was something different this time. Since his encounter with Ren's mushroom, he had begun to shine a bit more intensely during fusions. He hadn't paid much attention to the change, he had set it aside thinking it was subjective perception, since it hadn't been very pronounced and he hadn't felt a real power change. But now, seeing the whirlwind of energy forming before him and the color of the glow emanating from his fused body, the change seemed a bit more obvious. There was a purity in the white light that hadn't been there before, a clarity that made his power feel more refined. Still, there was no time to focus on the visual improvement. He concentrated on accumulating power. There was work to do. The wall ahead should be destructible if he charged enough, and Curzon seemed reluctant to send people from his aerial squadrons to attack him directly. It was the perfect opportunity to unleash all his power. The black serpent created a zone of pure darkness that amplified his attack's brightness. The synergy between light and shadow made power concentrate in ways that would have been impossible with either beast individually. The interplay was beautiful, shadow serving as a backdrop that made light more brilliant, darkness that gave meaning to illumination. Sirius saw that finally the enemy flyers had decided to stop him, but it was already too late. They had waited too long, probably waiting for orders that hadn't arrived in time. This far, Sirius murmured, and released all his accumulated power. The attack that followed was like a concentrated whirlwind of pure destruction. At first, the dozens of earth elementals in the enemy army desperately reinforced the wall they had built, pouring their collective energy into a barrier that should have been capable of stopping any individual attack. The coordination was impressive, Earth Tamers working in harmony to create something greater than the sum of their parts. Stone flowed like liquid, hardening into crystalline formations that could withstand siege engines and elemental storms. But Sirius had an ace up his sleeve. He activated the ring on himself, feeling how the artifact's power combined with his energies and fused them even further. The sensation was unlike anything else. The ring didn't just amplify his power, it refined it, purified it, transformed raw energy into something approaching perfection. He concentrated all that amplified power into a smaller area of the wall, focusing the destruction. The reinforced earth barrier held for a moment that seemed eternal. The defenders poured everything they had into maintaining their creation. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they channeled power beyond their normal limits, drawing on reserves of strength they hadn't known they possessed. But in the end, it disintegrated. The concentrated attack pierced through the wall as if it were paper, sending fragments of rock and earth flying in all directions. But it didn't stop there, it continued straight toward the soldier formations behind. Dozens of soldiers were thrown into the air by the pure force of impact. Some managed to activate last-moment defenses that saved them from instant death, but many others weren't so lucky. The sound was deafening, as if thunder had decided to touch earth and stay there. The ground trembled, nearby buildings shook, and for a moment, the entire battlefield stopped to observe the devastation one man had caused. Where the wall had stood moments before, there was now a gaping breach. But the physical destruction was only part of the message. The psychological impact was even greater. Seeing their carefully constructed defenses reduced to rubble by a single attack broke something in the enemy soldiers' confidence. Sirius remained standing, his form still radiating the afterglow of unleashed power. He had sent a clear message: the path to the bridge wouldn't be easy, and every meter would have to be won with blood. The ring on his finger had cooled, but he could still feel its potential humming beneath the surface. Now it remained to be seen if Julius had completed his preparations, and how much time would pass before Selphra arrived to complete the pincer that would trap Curzon's army. Curzon recovered abruptly, as if awakening from a deep sleep, only to find that his army's front line was in total chaos. The methodical advance he had been observing minutes before had stopped completely, with soldiers running to reorganize formations that had been shattered by something he couldn't see clearly. Valdris seemed to be trying to calm things down, moving between section commanders while discreetly directing some of the closest leaders to form a protective semicircle around Curzon. It was obvious they had been trying to hide his switched-off state from the rest of the army. The realization was deeply disturbing. How long had he been unconscious? What had happened during that gap in his awareness? The questions multiplied in his mind. What happened? Curzon asked, his voice sounding hoarser than usual. My lord, Valdris immediately approached, visible relief on his face. Sirius launched a powerful attack against our front defenses. Curzon looked ahead, where he could see a massive gap in what had been his front wall. Earth elementals worked feverishly to close the breach, but the damage was impressive. The destruction was more than just physical. It was psychological. Seeing their carefully constructed defenses reduced to rubble in a single attack had shaken the confidence of soldiers who had believed themselves invulnerable behind their earth walls. Casualties? Surprisingly few, my lord. Although it was visibly impactful, it generated almost no casualties, Valdris reported. But it did completely stop our advance by lowering frontline morale. But more importantly, are you feeling well? Curzon didn't fully understand what had happened with his own consciousness. He really didn't feel bad, affected, or with less energy. But it was something to analyze later. This wasn't the time to doubt while in the middle of a battle. Restart the advance, he ordered, pointing toward the front line. And fortify the front with more earth elementals, in case Sirius decides to attack again. With Curzon back in command, military organization re-established quickly. Soldiers responded to clear orders, formations reorganized, and the advance began to resume its previous pace. But they had barely managed to resume the march when Valdris approached again, his expression grave. My lord, he said in a low voice, there's another situation that occurred while you were indisposed. What now? Goldcrest Castle was attacked. Curzon stopped abruptly. What? Preliminary reports indicate a massive attack in the center of our territory. We don't have complete casualty information yet, but... Valdris hesitated. It appears Selphra Ashenway was involved. The rage that erupted in Curzon's chest was so intense that for a moment he couldn't speak. His family, his home, his son. The images that flashed through his mind were almost unbearable. Cashin facing Selphra alone. His family caught in the crossfire of a battle they had no part in starting. He was ready to leave and take on the old Bast. Then he became sluggish again. As if someone had flipped a switch in his brain, Curzon found himself disconnecting from the world around him. His legs wobbled, and only Valdris's quick action prevented him from falling completely. My lord. Valdris held him, but Curzon was no longer really present. Once again, Valdris found himself assuming leadership at a critical moment, silently cursing whatever was affecting his commander. And right at the worst possible moment. General Valdris. A soldier came running from the flank, his urgency cutting through the air like an alarm. New enemy contact. Report, Valdris ordered, keeping a stabilizing arm on Curzon while trying to process multiple simultaneous crises. A gap opened near the wall's flank, sir. In a large noble house beside the road. It appears wall troops are attacking our right side heavily. An ambush right now, Valdris realized with growing alarm. Sirius kept us distracted at the front and forced us to concentrate earth elementals in him while others positioned themselves for a flank attack. The result was undeniable, even as it threatened to destroy them. The enemy had orchestrated a perfect coordination of distraction and assault, using their own defensive instincts against them. Numbers? Difficult to determine since they're in the tunnel and emerging from the property, sir, but seem significant. And there's more. Sirius is charging another attack. The glow is even more intense than the first time. Valdris cursed. A flank attack coordinated with another frontal bombardment could completely destabilize their formations, especially with Curzon incapacitated. Anything else? The soldier pointed toward the rear guard, where a massive dust cloud was approaching at high speed. From the rear guard, several kilometers away. The culprit of that dust cloud will reach what was our new frontier in a few minutes. Valdris felt as if the ground was opening beneath his feet. Frontal attack, flank attack, attack from the rear guard, and his commander incapacitated by some inexplicable force. He looked at Curzon, whose vacant expression confirmed there would be no help from that direction in the immediate future. 20,000 soldiers under my command, Valdris thought, and enemies converging from 3 different directions. In the distance, he could see the growing glow indicating Sirius was preparing another devastating attack. Time was running out to make decisions that could determine whether Curzon's army would achieve its objective, or become the grave of thousands of soldiers. Julius received another message while finishing positioning the wall army he had managed to gather in record time. 3,500 soldiers had responded to the urgent call, running several kilometers from their dispersed positions along the abyss wall. The last to arrive looked slightly agitated from the run, but most were young people between 20 and 25 years old with decent beasts thanks to their privileged location near the city center and the bridge. Most came from well-off families in the city's inner zone, silver ranks with resources that had allowed them to educate and train their beasts appropriately. Their bodies could endure much more than a simple run of a few minutes. But nothing had prepared them for what was coming. Real war had arrived at their doorstep, and Julius could see in their faces that nervousness that characterized young soldiers facing their first real conflict. They were grim, these were the sons and daughters of privilege, raised with the finest training and equipment, but untested in actual combat. Attention, Julius addressed the section commanders gathered before him. You only have to buy time. Maintain defensive formations, support Sirius when necessary, and be prepared for a quick retreat if the enemy proves too aggressive in reaching the bridge. We hit and run all the way there. The soldiers looked calm with the clear orders, but Julius remained internally worried about having to work with soldiers so young and inexperienced due to their location. It was a problem Arturo would have to solve in the future. The distribution of veterans and young people from good families would have to be more functional. The area near the bridge can't be left in inexperienced hands now that Yino has shown its claws, he thought while observing the young officers organizing their units. The message that arrived, however, made Julius save that concern for another moment. There were much more important things requiring his immediate attention. Arturo already had the resources they needed to maintain the bridge blockade for a prolonged time and had achieved evacuation of the most important zones in time. It was news that relieved one of Julius's major tactical concerns. But that wasn't all. According to the message, Larissa had slipped into the situation upon discovering several clues about what was happening and had demanded to receive and make some communications. Julius sighed. His younger sister had the habit of getting involved in matters that were technically outside her jurisdiction. But to his surprise, it wasn't some bad news from his mischievous younger sister. Apparently she had communicated with Leora and even with Luna, who had been left at Ashenway Castle with access to rapid messaging. And they had something that could change the course of battle. A new weapon, Julius read, raising an eyebrow with genuine interest. That Arturo will review and attempt to prepare for efforts if we hold out a bit as planned. It was intriguing but frustratingly vague information. What kind of weapon? Developed by whom? And why were Larissa and the girls involved in something that sounded like advanced military research? The pieces didn't quite fit together in his mind. Larissa was brilliant, certainly, but she was still young. Luna and Leora were even younger, despite their considerable talents. What could they possibly have developed that would be militarily significant? Ren. The end of the message contained a direct request from Arturo, reports on the battle situation and whether he had made contact with Selphira and Sirius. Julius mentally reviewed what he knew. Sirius had executed his first attack according to plan, causing significant disruptions in the enemy advance. The second attack was charging now, and from what Julius could observe from his position, it would be even more devastating than the first. The effect it had on Karzan's army also seemed more significant than expected for some reason. But he still didn't have very relevant information about general progress or the strategy of what would be Selphira's plan. She's always been like that, fair and participative, but distant from others. He needed to stop Karzan and his army a bit longer for Selphira to arrive, and then see what exactly her plan would be once she was in position. I'll have no choice but to adapt to the situation and support her to try to extract Karzan from the heart of his army, Julius reflected. It's the only way to try to stop things and buy time to accumulate our remaining troops at the bridge. The strategy was risky. It depended on Selphira being able to force a personal confrontation with Karzan, separating him from the massive protection of his nearly 15,000 soldiers, who could gather to become 20,000. But it was their best option to avoid a more prolonged war that could devastate the kingdom. Julius observed his 3,500 young soldiers, then toward where Sirius was preparing to launch another devastating attack, and finally toward the horizon where he knew Selphira was approaching thanks to his intelligence soldiers. Everything depends on the next few hours, he thought. Either we end this quickly before they can reach the bridge, or we prepare for total war in the heart of our territory. He took out a small piece of paper from one of his pockets, beginning to compose a message for Arturo that would transmit both optimism and the serious reality of what they were facing. Lionel dragged Cashin along with several of his relatives, directing them toward what would clearly be their temporary prison. The structure he had prepared was a crystal chamber, not as elaborate as Selphira's creations, but functional for keeping important prisoners confined. Unlike his adoptive mother, who had openly declared she didn't care if the Goldcrests escaped once outside the territory, Lionel wasn't so humanitarian. Everyone could serve him as political pieces, and he intended to use every available advantage to establish his control over the conquered territory. Inside, he ordered with authority that sounded only slightly forced as he threw Cashin into the room as the first tenant. He was new to the role of conqueror, but was determined to prove he could handle it. Cashin felt how the abyssal energy within him responded to humiliation and rage. The purple marks between his eyes and temples pulsed with power that wanted to be released, his beasts stirring beneath his skin like caged monsters that had caught the scent of blood. But he managed to control himself. Lionel and his retinue weren't just any group either. He had come prepared with experienced soldiers, all with beasts of considerable rank and training that showed in every movement. Cashin wasn't certain he could win in a direct confrontation, especially surrounded and in territory that was now under enemy control. So he endured. It was judicious but no less highly humiliating. Cashin and Lionel were from close generations, although Lionel was older, not by too much. Perhaps enough for an advantage in experience, but not so much as to make direct competition impossible. Still, Lionel was on top in this situation and Cashin knew it. He was in a territory almost empty of good soldiers, he had Selphira's backing and her loyal and strong soldiers. Above all, they had several gold-ranked beasts at hand. Although he didn't like the arrogance of Selphira's Nepo baby at all, and although the irony that he himself was considered an arrogant Nepo baby by others didn't occur to him at the moment, Cashin knew he would have to wait for his opportunity. I'll pay him back someday, he thought while getting up from the floor in the crystal prison. Soon even. When our circumstances are different. Sleep comfortably, Lionel said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. You'll be important guests for a while. Once Lionel left them locked up, Cashin's mother, a middle-aged woman whose dignity hadn't been broken by circumstances, immediately approached to check on him. Are you hurt? She asked, her soft hands searching for signs of physical damage. I'm fine, Cashin responded, though his pride was considerably bruised. Other relatives also approached, sisters, cousins, uncles, some members of lateral family branches who had been in the castle when Selphra attacked. All showed signs of shock but maintained the composure expected of high-ranking nobles. Stay calm, Cashin told them, naturally assuming the leadership role even in these reduced circumstances. This is temporary. Political situations change rapidly in times of war. He invited them to meditate. Everyone seemed to understand something. They sat calmly and closed their eyes. Cashin went to a corner of the crystal prison, where the formations provided the best visual coverage from any external observation. There he sat in meditation position, closing his eyes as if he were simply processing the day's events. It was a distinguished way to act during this kind of situation in political conflicts. It gave the sensation of appearing honorably defeated and resigned while keeping the mind clear and alert for future opportunities. The crystal surrounding them was beautiful in its cold way, creating light patterns that would have been impressive in other circumstances. But Cashin wasn't admiring the craftsmanship. Lionel has our territory for now, he thought while maintaining controlled breathing and serene expression. But territory is only as secure as the force backing it. He has few soldiers. And wars change quickly. Right, Ravenspire? In the silence of the crystal prison, surrounded by his family in patient waiting, Cashin began to hear the voice of a three-legged crow invisible to others. It was time to plan not just escape, but revenge. After all, the Goldcrests hadn't maintained power for generations by being easy to intimidate. Selphra was already near the new frontier. That foolishness, that small fence Karzan had wasted his time and resources building. From her elevated position on her massive white serpent, she could see the gap of several hundred meters they had opened in the original barrier and how they had begun stretching it into the city's territory like a scar on the earth. Since entering Karzan's territory without them being able to do anything to stop her or even observe her properly, Selphra had been considering what exactly to do with that meager construction. Destroying it completely seemed like a good initial idea, to lower enemy morale and demonstrate the futility of their improvised defenses. But in the end she had decided to better help them. Although it seemed counterintuitive, Selphra was determined that the barrier wouldn't be 5 meters high but 50. And she would gladly help expand it that way. After all, she thought with an icy smile, a high wall will feel safer so no one can enter, or leave. The soldiers could clearly see the dust cloud that the enormous serpent's swift advance generated, a trail of destruction approaching inexorably toward their positions. Although it really wasn't the rear guard that would encounter it, geographically it was hitting more the flank of the army's advance entering the expanded wall. Still, the poor soldiers had trouble deciding what to do against such a threat to their right side. A squadron leader took command when it became clear that orders wouldn't arrive from the main chain of command soon enough. Attack together when it reaches range, she shouted, trying to organize a defensive response. Don't let it get closer. Being in the rear formation, most troops in that position were distance throwers and healers, water, fire, and wind specialists who provided support to the main defenses. They didn't have enough earth or wood controllers to generate another defensive wall or advance significant fortifications. But they attacked with everything they had anyway. Dozens of fire projectiles streaked through the air like shooting stars, followed by compressed wind spears and pressurized water spheres. It was a numerous attack that would have devastated any normal opponent. Yet Selphra simply split them with a pointed ice shield. The defensive formation she created was a work of art as much as a demonstration of power control. Ice crystals rose before her in a simple long arrow point, their surface angled perfectly to deflect attacks rather than absorb them directly. Enemy projectiles crashed against the shield and were redirected harmlessly toward the sky or earth. They were facing the most powerful person in the kingdom in the king's absence. While she wasn't supreme in the air like Victor, that dominion belonged indisputably to the aerial forces commander. On land or water Selphra had absolute and indisputable mastery. The number of lesser attacks didn't matter. They could never destroy her shield with their dispersed, lower-quality power. The reality was stark and demoralizing. Hundreds of silver-rank soldiers attacking simultaneously couldn't match the focused power of a single legendary Tamer. It was like trying to break a mountain with thousands of pebbles, maybe impressive in quantity, yet meaningless in effect. Idiots! A veteran voice cut through the growing panic. An older Blackwood leader pushed his way to the front, his experience evident in every movement. "You're wasting them," he shouted at the young commanders who had been coordinating the dispersed attacks. "You must concentrate firepower." He pointed toward the wind specialists, who had been attacking independently. "Accumulate the fire or water before launching and increase concentration with wind so everyone's power comes together at once. Only then can you accomplish anything against someone of her level." It was a basic tactic any veteran would have used immediately. Selphra Ashenway wasn't an opponent who could be defeated by dispersed attacks, no matter how numerous they were. She required concentrated power applied at the center of her defense to have a chance at breaking it. "Convergence formation," the veteran ordered, assuming de facto command of the dispersed forces. "Wind specialists, prepare concentration channels to feed fire and cool water. Fire and water, prepare maximum charges." The soldiers responded to the authority in his voice, reorganizing into the formation that could, perhaps, penetrate the defenses of a living legend. But even as they organized, Selphra continued approaching implacably, and her smile suggested she had anticipated exactly this response. "Let's see," she thought while observing their preparations, "if the current generation has forgotten what their leaders are able to do." The answer, as she well knew, would probably be yes. But it would be interesting to discover exactly how much effort they would require to learn that lesson from scratch. Curzon awakened again. This time, however, there was urgency in his return, a need to understand exactly what had been happening while he was absent. Valdris immediately approached, his professionalism evident in the efficient way he reported the situation without unnecessary drama. "The front has already received 2 more attacks from Sirius, my lord," he began, "but despite the bombardment's power, they've stabilized on that side. Damage? Controllable. The real problem is that the effort to maintain the front created a gap in the right flank." Valdris pointed toward where distant explosions dotted the air. "Wall soldiers, guided by Julius, are constantly bombarding that position." Curzon grunted. Julius had grown to be a meticulous strategist, perfectly capable of exploiting any tactical weakness. "I ordered return fire and sent flyers to that side," Valdris continued, "so it's been getting somewhat controlled. But they seem to maintain themselves mostly underground with hit-and-run tactics. And the main advance? Slowed even more. We're advancing at less than half the original speed." Curzon gritted his teeth. Every minute of delay gave Yeno forces more time to organize, more opportunities for reinforcements to arrive, more chances for the entire operation to become the type of prolonged war that would favor their opponents. Finally, Valdris made a significant pause, and perhaps most importantly. "Selphra is about to reach the rear guard." Upon hearing the name of that cursed old woman, Curzon's rage grew like fire fed by oil. The marks of his abyssal power responded to his fury, and his multiple beasts stirred, fed by thirst for revenge. He immediately headed toward the rear guard, determined to personally face the woman who had humiliated his family and destroyed his home. But Valdris stopped him with a firm hand on his shoulder. "My lord," he said with the calm voice of someone who had served for decades, "I've sent someone trustworthy from the Blackwoods to handle that situation for a while. Selphra is mine." Curzon roared, but Valdris maintained his position. "And it's not a good idea for you to face her yet, not in your current condition," he replied without backing down. "You've lost consciousness 3 times in the last hour. Facing Selphra Ashenway in a compromised state isn't a valid tactic, it's suicide." Tarzan was foaming with rage, every instinct screaming at him to charge toward the personal battle he had been waiting for. But in the end, the cold logic that had kept him as leader of his faction prevailed over thirst for revenge. Valdris was right. At minimum, he needed to make sure he wouldn't switch off again at the most critical moment of confrontation. Fine, he finally growled. But for now, I need to do something productive at the front. While I can't go myself, Tarzan continued, feeling how his beast stirred within him, my most powerful beast can without too much risk. Valdris nodded, immediately understanding the implication, and signaled to section commanders. The soldiers opened a wide space, retreating in organized formation to create a corridor free of obstacles. What emerged from Tarzan was a spectacle that made even experienced veterans hold their breath. His enormous golden lion materialized first, a beast the size of a small building whose mane radiated power that distorted the surrounding air. His abyssal scorpion followed, its pincers capable of splitting metal as if it were paper, and finally his corrupt man-o-war, its semi-ethereal tentacles creating hypnotic patterns in the air. Two beasts supporting one high-level creature capable of devastating entire formations of lesser soldiers. Tarzan kept his corrupt Simurgh in his body along with two other minor monsters, ensuring he had personal defense against any attack. The Simurgh, with its accelerated regeneration capabilities, could keep him alive even if something managed to pierce his other defenses. What support do you want for the attack? Valdris asked while observing the massive beasts preparing to advance. Nothing that can't withstand the roar, Tarzan responded, referring to his golden lion's battle roar that could fatally affect lesser beasts from his own soldiers. Valdris signaled, and dozens of soldiers summoned beasts specialized in distance attacks, creatures that could attack from safe positions without being too affected by the overwhelming power of Tarzan's beast. Tarzan knew attacking indirectly was risky. If Sirius managed to bring down too many monsters before falling or escaping, his soldiers' damage capacity would fall dramatically for maybe even days. Even more so when beasts were generally clumsier when not receiving direct orders inside their tamer. But he considered that being so many against just one, Sirius would surely have to retreat and finally allow the advance. Let's see if your conceited individual power can handle overwhelming numbers, he thought while his beasts began their advance toward where Sirius was preparing for another bombardment. The air filled with roars, hisses, and other varied sounds of massive beasts moving toward battle. It was a rarely used and frowned upon tactic in military confrontation. But facing an army with a single person wasn't exactly common either. And if it worked, Tarzan would finally have a clear path to reach and support efforts at the bridge. Sirius had launched his fourth attack, concentrated energy streaking through the air like a bolt of pure destruction. But when it impacted against the reformed wall that enemy forces had rebuilt, he realized something different. When his power destroyed the Earth defenses, it didn't continue inward to generate disaster among the troops as had happened in previous attacks. Instead, something had countered the remaining energy of his attack after it broke through the initial defenses. It was there, in the great gap he had just formed, that he realized what had interfered. An enormous creature had emerged to block his attack. From the gap surfaced a massive golden lion, its mane shining with power that rivaled his own attack. Two corrupt creatures followed, an abyssal scorpion and a blood man-o-war, each radiating the characteristic purple energy of abyssal corruption. And behind them, hundreds of lesser creatures flew toward positions in the remaining barrier and from the rear guard. It seems Tarzan is ready to abandon decorum, Sirius thought with disgust, and ask his dirty pets to do the work in his place. It was something common in the Goldcrest Circle, boasting that their direct input wasn't necessary thanks to the high quality of their beasts, which could work alone without constant tamer supervision. Laziness and cowardice, Sirius spat, though he recognized the effectiveness of the maneuver in this situation. But his culture dictated that the method would never stop bothering him. First of all, their beasts weren't of the best qualities as the Goldcrests presumed. Not even the three families' best beast by standard, since Sirius was above them. The royal golden lion was one level below his celestial tiger, not having reached gold 3 like his own main beast. Sirius had the larger and more powerful creature of the two in terms of rank and power. Although many would argue that Karzan's secondary beast, the corrupt Simurgh, was better than his black serpent due to being gold rank. Sirius thought the synergy between his beasts was superior to Karzan's despite this. His creatures had been trained to work in perfect coordination, while Karzan's beasts operated more through individual domination. But now there was no time to compare public opinion of different factions. He had to think quickly about a much more important decision. Would he retreat or stay to try to defeat the enormous quantity of beasts deploying before him? Of course, it would benefit him to bring down as many beasts as possible. The tamers of those creatures would be left powerless for more than a full day after losing high-level beasts, just when they would need them most. But the question was whether Sirius would truly be capable of bringing them all down. If not, he would be tired and in trouble. The attack he had just used was powerful, and although it wasn't his most destructive attack, at least it had a good cost-benefit ratio. It was something he could repeat several times without exhausting quickly. Yet if he increased power significantly, he would spend much more stamina and mana from his beast, resources he couldn't afford to waste on a delaying mission for a march that promised to be prolonged. But if I could eliminate all those beasts? The problem was also that even increasing his power to maximum, there was no guarantee he would effectively bring down even the lion since it had support from other creatures. Karzan's lion's roar, while less potent than his own light and wind storm, could undoubtedly almost completely cancel his attack if coordinated appropriately. Sirius retreated slowly while calculating pros and cons, probabilities of success versus cost of failure. The beasts advanced to not give him time. He used all his mental power to analyze all possibilities as fast as possible. Then he stopped when thinking of Luna. His daughter, in territory that could become an active war zone if this battle prolonged. The one who carried his family's legacy, a legacy that depended on him making correct decisions to protect perhaps not only his remaining family, but maybe his entire kingdom. There was no choice. He could only give everything and try to win. Sirius powered his celestial tiger to the limit, feeling how pure energy ran through his veins like liquid fire. His black serpent emerged completely from the shadows. Seeing his preparation, the golden lion and other creatures did the same. They had been following the simple order to wait and evaluate. The tamers didn't want to waste energy unnecessarily. If Sirius decided to flee instead of facing such unfavorable odds, they couldn't catch him in shadow jumps, so spending their energy on him would be a mistake, could even possibly be what he wanted. But seeing him ready to go full attack mode, they understood the time had come to respond. If they could tire him out and survive, he wouldn't have enough mana to escape. Seeing that Sirius had chosen to stay and fight against overwhelming odds, enemy beasts began their own preparations. The golden lion began charging its roar, a sound that even before being completely released made the earth tremble. And hundreds of lesser beasts added their voices to the chorus of power accumulating. Sirius knew he couldn't win with a conventional attack. The numbers were too much against him, and however powerful his celestial tiger was, facing hundreds of beasts simultaneously was impossible. He had to use the ring's fusion on himself. That would tire him enormously, but wouldn't mean Selphira couldn't use it afterward. He could use it now and then use it on her later. The ring would work better on Luna if she had reached adulthood, but in hands like his it was already a key to fusion power, one that was perhaps slightly less powerful than Ren's natural fusion, but with considerably less energy expenditure for the user. Sirius activated the ring, immediately feeling how the artifact's power intertwined with his own energy and that of his celestial tiger. An intense sensation but not entirely new to him. The transformation released a great amount of energy. His tiger acquired blacker and thicker stripes that ran throughout its body like power circuits. It became slightly more reptilian, its fangs lengthened, its muscles redefined with a density that suggested strength transcending the previous. But most impressive was how it acquired something like a serpent's mane, long black, serpentine hairs, that moved with their own life, seeming created to compete directly against Karzan's lion's golden mane. The enormous power reflected from the final fusion was less than what Karzan had witnessed when Selphira fused with her lesser Genbu, but was still extremely powerful, enough to worry him. He felt the pressure immediately, then decided to go all out too. The corrupt beasts his lion supported in his body were the same abyssal scorpion and man-o-war that followed it, but they weren't simply passive support. They were capable of fusing to a certain extent as direct extensions of the lion, creating a hybrid creature that combined the strengths of multiple abyssal species not just within Karzan's body. They fused in their own way. Black armor plating covered the golden lion in several critical parts, providing defense that shone with corrupt purple energy. But even more interesting was its mane, which seemed to come alive too, transforming into long tentacles instead of hair. It was a beast that fused pure golden power with abyssal corruption that defied natural laws. Karzan didn't wait. Feeling Sirius's growing threat, he decided to release an attack immediately, rushing his lion monster to release its charge before Sirius could finish completely charging his greatest attack. The potent roar that emerged from the corruptedly fused creature was like concentrated thunder. It wasn't just sound, it was physical power that traveled like a devastating shock wave. Support from beasts capable of withstanding the damage through affinity or sufficient distance to not be too affected, amplified the attack. Tons of small additions until it became a storm of destruction that headed straight toward Sirius and his fusion in front of him. Hundreds of lesser beasts had added their own attacks to the main roar, creating a symphony of destruction that would have obliterated any normal target. But Sirius didn't despair. Instead of letting his new fused creature attack like other beasts, operating by instinct and brute power, he did something that required extraordinary control. He absorbed it completely just when it was about to finish its charge. The enormous combined power of his enhanced celestial tiger and the ring's energy flowed directly toward him, fusing not only with his beasts but with his own being. It was difficult to control, like trying to direct a river in full flood, but he intended to push it to the limit and use it more efficiently than any autonomous beast ever could. Firm in his philosophy of not allowing beasts to attack alone but as an integral part of their tamer, Sirius channeled all possible energy. Every last drop he could squeeze into an individual attack, concentrating everything into a perfect strike. What he released was a chaotic ray of light and darkness that coiled upon itself like two serpents of pure energy. The opposing elements intertwined in perfect balance, creating an attack that was both creation and destruction, both purification and ruin. The ray deflected most of the lesser beasts' power, dispersing their attacks as if they were raindrops before a hurricane. Even the devastating roar of Karzan's armored lion monster was mostly countered, its force directed to the sides instead of impacting directly. The ray of power didn't stop, it was released. The explosion that followed also affected numerous soldiers who had been too close to the epicenter. The wall that had been rebuilt multiple times was destroyed much more than any previous attack by Sirius had achieved. The explosion gradually cleared, revealing a transformed battlefield. Sirius gasped after the tremendous effort, feeling how every fiber of his being protested against the power he had channeled. Knowing the cost of maintaining fusion any longer, he decided to cancel it immediately. That way he would still have some energy to jump in shadows and try to escape, as long as enemy beasts had been badly wounded and couldn't follow him at full speed. But retreating had to wait, he wanted to make sure he had achieved something significant. If the lion was near death or dying, perhaps it was worth trying to finish the job before fleeing. When visibility returned completely, his heart sank. Unfortunately, the lion was still standing, though it was quite wounded. Its golden fur was stained with fluids that could have been blood or dispersed energy, and several deep wounds marked its left flank. But it had survived, and Sirius could see why. The man-o-war had energy absorption, and that had helped it regenerate damage using the dark mana from Sirius's attack impact itself. Additionally, the scorpion's black-purple armor was almost completely destroyed, but had been barely sufficient to keep the fused creature standing during the most critical moment. However, Sirius noticed something more: the purifying force of his attack, the light energy from his tiger, had affected Karzan's corrupted beasts so much they were disintegrating. He couldn't see it, but it had even affected Karzan directly through the connection with his lion. The enemy tamer looked pale, as if something fundamental had been altered in his bond with abyssal beasts. On the other hand, there was more bad news for Sirius. What Curzon's army beasts had achieved with their counterattacks was not to win the power struggle but to significantly diminish the power of Sirius's ultimate strike. Approximately half the lesser monsters that had supported the lion were eliminated, but the farther from impact, the less damage the remaining ones had received. Curzon's army didn't have too many abyssal soldiers yet, being less than 5% corrupted ones, so most weren't affected by purification. Sirius hesitated whether he should try to bring down the lion completely before the front beasts and tamers recovered. Perhaps he could do it with a shadow jump that positioned him for a direct attack, but then it would be much more difficult to escape without energy for another maneuver. In the end, thinking fast again about what his daughter represented and that he mustn't allow them to reach the bridge pushed him to take the risk. He began charging a wind and light attack, combining elements he had handled all his life and learned to balance during decades of training. Then he jumped in shadows directly in front of the wounded lion, appearing at close combat distance where his attack would have maximum impact. The lion lifted its claws too. Both were struggling to push their bodies, the lion and him. It was a desperate gamble for Sirius that bet everything on one last decisive blow to take away just over half of Curzon's power. While Sirius charged his final attack, Curzon had realized something disturbing about his opponent's power. The energy emanating from Sirius's light was strange, different from anything he had faced before. He felt deep repulsion toward the purifying energy, as if something in his corrupted being instinctively rejected that influence. But worse still, the Scorpion and Man-O-War felt extremely weak in proximity to the explosion of so much of that purifying power. His Simurgha's corrupted link beasts were also anxious and affected, though to a much lesser degree due to their distance from the epicenter. Faced with the reality that his corrupt beasts were fundamentally vulnerable to the type of energy Sirius wielded, Curzon made a drastic decision. Just as Sirius was about to release his last powerful attack at point-blank range, he decided to absorb his lion. The beast was serving as a shield for the army, and despite this meaning he would lose quite a few troops to Sirius's frontal blow. The reabsorption was instantaneous and allowed violent and chaotic energy to enter the ranks. The fused lion monster dissolved into pure energy that flowed back toward Curzon just in time. Sirius saw, exhausted, the enormous impact of his power, and also saw his target be sadly missed. Valdris, observing from his position beside Curzon, immediately saw the opportunity ahead. Sirius was panting, drained from using so much power, weakened by multiple high-level attacks, and now compromised in an exposed position right in front of the wall destroyed by his final attack. "We should finish him now," Valdris shouted. Curzon didn't hesitate for an instant at his ally's suggestion. The corrupt Simurgh, suddenly released when its tamer absorbed the lion, rose into the air with fury that had been contained within Curzon throughout the entire confrontation. Corrupt spirits of fire and earth were its abyssal additions, transforming it into the black, armor-covered version of a royal phoenix. The mythical creature, with its combination of fire power, earth, and regenerative capabilities, launched itself directly toward Sirius. From multiple directions, surviving beasts also converged toward the Yano Tamer who had caused so much damage to their forces. Sirius found himself suddenly surrounded, his energy almost extinct, facing multiple opponents while gasping exhausted. It was the moment that would define whether he would become a sacrifice for having tried and almost succeeded in stopping the enemy advance, a heroic but ultimately useless death that would open the path to the bridge for Curzon's forces. Ren was already gathered with Luna, Leora, and Larissa in what had begun as a wide guest reception different from where Lynn slept but now resembled more an improvised alchemy workshop. Larissa had arrived recently, after finally managing to convince Arturo that her analysis of the situation was correct. Curzon will advance toward the bridge without approaching the castle, she had argued, and if Yano enters the territory, they'll attack this very castle first. Retreating to Selfra's mansion would actually be safer for me than staying on this, the next front line in line. Arturo had reluctantly agreed, sending her with some guards and several carriages full of materials she had requested. The situation at the bridge and Julius's needs required additional resources, so Larissa had to get them from Pegasus, who had supported the operation to ensure Victor's supply line wouldn't be affected. Ren had requested the specific materials through the message Leora had sent hours before. Now that they were all together, it seemed Ren had an idea that could change the course of confrontations. In the letters, Larissa had reported alarming information. Bridge troops were stronger than expected because 80% already seemed to have abyssal energy at some level. Yaino had advanced much further in their controlled corruption process than they had anticipated. That's when I thought of the golden spores, Ren explained while organizing materials Larissa had brought. I can create weapons that help against abyssal forces, but I would need many crystals to foster growth of the moss I brought. And I was able to get them for you. Larissa smiled with satisfaction and as if expecting praise while pointing toward boxes full of high-density mana crystals. Ren immediately began working with crystals and other materials, creating special gloves and face masks. Using his own spores and crystal energy, he directed his little mushroom, which Luna insisted on calling Mashido, to the disgust of both Ren and the mushroom itself, to create materials capable of controlling golden spores without contaminating users. Why Mashido? Ren asked with exasperation while adjusting spore concentration in a pair of gloves film. It's obvious, Luna responded with a smile. It's small, it's a mushroom, and it's adorable. Mushito. The little mushroom in Ren's hair pulsed with what was clearly disgust at the nickname. He doesn't like it either, Ren muttered, but continued working. With protective equipment prototypes ready, Ren demonstrated how the golden spore bomb creation process would work. With crystals I can make golden spores multiply exponentially, he explained while putting one of the crystals in a small spore container. The key is preventing them from forming fruiting bodies by giving them just enough energy to reproduce, but not to mature completely. Spores responded immediately, multiplying at visible speed until filling the container. Then I wrap them in these thin skins covered with my own spores, he continued, using his mushroom to create a protective layer around the container. This keeps golden spores stable until impact. The final result looked like a small ball, containing enough dust to create a good-sized cloud to devastate abyssal forces in a significant area. These are the bombs we can create to launch against abyssals from the air, Ren concluded. Victor can use his flying squadrons to distribute them where they're most needed, Larissa understood. And all of them? Leora asked, pointing to Ren's neighbors and parents. I decided to let them help me assemble them, Ren announced, distributing gloves and face masks to everyone. While I handle cultivating and covering each skin with spores for the bombs. The process turned out to be more complicated than they had initially anticipated. Even with protective equipment, some accidents happened when people touched golden spores with uncovered body parts, an exposed elbow here, an unprotected wrist there. But thanks to Mashido, a nickname both Ren and the mushroom continued using reluctantly because everyone else had adopted it, there were no serious problems. The little mushroom could absorb and control golden spores that accidentally came into contact with people's bodies, neutralizing them before they could cause adverse effects. Careful! Leora shouted when Luna almost touched an open container with her sleeve. I've got it, Ren murmured, taking Luna's hand and directing Mashido to absorb the few spores that had escaped. Luna became a moon tomato. After hours of intense work, they had managed to create several dozen golden spore bombs, each capable of affecting an area the size of a large house. Do you think it will be enough? Larissa asked, observing their improvised arsenal. For a first test, Ren responded. If they work as I expect. And if we need more? He gestured toward the few remaining materials. If Pegasus helps us get more materials, we can make another batch. Leora lifted one of the bombs, studying it carefully. It's incredible to think something so small could affect high-rank soldiers. While carefully packing bombs for transport, none of them could completely foresee whether the impact of their small improvised workshop would be significant. But they would find out soon. Sirius looked at the enormous number of monsters launching themselves at him like a wave of death. Especially from behind, Karzan's Simurgh and Valdris's Pyroclast Shell Bear, two quite powerful gold-rank beasts cutting through the air with speed that promised to reach him very soon. Long-distance jumping is no longer possible for me, he calculated desperately, feeling how his mana reserves flickered like a candle about to be extinguished. I'll have to make several short jumps. Minor jumps consumed considerably less energy, but would also keep him in recharge for longer periods between each maneuver. He began immediately, disappearing into shadows and reappearing 50 meters back. Then another 50 meters. Then another. Very good compared to other shadow tamers, but very little by the standards of someone like him. Soon he realized the horrible reality: flying beasts were too fast when he didn't have complete freedom of movement. Each jump left him exposed for critical seconds, and the distance advantage he had was rapidly diminishing. The inevitability of his situation became clear. In the end, he was forced to summon his celestial tiger with what little mana remained. The great beast materialized, but it was a pathetic shadow of its former power. It had little available mana and could barely maintain its physical form, almost transparent, like a ghost struggling to exist in the material world. But despite its weakened state, it could carry him and run. Sirius mounted his companion of decades, feeling the familiar synchronization between tamer and beast even in these desperate circumstances. The tiger ran with everything it had left, its paws barely touching the ground as it propelled itself forward. However, it was still slower than the flyers. And in the end, they caught up. The Simurgh arrived first, surpassing the speed of other beasts and descending from above like a feathered meteor of fire and regenerative fury. Sirius's celestial tiger turned to face the threat, but its projected mana form was almost transparent. When it attacked, its claws cut through the air as if made of light, striking the bird, but this didn't stop it with just that. The Simurgh's blow was devastating. Fire claws pierced through the tiger as if it were mist, and the great beast disintegrated instantly. The tiger's previous attack, poor in mana, barely managed to scratch the gold one Simurgh a little, which suffered purification in its armor and fire feathers, but being a regeneration specialist, recovered almost immediately. The blow that impacted Sirius sent him to the ground with brutal force, pain from the broken bond shooting through his body like thousands of needles. It was like losing a part of himself. Through pure force of will, Sirius opened his eyes and managed to get up, drag himself and make a few more jumps in the shadows. But his mana was much worse now, having lost the tiger's constant contribution. Each jump left him weaker, slower, more unconscious, more vulnerable. The circle of enemy beasts closed inexorably. Is this truly the end? Without achieving his promise, he asked himself as the Simurgh rose above him once more, preparing for the blow that would end everything. Fire claws descended like final judgment. And then the earth opened. Massive stakes of rock and crystal sprouted from the ground like teeth of some primordial monster, impaling the Simurgh in full descent. The fire bird shrieked in agony as spears pierced its wings and chest, its regeneration struggling against damage arriving faster than it could heal. Some beasts dodged the stakes with desperate maneuvers, but then something even more massive emerged from the earth. An enormous monster, a creature of rock and crystals that seemed to be part of the earth itself, rose directly beneath Sirius and swallowed him completely. From the creature's back, Julius emerged with his Chelan's horns manifested brilliantly on his head, controlling Earth with precision that defied comprehension thanks to his two beasts specialized in the only element that synergizes well with itself. His golden Earth Wolverine had covered itself in Earth to move as one with it and had secured Sirius in its large internal space. The vast majority of beasts that had been pursuing Sirius were flyers, and couldn't follow them underground. Valdris's bear was closest, but the space advantage it hadn't managed to cover while running, and Earth being half of its elemental affinity, wouldn't be able to move as fast as Julius's double Earth combo. In the protective space inside the Earth creature, Sirius struggled to catch his breath while Julius maintained the tunnel stable around them. "Are you alive?" Julius asked through the magical space without taking concentration away from controlling his massive creation. "Barely," Sirius murmured, instinctively touching the place where he had felt the pain of temporary loss of connection with his tiger. "My mana is..." I know. But you're alive, and while we can't count on you to stop them longer, at least it means we can regroup and our kingdom doesn't lose a great tamer. Above, they could hear the sound of frustrated beasts trying to dig downward, but Julius's creature moved through earth as if it were water, keeping them always one step ahead of their pursuers. Julius had managed to save Sirius at the last possible moment. It was a rescue that had required perfect timing and a small amount of miracle. But now they had to decide what to do next, because while they had avoided immediate death, war continued raging above their heads. Hedda felt a shiver down her spine that had less to do with the heat of the attack than expected. By covering Lyanna with her body she had received the worst part of the fire attack, but her corrupt burnt-wing bee queen had protected her back from direct heat, so that physical sensation wasn't what had bothered her most. What had disturbed her was something more subtle but equally unsettling, a sensation of purification that had accompanied the attack. She couldn't know it, but Director Ignatius's contribution to the last bombardment had imbued the fireball, result of combined effort from several fire and wind tamers, with traces of purifying power that Ren had unknowingly injected into the Director's Phoenix during their encounter, just as he had with Victor. Being a small part of the general attack, the Phoenix's purifying effect wasn't too strong, but sufficient for Hedda's abyssal beast to feel uncomfortable and slightly weakened. The sensation was like having ice water poured slowly down her spine while standing near a bonfire, a contradiction that made her corrupted energy recoil instinctively. But she found it a somewhat interesting feeling. When she looked at Lyanna beneath her, she realized the girl had received burns on parts she hadn't been able to cover completely. When her beast appeared, it always generated an unpleasant sensation for most people, and this time was no exception. Lyanna had been as close as possible, so surely that had also affected her. The attack's damage had affected her considerably, but mainly she was in shock. The girl's eyes held that 1,000-yard stare that came from experiencing something her mind wasn't prepared to process. Although Hedda decided not to blame herself entirely. So, second battle for you, right? She thought with a bit of pity and some more exasperation. How can it be true that you have real experience when the first hit leaves you this altered? Little liar. Hedda had seen this before, young tamers like herself who confused training exercises with real-life threatening situations, who thought they were ready until the moment actual death came calling. Lyanna trembled, her eyes wide as she stared into space as if she couldn't understand how they had gotten there. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, the classic signs of someone whose nervous system was overloaded by trauma. But Hedda, always ready to find advantages even in the worst circumstances, immediately saw an opportunity in this situation. With the excuse of taking the girl back to be healed and calmed down, she could perhaps go to the rear guard and escape enemy fire for longer. If Lyanna was healed and recovered her composure, she could heal other soldiers who had lost regenerative capabilities, so she had real value in the back lines, unlike herself. A healer, even a traumatized one, was worth preserving. Then she could take advantage of Master Vex's gift collar and pass as unnoticed as possible, avoiding them realizing she had a fire-resistant abyssal beast so she could stay wandering in the rear line without attracting attention. The only thing she had to achieve was obtaining permission from her squadron leader to take Lyanna to the rear guard. Hedda searched for her while they remained under constant bombardment. More wind and water users counterattacked enemy strikes, it seemed they had finally found the response tempo, but flames continued heating the environment to dangerous levels. When ice from counterattacks met the barriers, it exploded into sharp fragments that whistled through the air, creating a secondary hazard that forced everyone to stay low. And that purifying sensation in the fire appeared every 3 or 4 attacks, making her beast writhe uncomfortably within her each time. Anyway, Hedda was lucky not to be hit full-on again and finally found the squadron leader supporting defense with a wind wall. "Sergeant!" Hedda shouted over combat noise. "The healer is in shock and wounded. She needs immediate attention in the rear guard." The sergeant quickly looked toward Lyanna, evaluating the situation with experienced eyes that had seen too many young soldiers break under pressure. The assessment was swift and professional. This wasn't someone who could contribute to combat in her current state. "All right. Take her back. But bring her back as soon as she's stabilized." Of course. Hedda responded, though mentally she was already planning how to extend her absence. There were dozens of ways to delay in a war zone. Another tamer approached, shouting, "I can take her. My beast is faster for evacuation." But Hedda was not dumb to let her chance go. "She knows me. She's in shock, she needs someone familiar to keep her calm during transport." The reasoning was sound enough that the other tamer hesitated, and in that hesitation, Hedda had already fixed Lyanna and begun moving toward the rear guard. "Don't you dare, stabilize, quickly, idiot Lyanna." As she moved away from the immediate front, Hedda could observe the result of the aerial confrontation that had dominated the sky during the last few minutes. The confrontation between Victor and Maximilian had been impressive, even seen from below, a spectacle of power that had made both armies pause momentarily to observe. It was the kind of battle that would be talked about for years from the survivor's perspective, individual skill and power displayed on a scale that reminded everyone why certain tamers were legends. To the misfortune of Yaino's soldiers, Victor had managed to escape the encirclement, but Maximilian was still standing, so morale remained relatively high. Although the sacrifice of soldiers during the failed ambush hadn't been too pleasant to witness, at least most could understand it from a tactical value standpoint. Hedda arrived at the rear guard medical treatment zone, where more experienced healers immediately took charge of Lyanna. While observing how they treated the girl's burns, she discreetly touched the concealment collar Vex had given her. The artifact was subtle, designed to make the wearer forgettable rather than invisible. "Time to disappear into the background," she thought, subtly activating the talisman. "At least until I can better evaluate how things are really developing." Around her, the war continued with medium intensity maintained by leaders who knew this was only the beginning of a much longer and more complicated conflict. The bridge battle was settling into the kind of grinding attrition that could last for hours or days, depending on how quickly reinforcements arrived on the other side of the bridge and which side's resources gave out first. But for now, she had achieved exactly what she needed, a position from which to observe and evaluate, without being directly in the line of fire. It was survival, and in a war where her true utility was questionable, survival was the smartest thing she could seek. Victor had effectively pressured the front, and the defensive bull formation remained strong. Yaino's advance on the bridge had frozen almost completely. Now they advanced super slowly, with progress mainly being the reinsertion of troops in places where they lost them, simply refilling the numbers of attackers occupying the bridge without gaining real ground. From his position in the air, Victor finally felt comfortable with the situation. This way he could last fighting without much pressure for as long as Julius might need to complete his own objectives. As long as nothing too wild or extraordinary happened. Selphira finally reached the range where she felt most comfortable using her devastating attacks. It wasn't that she couldn't launch them earlier or at greater distance than the novices she was about to face. After 400 years of experience, her range surpassed that of any other tamer present, but rather a matter of pure efficiency. Launching mana at long distances was considerably more costly than using it in the immediate vicinity, and besides, she had a powerful beast that required proximity for maximum effectiveness, her gold 2 white serpent. It wasn't the most powerful beast or the most defensive she had, those titles belonged to the other creature in her arsenal, but it was the one that moved fastest and created the most waves of destruction when deployed appropriately. That's why Selphira preferred using it to overwhelm this kind of soldier formations when they were densely grouped. And for this tactic, she didn't use the serpent's natural body. It was a large target, so even if fairly resistant, in the end it would receive too much unnecessary damage if exposed directly to concentrated enemy fire. Instead, she always gave it ice armor. The armor was a way to expand even further the damage area, adding spikes and angular forms specifically designed to deflect attacks. While the armor remained intact, the creature received almost as much defensive resistance as her turtle, but became a terrible threat to entire armies. First of all, attacking it directly could backfire because attacks could ricochet and harm their own people around them. Charged attacks in such proximity were also a bad idea since they couldn't be charged in time, and the few that managed it sent ice fragments flying in all directions like shrapnel. For all the above reasons, Many people began summoning their silver rank beasts to send them into direct attack. But found themselves with the same problematic situation. They could hardly damage ice reinforced with power and mana density greater than their forms, and many large beasts ended up being thrown back by the impact force when overwhelmed by the enormous armored creature, crushing the very soldiers they were trying to protect. Selphira wasn't on her first rodeo or even her 10th. She was a true veteran of more conflicts than any of these soldiers would ever manage to experience. The accumulated wisdom of centuries showed in her every movement, every decision, every application of power. She had fought in wars when most of these soldiers' grandfathers hadn't even been born, had perfected techniques through trial and error across all that time. She was unstoppable. Even if her idea of attacking the castle and angering Karzan hadn't worked and the coward continued in the middle of his army, Selphira was determined to reach him. And perhaps she could have tried to go directly toward where Karzan was, in a straight line through all this soldiers, but reality was that not all enemies had silver-rank creatures or large beasts she could ignore. Gold creatures dispersed in various parts of the march were capable of weakening her armor. Many were fast, others flew, and those with specialized fire or wood attacks, ice armor couldn't resist them as well as other elemental types. But Selphira wanted to at least reach the height of the opened wall through the soldiers and make her own ice wall, just that, before avoiding their flow and getting ahead to search for Karzan from one of the march's sides. Besides, if she wanted the wall she would help create to be respected for a while, she first had to make them respect her by creating a bit of chaos and fear. And despite conservation methods and efficiency, she had to consider her energy expenditure carefully. The serpent's armor wasn't very costly for her, but regenerating it wasn't free either. Continuing through the middle of all soldiers wasn't a good idea since she would arrive with little mana for her battle against Karzan. Still, she could afford to create the wall, since the power she was showing was already sufficient and relatively cheap. It was enough that none of the silver juniors could stop her. And in the case of gold ranks, her serpent wasn't alone. It had its tamer mounted on its head, and that tamer had much power of her own too. Black marks and tattoos from her turtle coursed through Selphira's body like circuits of power. Some physical characteristics also manifested, skin that had become slightly scaly in certain areas, eyes that shone with the depth of black oceans. The white serpent's wind power in the vicinity allowed her to manipulate and freeze her black beast's water at great speed, creating attack combinations that were impossible to counter for tamers of lesser experience. For centuries of practice had taught her to blend the abilities of her creatures so seamlessly that observers often couldn't tell where one beast's power ended and another's began. After finally freezing a problematic royal crimson eagle, the gold 1 evolution of the red eagle, that had been harassing her flanks with fire attacks, Selphira reached the place she had been seeking. It was the perfect position at the height of the wall section they had opened and expanded for easy access to the city area. This was Dravenholm jurisdiction and her own Ashenway family territory. She had to make clear who the owner was here. Hundreds of years of territorial control wouldn't be surrendered to upstart Goldcrests and their abyssal allies. Selphira was going to help them raise the new frontier wall again, but bigger and more majestic. Separating at least 5,000 troops from the Goldcrest rear, and surely delaying them several hours to deal with the dense mana from her high-level beasts. It's time to rise. Her body began to glow with intensity that made the air itself distort around her. Every tamer near her who had desperately tried to stop her advance immediately felt how power accumulated to levels that transcended anything they had experienced before. They had tried everything, coordinated attacks, ambushes, attempts to surround her, bombardments from multiple directions, but the damned, immortal old woman didn't seem affected by anything they could throw at her. Yet none of their conventional tactics had even slowed her advance. It was like trying to stop a natural disaster with conventional means, impressive in intent, meaningless in effect. And now she seemed ready for a large-scale attack that promised to completely redefine the battlefield. The realization hit all present soldiers simultaneously. Whatever Selphira was preparing, they didn't want to be near when she released it. Everyone ran as far from her as they could, abandoning defensive positions, leaving equipment, forgetting formations in their haste to put distance between themselves and what would clearly be a demonstration of power they didn't want to feel firsthand. Experienced soldiers who had faced abyssal incursions, who had stood their ground against overwhelming odds, all of them recognized when they were facing something beyond their ability to resist. From her elevated position, Selphra observed how troops scattered like ants before an approaching storm. And smiled. It was exactly the reaction she had anticipated. Selphra raised both hands toward the sky, channeling centuries of experience into a construction that would redefine the battlefield. What she created was an enormous ice wall that extended for several kilometers, connecting and absorbing part of the new frontier wall Karzan had built. The gap that Yino forces had opened during their advance now closed again, and not only that, the walls on the sides had also been reinforced with ice structures that rose 50 meters toward the sky. It was a barrier that would effectively divide Karzan's army into two separate groups. The construction was a masterwork of magical engineering, each ice crystal precisely placed for maximum structural integrity. Selphra remained somewhat agitated after the effort. She had spent approximately 20% of her total energy on this last move, but it was a necessary situation. Dividing Karzan's army would surely be useful for those defending the bridge, giving them time to reorganize while the enemy dealt with the logistics of reunifying their forces. Immediately after completing the construction, Selphra merged with the ice itself, using her power to travel through the crystalline structure and move away from the center of the large concentration of enemy soldiers. For Karzan's troops who now saw the aftermath, what had just happened was terrible. The environment dropped sharply in temperature, and many soldiers had been trapped within the ice when the enormous structure formed. Those who suffered worst were still embedded partially in the ice before they could escape. Everyone was disoriented and fearful. The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical barrier. Seeing their advance suddenly disrupted by a single individual's power broke the soldiers' confidence. It would take considerable time for them to reorganize and decide whether they were going to break the wall or go around it to reunite the separated troops. Time that Yano could use to turn the situation around. After some moments navigating through the ice as if she were part of it, Selphra emerged from the structure through what would be the right flank of the larger half of Karzan's army. This place was farthest from most soldiers and closest to the abyss possible. On this side was where Karzan had had fewer frontier soldiers, and now was practically empty. Unlike the left side, which was still gathering the other half of the patrols, the 5,000 soldiers Selphra had managed to separate from the main group. It was time to go straight to the front. But she was somewhat agitated, so she realized that the attack on Goldcrest Castle, the wall construction, and the battle amid hundreds of soldiers had cost her more energy than expected. Even with her careful and efficient use of power, she now only had a little more than half her total capacity, and wondered if it would be enough to defeat Karzan in direct combat. There's no other option, she thought while preparing to move at high speed. A promise is a promise. Selphra headed toward the front at full speed, but keeping somewhat away from the edge of the enemy army. She used the city's abandoned homes as relative shelter, trying not to be attacked or pursued to conserve the energy she had left for the main confrontation. But enemy flyers wouldn't leave her in peace. Losing sight of her was unacceptable to them, she was too dangerous to allow to move freely. Under constant aerial surveillance, she ended up being attacked by several gold-rank beasts during the journey. It seems it won't be so easy to reach the coward after all, Selphra murmured while deflecting an attack from a Pegasus that had descended to intercept her. They had left her no choice but to summon her serpent again to reach the front as quickly as possible. Of the approximately 300 gold 1 Tamers that Yano had in total, the Goldcrests controlled about 60 now. And it seemed they were using them without much reserve against her. She had already defeated about 10 beasts of such level during her advance. The attrition was beginning to show. Each encounter, no matter how brief, required energy expenditure. Each defensive maneuver, each counterattack, each moment of maintaining her serpent's ice armor, it all added up to a steady drain on her reserves. After dealing with multiple minor encounters during her advance, Selphra finally arrived near the front. But again she found herself with serious opposition, 3 gold-rank creatures this time, clearly positioned for an ambush. But this time there was a critical difference, a gold 2 beast, of the same level as her own serpent. It was Qilong Zhao's Crimson Royal Cobra, leader of the family from which Professor Zhao and Feng Zhao, Klein's friend, came. The serpent was massive, with scales that gleamed like liquid rubies and venom that could melt rock in seconds. A considerably tougher rival, especially supported by the other 2 Gold 1 flyers flanking the position. "At last we meet, Selphara Ashenway," Qilong's voice came from his position mounted on the cobra's head. "Your reputation precedes you. And your death will follow you if you don't get out of my way," Selphara responded coldly, directing her serpent toward a combat position. Qilong laughed. He had brought only his 2 most powerful guards because he wanted the glory of bringing down such an infamous rival when she looked tired. Valdris and Karzan had suggested great rewards. He wouldn't back down, especially when he had decided to direct his beast himself. The battle began with speed that defied normal perception. The Crimson Royal Cobra launched itself directly towards Selphara's white serpent, its fangs dripping venom that hissed when touching the ground. Selphara responded by creating instant ice armor around her serpent, the angled spikes designed to pierce rather than just defend. But for a creature of the same level, ice wasn't much more resistant than its scales, and above all didn't have an elemental disadvantage. The initial clash was spectacular. Both serpents intertwined like lethal dancers, each trying to find an opening in the other's defenses. The cobra's venom sparkled against the ice, creating toxic vapor that rose in purple clouds. But Selphara had to deal with more than just the cobra. The 2 Gold 1 flyers attacked from opposite angles, a royal storm hawk from above and a shadow blood bat from the side. Selphara used her turtle to create ice shields that blocked the hawk's attack, but the bat managed to get through, its spectral claws breaking the tamer's armor. The assault was expertly executed. While she focused on the primary threat of the cobra, the secondary attackers exploited her divided attention, forcing her to fight on multiple fronts simultaneously. Pain shot through Selphara's side where the bat's claws had found their mark, but she didn't allow it to slow her down. For centuries of combat had taught her to fight through pain, to use injury as fuel for rage rather than weakness. "Impressive coordination," she shouted, though there was sarcasm in her voice. "But it's not enough." Selphara summoned her favorite ice spear from her serpent's mouth and released an area attack simultaneously, ice needles that sprouted from moisture in the air with extra help from a portion of her mana. The royal hawk dodged them with aerial maneuvers, but the shadow bat was less fortunate when Selphara hurled her spear at it. Several needles pierced its membranous wings as it took the hit and couldn't continue dodging, sending it crashing into a nearby house. But the distraction cost her attention in the main combat. The Crimson Royal Cobra had found a crack in her serpent's ice armor and sank its fangs deep. Venom began spreading, making the ice brittle and weak. "My venom will dissolve your protection," Qilong roared. "And then your rear beast along with you." Selphara snarled, feeling how the venom affected not only the armor but also the serpent beneath. She had to finish this quickly or lose her mobility advantage. Although she hadn't wanted to spend too much mana on a secondary character, he hadn't left her any choice but to let the storm loose. She began charging a more powerful attack, a famous technique to her name that would require approximately an additional 10 to 15% of her energy but should be sufficient to eliminate the 3 remaining opponents. Energy accumulated around her like a concentrated winter storm. The air thickened with power that made even the attackers hesitate before the magnitude of what she was preparing. The buildup was terrifying to witness. Frost began forming on nearby surfaces, and the very air seemed to crystallize around her as raw power condensed into something approaching the fundamental forces of nature. Qilong, recognizing the danger and realizing there was no time to escape anymore, directed his cobra in a desperate attack to interrupt the charge. The hawk also descended, sacrificing defense for speed in an attempt to reach her before she could complete the attack. And just as Selphara was about to release all the mana from the devastating technique, the earth beneath the Crimson Royal Cobra opened. Julius emerged from the ground riding his Earth Wolverine, his Qilin's horns shining intensely on his forehead. His arrival was so sudden that Qilong had no time to react. "I'll help you," Selphora!" Julius shouted as his Wolverine grabbed the cobra's tail with its enormous claws. Selphora instantly realized the new advantage in the situation and didn't waste the opportunity. Instead of using her costly signature attack, she redirected part of the accumulated energy into a more efficient and precise strike. Ice spears emerged directly beneath the crimson royal cobra, piercing its body at multiple points while Julius's Wolverine held it immobile. The structural damage to the creature was enormous, making it disappear instantly. The Storm Hawk, seeing that the battle had become impossible to win, used its huge free-fall speed to catch Qilong and fled toward the horizon. "Perfect timing," Selphora gasped, canceling the greater attack she had been preparing. "Thank you." "Conserve your energy," Julius responded, emerging completely from the underground tunnel. "You're going to need it." Selphora mentally checked her reserves. Approximately 35% of her total mana left, less than ideal, but it would have to be sufficient. "Where is Karzan?" "His energy signature should be big," she asked while using her mastery of water mana to heal her accumulated wounds and those of her serpent. Even the strong venom was purified instantly. Julius pointed toward the center of the enemy army. "There. But he's exactly in the center now, surrounded by thousands of soldiers." "Of course he is," Selphora smiled with icy anticipation. "Cowards always hide behind others. Take me to the center." She turned, ready to finish what she had started. "Wait." Julius stopped her with a hand on her arm. "We can't approach, even if from below. Thousands of soldiers with beasts sensitive to vibrations would detect and attack us before we were close, even with my control advantage." Selphora turned toward him, irritation flashing in her eyes. "And what do you suggest? That I stay here while he takes his idiots to the bridge to let Yano pass into our city?" Julius studied her face carefully, noticing lines of fatigue that even centuries of experience couldn't completely hide. "I perceive you are tired and spent," he said directly. "How much mana do you really have left?" "Enough," Selphora responded brusquely, but Julius wasn't intimidated. 40%. 30. "Selphora, I've developed my techniques and control much less time than you. But I can sense your limits. I'm also a high-ranked tamer." She clenched her fists, the truth of his words more annoying than any insult. "Almost 40%, she finally admitted. "But it's enough to kill that bastard." "And if it isn't?" Julius pressed. "If he defends better than expected? What will you do against his closest powerful soldiers, or if he has more abyssal surprises prepared? You'll have one chance to attack him directly, and if you fail—" "I won't likely fail against." "But you could," Julius interrupted firmly. "And then what? Do we lose you and with that the war because you were too old and impatient to wait for the right moment?" Selphora looked at him with fury but also some consideration of the uncharacteristic daring and rude approach from the proper Dravenholm kid. It was frustrating, but Julius had a valid point. Was she losing her touch? Since Laura's incident, her decisions seemed rushed and less wise than before. Besides, he continued, they still have considerable distance to the bridge. With everything that's happened, your wall dividing their army, Sirius's attacks, loss of many beasts, they should take quite a while to recover their fast march. He moved closer, lowering his voice. "I know you see us as children and it's difficult for you to connect with our opinions. But trust me this time please, don't act with your anger leading. Use this time. Recover at least some energy. When we attack, let it be with certainty we can finish the job, not with hope that what little we have left is sufficient." Selphora closed her eyes, fighting against the hatred toward the traitor, the hatred that told her to attack immediately when she had her enemy in sight, that his head belonged to her. "How much time?" she asked finally. 6 hours. Maybe we have 12 if we maintain flank pressure and can create more disruptions. Plus you could meet with Sirius and touch the ring if needed, he wouldn't mind higher quality healing either. 6 hours, Selphora agreed reluctantly while recovering her dense ice spear from the debris of the house the bat had destroyed. I'll also see Sirius. But I won't wait one more minute. My word must be fulfilled, the war has already begun and my spear tip is still empty. At that moment, a messenger arrived from the air. Commander Julius, the young soldier shouted. Urgent message from His Highness Arturo. Julius took the message, reading it quickly while Selphra watched with growing impatience. It seems Larissa obtained some useful weapons, Julius murmured, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Arturo asks how I want to distribute them and where I need them. What type of weapons? Selphra asked, her interest awakening despite her frustration. He doesn't specify, but it seems Ren is involved, and if Arturo considers them important enough to send a messenger to talk about them during an active battle. Julius considered the options. They must be at least significant. He turned toward the messenger. How many units do we have available for rapid transport? Approximately 12 aerial carriers ready for immediate distribution, sir. Julius nodded, making a quick decision. 6 units for Victor at the bridge, he wouldn't mind the support even though he seemed stable. He looked at Selphra with a smile that suggested maybe a few hours of waiting wouldn't be so bad after all. 6 units for us. Let's see how good these useful weapons are. King Colioran Hexenmane received the war report from outside a closed door, the messenger's words filtering through like whispers of failure. The bridge remained blocked, with no signs of real progress. It was expected for a distraction, but still felt unpleasant to think about the massive resources he had invested for mobilization. And there was still no news from Hagen. They were taking longer than expected for some reason he couldn't determine from his position, and his group had the most important mission they all had to wait for. The only relatively good news was that the trader on the other side, in whom they had also invested so much time and resources, was finally bearing fruit. Though not without problems either. Ravenspire had to be sent to rescue Cashin, a mission that seemed it would succeed without too many problems with his high-level flying squadron, but represented a waste of valuable resources. Ravenspire could have used that proactivity to take the bridge when they activated Phase 2 soon. At least the damned Goldcrest brat had finally decided to take the last phase of his treatment to fully develop the puppeteer, the most interesting abyssal beast according to Celthia, which had only accepted him. The messenger withdrew, his steps receding down the corridor without ever having entered the room where his king waited. Colioran remained alone with his dark thoughts. He briefly wondered if he could unblock the bridge using simply his own power, everything they had obtained up to this point. Was it really necessary to go to the maximum? Risk everything on this final gamble? No, he corrected himself mentally, his hands clenching into fists. That's not the point, this great power isn't the point. This potion is the only path to fulfill my true objective, power is a secondary effect. Once they were ready, he could send the true leaders to finish this insignificant war and obtain what the crystal needed beneath the castle. He just needed 2 things, to wait for Hagen to guide the abyssal creatures toward the world dragon's light, then those wouldn't interfere with the crystal when it connected, and second, he needed to complete the last potion to fully unlock the potential he had been seeking for years. And that very second of those 2 needs was right within reach of his hands. There was no other option to reach the perfect internal world that the Grand Crystal had promised would exist within it at the end. The promise had consumed his thoughts for years, a realm where death held no dominion, where pain could be edited out of existence, where every imperfection could be corrected through absolute control. There was indeed no other option. No, he roared internally. None. Colioran lowered the hands holding the ceremonial dagger, the crystal gleaming with inscriptions that pulsed with abyssal power. The blade found flesh with minimal resistance, penetrating the chest of the silver-ranked Tamer who had been waiting silently for his fate. The man didn't even scream. The preparation process had included sedatives that kept his mind calm even while his life drained toward the receptacle that would capture his vital essence as Colioran extracted his mana core. He was the first of many he would sacrifice to unlock the true potential of a Tamer incorrectly called Abyssal. That abhorrent potion. First, he had taken the personal risk. His son Rhys wasn't ready to succeed him, but risking him first was unthinkable. just as endangering Celthea, his little star who was more valuable than all his armies combined. Giving initial power to Ravenspire, Bloodwyn, or Venmont would have been dangerous too. Although they were loyal, if they obtained too much power before him, they might begin questioning why they followed orders instead of giving them. I have no other choice, he thought as the sacrifice's blood mixed with ingredients that had cost fortunes to obtain. But my girl insisted it was safe. All that remained was believing in the Grand Crystal's words, transmitted through the innocent lips of a girl who didn't fully understand the horror of what she translated. The potion was ready after an hour of meticulous preparation. The liquid in the chalice was such a deep purple it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Small currents of energy danced on its surface like miniaturized serpents, and the air around it distorted with power that transcended anything Colioran had experienced before. The king drank it without hesitation. It was too late for doubt, the metallic taste of blood mixing with the very essence of transformative power. The effects were immediate and overwhelming. His corrupt silver beasts, which had been struggling with the limits of their rank, finally ascended to gold. He could feel each one transforming within him, their forms evolving, their powers expanding. But the physical change wasn't the most significant. The difficult control of beast sensations disappeared like a ghost before light. The constant anger that had been corroding the edges of his consciousness reduced to a manageable whisper. Part of his mind seemed to feel better, hear with greater clarity. And the Grand Crystal whispered promises he could now understand with relative clarity. Visions of a world where death was optional, where pain could be eliminated, where all uncertainty and fear could be resolved through absolute control. A perfect world encapsulated within the crystal, waiting only for someone with sufficient power to feed it, to create it. Closer, the crystalline voices whispered. Closer to your true objective. Now with this power in his hands, he could be sure he had the means to increase his subordinates' power enough to end this war, but without them ever surpassing him. Now he had the means to push the conflict toward its inevitable conclusion. Now. The king breathed deeply, feeling power that rivaled ancient legends coursing through his veins. No, he decided with a clarity that surprised even himself. His past sorrows for his people mattered little now, he felt different. Winning this foolish war of irrelevant numbers can wait. There was something much more important that required his immediate attention. Something that could determine not only the outcome of this minor conflict, but the fate of the world itself. First, if Celthea takes it too, what kind of things will she hear this time? The little girl who had been his faithful translator deserved to hear better the voices she had been channeling. And if the process elevated her to the same level of clarity he had achieved. The possibilities were both thrilling and terrifying. In the silence of his chamber, surrounded by the remnants of rituals that would have horrified any observer, King Colioran began planning not the victory of a war, but the transformation of his reality itself. After all, what value was there in being king of kingdoms if you could create worlds? Ren's bombs arrived through a supply chain designed for emergencies. Tamers with large beasts of good comfortable cargo capacity were the ones who transported them, creatures whose broad backs could carry the cargo without compromising flight maneuverability. Detailed explanation had been given to the designated bombers about the weapon's nature. They were dangerous and fragile, requiring careful handling since they could also significantly hurt or even kill non-abyssal tamers if broken prematurely. Once in Victor's flying squadron's hands, they first distributed them to the most agile flyers, one bomb per soldier for initial testing. The selected creatures were beasts with speed necessary for rapid delivery and immediate escape if something went wrong. Victor, now more accustomed to the constant rhythm of enemy attack and defense after hours of sustained combat, studied the battlefield from his elevated aerial position. The bowl formation continued holding solid and they had more than sufficient forces to rotate attacks and maintain themselves at almost 100% output for now. Yano forces had managed to establish effective defensive positions that cancelled any Yano progress. It was the perfect moment to test whether the weapons his impertinent little sister and that weird kid had sent would work as promised. Storm Hawk 3, he shouted. Test approach. Target, enemy front line, central sector. Understood, Commander. Victor watched as the Hawk descended in a dive, its rider keeping the bomb stabilized against wind turbulence that could have activated it prematurely. The launch itself wasn't particularly surprising. There was no dramatic explosion, no flash of light or devastating sound. Simply, upon impacting against front-line soldiers, the bomb broke and released what appeared to be golden, glittering dust. "A dud," murmured one of the soldiers observing from an elevated position. But Victor kept his attention fixed on the impact area. Something about the way the dust expanded wasn't normal, and to begin with, nothing surrounding that boy was ever normal. Soon he realized it was definitely the case again. The dust cloud expanded across the battlefield. And enemy soldiers within the cloud began behaving strangely. Victor observed there was no significant physical damage, no blood, no screams of agony, no immediate collapse. But there was constant and growing discomfort for all those affected. Soldiers began scratching, shaking themselves as if something were crawling over their skin. Some removed parts of their armor, desperately trying to relieve an irritation that seemed to be everywhere. The cloud was slow to dissipate, seeming to actively react with many of the soldiers and expanding considerably. But that wasn't all. After several minutes, approximately 20% of affected soldiers began suffering more severe effects. They writhed with genuine pain, their movements becoming erratic. Victor quickly realized the pattern. The most affected soldiers seemed to be those without abyssal corruption. Those with corrupt beasts or who had undergone abyssal transformation showed a stronger initial reaction but greater resistance, while regular soldiers were serving as breeding ground for infection. Non-abyssals are more susceptible, he realized with growing understanding. The infection expands in them specifically. It was exactly what Ren had warned about, a weapon that was dangerous for those launching it too, targeting abyssal energy but functioning more severely against those who hadn't been corrupted. The irony wasn't lost on him. A weapon designed to combat corruption was most effective against the uncorrupted, turning the very purity of regular soldiers into a liability. Sector commanders. Victor immediately ordered all his commanders. The enemy is distracted. Prepare to intensify pressure on compromised defenders. The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Squadrons that had been engaged in holding now received authorization for more aggressive attacks. All units, maintain constant pressure. Don't give them time to recover. Victor could see immediate results. Bridge defenders, many of whom were still suffering from spore effects, couldn't preserve their previous level of coordination. Gaps appeared in their formations, communication broke down, and their response time became noticeably slower. What had been a disciplined defensive force was rapidly degrading into scattered, panicked groups trying to deal with an invisible enemy that attacked from within. It was exactly the opening Victor had been seeking during hours of sustained combat. General bomb distribution, he ordered. Each squadron takes 3 units. Target enemy concentrations whenever the effect diminishes. We get them back into the bridge. As additional bombs began falling over uncontaminated Yano positions, Victor felt the tide of battle beginning to shift decisively in Yano's favor. Ren's creations were providing exactly the type of advantage that could break the stalemate and allow a real push toward ground-setting victory. Across the battlefield, the air filled with growing clouds of golden spores, each expanding to affect more enemy soldiers. It was a demonstration of the power of innovation over brute force. And while Victor pressed his advantage, he could only imagine how Ren and the others would react when they learned their improvised weapons had worked. Lionel remained at Goldcrest Castle, observing the 4 Selphra guards who had stayed to protect the conquered territory alongside him. She's always this exaggerated, he thought with some exasperation but also affection toward his adoptive mother. Leaving everyone behind for me, wouldn't it have been convenient to at least take 1 or 2? Why did he need 4 high-level Gold 2 guards to watch over these third-rate tamers? Karzan had taken everything that could even defend against one of these guards, his best troops, his most powerful tamers, everything committed to the war now raging on multiple fronts. But she's always like this, Lionel reflected while looking at the partially destroyed castle. First, Selphora had sent all troops from her territory directly to the bridge without leaving significant reserves. Sure, it was the central section, the closest territory that could send support the fastest after the Dravenholms, which corresponded to the main castle, central city, and wall in terms of command, but was it really necessary to use practically all resources and leave nothing defending home? What about the Star Weavers? Goldcrest, guess they're worse indeed, but still. Lionel looked toward the ice prison where Cassian and his relatives waited in forced silence. He wondered if his own castle could end up in a similar situation if things at the bridge went badly or took too long. Nah, he reassured himself mentally. My family's elders are obnoxious, but they're not weak. And they hadn't moved from their defensive positions, maintaining control over familiar territory. With some doubles among the older generations, they should be quite safe. Plus their base guards, who had been trained specifically for territorial defense. Although looking at it this way, he considered a more problematic possibility. Mother must have told them to support the bridge effort, and they didn't do it to save their own skins. The idea bothered him more than he had expected. Damned vermin. When I'm the family leader, I'll put them all in order. While Lionel rambled about family politics and military strategy, one of his guards suddenly looked up, alerted by something the others hadn't yet detected. Lionel raised an eyebrow, initially thinking that if any of the remaining prisoners dared challenge them, they were completely insane. The power difference was so vast that any resistance would be suicide. But then he felt the power signature approaching. It wasn't from the prisoners or the natives of this side. 10 tamers, all gold rank, and one of them a quite powerful double. The energy signature was unmistakable, professional military forces, not civilian resistance. What the hell? Lionel finally distinguished the points in the air heading straight toward his position. Flying mounts, moving with purpose and speed that suggested urgent military mission. And then he heard laughter. In the corner of the ice prison, Cassian was laughing, not the hysterical laughter of someone who had lost his mind, but the satisfied laughter of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Time for payback, Cassian murmured, his voice carrying clearly through the crystal chamber. Julius took Selphora underground alongside the wall army. For the moment, attacks had stopped. Without Sirius at the front or Selphora pressuring the rear guard, Karzan's army wouldn't have many reasons not to attack them full force in the worst-case scenario. So striking now that they had halted their march and enraging them was unnecessary. Only some aerial fights for information dominance continued happening consistently, scouts from both sides trying to maintain surveillance over enemy movements mostly without engaging in serious combat. Julius was taking advantage of this respite to absorb more soldiers from the Abyss Wall. His numbers had grown to 5,000 soldiers, and Arturo's report indicated that 2,000 extra soldiers were already gathering at the castle as strategic reserve and continuing to increase. But Karzan's army wouldn't take long to reunite, surrounding Selphora's wall and recovering the strong structure of their frontal formation. Time for maneuvers was limited. For Julius, this was a good moment to test the golden spore bombs, and he had already requested some from flyers. He was just waiting for results. In the same underground shelter Julius's Earth squadron had excavated, Selphora finished healing Sirius using regenerative techniques she had perfected over centuries. The Starweaver commander was low on energy but healthy, physical wounds healed and the shock of temporarily broken bond with his tiger treated as much as possible. Sirius thought long and hard about what had happened and how the misfortune that had fallen on his territory meant he couldn't support as much as he should, and now he had realized he couldn't even protect his family as he thought he would. After several minutes of heavy silence, he made a decision he knew would change everything. Selphora. Master, he said finally, removing the ring from his finger with slow trembling movements that showed how much the decision cost him. Take this. No, Selphora responded immediately, without even looking at the extended ring. The ring is your responsibility and belongs to your daughter. Selphora felt somewhat uncomfortable talking about Luna. The situation with Lionel and all the politics surrounding the ring was undoubtedly a family disgrace that, as always, she preferred not to address directly. As I am now, they could take it from me, Sirius insisted, pressing the ring toward his former mentor. If we lose, I'll lose it anyway. And much more, the most important thing. Selphira seemed to understand the implication, but maintained her resistance. I'm going into battle directly. If I lose, it's also very risky for the ring. Sirius sighed deeply, frustration and exhaustion evident in his voice. If we lose you, we've already lost anyway. We can't count on the old fool for anything. Selphira laughed despite the seriousness of the situation and gently hit him on the head. You shouldn't speak that way about your king, she scolded, though there was genuine amusement in her tone. But Sirius's logic was sound. He was weakened, if found later targeted for capture or death. She had the best chance of using the ring effectively during the coming combat and keeping it safe in general. Selphira ended up receiving the ring, immediately feeling it when it slid onto her finger. The 100% extra bonuses flowed through her system, amplified power, improved resistance, and most importantly, complete access to the fusion ability that could make the difference in a desperate moment. Her mana reserves felt a bit deeper, her connection to her beasts more profound, and her overall combat effectiveness expanded by around 20% in most fields. At that moment, Julius received information about the 3 spore bombs he had requested to launch for testing. Results, he asked immediately. Effective, sir, the messenger reported. He basically explained the same thing that happened at the bridge, but with one important difference: here, there were many fewer soldiers with abyssal corruption. The infection was spreading gradually. Julius processed this information quickly, the implications becoming clear. He realized that if the effect would be something that would expand much more in Karzan's army, he had to take advantage before they found how to stop it. Perfect, Julius murmured, but then made a decision that surprised the messenger. Let's save the bombs for now. Sir. It's perfect for what we need, Julius explained, but we have to make the most of it at exactly the right moment. If he could coordinate the maximum effect of the bombs with Selphira's final assault against Karzan, the combined effect could be devastating. The messenger nodded and ran off to transmit the orders. The bridge army was pushed back significantly, and the size of their defense reduced to what was really the final bottleneck. Now they were where they had the least possibility of pushing effectively, compressed into the narrowest possible space. Victor was happy with the result and felt he could bombard that thin defensive line for the entire month without major problems. His position gave him absolute advantage, 180 degrees for sustained attacks. Enemy forces barely had a narrow straight line of defense and an attack angle of about 60 degrees at maximum distance. They no longer had space for complex maneuvers. The only bad news for Victor was that they had run out of bombs to keep pushing them. Abyssal soldiers had suffered considerably during the bombardment. And although Victor didn't know it, many of them who had experienced more than 1 or 2 bombs had lost their abyssal beasts completely. The golden spores had been more effective than anyone had anticipated. 20% of soldiers had become infected and had initially expanded the infection across the bridge, but in the end, after hours of exposure, things had returned relatively to normal. Although he had already cut enemy advance and already gained ground he couldn't lose, Victor felt somewhat disappointed that the spores hadn't extinguished all of Yaino at once. Of course, it was asking for much, and he was still happy with what he had gained. But initially he had been excited about the possibility of total and immediate victory. Minutes before the situation stabilized, Hedda had learned that an infection was rapidly expanding and was about to completely cross the bridge. Commanders had given urgent orders: all non-abyssal soldiers must retreat from a certain distance from the bridge, and all abyssals had to advance and contain the infected before the situation worsened. The irony, for once, being corrupted was an advantage rather than a curse. Hedda didn't fully understand the nature of the threat, but she wasn't curious enough to voluntarily advance into a danger zone either. Her training as a spy had included lessons about observing from safe positions. She hid among the non-abyssal soldiers, trying to go unnoticed as she had been doing throughout the battle. Master Vex's collar continued functioning effectively, keeping her invisible to most casual observers. But she ended up seeing what was happening when the infection finally reached the wall of abyssal soldiers that divided the bridge entrance, the point where they had precisely separated the last common soldiers from those with corruption. A soldier completely covered in golden spores who was trying to flee desperately from the bridge was hugged by several abyssal tamers who screamed upon making contact. Strange smoke emerged from the contact points, the person fainted, but there were no major complications. Yano really threw something unpleasant at us, Hedda thought, observing how abyssal soldiers methodically advanced to neutralize the infection. Hedda progressed as little as possible with the other abyssal soldiers while they moved the non-corrupted further away. While observing the process, she noticed in the air a small golden light descending very close to her. Like a tiny lost speck of dust. The individual spore glowed with a soft luminescence that was, honestly, beautiful. It didn't seem threatening or dangerous, more like a small star that had decided to visit Earth. Without thinking much in her captivation, Hedda extended her finger and touched it. The sensation was strange. Her corrupt burnt-wing bee queen contracted violently within her, as if she had brushed something that caused it direct pain. Only a little smoke emerged from her finger when the spore vanished upon contact. Hedda looked at her finger. It glanced somewhat clearer in a small part, like a spot of normal skin. Interesting feeling, she thought, touching the mark with her other finger. It didn't hurt anymore, didn't seem damaged. It simply looked clear. She wanted to know more. But for now, she simply continued with her role as a loyal Yano soldier, trying not to draw attention. Larissa received a message from Arturo that arrived with the characteristic urgency of military communications during active combat. As she read, a satisfied smile crossed her face. It seemed the bombs had worked better than expected, and they were requesting more units to continue pressure on enemy forces. She immediately notified Ren, who was with Luna and Leora in the improvised workshop. Although when she arrived, she noticed Luna and Leora had their arms crossed, clearly in the middle of some kind of disagreement with Ren. Larissa didn't know exactly what had happened, but she could imagine. She sighed, thinking that the social dynamics among these children didn't seem age-appropriate. But when she mentioned Arturo's message, all three seemed to immediately forget the previous altercation and showed complete attention. "What does it say exactly?" Ren asked immediately. Larissa explained the effect the bombs had had at the bridge, how they had pushed enemy forces toward a much easier position to contain, how they had affected soldiers with and without abyssal corruption. "And it seems on Karzan's side it will be even more effective," she added, "perhaps eliminating all the traitors who have been causing us problems." The girls showed happiness at having contributed to a clear victory. There was genuine satisfaction in their expressions, the kind of pride that comes from knowing your work had real and positive impact. But looking at Ren, they saw him downcast, and immediately realized he didn't share their enthusiasm. Ren was thinking that many of the affected soldiers perhaps didn't even want to participate in battle. Conscripted soldiers, people forced to fight for loyalties they hadn't chosen, families threatened if they didn't follow orders, or who had found themselves in the wrong place like his neighbors. But more importantly, he was worried about the spores themselves. What would happen after using them? Would they contaminate the city area if not controlled properly after combat? Had they created an environmental problem that could affect innocent civilians for years? The girls immediately worried upon seeing his expression. "Is the cure worse than the disease now?" Leora asked, now with genuine concern. But before Ren could respond, the little mushroom with a nickname it still didn't accept decided to emerge from his hair and sit on his head to address the situation directly. The girls stared at it fixedly, some with more interest than others, but all with complete attention. The little mushroom, despite its resistance to the nickname Mosquito, seemed to be secretly beginning to like the attention it received, though it tried to hide it. The creature began by addressing Ren directly with a pat. "Your concerns are unnecessary," it communicated with the characteristic directness it had developed. "Normally, the spore severely weakens and kills the host to complete its life cycle." The girls tensed upon hearing this, but the mushroom quickly continued. "But it won't kill the host here because natural selection isn't stupid. That would happen in the outer rings outside the city, where there's abundant mana to keep expanding. But in a mana-deficient environment like this, if I were like them, I'd die shortly after killing my carrier. It paused for effect and to bask in the attention. So it will keep the host alive as long as possible once it notices its mana source is being extinguished. It's basic survival. Ren immediately cheered up, and the girls did too. That implied they could use the spores as a temporary debuff without causing massive civilian deaths. But the mushroom gave them an additional warning. Still, you shouldn't be completely confident in survival. The infected will last a few days, perhaps weeks if they're particularly strong, but eventually the fungus will finish absorbing energy in order to live a little longer. It addressed Ren specifically. Once the troops are sufficiently weakened, you need to take me there. I'll be able to absorb the spores directly. They're not as potent as liquid processed by the heart of the mega-organism, but they're not bad for me. There was something of greed in its tone when it added, maybe I can even save some of the mana cost of my next evolutions. Ren looked at Larissa with renewed determination. Do you have a way to get me to the battlefield? Larissa considered the question carefully. It was a complicated request, taking an 11-year-old child, talented and probably very important for the future like Ren, directly to an active combat zone. Arturo won't approve that, she said honestly. But, if we can present it as essential for cleanup and control of the biological weapon, maybe they'll bring soldiers one by one after the war ends. She stopped, clearly thinking through possibilities. Though perhaps waiting would mean more casualties. It would have to be after the main combat ends. During cleanup operations, when it's relatively safe for you. And if it doesn't end soon? If the Abyssals fight for a long time, will we let most of them die? But even if we tell my brothers, they won't. Larissa paused. I have an idea. But you'd have to promise to follow all safety measures I decide. Nothing heroic, nothing dangerous. Ren nodded eagerly. It was exactly what he needed, an opportunity to ensure his weapon didn't cause unintended long-term harm. And secretly for Machido, an opportunity to absorb all that sweet accumulated energy. The little mushroom pulsed with anticipation, though it tried to maintain its dignified demeanor. The king of Yaino stood beside his firstborn and daughter in the sacrifice chamber. The potion seemed to have enhanced them all, as all three were strangely calm, a serenity that transcended normal concerns of war or politics. Venmont remained kneeling before the king, drinking the last remnants of his own dose of the transformative potion. Purple marks on his skin glowed with intensity, indicating his abyssal beasts had successfully ascended to the next power level. But the message that had arrived about the bridge situation affected the king slightly, though much less than it would have before the transformation. It seems Yano was already playing with fire before knowing what they're messing with, Kolioran murmured, the crystal's voices whispering interpretations in his mind. It seemed they would have to act sooner than expected on all fronts before the idiots unleashed the end times through pure ignorance. Letting the world dragon take complete control of any of the mana veins under either castle would be the end for everyone, an apocalypse that would consume not only both kingdoms, but potentially the entire continent. But they can't see it clearly like us, Kolioran thought with some pity and a lot of frustration. The great savior crystal can't reach them yet to share their wisdom. However, according to reports arriving filtered through multiple sources, the king could hear in the increasingly clear crystal whispers something that fundamentally changed his perspective on the threat. As if the crystal itself understood something by connecting the dots. What was happening, how it was happening, implied the world dragon's light was incomplete, it was barely a third of what it should be in its final form. Apparently, for some reason, it hadn't been awakened alongside its two key pieces. Without its primordial medicine, without its amplifier, and its structure, it could never unify in the form the crystal's prophecies had predicted. Had some idiot found them ahead of time? Celthea heard clearly. Had they been stolen and removed from the incubation chamber? In any case, it would be excellent news for the crystal. The beast would never become what it was destined to become. Without real competition, it was only a matter of time before the crystal finished its development and kept everything for themselves. As long as the dragon's light couldn't obtain its other two ingredients, wherever they were, the world would be theirs. The crystal's voices intensified, and Colioran and his children felt new information flowing directly into their expanded consciousness. His daughter nodded from her position next to the crystal's main fragment, indicating she had surely heard much more than he had been able to capture. Colioran gestured for Celthea to speak, recognizing her connection with the crystal had reached levels that surpassed even his own enhanced capacity. With the clear and direct voice she had developed for transmitting crystal orders, Celthea addressed Venmont. "You must go help eliminate the stolen light from the core on the other side of the bridge," she ordered with authority that sounded strange coming from an 11-year-old girl. "Replace it with the purple moon veil. And bring us our missing ring." Venmont immediately stood up, his new powers pulsing through his transformed form. Without asking questions, the potion's clarity had eliminated any doubt about the necessity of these actions. He headed toward the exit to fulfill the mission. Celthea looked toward her father, who now wore two rings that had been safely stored. But now they nurtured the crystal directly through their power, the new power of the next level they had achieved. "The preparations for the next phase?" Colioran asked, though he knew his daughter had already been working on translations of the most complicated information. "Almost ready," Celthea responded, her eyes shining with purple light that indicated a deep connection with the crystal. "But we need more ingredients." Colioran nodded. He would have to continue creating potions, elevating more of his subordinates to the level necessary for the next operations. "Once we have Cashin connected to the network too," Celthea continued, "I'll be able to use him to increase my range once more." Everything was going perfectly according to the plan the crystal had been whispering. They only had an incomplete parasite's light to exterminate. "What else are we missing from the other side?" Colioran asked. "Just one ring," Celthea responded with certainty that came directly from crystalline voices. "Once Venmont completes his mission and brings the third ring, we'll have everything necessary." In the silence that followed, father and daughter remained united in purpose that transcended normal family bonds. They were instruments of something much greater, servants of a vision that promised perfect order in a world that had been plagued by uncertainty and conflict for too long. The grand crystal far in the forest felt what was happening around it with its roots that grew each day and pulsed with satisfaction, sensing its plans were nearing fruition. Soon, very soon, there would be no more need for wars, politics, or the messy complications of free will. Only perfect order would remain, under perfect control, in a perfect world that existed within eternal crystal clarity. Celthea had rested well in the underground shelter Julius had prepared. Ashenway recovery pills, combined with constant support from water Tamer specialized in regenerative techniques, had maintained her at the highest possible level of recovery during the extended break. With such careful attention, her energy had recovered to 75%. Instead of the 6 hours she had initially calculated, Karzan's army had taken a full 8 hours to resume movement. So Julius had convinced her to rest a bit longer and reach this quite acceptable energy level. The delay had been worth it. She could feel the difference in her mana reserves, the steady pulse of power that flowed through her connection with her beasts. Her white serpent stirred restlessly within her, eager for the coming battle, while her turtle's defensive energy provided a calming counterbalance. Ren and Larissa had sent several hours ago some protective skins covered with Ren's own spores to manipulate the bombs or handle any infected in case there had been accidents during transport or handling. Fortunately, that hadn't been necessary. The flying teams had handled the bombs perfectly, following protocols with the precision that military training demanded. But the protective equipment would perhaps serve Celthea for the final phase of her mission. They gave them to her along with instructions on how to use them appropriately, though she doubted she'd need such precautions. Julius was now ready to initiate the coordinated bombardment they had been planning. His eyes held the focused intensity of a commander who had spent hours perfecting every detail of what was about to unfold. The waiting was over. A bit earlier, in Karzan's main army encampment, the leader received reports alongside Valdris in a command tent that had become the nerve center of multiple simultaneous crises. The leaders of the main families, Stralfang, Blackwood, and even the recently rescued leader of the Zhao, were present. They had temporarily set aside direct command of their family forces to jointly address the precarious situation that had developed. Each face bore the weight of command decisions that could determine not just the battle's outcome, but the survival of their bloodlines. An infection had emerged on the right side of their formation and was expanding slowly but surely through the troops. The reports were disturbing in their consistency. Current containment status? Karzan asked, observing the changing terrain maps that showed the extent of the problem. We have isolated the contaminated, reported Blackwood's leader, his weathered face showing the strain of managing an impossible situation. But they continue releasing particles with a range of several meters. Gradually, some careless soldiers are emerging as new contaminated from the proximity. His voice carried frustration. Every precaution they implemented seemed to create new vulnerabilities. Karzan knew from previous reports that abyssal soldiers could combat the infection. The information had come from the failed mission in the forest where they hadn't been able to capture that damned brat. The details of that failure remained painful to consider. But after consulting extensively with the Yino forces they had available, about 500 soldiers distributed throughout the army, Karzan had learned of a critical complication. If there was too much exposure to the infection without appropriate rest, the abyssal beasts could be lost forever. It wasn't simply a matter of fatigue or temporary damage. It was permanent destruction of bonds that couldn't be recovered. Each abyssal tamer represented resources that couldn't be replaced. How many infected do we currently have? Valdris asked, his mind already calculating the mathematics of attrition. Around 100, Blackwood responded, consulting the most recent reports. But the number continues growing slowly. Karzan found himself facing a complex tactical dilemma. He had to consider how much those 100 infected soldiers mattered versus the risk of permanently losing some of the valuable abyssal tamers. The regular soldiers were his true force, one he had to try to preserve for the war's end. But unlike Yino's less aggressive and battle-useful abyssals. It was painful to admit, but true from a cold military perspective, the abyssal tamers represented capabilities that couldn't be duplicated if Yino didn't provide them. Options? He asked the assembled leaders. We can attempt total quarantine, Stralfang suggested, his voice carefully measured. Keep the infected isolated until the infection naturally exhausts itself. It was the safest option. Estimated time? Unknown. But we could be talking about days or weeks. The uncertainty was almost worse than a long definitive timeline. Planning became impossible when the variables couldn't be controlled or predicted. We don't have even a bit of that time, Karzan growled, his frustration bleeding through his careful composure. Not when we must reach the bridge as soon as possible. Every hour of delay gave their enemies more time to prepare, more opportunities to strengthen their defenses, more chances for reinforcements to arrive and tip the balance permanently against them. Zhao cleared his throat, drawing attention. We can also use the abyssals in short rotations. Limited exposure, mandatory rest periods. It was a compromise solution, the kind of middle ground that satisfied no one completely but offered something to everyone. Risk of loss. Reduced, but not completely eliminated. Half measures in war often led to half victories. Karzan studied the maps. 100 infected soldiers. 500 available abyssals. The numbers danced in his mind, each calculation leading to conclusions he didn't want to reach. What is your general recommendation? He finally asked. The leaders exchanged glances, each weighing factors that went beyond simple considerations of morality, effectiveness, and survival of the Old Kingdom. It was the type of decision that would define not only the outcome of this specific battle, but the character of the leaders who made it. History would judge them not just on victory or defeat, but on how they chose to pursue either. But Karzan didn't have to think long about the dilemma of the infected soldiers. Julius had initiated the true coordinated bombardment he had been preparing for hours. The occasional battles that had been happening in the air were nothing compared to what now unleashed upon Karzan's army. Julius now had 6,000 soldiers from the wall under his command. Veterans who controlled parts of the wall more distant from the immediate city had finally arrived and been recruited for the operation. With this expanded force, Julius could delegate control of the younger, inexperienced soldiers more easily, freeing him to coordinate more complex tactics. The transformation in his capabilities was dramatic. Where before he had been limited to simple hit-and-run tactics, now he could bring destruction that would test every aspect of enemy defenses. He had carefully prepared all his available flyers and sent some to disperse toward the flanks of what appeared to be a large, concentrated attack by flying beasts. The formation was deliberately visible, obviously aggressive, designed to draw attention and provoke exactly the response he anticipated. When Karzan's scouts reported the massive enemy formation approaching from the air, the commander and his group of leaders found the situation strange. The display was almost too straightforward, lacking the subtle misdirection they had come to expect from Julius's operations. "Perhaps he's desperate," Stralfang suggested, studying the aerial formations through his spyglass. "His numbers are limited. Maybe he decided to bet everything on a frontal attack when we started marching again." The logic was sound on the surface. Desperate commanders often resorted to desperate tactics when conventional approaches failed to produce results. Karzan was about to give the order to send all available flyers to crush this clumsy attack, when Valdris raised a warning hand. His instincts had proven good quality throughout the campaign, often catching details that Karzan's more aggressive nature might overlook. "It's too direct," Valdris murmured, studying the flight patterns. "Julius has never used such obvious tactics." "My lord," he continued carefully, his voice carrying the weight of experience earned through countless battles, "it could be a trap. I suggest we send only double what they're sending, retaining some aerial soldiers as reserve." The suggestion ran counter to Karzan's instincts, which demanded overwhelming force applied immediately to crush any threat before it could develop into something more dangerous. Karzan frowned, his tactical mind warring with his aggressive nature. His instinct told him to completely crush the immediate threat, but Valdris's experience had been invaluable during the entire campaign. "How many would we retain?" "A third of our aerial forces. Enough to respond to unexpected complications." It was a conservative approach, the kind that preserved options at the cost of potentially decisive action. In warfare, such decisions often determined whether armies survived or perished. Soon it became clear that Valdris had been right when urgent reports began arriving from multiple directions. The timing was almost perfect, each messenger arriving just as the previous one finished delivering their alarming news. It was coordination that spoke to careful planning and precise execution. "Enemy contact on the western flank," shouted a messenger running toward the command tent, his breathing labored from the urgency of his mission. Multiple small units launching unidentified objects. "Eastern flank also under attack," came another report almost simultaneously, the messenger's voice cracking under the strain. "Similar pattern. Dispersed bombardment." Zhao noted. The reports were coming too fast. This wasn't the random chaos of opportunistic strikes. "North and South report enemy activity," added a third messenger, his words tumbling over each other in his haste to deliver critical information. The aerial soldiers who hadn't been sent to intercept the main distraction managed to respond to some of these secondary attacks. Some flyers even exploded along with the bombs in the air, sacrificing themselves to prevent the weapons from reaching troop concentrations on the ground. Their sacrifice bought precious seconds and saved dozens of soldiers, but it came at the cost of some of the aerial superiority they couldn't afford to lose to beat victor. And even so, the damage was enormous. While they had managed to intercept some of the attacks, too many had reached their targets, spreading the golden infection through formations that had taken hours to organize. What had been a manageable containment problem was rapidly becoming a catastrophe that threatened to unravel their entire operational capacity. Instead of one or two infection points that could have been contained, there were now dozens of different sites where golden spores began expanding throughout the army. The transformation was devastating to witness. What had been orderly formations just minutes before now resembled a patchwork of chaos, each infection site creating its own circle of disruption that rippled outward like stones thrown into still water. Situation report. Karzan roared while watching his ordered formation convert into multiple chaos zones. His voice carried across the command area with the desperate expression of a leader watching his plans crumble in real time. The sound of distant screaming and confusion provided a grim backdrop to his demands for information. "We estimate between 30 and 40 successful impact points," Valdris reported, quickly consulting the messages that kept arriving with relentless frequency. "The infection is beginning to expand from each point." Each messenger brought news worse than the last. The coordination of the enemy attack had been flawless, striking simultaneously at points specifically chosen to maximize disruption. Containment capacity? The question hung in the air like a death sentence waiting to be pronounced. "Limited, my lord. We don't have sufficient abyssal soldiers to handle so many simultaneous outbreaks of infection." The mathematics of the situation were brutally simple. 500 abyssal tamers distributed across 40 infection points meant barely a dozen soldiers per outbreak. It was woefully inadequate for the scale of contamination they were facing. Karzan felt how the situation slipped beyond his control. What had begun as a manageable problem, 100 infected soldiers in a single area, had now become a crisis potentially affecting thousands of his men. The weight of command had never sensed heavier. "Options?" he asked, though he already knew the options had become drastically limited. The pause before anyone answered told him everything he needed to know about how dire their circumstances had become. "We can try to create quarantine zones around each outbreak," Qilong Zhao suggested, his voice carefully measured to hide his own growing concern. "But that would completely fragment our formations. Or we can order general retreat and..." Stralfang added, his words trailing off as he saw Karzan's expression. "And abandon our advance?" Karzan interrupted, unable to hide his frustration. The purple veins in his neck stood out as anger warred with desperation. "Let Yeno recover all the ground we've gained." The thought of retreat after everything they had risked in this campaign was unbearable. Julius had played brilliantly. It was exactly the type of coordinated tactic that converted apparent victories into devastating defeats. The kind of bioweapons and strategy that military academies would talk about for decades, assuming anyone survived to teach the lessons learned here. And while Karzan struggled to find a response to the expanding crisis, the war had fundamentally changed in a matter of minutes, and not in his favor. Selphira was completely equipped and ready for the final battle. Her specialized face mask, reinforced gloves, and lightweight replaceable ice armor protected her against any residual contamination from the spores they had used to weaken the enemy. She had verified each piece of equipment Ren had provided, making sure nothing would interfere with her mobility during the coming combat. The gear felt strange against her skin, a reminder that this war had evolved beyond traditional beast-against-beast combat into something involving weapons that could kill indiscriminately. It was an adaptation born of necessity, but it left a bitter taste in her mouth. She was ready to enter and search for Karzan in the middle of his diseased army and end this war once and for all. The promise she had made burned in her chest like a flame that refused to be extinguished. But Julius continued restraining her. "You just need to wait for the infection to spread as much as possible," he insisted, maintaining a firm hand on her arm. "As long as Karzan doesn't find an effective solution, the situation will only improve for us." His fingers were steady, but she could sense the tension in his grip. He was fighting his own instincts. Selphira growled with impatience, but recognized the logic behind Julius's words. For centuries of experience had taught her the value of timing in warfare. Rushing into battle at the wrong moment had killed more warriors than enemy claws ever would. Still, every fiber of her being screamed for action. Besides, Sirius and Julius were busy selecting the best soldiers from the highest available levels. They had access not only to royal family forces that followed Julius, but also to the few elite assistants Sirius had left in his territory to handle regional matters. These soldiers had found ways to quickly finish their pending work, leaving lower-level appointees to handle routine responsibilities, and had come to the front to provide critical support in what would seem to be the final phase of the conflict. The quality of these reinforcements was impressive. "How many elite soldiers do we have available?" Selphira asked while checking the point of her spear for the 5th time. 23, Sirius responded from where he was coordinating positions. All gold rank 1 or higher. Some with beasts very useful for penetrating enemy formations. The numbers were encouraging, but Selphira knew that in her current state, she could probably handle the task alone if necessary. The elite soldiers would serve as insurance. Things were looking better and better for their side. A messenger came running from one of the tunnel's upper entrances, his armor clanking with each hurried step. "Commander Julius," he shouted as he approached, breathless from his urgent sprint through the underground passages. "Go ahead," Julius responded without taking his eyes off the three-dimensional Earth maps he was studying. "It appears Karzan's troops have separated into several circles around their entire march," the messenger reported quickly. "They still haven't found an effective solution for the contamination, but they've established quarantine zones." The image of Karzan's once mighty army fragmented into isolated pockets of desperation brought a cold smile to Selphira's lips. It was exactly what she had hoped to achieve. And their infiltrated Yino soldiers? Those who seemed to be doing something with the first circle surrendered as expected. They're now in a circle around Karzan's position. The abyssal Tamers had finally been forced to abandon their positions among regular troops to form a protective barrier around their leader. It was a defensive posture that spoke of desperation rather than strength. Selphira immediately interpreted this information as indication of a stalemate. "It's time to break the calm," she declared, adjusting her armor and preparing to advance. "If we wait longer, they might find a way to counteract the infection." Her patience had reached its limit. The promise she had made demanded fulfillment, and every moment of delay felt like a betrayal of her oath. But Julius refused again, this time with more firmness. "It's not your turn yet," he said, maintaining his position between Selphira and the exit from the underground shelter. "First, to unleash the chaos they're trying to contain. I myself will make an attack with my 6,000 soldiers." Ren, Larissa, Luna, and Leora ran through empty streets, their labored breathing mixing with the distant sound of fire explosions from the war. The city felt like a ghost town. Occasionally, the distant rumble of explosions reminded them that this peaceful emptiness was an illusion. From time to time, one of the characteristic flashes of the girls' jumps briefly illuminated the group before they disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters ahead. They had been running for an hour. Again. Larissa shouted, extending her hand toward Ren while the mineral fairy within her pulsed with luminous energy amplified by mineral crystals. Her beast's power had grown substantially since reaching bronze rank 2, allowing feats that would have been impossible before. The light jump enveloped them, and for an instant Ren felt that strange sensation of being everywhere and nowhere at the same time. When they reappeared, they had advanced almost 50 meters. The experience was unlike anything in his life. For those brief moments during the jump, reality became fluid, distance became meaningless, and the physical laws that governed normal existence seemed to bend around them. "It's an incredible sensation," Ren murmured, still not quite accustomed to Larissa's new ability. "I never thought reaching bronze 2 would already allow me to take someone with me." Larissa panted, wiping sweat from her forehead. "I didn't even know it was possible before Silver 3 until you suggested it. But you're right about the energy cost, it's like the fairy has to wrap both my light and yours." The strain was visible in her face, but she pushed through it with the determination of someone who understood the stakes. "It's because I need to support the process," Ren explained while they ran down a particularly dark street. "My Hydra has light affinity too, so it can synchronize with your mineral fairy. Without that elemental resonance, paired jumping simply wouldn't work at this level." The technical explanation helped distract from the physical exertion, but the underlying truth was more complex. Ren's understanding of beast synergies went far beyond what any normal 11-year-old should possess. "The bad thing is it uses more energy and I can only do it with tamers who have the same light elemental affinity supporting the process." Leora rolled her eyes remembering what Ren had said. That process was something only someone with Ren's privileged knowledge could achieve. Probably even Luna with her light cat and accustomed to jumps would be incapable of replicating it. Luna, who had been running in silence, suddenly stopped and raised a hand. Wait. The shadows around her expanded, creating a mantle of darkness that hid them from view. Her shadow wolf materialized partially, its eyes glowing while scanning the area with supernatural senses that could detect threats long before human perception registered them. What's wrong? Leora whispered, her will-o-wisp floating nervously near her shoulder like a small pale blue flame. The tiny spirit's agitation was contagious, its flickering light casting dancing shadows that made the already tense situation feel even more ominous. The group crouched among the shadows. Luna had expanded while observing the soldier who came out of his house and headed to support the bridge. The man moved with the purposeful stride of someone responding to a call to duty, unaware that he was being watched by 4 children whose mission could determine the war's outcome. Do we wait for him to get further away or? Leora began to ask in a whisper, but stopped when she saw Ren's thoughtful expression. Or what? Larissa interrupted, discreetly wiping more sweat from her forehead. Or nothing, Ren added, he's not part of the guards pursuing us, there's no need to knock him out like the one at the inner wall. Which we could have avoided by jumping over if Leora had hidden her flash. The reminder of their earlier close call brought embarrassed color to cool spy Leora's cheeks. Her will-o-wisp had given away their position at a critical moment, nearly compromising the entire mission. Okay, it was just a joke. Leora sighed, her spirit dimming with her mood. How much further to intercept those heading to the bridge? Larissa asked, trying to hide her exhaustion. The repeated use of her abilities was taking its toll, but she refused to admit weakness when the mission was so critical to their kingdom's survival. At the pace we're going and reading the mana patterns underground, maybe 30 or 40 more minutes. Ren's ability to read the underground mana flows like a map continued to amaze his companions. It was navigation elevated to an almost supernatural level. We can rest. I think we lost them, Luna murmured, her voice strangely satisfied. I haven't detected any mana signatures pursuing us in the last 10 minutes. Her shadow wolf had been constantly scanning their rear, its supernatural senses attuned to the unique mana patterns of their pursuers. Ren felt both relief and guilt. The guards Selphira had left to watch over them weren't enemies, they were protectors who were now probably desperate to find them before something terrible happened. These people cared about their safety, and here they were deliberately putting themselves in danger while making their protectors' jobs impossible. When we claimed we were going to train in the farthest part of the courtyard, and then disappeared in a jump. Luna made a grimace. The deception had been necessary, but it left a bitter taste in her mouth. Lying to people who cared about their well-being felt wrong, even when done for the greater good. Searching for 4 children who can teleport without having the special abilities to control or follow those jumps must be a real headache, Larissa added. Especially with the soldier shortage the war has generated, Ren added, feeling even more guilty. They probably had to reduce security personnel. Every able-bodied warrior was needed at the front lines. The guards left to protect them were likely spread thin, trying to cover areas that would normally require twice as many people. And they must think that if they don't find us and something happens to us, Leora completed the thought they were all having, Grandma, Sirius, and the princes will surely cut off their heads. That's why they're following us with such enthusiasm, Larissa murmured. Basically, they're screwed if they don't find us. The desperation in their pursuers' efforts suddenly made more sense. That's why we have to do this right, Ren said, taking out a small vial from his backpack. The liquid inside was a disgusting purple color that made Luna immediately wrinkle her nose. The smell emanating from the container was unlike anything they had encountered before, a combination of rotting vegetation and chemical sharpness that seemed to assault the senses from multiple directions. God, that's disgusting. Luna instinctively moved away, her wolf-enhanced nose clearly detecting something horrible. What is that thing? The new fermented essence, Ren responded with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Your Mosquito will help us eliminate it afterward. It will completely change our scent. The little mushroom in his hair pulsed with what seemed like agreement. And we have to put that on ourselves. Leora looked at the vial with horror. Her will wisp flickered nervously, its pale blue flame dimming as if the smell affected even spiritual creatures. Just a few drops this time, Ren began applying the liquid, trying not to grimace at the smell. It will confuse any beast that's tracking our original scent. The application process was torture, each drop feeling like it burned his nostrils and throat. But he forced himself to continue. Wait, Luna covered her nose. Why isn't it a less aggressive smell, like the previous ones? She remembered the earlier scent disguises Ren had used, which while unpleasant, had been bearable. This new concoction seemed designed to assault. Ren smiled with genuine cunning. Because like you, the trackers won't want to follow the new fragrance. The kids had been sending their beasts with previous scents in different directions. They would manifest them for a few minutes, send them running in random opposite directions, and then cancel and recover them. That's... Larissa paused, processing the strategy, actually quite brilliant. But is it necessary? Surely they're still following the other false scent trails. It's to be safe. I don't want them to follow us to the place and end up getting infected and drained of energy too. Ren finished applying the essence and passed the vial to the girls. The logic was sound, but the execution was nauseating. Luna was the last to apply the essence, and she was practically holding her breath while doing it. If this doesn't work, I'm going to kill you. Her threat lacked real menace, delivered through a face scrunched in disgust that made her look more like an angry kitten than a fearsome warrior. It will work, Ren assured her while touching the collars Larissa had obtained for them. And these will hide our mana signatures. Mashido says they're intriguing. The small mushroom emerged slightly from Ren's neck, examining the collar with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. Its tiny form pulsed with interest as it studied the magical construction. Intriguing? Larissa asked, unconsciously touching her own collar. I'm not sure what it means exactly, Ren admitted, but it says the construction is fascinating. He touched his head, remembering the mental conversation he'd had with the amusingly nicknamed mushroom that was starting to adopt the silly name. Mother warned me they wouldn't work perfectly against a powerful mana signature, explained Larissa. The limitation was important to understand. Against weaker trackers, the collars would provide perfect concealment. Against stronger opponents, they would only provide partial protection. How powerful! Luna touched her collar, feeling the subtle vibration of mana working to mask her presence. High silver, probably, Ren shrugged. But our signatures are still in range to be almost completely hidden. For their current mission, the protection should be more than adequate. The guards pursuing them were capable, but not at the level where the collars would fail completely. Perfect, Leora sighed with relief. For a moment I thought we'd have to knock out someone else if they discovered us. The group set off again, but Ren couldn't stop thinking about the lie he'd had to tell his parents to escape. He had also told them to help cook for the neighbors with the supplies he had tried to buy from Leora, but the girl had given them to him as a gift, indignant that he pondered she would charge him for them. He still didn't understand why Leora had gotten so angry about that, but he had appreciated the gift wholeheartedly. Cooking the food supplies would be useful for keeping his parents busy and worry-free, at least for a few hours. The memory of their trusting faces when he'd explained his plans for the day made his stomach churn with guilt. They believed in him completely, and he was using that trust to deceive them. What are you thinking about? Larissa asked, noticing his silence. My parents, Ren admitted, his voice heavy with regret. I hate lying to them. The words came out more emotional than he'd intended, revealing the depth of his internal conflict. His parents had sacrificed everything for him, and here he was repaying them with deception. It's for a good cause, Leora said softly, her wisp glowing more warmly as if responding to her emotions. If we don't control the spores. I know, Ren sighed, his shoulders sagging under the weight of responsibility. But that doesn't make me feel better. They ran in silence for several more minutes, the empty streets creating strange echoes of their footsteps. You know, Ren said while navigating through a particularly desolate street, the city doesn't feel so big when you can run this fast and jump. The curfew in this area and the packed shelters make moving around much easier. The evacuation protocols had cleared most of the civilian population from their path, creating clear corridors through what would normally be bustling neighborhoods. Except for the occasional soldier who has finished enlisting and comes out of his house to go support the bridge, Luna observed, pointing to a solitary figure in the distance, all the streets are empty. Another lone soldier moved to join the resistance. But not many did anymore. Seeing the bustling city like this makes me sad, Larissa murmured, looking at the closed windows and streets that would normally be full of merchants and citizens. I agree, Leora said, her voice softer than usual. It's like life has been drained from everything. Her wisp dimmed in sympathy, its pale flame reflecting the melancholy that had settled over the group. Luna seemed more contemplative and looked down while walking. It reminds me of the area of my family that we lost, she said finally. How few people circulate in that area too. The comparison brought back painful memories of territory lost, of homes abandoned and communities scattered. It was a preview of what their entire kingdom could become if they failed. Larissa immediately put a hand on Luna's shoulder. Together we're going to change it for the better, she said with firmness. This won't be the norm. The conviction in her voice carried the weight of royal authority, the confidence of someone raised to believe that positive change was not just possible, but inevitable with proper effort. Luna nodded silently, but Ren could see that Larissa's words had had the desired effect. There was something in the way Luna straightened slightly that suggested hope wasn't completely lost. They advanced for another while. The air began to change, becoming heavier, more charged with the energy of the war being waged not far away. It was then that Ren stopped abruptly, raising a hand for the others to stop as well. What? Larissa whispered. Abyssal energy in the sky, Ren murmured, Mashido emerging more from his hair and orienting toward a specific direction. It seems the first patrols from the flanks of the Goldcrest army march are watching from here. All four crouched instinctively, Luna expanding the shadows around them to provide additional cover. Can we go around it? Leora asked, her wisp pulsing nervously. Ren studied the situation, analyzing the energy patterns Mashido was detecting. The little mushroom's sensitivity to abyssal corruption made it an invaluable early warning system. We could, but, from the air their visibility area is large, if we dig through our mana would be. No, we'll have to attack it when it sees us and comes down to intercept. He prepared to explain a coordinated attack plan in case the abyssal patrol detected them, but before he could finish his assessment, something changed. The energy signature's behavior shifted. Wait, he murmured, frowning. It's moving strangely. Indeed, the abyssal energy signature began moving away quickly, heading toward the center of what Ren assumed was the army's main formation. Something was drawing the scout back to the main force with unusual urgency. Looks like their round is over, Luna observed, or maybe they called it back. Or they're regrouping for something big, Ren added. Ren stopped at the corner of a street that seemed to be the limit of a relatively safe distance for approaching the march. He studied the horizon above the houses where dust and occasional mana flashes could be seen marking the position of Karzan's army march. After thinking for a moment about his next course of action. We could use a look from an elevated place, he murmured, squinting his eyes. Not having any beast among the four of them that could fly very high was a problem. Maybe we can throw you very high. Don't even think about it. Then. Ren looked at the girls, without knowing exactly how things are, we shouldn't advance further. The right moment for us to enter is when the fighting ends and the infected are down. Rushing into active combat would accomplish nothing except getting them killed. So any ideas of a good high place? How high do you need? Larissa asked, following his gaze toward the distant chaos. High enough to see the main street the Goldcrest soldiers are marching on, Ren turned toward the girls. Do you know any elevated place near here we can use? From a high vantage point, they could assess the battlefield situation, identify safe approach routes, and time their intervention perfectly. All three began thinking, mentally evaluating the buildings in the area. The clock tower would be an option, Luna suggested, pointing west. But it's somewhat far and visibility wouldn't be so good from that angle. What about residential buildings? Leora proposed. Some have 5 or 6 floors. Not high enough, Larissa shook her head. Besides, almost everything is closed due to curfew. Although I suppose jumping up to some tower would be costly but possible. Ren frowned, trying to remember the city's topography from his previous visits to the commercial center. But he was by no means an expert in non-biological formations he hadn't visited more than once. His knowledge of beast biology was encyclopedic, but urban architecture remained frustratingly mysterious. Wait, Larissa suddenly brightened. What about the garden tower of Sky Tasty Company? The suggestion came with the kind of enthusiasm that indicated she'd found a real solution rather than another compromise option. Sky Tasty? Ren raised an eyebrow. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it, when he might have heard it before in the academy. Commercial enterprises weren't exactly his biggest interest either. Maybe Finch gibberish. That expensive food company, Leora explained with a grimace of disgust. They have vertical harvest gardens, and this one has the vertical record of the entire city. Her wisp dimmed slightly, as if the spirit shared her distaste for overpriced commercial ventures that prioritize promotion over substance. Ren nodded slowly, remembering having seen some of those vertical gardens during his half-year break visit to the commercial center, but he didn't know there were vegetable towers even bigger than those. Apparently the owners use the top of their towers as advertisement, Larissa continued. They hire good earth elementals to create super strong foundations so they can build higher than the competition. The scale of some commercial operations in the city continued to surprise him. The resources invested in marketing stunts like those seemed almost wasteful when people were struggling in places similar to his old home. But Ren had to admit it was providing them with exactly the resource they needed. Sounds unnecessary, Ren said. It is, and they're more expensive than normal food, Leora added with evident irritation in her voice. My opinion is they taste the same as other products and are only stupidly expensive. Pure marketing indeed. Luna shrugged. Well, at least their tower serves us now. Sometimes the wasteful excesses of the wealthy created unexpected benefits for those who needed them. It was a small irony in a world full of larger injustices. Where is it? Ren asked. About 10 blocks east, Larissa pointed in the direction with a view obstructed by some sizable buildings. We should be able to get there without problems. The route would take them slightly closer to the combat zone, but still within what appeared to be a relatively safe perimeter based on their current mana observations. The group headed toward the Sky Tasty Tower, navigating through empty streets. The proximity of the fight had effectively emptied this evacuated area much more than others that were only under curfew. When they finally reached the base of the tower, Ren was surprised by the building's height. It was indeed taller than the other gardens he had seen in the city, a slender but imposing structure that rose toward the sky like a green needle. The elemental engineering required to make such a structure was impressive, even if the purpose seemed frivolous. The climb is that spiral staircase, Larissa observed, pointing to the entrance. It will help us save mana instead of making all the jumps we would have had to use to reach the clock tower roof. These considerations were important. Every bit of magical energy they conserved now might be crucial for their actual mission once they reached the battlefield. And the courtyard is clear due to the evacuation, Luna added, sniffing the surroundings. Besides, it's not harvest time, so there shouldn't be workers unless they're crazy about danger like a certain boy. Her enhanced senses could detect the absence of human activity, providing another layer of security for their infiltration. Perfect, Ren murmured while ignoring the comment and approaching the entrance. Although I can't sense anyone's mana signature at the top, it seems strange to me that there's no one from either army watching from such an advantageous visibility point. Maybe the flyers see it as unnecessary, Larissa suggested. With all the aerial patrols they must have. The main door was locked, but the locks in this part of the city were more about elegance and a culturally enough, please respect the property than truly secure. The children climbed over the walls, and within minutes they were inside. The spiral staircase extended upward, winding around the tower's interior between levels of suspended hydroponic gardens. The smell of damp earth and growing plants filled the air, creating a strange contrast with the war tension they had been breathing for hours. "This is going to be some exercise," Larissa murmured after climbing the first 10 floors. Her breathing was already showing the strain, despite her enhanced physical capabilities from her beasts. The tower was significantly taller than it had appeared from the ground. "At least it's better than using mana," Ren responded, though he still couldn't feel the effort in his legs. But he knew the ring and being thin and small gave him an advantage in this type of effort. Lin's face flashed through his mind for an instant. When they finally reached the top, only small winged clam summons were passively resting there. They were iron rank and didn't seem likely to attack if the garden plants weren't damaged. The view was completely worth the effort. From the Sky Tasty Tower rooftop, they could see practically the entire combat zone. And what they saw left them speechless for a moment. "My God," Larissa whispered after some seconds passed. The scope of the destruction was beyond anything they had imagined. What they could see from ground level had been only a fraction of the true chaos unfolding across the battlefield. The war was at its maximum height, and the Goldcrest seemed to be losing quite badly. The chaos was indescribable, soldiers running in all directions while attacks came from the flank opposite to the one the children were observing from. The coordination that should have characterized a professional army had completely broken down. Instead of organized formations, there were only scattered groups of soldiers trying to respond to threats from multiple directions simultaneously. But the most shocking thing was the golden glow. "The spores," Ren murmured, feeling horror yet some fascination. The visual confirmation of his weapon's effectiveness was both satisfying and deeply disturbing. In the chaos of the attacks, soldiers had dispersed the spores Ren had sent throughout the formation. Already practically more than 60% of the army glowed with a sickly golden radiance, infected soldiers moving with increasingly erratic movements. The infection spread was terrifying in its efficiency. What had started as targeted strikes had become a systematic contamination that threatened the entire enemy force. "There's only one large section at the front of the march that doesn't glow," Luna observed, pointing toward where the bridge would be. "It's separated from the rest, but it seems caught up in a furious battle too." The isolated section represented either exceptional discipline or desperate containment efforts. Either way, it suggested that some part of the enemy force remained combat effective. Ren studied the battlefield, processing the information Mashido provided. "We can't do anything yet," he finally murmured. "Not until the battle calms down a bit." The reality was harsh but undeniable. Entering an active battlefield would accomplish nothing except getting them killed or captured. "What does that mean?" Leora asked, though from her tone, Ren suspected she already knew the answer. The small mushroom emerged from Ren's head to share what it was discussing mentally with the boy, so the girls could hear it too. "It means you'll have to witness up close the sad reality of one of the worst evils of your species. While we prepare to reduce the casualties from infection that will present themselves at the end of the altercation." The mushroom's perspective was simultaneously clinical and somewhat compassionate, acknowledging both the necessity of their action and its tragic consequences. "Isn't there a way to stop this?" Larissa asked, though her expression suggested she already knew the answer. Ren shook his head. "Not with the power we have now. If we want to change things we need much more." "But don't think about that and do what you can," interrupted the small mushroom. "If you let the city's logistics handle this alone, maybe thousands of lives that can be saved will be lost. No. Focus on what you can do." Mashido emerged completely from his hair, its small eyes directing toward the distant battlefield. When it spoke to them, its tone was unusually serious. "I know it seems sad to you," the small mushroom said, "but many organisms are like this. Constant fighting is part of what most living beings are. That may never change." The philosophical observation carried a perspective that transcended human concerns about morality and justice. It paused, as if considering its words. At least don't worry about the infection. I can go alone to recover it when this is over. You don't need to expose yourselves to danger. The offer was generous, but it misunderstood the nature of their commitment to this mission and to each other. Ren sighed deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. No, he said finally, both to Machido and to the girls who had heard the conversation. I decided to send the spores. It's partly my responsibility, so I'm going to accompany you as soon as we can enter. We agree too, Larissa said immediately, speaking for all three. We came here together, and we're going to finish this together. Her royal training had instilled in her a sense of duty, a commitment to seeing important tasks through to completion. Luna nodded silently, her wolf materializing partially as a protective shadow. And if something goes wrong, Leora added, her will-o-wisp pulsing with determination, it's better to have backup. Ren looked at his friends with some concern. This is going to be dangerous, he warned them. We know that about following you, Larissa responded firmly. But we also know that if we don't do this, a lot of innocent people are going to die. Machido pulsed with what Ren interpreted as resignation and respect. Very well, it communicated. But when the time comes, follow my instructions exactly. From their privileged position in the tower, the group settled in to observe and wait. The battlefield stretched before them like a tapestry of chaos and destruction, dotted with the golden glow of spores they would soon have to face. The waiting was perhaps the hardest part, watching events unfold while knowing that their moment of action was yet to come. Then, in the distance, the earth split in two at the hands of a prince, an expert in earth magic, separating Karzan's soldiers with new walls. And from behind him, the woman destined to unleash even greater chaos emerged. A bit earlier, Julius observed the battlefield from his elevated position on the earth tower he had created, evaluating the perfect moment to launch the decisive attack. Beside him, Selphira adjusted Sirius's ring on her finger, feeling how the additional power flowed through her system. Are you ready? Julius asked, though he already knew the answer. The question was more ritual than inquiry, a final confirmation before crossing the point of no return. The weight of command demanded such moments of clarity before committing thousands of lives to action. I've been ready since that coward betrayed our kingdom. I just needed an acceptable reason to tear his head off, Selphira responded coldly, her eyes fixed on the enemy formation where she knew Karzan was hiding among his troops. Julius nodded and turned to the section commanders who had gathered around him. The faces before him showed some determination but more nervous energy, mostly young soldiers about to lead their first major engagement. 6,000 soldiers against 15,000 plus 5,000 on the way. On paper, we should be crushed. In any conventional engagement, their forces would be systematically overwhelmed and destroyed. But this was far from a conventional battle. Yet we're not fighting against 20,000 soldiers in normal conditions. The chaos that the golden spores had created in enemy ranks was enormous. Karzan's soldiers moved erratically, constantly examining themselves and their companions for signs of infection. The paranoia was as effective as any weapon, turning allies into potential threats and transforming organized formations into suspicious clusters of isolated individuals. Paranoia is eating them alive, Julius murmured, watching enemy soldiers flinch away from their own comrades. The self-inflicted psychological warfare had exceeded all expectations. What should have been a disciplined military force had become a collection of individuals more concerned with their own contamination than with defense. Selphira smiled. That boy's weapons have proven more effective than expected. They can't trust each other. For a while they don't know who's infected and who isn't. Julius studied the enemy behavior. Indeed. It's like they're fighting against themselves. Their enemies had become their own worst enemy, suspicion and fear accomplishing what direct assault might never have achieved. Exactly, Selphira nodded, her impatience finally showing again. So it's about time to put your numbers to work as you declared more than an hour ago. One of the veterans cleared his throat, bringing attention back to immediate military concerns. Orders, sir. Julius straightened, feeling the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders like a familiar cloak. These were young soldiers, many fighting in their first real battle. But they were also Abyss Wall soldiers, trained specifically to face threats that exceeded their individual capabilities. "Listen carefully," Julius began, "we're going to hit the right flank with everything we have. The numbers are against us, but their morale is shattered. Aggressive wedge formation at the front of their march with 4,000 effectives," he continued, visualizing the deployment like pieces on a strategic board. "Maintain constant pressure on the other sides with the remaining 2,000. Don't give them time to regroup or think about anything other than surviving the next minute." The strategy was daring in its simplicity: use their concentrated force to open a way to Kharzan while secondary forces prevented enemy reorganization. It was a plan that tried to succeed through overwhelming local superiority rather than overall numerical advantage. Remember, many of their soldiers are more worried about infection than about you. Use that fully to your advantage. The commanders nodded and began withdrawing to organize their troops, but Julius stopped them with one final order. "And tell the boys this isn't just a battle. This is the moment we save our kingdom." The attack began like an avalanche. Julius's forces rained down on Kharzan's right flank with power that surprised even the attackers themselves. Additionally, the basic strategies they had learned during wall training worked without major difficulty against distracted and disorganized enemies. "Maintain formation," shouted a captain while his squadron broke the first line of enemy defenses. "Don't scatter." But scattering wasn't even a problem. The growing enthusiasm of the young soldiers was actually an advantage. Julius's young soldiers were beginning to realize this was easier than they had expected. The shift was visible in their movements. Shoulders that had been tense with anxiety now moved with confidence. Voices that had been tight with fear now carried notes of excitement. "Did you see that?" one soldier shouted to his companion while taking down an enemy who had been more concerned with examining a golden stain on his arm than defending his position. He wasn't even paying attention. The observation spread through the ranks like wildfire. These weren't the disciplined, dangerous opponents they had been expecting. These were distracted, paranoid individuals more concerned with their own contamination. Confidence spread through the ranks like fire in dry grass. Soldiers who had begun the battle nervous and outnumbered now advanced with growing boldness. The transformation was remarkable to witness. Young faces that had shown fear just minutes before now displayed determined aggression. "We've got them," shouted another. "They keep retreating." Julius observed from his command position how his troops' morale was visibly elevated. The young soldiers who had feared this battle all morning now executed increasingly daring maneuvers, pressing advantages they hadn't expected to find. The situation was evolving faster than even his most optimistic projections had suggested. What should have been a grinding, costly assault was becoming a breakthrough that could end the war. "They're becoming overconfident," Selphra murmured, though there was approval in her voice. "It's fine," Julius responded, his attention divided between the immediate situation and the larger strategic picture. "Confidence is better than fear right now." The momentum was everything they needed in this kind of assault. Once enemy morale broke completely, the numerical disadvantage would become irrelevant as resistance collapsed into individual panic. But there was something else happening. Julius could feel it in the air, a growing density of mana. "Do you feel it?" Selphra asked, noticing his expression change as he processed the new sensory information. "The mana residue," Julius nodded, his understanding crystallizing as he spoke. With so much intense combat, so much magic being released. The battlefield had become a concentrated cauldron of magical energy, thousands of beasts and tamers releasing power simultaneously. "It's accelerating the infection," Selphra completed the thought, her eyes brightening with understanding. "The spores are feeding on the temporal environmental mana." Julius observed the battlefield more carefully and realized she was right. The golden glow that had been gradual was now visibly spreading through enemy ranks. "It's not going to take hours," he murmured, awe creeping into his voice despite his attempts to maintain professional composure. "At this rate, they're going to collapse in minutes." As if he had prophesied the future, minutes later a massive crash resonated from the Earth Tamer's defenses that had been protecting the center of Carson's formation. So soon? Julius shouted, unable to hide his amazement. The central defense has failed. Indeed, the Earth elemental barrier that had been the last obstacle to the heart of the last healthy enemy formation began crumbling. Not even an hour had passed since they had initiated the attack, and they had already achieved what in a conventional battle should have taken days of siege. Look. The front section, Sirius observed, where Carson, his best troops, and the Abyssals are, seems determined to abandon the others. The enemy's core formation was executing what appeared to be a fighting withdrawal, sacrificing their contaminated forces to preserve their most valuable assets. It was tactically sound but morally devastating. We can't give them that option, Julius responded firmly, his voice carrying the authority of someone who understood that this moment would determine everything. It's now or never. Selphora nodded, summoning her white serpent while Julius and the select elite group prepared for the final push. It's time to let you enter, Julius completed his thought, gesturing toward the breach his army had created. The moment had finally arrived. All their preparation, all their waiting, all their patience had led to this single opportunity that might never come again. Selphora smiled, but there was something fierce in the expression. It's time to take this ring for a walk. Carson finally had no excuses left. Valdris and the others could no longer hold him back, the moment had arrived. It was time to let his rage run free, to face the old woman who had dared attack his castle, who had humiliated his family, who had turned his home into crystal ruins. The corrupted fury that had been boiling inside him for hours finally had a clear target, a focus for all the accumulated rage and desperation that threatened to consume him from within. Get aside, he roared at his subordinates while walking to the front and pushing them, his multiple abyssal beasts stirring under his skin like hungry serpents. This is between her and me. His subordinates scrambled to obey, recognizing the futility of further restraint. The best tamers, the gold ranks from both sides, prepared for what everyone knew would be the decisive confrontation. The spore infection hadn't affected them much, their energy seemed to be at a higher level and the golden spores had difficulty absorbing it and establishing themselves in such dense systems. Though they weren't totally exempt. Carson could see small golden stains on some of his allies, reminders that even gold-rank power wasn't immune to old Yano's new weapons. Selphora launched toward him with that lethal calm in her eyes that had terrorized generations of enemies. Her spear pointed at Carson's neck as if already choosing exactly where to pierce. The weapon seemed to advance with its own malevolent intelligence, seeking flesh with the hunger of a predator that had been denied its prey for far too long. Carson Goldcrest, her voice cut through the air like breaking ice. Don't you have the guts to face me directly? Shut up, old witch. Carson spat, but just as he was about to launch himself at her, Selphora acted first. She invested a tenth of her energy in an ice attack that would wreak havoc on the enemy formation. From her hands, a massive flow of ice stakes was born like a mountain pointing forward and rapidly expanding, each projectile large enough to pierce through multiple soldiers. The assault was both beautiful and terrifying, a crystalline wave of destruction that transformed the battlefield into a killing field of razor-sharp ice. I won't allow you to keep spreading your crap. Carson roared, his abyssal beasts responding to his fury with violent enthusiasm. His power was also high despite having almost lost his golden lion during combat with Sirius. His corrupt Simurgh had helped him regenerate it quickly, and after these almost 10 hours since the battle with Sirius, it was in decent form again. The fire from his false phoenix began to combat the ice flow. Or tried to. Carson's fire power, being a secondary enhancement boosted only by his Simurgh, barely reached 550 points of elemental control. Even if he transformed completely right now, he would barely manage to graze 700. Selphora's ice flow was too powerful. Her elemental control, enhanced by Sirius's ring, exceeded 900 points, a difference that turned Carson's attempt into barely enough to keep him covered from the avalanche. Valdris helped him, recognizing that he needed immediate assistance. He and his pyroclast shell bear stepped forward without hesitation. From the beast's volcanic snail shell, a concentrated fire eruption provided the 320 points of remaining power they needed to level the field. The rescue was perfectly timed, but it came at the cost of revealing their limitations to an enemy who would exploit every weakness without mercy. And it wasn't enough to completely cancel Selphra's ring-enhanced control of 960 total. Together, they barely managed to split Selphra's attack and maintain their strong central position. The cost was terrible. Only those directly behind Karzan and Valdris emerged unscathed. To the sides, several gold rank 1, gold rank 2, and abyssal soldiers took the hit, some full-on and others partially, their screams of agony filling the air as ice pierced through common plate armor, corrupt defenses, and flesh alike. Perfect opening, Julius murmured from his position just behind Selphra, observing how she had reduced the number of enemies that way, separating and isolating forces so his approximately 25 gold rank assistants would have a fairer battle against fighters who hadn't been eliminated or separated from the main formation. When Karzan and Valdris's attack ended and the ice melted into vapor and steaming puddles, the battlefield reorganized. Within the arena separated by enormous walls of ice and earth. Selphra stood at the front alongside Julius, while the other gold-rank tamers positioned themselves on the flanks. Some flying on aerial beasts, others ready to attack from the ground. Karzan's surviving soldiers did the same, forming a curved defensive line around their leader. Two forces of roughly equal power preparing for a confrontation. Selphra advanced the point of her ice spear and aimed directly at Karzan's head again, the gesture so full of lethal promise that several enemy soldiers trembled. Karzan became even more enraged. The main enhancements he had, 970% in strength and 950% in regeneration, though undoubtedly elevated thanks to having 4 abyssal creatures, weren't enough against the relentless ice of the similarly leveled ancient woman. He needed more power. "If you want it," he roared, his voice cracking with fury. "Come take it." He transformed completely, releasing all the abyssal energy he had been containing. His beasts fused with him in ways that defied normal anatomy, creating a hybrid form that pulsed with purple and golden power. His body became something that existed at the intersection of multiple species, powered by energies that defied conventional understanding. Now Selphra would face a Karzan with enhancements up to 1,330% in strength and 1,310% in regeneration, and with general minimum enhancements of 670% in things like elemental control and resistances. It was a transformation that would have terrorized any other opponent. Although Selphra barely had 960% in vitality and elemental control of her 2 base elements with Sirius's ring's help, and general values of minimum 580% in all other categories. And on paper, seemed to be dominated by the pure power numbers. Karzan had made a mistake showing his secret card too early. When Selphra saw that Karzan would go all out from the beginning, she smiled with that frozen expression that preceded her enemy's annihilation. She touched Julius's hand as they had agreed they would in case of necessity, allowing the young prince to do the same as she would. Sirius's ring pulsed with amplified power, and Julius and Selphra's energy intertwined with that of their beasts. When Selphra fused with the result of her fusion, the lesser Genbu, her values doubled. Now she faced Karzan with 19-20% in elemental control and vitality, with general values exceeding 1,160%. The mana levels weren't so different, but the specialization was. The numbers that had favored Karzan seconds before now looked insufficient in comparison. For what would be the longest 30 minutes of his life? Did you think a little abyssal corruption could save you from 4 centuries of experience? Selphra asked, her voice carrying the cold of eternal winters. Karzan realized, too late, that he had gravely underestimated the situation in which he would face his opponent. "It's time to fulfill my promise," Selphra murmured, and launched forward with a speed that made the air itself crystallize in her wake. Fortunately for Karzan, speed was an elevated statistic for his beasts. With 1,210% he barely exceeded Selphra's 1,160%, and his beast-altered body gave him advantage in stride length and muscular enhancement. The marginal advantage was all that stood between him and immediate death, a razor-thin edge that might last seconds or minutes depending on how well he could exploit it. But Selfra's technique was pristine and difficult to read. He barely managed to lean backward when the spear passed through where his neck had been a moment before. The near miss was so close he could feel the cold radiating from the crystalline weapon, showing him that his next mistake would very likely be his last.